Hello? No, give me a second, I keep knocking something over. little super drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready?
I'm shaking.
Good. That's absolutely correct.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back for another iteration of Dream League. We're here for Dream League Season 25. Thanks for joining here. Myself here, Seek and Strike, and joining me remotely in the same city is Winter. Winter, how are we doing? How are we feeling today?
Very good, as always. You know, always nice to watch a couple of Dota games with you. I already had my dinner, so I have nothing else I have to do anymore. But just sit down and enjoy the good old Dota.
It's very true, very true. Yeah, and it's an honor and a privilege to be back here yet again with you, Winter, to cover some more of our first group stage here. This is stream 1 of 4, folks. If you're not even sure what we're doing here, let's go ahead and get you caught up, shall we? Of course, as we have gathered some of the best teams here globally, 16 of them to be exact, to compete for us for a bounty, for glory, for money, for EPT points. We'll get to all that here, but Winter, our 16 teams. A couple big ones, right, as well. Some big ones, I don't want to say missing, but, you know, just it's interesting seeing how much we shake up our teams, even from this one to the last one. You know, like Nouns is missing and a few other orgs gone.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? You know, sometimes these are things that have to happen, and hopefully there'll be new orgs, you know, coming in soon, hopefully.
Like the Moo Dang Warriors. You love to see it. You love...
Yeah, they're looking for an org to pick them up.
Well, yeah, exactly. We can go ahead and take a recap here of a calendar to see where we actually stand nearly at the halfway point here as far as distribution of EPT points go. Anyway, this is the third of 5 tournaments before we go to the big one, EWC, later from July to August with an absolute behemoth of an event where, of course, we are still waiting for those details to be announced for the Dota section. But those EPT points, like I said, being distributed throughout the year, Winter. Now that we're getting closer to that EWC main event, we are starting to hand out more and more points. An additional 5,300 points being handed out amongst our 16 teams, that are competing here. We can go ahead and explain a little bit more here about how we're going to be distributing these points through our teams. Just like last time, Winter, we do have group stage placement additional points, which I think is great. I think this kind of rewarding consistency, if a team is going to place first at every single stage, is only going to get them elevated further. It's going to qualify them to Riyadh sooner. And even for some teams in regions like C and South America who tend to do very well in the initial stages of tournaments, potentially earning them direct invites, still, you know, kind of rewarding some good gameplay, I think is always going to be something we should celebrate.
Yeah, 420 points, you know, not something to be trifled with. Sometimes it can be the determining factor for you whether you get to go for the direct invite or, you know, you have to play some qualifiers, which everyone's afraid to, you know, play those qualifiers. It's always going to be a bloodbath regardless of region, whether you're in Western Europe, SEA, wherever you are.
Definitely, definitely. We can take a look now at the prize pool and see how we're going to be distributing money, because there's a small change here compared to Dream League Season 24. We did have those group stage placement points for Dream League Season 24, but now for Dream League Season 25, we have also shaken up the prize pool distribution here just a touch. As you can see, we have added club rewards in addition to the prize money. What this really means, Winter, is I think it's going to end up supporting the bottom half, especially 9th through 16th, a huge difference in terms of not only take home, but, organizational support for these teams, right? It does make a difference.
Yeah, somebody has to pay for the, the boot camp, electricity bill, the food and everything, take care of the players. So it's going to be very helpful for the orgs, and hopefully it's going to encourage more, new orgs coming into Dota, at some stage.
Yep, definitely. Let's take a look at what we are going to be playing today, or what we'll have over on our stream here today. The D stream, the Earth stream, whatever you prefer to call it. We have, by the way, I was looking up quickly. They literally have doubled the prize pool for the bottom finishers, which I think is fantastic, by the way. But back to our schedule here, which is the important matter at hand. We start with Heroic and 9 Pandas, Evolus, and the Yakult brothers. Winter, we followed them through the Chinese qualifiers. We'll be following at 14:30 CET into the latter half of the day. For the evening, Heroic again making an appearance on the channel versus the Mudang Warriors, and finally the Yakult brothers finishing off with a refreshing yogurt probiotic drink versus Boom Esports. So a little bit of a spicy matchup there. But Winter, we're going to be starting with our first match, Heroic versus 9 Pandas, aren't we?
Eastern Europe against South America, it's going to be a very spicy one.
Very true. We've seen
doing really, really well, the last couple of months with their roster changes, as we can see here, with Yuma and Whisper joining the team. They've been looking a lot stronger than before.
Yep, they certainly have. But let's focus on 9 Pandas first, right? There's a few new names here you may not recognize. In particular, I think for most will be Lupsi and Serenata. Lies, he's been around the block a few times, but Serenata is very, very new here. First, kind of looking at the more renowned players, especially like Solo Winter. You're quite a big fan of his support style, aren't you?
Yeah, if you like to buy blood grenades, Solo is the man, the man. Minute 30 undying with his blood grenades, the guy never misses a quick buy whenever there's a blood grenade up in the shop. So yeah, I'm a big fan of that, throwing those blood grenades could be useful in the team fights.
Yeah, it's a big slow. This guy, a big brain, always making use of all 6 inventory slots, making use of his roster slots as well, as we have a quick content piece to catch us up about 9 Pandas.
9 Pandas seems to be Solo's venue to give young, unproven talent a shot at making it big, and it has played a large part in bringing former 9 Pandas players such as Kiyotaka and Miro more into the mainstream of Dota. This roster is no exception, with a roster consisting of several relatively unknown players, Serenade, Lays, and Lupsion, joined by VTune, most known for Na'Vi, and of course Solo as the captain and leader of the team. Solo has brought success to untested players in the past, so surely he can do it again. You know what they say, lightning always strikes twice. Or something like that. Dream League Season 25 will by far be the biggest challenge for this roster. Well, really the only big tournament they've played so far. They're definitely coming in as underdogs, but who doesn't love a good underdog story? Hey, they managed to actually qualify over some good teams. That's a start. The next step is to win the whole fucking thing. You can do it, guys. Let's go. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. This will be a very tough event for 9 Pandas, but hopefully they will be able to prove that they're actually a decent team. We are excited to see what they can pull off here at Dream League Season 25.
It's just quite a blast to the past, isn't it? Seeing Solo's jersey number be 322, just truly the way that memes not only, don't let them be dreams, folks. You can really bring it to the main stage here as Solo has, and we're excited to see how well they can do, especially with those newcomers. It's not every day, it's not every tournament, Winter, we see really brand new players like that. I think Eastern Europe is one of the regions that's still producing new talent, so it's exciting to see how they'll do. But Winter, let's go ahead and focus back on Heroic. You spoke about them here a bit briefly, right? Keep talking to me a little bit more about how you've seen that roster change, particularly, I think you said, Yuma kind of slot in. How's that been going?
Yeah, I think Yuma is a very different player, compared to Hector. Hector is more like a 4 protect 1 style, which is kind of like I want to say old but outdated, type of carry play style. Whereas Yuma, he does more the modern hyper carry stuff. He helps your team, TPs to the tier 1 tower in the mid lane to defend the tower, comes to the rune fights. I think this is what you need, from your carry player at the moment. You can't just sit back and farm and just hope for your 4 players to make enough space for you. You got to give them something as well.
How would you compare it to Parker? Because you said Hector just now, right? Who is a good comparison, right? When you compare South American carries, I think he's still one of the big ones that comes to mind. But how would you? Do you think that the team's play style has changed very much comparing to when they had Parker versus now Yuma?
Oh, Parker. Yeah, Parker is also I think he's also very different. Like, I think among the 3 of them, he's the most aggressive one. He is sometimes over aggressive, which you see him like feeding. If his team doesn't really understand what he's doing in the game, then he tends to like die with no reason. But I think if you compare him directly with Yuma, I think Yuma's more stable, and I think a lot of players on the highest level, they tend to look for the stability, because some teams, they have very high variance in their performance, right? Sometimes they do really well, sometimes they lose to a bunch of weaker teams. I think these are the small little subtle things that can help you achieve stability, where you can get more desirable results on the long run.
Yeah, definitely. I think that starts to add up and really make a difference, right? But yeah, I mean, we'll see how things get going for them as they begin their run. I've always been a fan of Analog as well. Good lad. I think he had long hair. I remember during the Singapore 2021 event, and they made a little bit of a splash there. So it's good to see. I think he's actually also been crowned the Brazilian the Brazilian esports player of the year, if I'm not mistaken. And I think even Astini earning a few accolades there as well. So pretty cool to see them here in our first match, as that will be getting started shortly. Winter, item of the meta, or at least the one kind of dominating, I think, a lot of discussion has been that Glimmer Cape, right? Before we begin our tournament, and our draft is starting very soon, so we're going to have to make this very quick. What do you think? Where are we at with Glimmer Cape? Are we going to see a lot of it? Is it going to be something we see a lot at the start and then it'll drop off? Is this going to be... Where are you with Glimmer right now?
It's definitely a very good item, and there's a lot of magic damage, and you don't want to buy BKB, because BKB is just not an item that's very desirable right now for most of the core players. You only want to buy it if you absolutely need it, but in a 50-50 type of scenario, you want to go for something like a Glimmer Cape, So I'm expecting to see maybe at least like 5 to 6 Glimmer Capes in most of the games, in at least the group stages.
5 to 6. Okay, well that's quite
you're
gonna get number here.
Okay, you're gonna get like 2 to 3 already from both sides, the support players at least.
Sure, I guess. So you just need another.
You're gonna get like a couple more from the core players,
the
at
carries.
least 2 each.
Well, we'll see what we're going to have as we are finally ready to jump in with our very first game here on the Earth Stream. Welcome, everyone. DreamLeague Season 25 kicking off now. And welcome to the Earth Stream. Again, 9Pandas taking on Heroic here. If you're looking for another game, make sure you check out the Storm. Make sure you check out the Ember. And, of course, the main stream, where you can catch Group A all playing right now simultaneously. Thanks for joining us here.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so the bans are pretty much still very straightforward. I think it's not very surprising to see like second pick, 9Pandas, the ban of the Elk, the Magnus, the Phoenix, the Bristol, and whereas for Heroic, they've opted to remove Nyx, PA. I mean, Clockwork's a bit more unusual, the one that you don't really see in the first phase bans a lot. I guess they're more using it as a target ban against 9Pandas, because they like to pick their Clockwork, so not exactly a very common first phase ban hero. And they're going to open up with Shell Demon, which is also not a very common occurrence, in the last couple of weeks. If you're watching the Blast events, this is not a common opening pick.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was expecting something like a bounty hunter to be perhaps contested here.
Yeah, bounty is so OP, man. He's insane. That hero is so strong right now. I suspect it has got to do with a lot of things. The map being bigger, and because sentries are limited, so it's very easy for bounty hunters to slip past wards and everything to get information. I think information is something that has become very, very high in terms of like the priority for the teams right now. Like heroes that can scout, Ricky, Bounty, Nyx, they are very, very high priority. Or even the Lycan Wolves, you see the Lycan Wolves running around, just
those
harassing the
alpha
supports.
wolves killing supports. Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
So Tiny is, I guess this is a hero where you could
Heroics to
flex the hero
prepare.
as a mid or as a carry. I think this hero has a lot of value in terms of when you're talking about opening a draft and you're looking for a flex pick. I think Tiny is one of them. I think he has gotten a lot more popular in the last couple of weeks as well.
10 seconds.
I am currently looking. Yes, I was trying to remember. This is a 9 Pandas hero for Serenata, I believe. Again, new talent, new player. He played on Yellow Submarines at the end of last year, basically the latter half of 2024. Tried to go through a lot of those qualifiers and unfortunately didn't succeed. Found success here now on this 9 Pandas roster. And just so you know, I think this is game 1 of the 9 Pandas qualification series over Na'Vi. They picked a mid Tiny and he went 25 and 12. So quite the game, quite the Tiny mid I'm expecting to see here.
Yeah, Tiny is one of those heroes where I think a lot of the new pop stars or the newer, younger players, they really excel at. Like they're very high explosive heroes. You can go for pickups on your own pressure. It's very good against, I think, a lot of physical damage lineup because of how much armor you get and the innate, So the hero is very good against those type of lineups, which is quite popular right now. You see a lot of like physical damage heroes, like the Bristol, Elk, the Lycan, PA. They're all banned now, but we might see other heroes that could come out to provide the physical damage department. But in general, Tiny is a very good like ganking hero. He is one of the best heroes to make use of the runes. You can give him the rune control. He's going to set up a lot of kills for you. And Heroic is going to go for the Shaker, which is I think also one of the best mid heroes right now. He is decent into the Pugna because you can find him, kill him. I mean, against Pugna, you're always going to be looking for a hero that can jump and eliminate him from the team fights right away. And Shaker can do that very, very nicely.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Shaker as well. I think he's a really fun hero to observe personally. And I heard a very good quote from Boxy.
In the lane.
Yeah, I heard a very good quote from Boxy where he's like, this hero, not so much about the Echo Slam, barely does anything, which, I think he's underselling a little bit. But what he really, I think, was trying to drive home is the fact that it's all about the fissure and blocking pathing of a lot of those melee heroes, So we'll look for that expert placement here by Heroic.
Yeah, that is actually a very interesting take. Because a lot of the carry heroes right now, they are melee heroes, So the fissure definitely has a lot of value in the current meta against all those carry heroes. If you don't have any mobility,
go ahead.
Yeah, if you don't have mobility, you don't have anything else, then it means that the fissure block is going to be very annoying and you're going to be relying on your teammates to force stuff you.
5
Absolutely.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now in a Glimmercape meta, who knows if supports will have the 4 staffs as well. As we continue with our pick, some Muerta coming out from the side of Heroic.
Counter to Pugna. This is a very standard counter pick. You have the silence to stop him from, decrep, heal, and you can also hit through the decrep. As a support Muerta, I don't know how much that matters, but it can kind of be useful in maybe certain scenarios. Yeah, right now, 9 Pandas, they have to figure out I think ideally, if you want to, I don't know if they'll be willing to flex the Tiny, but like you say, if they are more leaning towards having the Tiny mid, then they are probably going to go for their other support and off lane right now. I think with Tiny, you kind of want you want an off laner that can shove in waves quickly so that you can actually abuse the creep waves and gank. And you play in fog, Because Tiny doesn't really like to show on the lane too much because you want to set up for kills. So you ideally want to have like an off laner that kind of is more greedy, can pressure and farm more and push out the lanes. There is still like a Beastmaster in the pool. Like any Zoo hero I think could be nice here. Because Shadow Demon and Muerta, I don't feel like they do very well against Zoo heroes right now.
Yeah, the Lycan banned out with those Alpha Wolves. Doom, not really in there, but kind of plays almost a similar role with the way he kind of runs down and supports out of fights.
Okay, so I mean the Doom is like kind of like a decent blind pick when you don't see your lane matchup as an off laner. I think Doom is one of those where you would be able to do fine because of Diva, because of the nature of the hero. So I think that is more towards the idea that they don't see the matchup here. So it's telling me that the Tiny might be a position for here with the setup that they are going to have here. Doom, Lifestealer. I mean, a Lifestealer is also another hero which fares quite well in most lanes, except against a Zoo hero like Enigma. You don't really have the best ways of killing the summons, so you're going to be relying on the Pugna. Pugna can kind of deal with the summons fairly decently, so I think they should still be okay here. But I will give the Enigma plus Moeta a slight edge in this lane. In terms of CSing, I think they will have a much better time. And you're gonna have like a Black Hole to disable the Lifestealer later through Rage.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. They do have a Black Hole cancel in Doom. Obviously, it's a little hard to hit. You've got to kind of cast Black Hole on yourself to kind of safely cover yourself from that. But that could be something we might see. I don't know. I always say, oh, it's not possible, but sometimes you see it. You do
I mean, the
see
thing
it.
is, with how Enigma is being played right now, it doesn't really matter so much, you know.
That's true. He's like a drums guy now, isn't he?
Yeah, the hero is more like an aura, like a Beastmaster. You kind of just pressure around your creeps. You buy drums, like you said. You buy drums, then you buy all your aura items, and then you group up and you just push towers, you know. It's like, I feel like the hero is not the same anymore nowadays compared to before. Like the Black Hole is like, yeah, sure, you know, it's like the cherry on the top. It's not that important, you know. So they ban out the Razor, which is one of the hard counters towards the Lifestealer. So I mean, there's still a Morphling if they want to. So expecting maybe Morphling would be one of the bans as well, or maybe even a Terrorblade. Terrorblade is kind of like a decent hero against the Doom later. If the Doom doesn't get a Doom on you, you can Sunder and save your teammate. So that is always going to be useful.
Heroic's turn to ban.
So they like to ban out the TA, which is okay, quite reasonable as well. Decent against the Pugna, you can hit your traps, so he doesn't really care as much against the D-Crab. You place your traps and you just Psyblades it, and you're gonna do damage either way.
Yeah, that's always a bit of a cheeky move, isn't it? But what are we expecting here? What last pick for Nine Pandas upcoming? They've got a carry. I think they have admitted an off, so a last pick support. But Heroic banning out what, Alina? And what else? What are they thinking? What are they trying to cover?
They're expecting the Tiny's gonna be a support here. That's why they are leaning towards more banning mid heroes. Whereas what Heroic needs right now is more, I think they just need a very... Maybe they don't really need that hard of a carry. They just need someone that can match their tempo because they want to play fast with the Enigma. Right. And they want someone that can kind of just play around the Enigma at the moment. I mean, Morphling is kind of like I mentioned, but it's a slower paced hero and you're playing into Doom as well. So it's good against the Lifestealer, but it's not that great into the Doom later because he just stops you from shifting your strength. The other options are going to be like something against... I mean, the Terrorblade one is kind of okay against Doom and Lifestealer, so it kind of forces the Doom to kind of doom the Terrorblade every time. And the Terrorblade can also play into the auras from the Enigma. I assume that he's going to be just getting the drums into pipe, so they just ball together as 5 heroes and just push the towers. And so they ban out Invoker. Invoker is one of the better heroes to stop all these early pushes with the Tornado EMP. So I'm expecting them to pick a carry that could work in that favor for them. Or maybe even something like a Ursa. Haven't really seen the hero a lot, but it does have some good lane into Doom, decent matchup into Lifestealer.
Oh, good call. It is going to be the Ursa. Fuzzy Wuzzy making the appearance.
Okay, so for 9 Pandas, they're going to have to decide whether they want a Tiny mid now or they want a Tiny on 4. I mean, I guess Tiny against Earthshaker is like, it's okay, you know.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think that's much of a problem. And I personally like Tiny as a core more than a support.
As do I, and again, I just want to stress and underline how new of a player Serenata is. My man only has less than 100 pro matches total, but by far and away his biggest team is 9 Pandas. He's played on some stacks called Quantum, Crystal Fire, and Flux, in a lot of qualifiers and whatnot, but these are the big ones.
You know, Richie, feels like a tasty Rubik game, you know? Enigma and Earthshaker. We don't see the hero a lot, but it just feels good, you know? Because the position 4 heroes right now are mostly melee heroes.
Choose your hero.
Okay, they're gonna agree. They're gonna go for the Rubik against the Enigma and the Earthshaker. I guess even the other heroes as well. The Dead Shot, Disruption, those are very, really good spells to steal against the Heroics lineup, you know? So the Rubik is gonna be able to do a lot of insane stuff this game here.
Yeah, some good steals, right? I think almost every hero, with the exception of the Ursa, has got something that can really contribute to a team fight if you just throw it in there. And I always really like stealing spells, like just AoE spells that you put down. For example, like Blood Right, or in this game, the Midnight Pulse and the Calling, the Silence from the Muerta. And whenever a Rubik steals them and puts them down, they just cause so much confusion in fights, you know? You can't always tell at a glance whose is whose.
Yeah, some spells, they have a different like color tone to it, so you know it's the Rubik using the spell.
If you have the Arcana.
Yeah, okay. So it
Sometimes
is,
that's pay to lose, you know?
It's not to your benefit to use the Arcana on Rubik.
I think it depends, because I would say on a professional level, no, because I expect them to be communicating well. But on a pub level, you probably do want to use it so your team doesn't get confused if you put down a Blood Right and they're like, oh no, a Blood Right. I don't know. But I'm looking forward to it. A Rubik, not a hero that I think it feels all that amazing. I think it's a very game and pick dependent kind of a hero. But in this kind of a game versus a mid shaker, yeah, I see it.
There's so many amazing spells. Dead Shot, Disrupt, I already mentioned those two. Fissure, I doubt you're going to be able to get Fissure most of the time. I mean, if you get Fissure, it means the Earthshaker probably messed up, you know. Yeah, but just very interesting to see this hero, you know. This position 4 Rubik has just fallen off of favor a lot. Because right now, the things that are popular are all the melee heroes, right? We already briefly mentioned it during the draft, the Bounty, the Nyx, the Reiki. And sometimes some teams, I think like Paravision, they're like the Spirit Breaker. Those are the heroes that are kind of the trend right now, because you need to pull your wave. You have like this double melee off lane, you know, and you just pull and you try to, you know, play the lane that way. So the range heroes have been fallen out of favor.
Yeah, definitely. How many, bro? 3.
How many, bro? So what does that mean? You're my third best bro?
I don't know. How many in the smoke, maybe? See what they're doing.
Yeah,
A
they're
little
trying
bit of
to do something
shenanigans.
cheeky here. They're splitting all their heroes up, you know, on 9 pandas. They're trying to be sneaky to steal maybe an extra rune here. Let's see if they manage to do it.
Heroic very well in position here. They've got wards down, both wards down in the jungle. King Jungles is going to go ahead and actually set up a very nice disruption. Decent body blocks, looking for first blood here onto the Rubik. 5 stacks here on that Fury swipes, and I don't think he gets away, least of all with the blood grenade applied. Lupsy running for it, really making him work for it, as that's the Fairy Fire consumed, but one more Earth Shock, and they've got that kill.
Yeah, that's a very nice start there for Yuma on the Ursa. And they're gonna get the D-Ward too, you know. This is amazing. So the Shell Demon's already half level up, so he's gonna get level 2 quickly. Ursa also. So this lane could snowball if they're not careful, you know, on the Rubik and Doom.
Yep.
And on Rubik, it's also kind of harder to pull. I don't think you want to be pulling the wave, you know, as a Rubik. So it's gonna be quite challenging here for 9 Pandas to stabilize this off lane here.
Yeah, definitely. Something that I think, if we just quickly take a look at the other lane, we've kind of missed the action already. But Whisper, of course, starting off with these Eidolons solo, he does good damage on this level 1 Nether Blast, but you have to remember that these Eidolons, they have pretty high magic resist, don't they? What are they at, like 30%? So pretty above average, especially for summons. So Solo's only going to be able to clear these consistently while they are earlier, lesser Eidolons consistently. You can see here, getting the job done and preventing them from splitting.
I mean, you're a fast hero, you know, so on Puck now, so you can just run them
That's
down.
true.
But meanwhile, Heroic, you know, the top lane's already, you know, destabilizing because of the first blood, and now they're snowballing into more kills, and Rubik does not have a TP. This is very, very bad news for Lupsy. You know, this overall last pick, Rubik, is not having a good start here.
Yeah, we both... I mean, again, it's got good steals in the team fights, but the problem is if you lose the lane so hard, you never really put yourself in a position to utilize the hero. We'll see exactly how they can look to try and stabilize that potentially with a tiny rotation, but we're still a few minutes away from that.
Rubik needs a lot of resources, a lot of levels, a lot of items to be effective in the team fights. And as of right now, he's going to be, like I say, hoping that the Tiny can, at some point, he's going to be able to make a rotation to help out. Or maybe even from the safe lane, they can just gate top with the puck now to try and help out. We just have to wait and see whether it happens now. Just still, both teams just focusing on just stabilizing the lanes. And for the Lifestealer, we already mentioned that he is probably going to have a little bit of a harder time against Enigma in terms of CSing in this lane. And Enigma is going to be able to pressure him constantly all the time. Whereas the Ursa is going to free farm, compared to the Lifestealer. So Ursa is going to be very, very happy in his lane at top.
Mid lane, as you expect, usually these Earthshakers off to a pretty decent start as well. 14 and 5, so he's besting the Tiny. Of course, this gets a bit easier once Tiny hits Grow and gets all that bonus armor. But, Shaker doing Shaker things. They're going to try again. Top lane, where Lupsi simply TPs away this time around. He's going to have to lose that first Lotus, however, as Lies was away, skipping away. Careful here, King Jungles. We'll take a little bit of damage, but that was a bit optimistic out from the Rubik there, throwing the Blood Grenade. So they're going to be without that resource now.
And the Doom is on the other hand still, in terms of CS, he's doing okay, 15 and 2 compared to the 13 and 0 Ursa. Ursa has 2 kills, but I think overall the Doom is still getting a good amount of gold and XP out of this lane. As long as they stop the bleeding, don't feed away any more kills from now on, it should still be fine for Lies on the Doom. Mid lane, you already mentioned, it's kind of going to be like a wash, like 2 melee heroes just trying to be more efficient in terms of securing the range creep, the bandit creeps, and then just picking up the water runes and waiting for the potential, maybe a bottle refill, from your supports if they die from the side lanes.
A shocking amount of denies, I have to say, in favor of Serenata, especially versus a Shaker. Wasn't really expecting that, but you're right. It's mostly pretty even, and not shocking in terms of denies is, of course, Whisper.
9 denies on the Tiny against Earthshaker. It's
pretty good.
Not a very common CS stat, against Shaker.
I agree. Not a common stat line at all, but he's making it happen here with that additional tree damage, I suppose.
Bot lane, Heroic's making the gate move.
Yeah, careful though. Yeah, they've got that Nether Ward down with the Siphoning Ward, so they've ended up healing up Solo to full. Drum Charge already utilized. They will charge forward now, looking for the Lifestealer. Vatoon trying to escape here. 3 stacks. A Blood Grenade. That second one missed, but they still have enough damage. Just barely cost King Jungles all of his mana, but the stacks of Shadow Poison level 2 get the job done. That is a trouble start to the bottom lane here as well then from 9 Pandas. His first Nightfall hits.
Solo's in trouble as well.
They have Solo too, yeah.
Oh boy. This tower is, I think, probably dead. The Lifestealer can't TP down.
Could be. The wagon's well on its way.
Yeah, this tower is down, This is the power of the Enigma. When you pick him in a game where the enemy lane can't really stop you from pushing the tower, and it was a perfect gate gank from King Jungles there, setting up everything very, very nicely for Whisper here. So well done.
Wow. Tower is just down, just like that.
Strike back in the mid lane.
Mid lane. They're looking for analog, and oh my goodness, everything keeping it alive. The last auto attack from Solo does the trick, but between the infused raindrop charges, the magic wand, analog nearly getting away, but it will not be 5 unanswered kills. Instead, to kill onto the mid lane here to make it 1-4, just about 6 minutes in. If they could secure this next power rune, if it's a good action rune here for Serenata, they might be able to allow this Tiny to continue snowballing in their favor. Let's see how this works out for them. Rune spawns bottom, and it's just the illusion.
Yeah,
not much to write home about.
Yeah, Scope is just allowing the Earthshaker to pick it up. I'm not sure how useful it is going to be, because you can kind of dispel the decrep. That's basically the most useful thing.
Yeah, true. Maybe that makes a difference, but you're right. It's again. I was
slow,
looking at
the slow from the tree throw. That's
sure. Might be put to use. Who knows? We'll see soon here, as it's a smoke from Heroic, Analog, and Schofield on their way, trying to go top lane. King Jungles has been scouted already, though he's going to be tossed back into the waiting arms of the Doom, and one last auto attack will do the trick from Serenade. However, Analog, dropping the solo Echo Slam there. Didn't catch anything else, but it seems like they'll have the damage regardless, especially with Yuma connecting from the secret shop area. Black Hole dropped onto Doom. Whisper connects here as well as Lies. He's going to die as soon as he gets out of that black hole. Okay.
Wow, that was a beautiful move there. Enigma gated, after he killed bot tower, he gated top. And then the Earthshaker smoked with the Shadow Demon also. They had 5 heroes converging on the same location. It's a little bit pity that they didn't have enough time to fight for the Wisdom as well, but they got 2 big kills here, plus the tower.
Yeah, a nice move, and it seems like, yeah, especially with the Eidolons, another drum charge is used. This top tier one is going to fall as well. They're looking for Analog mid, but they can't find him. Illusion Rune not really making the difference there, but you know, he's going to be just fine as that top tier 1 tower goes down. Winter, it's kind of just like you called it in this draft. This Enigma, especially coupled with these nice rotations early from Heroic, is really accelerating the pace of the game. That's 2 tier 1s down before even the second power rune spawns in.
I mean, it's not over. They're still coming. Ursa's making the move here as well. 8-minute rune. They're coming in. Gonna get the rune
is going to spawn top. It's an amplified damage rune, but that doesn't matter here for this fight. Solo, okay, still gets caught by that fissure. They have the siphoning ward down, so they can't use any spells to kill him, but eventually Yuma hits him with that enchant totem to take down our little skeleton boy, and that's going to be an amplified damage rune scouted top for Heroic. Yuma, is he going to pick that up in fights? Do you give that to Shaker? I think you give it to the Shaker here. They will try. Lupsy. Uh-oh. Good avalanche there. They will not die for him here quite yet.
It's such aggression, you know, shown by Heroic, just bringing 5 heroes in the top fight, bringing 5 heroes in the middle fight. This is just all-out war, you know. They are just trying to fight for all the territory they can put their sights on right now, just looking to take over the map as quickly as possible.
It's worked so well, I think, especially because key to this is they've shut down Vatoon first, right? Like, he is still very much on the recovery training. He's actually going to opt for a Radiance first, so we won't see him for like 6-7 minutes probably, to be honest.
6-7 minutes?
And then this entire time.
You're not going to see him for 10 minutes, brother.
Look, I was being a bit optimistic. Okay, he is a really good lifestealer player. They're going to try for Yuma up top. Avalanche will catch him, but the Enrage gets off. Of course, Enrage not reducing airtime, so that toss is still full value. Doom is going to be dropped, and a save just in the nick of time. He's going to live.
Wow.
Oh, no.
That was some next level stuff there from Heroic, man.
Yeah.
I thought the TP is going to be wasted, but they somehow have enough time to let him live through the Doom.
If I'm not mistaken, you know, they doomed him when he was still enraged, but because it doesn't matter, like, Doom just applies all of its damage throughout the duration, he actually almost died anyway. That was an Echo Slam mid as Solo, he is caught on the wrong side of the fissure here. Gets taken down by a Whisper. Finally, though, they net themselves a power rune into the bottle of their mid Tiny. So he has a shield rune ready to go. It's not like the haste that they wanted, but
I mean, the next few runes are going to be important, right? Because the first one is Illusion, then we had Shield, and then we had DD, right? The previous one, AD. So the next one is going to be like Invis or plus Haste. I think those are going to be Arcane runes. So the next couple of runes are going to be very, very nice for the Tiny to make moves. You know, he's going to also have his dagger. So it's going to be important for at least 9 Paladins to try and secure the runes to allow them to, you know, get a couple of pickoffs. They need kills on anyone, you know, like on any big core hero. Ideally the Enigma or the Shaker. I think if they can kill them, or even the Ursa, you know, they can kill them with the next couple of moves in the next few minutes and buy them some time to farm the Radiant. So the Lifestealer does not want to be a part of the game right now, you know, he needs time. And they have to try to create moves on the side lanes to ensure that the Lifestealer has time to farm his Radiance. He is, however, under a ward now. They're going to see him. I mean,
just lost him. They're TPing, though. They're TPing. They want him. Vatoon, he's going to be able to get out of dodge in time, it would appear. Yeah, Whisper again. He's not going for, like, Blink Dagger, BKB, Black Hole Enigma, right? So their catch is not that fantastic yet.
He's going for stuff next on the Enigma. Yeah, this is very interesting. I was expecting like a pipe, you know, so you can combat the magic damage from Tiny, Pugner, Doom.
Yeah. I'm not sure about that either. That's an interesting call. Oh, smoke breaks. They're going to reveal vision up there as Serenata does pop the shield rune and tosses a tiny illusion onto Whisper. There's the Avalanche at it too. Leaves him a bit shy on mana, but he's got that soul ring to work with here. Whisper holding on to that black hole as 12-minute rune spawns bottom. This should be secured by Heroic.
He's changing his mind. It's going to be a haste for Analog, but Whisper is changing his mind, so he's queuing up the pipe now.
Yeah, that makes more sense. But still has the Force queued up after. That's interesting.
I mean, the Force is nice, kind of like against the Lift from Rubik and the Doom, you know, running down your teammates.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's useful.
Getting across the fissure to black hole.
But I always like to say the item sequences are also pretty important, you know. Like you kind of have like a good idea in most games. Okay, I'm going to need this, I'm going to need that. But you have to kind of make a decision based on the time of the game, which is more important right now, you know. And to get the sequence right is also another skill, you know, the players have to determine in the game. Getting the wrong item at the wrong time, even though you need both of the items, could be, you know, game losing.
Definitely. I see what you mean there. Smoke here from 9Pandas doesn't look like it's going to pan out into anything, unfortunately, as they have yet to even find their first tower. So these smoke moves are pretty hard to make as soon as Heroic notices a lot of heroes missing off the map. Just look how they're setting the trap with King Jungles in the mid lane.
They are kind of in avoiding mode right now because Lifesteal wants to farm Radiance. So their best bet is to just like have wards on the side lanes and try to go for like pick-offs if you can.
Yuma, big stack being farmed there with the Battle Fury. That feels good, delicious.
I mean, Analog has a haste and dagger now. He's looking for the Lifestealer. If he can actually find V-Tune here, this is going to be huge. You know, he still doesn't have his Radiance yet. Almost there, and on 550 gold. If they can actually kill him now, this is going to be very, very good.
They're waiting patiently. That haste is ticking down. Analog continuing to be patient, though. Like you said, this is the blink reveal, so they'd love to find something, but 9Pandas know how to read a map as well. Solo's been around the block once or twice, and so instead it seems like it'll just be a tier 1 tower going down without much of a defense, although they do see a Rubik. Schofield does not manage to actually hit the silence, so that's a dead shot stolen. That's a nice spell.
Very nice. It's a very, very good farming tool and a very good fighting tool when it comes to the engages, you know. So the Rubik is going to have to prove his worth that he is the overall last pick and he has to be useful in the team fights, you know. He has to kind of do a lot. Tiny is on his way to his dagger. Okay, I think the game has finally begun for 9Pandas. They can actually make moves now on the side lane with the dagger on Serenade. Ideally, they can pick off like I guess the Shaker and the Ursa kind of is going to be difficult targets to kill. And Enigma is probably the easier one, but he has pipe now. So
full
I'm not even sure if that's going to be possible.
He's almost out of drum charges, but
single pickoffs here and there, you know, try to buy time. They don't want to fight into 5 against 5 right now.
Okay, but like you said, the blink's here now on the Tiny, so it's at least viable to maybe solo pick off someone. We'll see what they can
find. That depends whether Heroic give them the opportunities to, you know, to get those solo pickups. You know, if they just group up with the pipe and drums on Enigma, they're super strong.
Dude, this Ursa's huge. He has a blink dagger now already. That is terrifying. Serenata, sorry, looking for something. It's just gonna have to Avatoss this mid wave, and unfortunately does not have the opportunity.
For sure, they saw the dagger already, so they're gonna know. Gonna play it safe. Meanwhile, King Jungle's walking under an observer ward, so he's probably gonna die here.
Oh, Serenata, though, jumping forward, trying to get a pick off here. They do find King Jungles. Ursa is going to eat this Doom. Enraged, though, he's not going to take much damage from that. Echo Slam into the river. It's going to catch 2 of them. Lies, he goes down, stunned up, but still able to get off a spell here. Serenata, will that make a difference? No, it will not. He, with silence, had nowhere to run.
Pipe plus drums just made the team fight so easy there from Heroic. That is, right now, the difference maker, you know. You have the drums on the Doom, but they could run in and chase, but they just couldn't do enough damage to kill off heroes, you know, when the pipe is there. They only got 1 hero, but they lost 2 cores, so that was definitely not the fight 9Pandas wanted. And it was already a pretty good start, right? They saw the Shell Demon, they picked him off right away, but they still couldn't really capitalize, you know, in the fight.
Hard situation for them to be in.
They are.
And it's only going to snowball, right? I think Yuma is going right into this Roche pit. Yeah, indeed he is. It's a pretty obvious move.
They have no Doom, Lifesteal's Radiance, but it doesn't feel like they have anything in the tank to stop the Roche here.
We'll see. I mean, they're still fighting into this black hole as well, right? That was just not used last fight. They have Pipe ready to go. No drum charges.
Yeah.
As Heroic,
Pipe.
they know that they are being contested here.
Pipe plus, like, I think just a fissure, you know, they're still going to be able to blow heroes off with the Ursa daggering in. So you fissure from far and the Ursa jumps in and you just kill one hero instantly.
Okay.
And baiting the
Engagement
Shaker.
here onto Analog. There's the Pipe forced out. The jump back onto Solo now. He can save himself with the Decrepify, but he is completely left behind here. Yuma consumes him. That is his 7th kill this game on the Ursa in 17 minutes. We're at a 3-11 scoreline. 8K lead now for Heroic as they continue to do this first Roche. Lupsi manages to TP away. Found the right tree to hide behind. This Roche will go down ultimately uncontested.
Yeah, the snowball is getting really, really hard to stop right now for 9 Pandas. I mean, even right now, the lifesteal, if he completes his SNY, it's still, I feel like it's still a very long way. Against Ursa, you kind of need the axe to kind of, because you can't really man-fight the Ursa, so you need axe to kind of kite him out and disarm him in the team fights. So then you're going to need another, another 5 minutes to farm it after the SNY. So when are they going to be ready to fight? You know, that's going to be the question for 9 Pandas. You know, it feels like it's going to be forever. Whereas for Heroic, they're just ready. You know, from now. They've been ready since minute 10, and they've been fighting and taking the map.
I think they're going to hit their next power spikes here, like you were suggesting, right? This Ags online for Analog, even more mobility. You're going to have this BKB for Yuma on top of this Aegis probably for a few minutes. 4 staff on Whisper is, again, still a little bit of a question mark for me, but it's not a bad item. I don't hate it. And finally,
Wouldn't
King
you much
Jungles
rather
with Glimmer.
just get your bongo boots here so you get the charges? I feel like that's probably what I would do.
Yeah, I mean, I'd consider it, right? I would certainly consider it, especially because then you can basically ignore open wounds and make the tune even weaker.
Yeah, it's
right?
also the Doom. You someone gets Doom, you just pop the drums and run. I mean,
No,
the
you just
bongo boots
run.
and just run.
No, look, I mean, you're making a lot of sense here. Again, I mean, I still don't hate 4 staff. Like, what you're saying is the order correct? And that's where I agree with you. I'm not sure.
I think this one doesn't matter
Serenata?
as much as the pipe.
Oh,
order.
Yuma jumps him. He found him. Quick toss away, but it's likely not going to make a difference here. There's just too many heroes. They break his cover. Analog breaks his neck there with that last enchant totem.
I like that you actually brought that up. I think this doesn't make as much difference as the other sequence where we are talking about getting the pipe and the 4 stuff.
Yep.
So I think the pipe one has a lot more value in getting it early, whereas if you're comparing upgrading the Trankles and drums into the bongo boots and getting the 4 star, I think this one doesn't really.
Yeah, because they
has a
do
bigger
similar
deal.
things. They do similar things. Okay, here we go.
And
Vatoon finally getting involved here. There
needs
is an
one
Echo
creep.
Slime ready to be
Kill the
used.
creep.
Analog, he's going to Echo, but it's not going to matter. Vatoon outfights and takes down the mid, basically solo. Lupsi was
He
there.
almost killed one more creep, you know, then he would have actually gotten the Blade of Alacrity, so he didn't lose any gold. Ace. Yuma picks it up. Nicely done.
Yeah, solo
There's no way
is
out for you,
just going to
Solo.
die. Not much you could do there.
Bro, he already tanked the gang, I guess. Some way. And now
Jungles
the
going
20-minute
hunting.
mark.
He
Tormentor
didn't
is
cancel
up.
the blink. He's got to be careful for a toss back. Careful though. Rubik canceled his TP. So now Heroic can move a bit more confidently here. Even without
they
the
want the
Shaker, they're going to go for Tormentor. Is this going to be contested though? No, not quite, as the
Ooh,
Avalanche
Shadow
is going to
Demon.
come in too late.
Gaben loves him. The first shot is given to Sheldy, one of the best ones in the game. Now you get the cleanse and the heal. It's very useful at removing like the slow from the tiny toss. Infernal Blade. So it has a lot of value in this game.
It's true. Yeah.
They're already
Open
having
wins.
so much problems, you know, for
Decrep?
to kill anyone from hero, you know, and now it's gonna be even harder with the shot on Shadow Demon.
Very good. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, it just feels so bad. I think if you're Pugna this game, it seems like your entire kit is now basically neutered as a result of King Jungle's existing. What's he gonna do?
Yeah.
You know?
You know, at what point we're gonna have the Glimmer Cape counter?
Well, we're at one
gonna-
right now, I believe. King Jungles
I
has
think there's
his.
second one coming up. Someone's getting another one.
I don't
I
see
mean,
it
Morta's
yet.
queuing another one. On Radiant,
fair
I
enough.
guess Pugner eventually will get one. He's gonna get caught now. Out of Atos.
Yep, no Glimmer Cape for him, only another death. Oh, okay, Serenata jumps in. Didn't have any spells,
that was
though.
risky. Okay, he's gonna die.
And
Wait.
now he's going to die. Little save your buddy syndrome there.
Yeah, new
As,
players, you know,
Saren.
they still need to get punished a couple of times for save your buddy syndrome before they learn to
Yeah.
leave their supports.
Yep, that's
Especially
true,
if it's
even
solo,
if it
you
is
know?
solo. Yeah.
You see Solo doing something, pushing out the wave, you know that it is not your
Let him
place to
cook.
help him, you know.
Let him cook. He's more of a solo act, you know? No pun intended.
Well, that's how he plays, you know. Push out dead lanes, keep blood grenades in his inventory. Well, actually not this game, on the Pugner.
No,
But literally,
no.
he's giving his blood to his teammates, you know, by healing them in the team fights.
That's true. Uh-oh, he's going to just die again. Solo, you
Okay.
madman. Analog's like, is this real? Chat, is this real?
Yeah, he's just, I guess he kind of lost the plot, you know. Just felt like he didn't really have a purpose, you know. That's the problem when you don't really have timings. Yeah. And you're up against this Enigma type of hero, which is snowballing the team fights, snowballing the towers, you know, he's taking everything. It can be quite hard to find purpose in a game if you're playing like a Pugner. Because Pugner wants to fight, you know. And if you're not supposed to fight, then your best next option is to just try to push out the creep waves, right? Which is what he was trying to do. Trying to go to the garbage farm, collect it. Hopefully that the enemy's going to commit a lot of heroes and your other cores can farm on the other lanes.
Except he got caught in the trash compactor. It was like episode 4, but like a non-happy ending version.
What?
You know, Star Wars, when they get in the trash compactor. This could be a catch. Hold on. But I don't know. You must got a VKB. Okay. Blink gets canceled, but... Oh, it doesn't get canceled, actually. And instead, it's Vitoon who gets canceled by the Black Hole of Whisper. They will mop up the Rubik next as they go hunting for even more. Lies is underneath a ward here, so they've seen him. But they'll know that he's going to get all the way back. He's got no business trying to defend that tier 2 tower now. Oof.
This game is getting ugly, Mr. Garcia. Things are looking
Yes, it is.
worse and worse with every minute passing, you know, for 9 panels. They have to try to I think, defend the high ground at this point, you know, try some toss in, you know, toss back, and then hopefully in the team fights, you're going to expose them and slowly pick them off.
Yeah, definitely. Try and find a position where the Shadow Demon's, you know, positioned a little bit too aggressively, or if he's pushing bottom and your enemies are top. That circumstance is a little bit, you know, you have to pity them a bit because they had that observer ward down, which kind of gave them a false sense of security, making that jump onto the Ursa. They certainly weren't expecting the jump to come from the Enigma. That sucks. But it is what it is. That's part of the game, you know. They took a risk and it didn't pay off for them.
It's always a good play, I mean, to take risks when you're losing, you know. I feel like when you're losing, at some point of the game, you need to figure out how to get out of the hole and you have to take risks, you know. That's just how it is, you know.
This could be a jump. Who will they find, though? They see the warrior, the courier, sorry. See Schofield. They want analog. Serenata's just a moment too late. Just a moment. Instead, Vitoon, he finds Schofield, who will pierce the veil. Okay, Deadshot almost catching that tiny, but he gets around it. It'll allow him to blink in 2 seconds. Schofield, into the trees he goes. Serenata blinking after him. This time he finds his man, but the pathing didn't really work out for him there. Now it's Liza's turn to jump on in. In the meantime, the Heroic is just farming the other side of the map. They could not care less. This is just Schofield dying after all. But it does give 1,000 golds to the enemy team. That's how big of a net worth lead we're looking at this point.
Is this the equivalent solo death? The Schofield death?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, Schofield's always the master of it. Normally, he's on some pos 4 dying on the other side of the map, you know? This time, he's a Muerta. A melee, I should say, pos 4, you know, like some clockwork shaker. That's normally where you see him.
They're TPing back. They're trying to take the fight here. 9 panels. They're bringing 5 heroes, but I feel like Hero can still win the fight with 4 heroes. Black Hole is on cooldown, but I think with good positioning, they might be able to still take the fight. You know, if they fight under their own ward, they're retreating for now, trying to, I guess, get a high ground ward somewhere to fight. Okay, actually, maybe not. They're just avoiding, playing it safe, waiting for Schofield to rejoin the team. Wait, he TP'd to the outpost. Holy, he's so far away.
Wow. What a gamer. What a move. He was so confident making that TP. I'm not sure why. He could have just TP. He could have just
didn't even
TP'd to
have
his
a
own
ward.
outpost. You're going to go to
Bro,
Roche anyway, bro. Just meet him.
He didn't even have a ward on the outpost, so he somehow knew no one's there, you know, and he just TP'd.
Just read the map. Just read the map, brother. I think this is especially hard for Nine Pandas because one way that they can win a fight is by just kind of like bulldozing in, putting down an observer ward, getting vision on one of these squishy backliners and blowing them up. Like that's doable for them in this kind of a team fight. But the problem is now that they've tried that 2-3 times, they're actually kind of running out of observer wards to make this move. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Solo doesn't. They don't have any.
Yeah, also in the team fights, they kind of have to use the observer wards to kind of find the Earthshaker, right? Because he's going to be jumping
Exactly,
around.
yeah.
I think if you're the Doom, you have two heroes that you want to Doom. You either want to Doom the Earthshaker or you have to Doom Enigma. I think Ursa is the last call that you would be considering Dooming. So you need to see them, right, in the team fights for you to be able to decide. And now Yuma is going to have an Aegis, so he has a second life. So you're definitely not going to consider Dooming him at all.
Radiant's top tower is under
So the wards are going to be very important, you know, because they need to see the Enigma and the Earthshaker. I think probably Shaker will be the important hero to Doom, and then you leave the Rubik to deal with the Enigma in case he gets a black hole off.
I agree.
are scanning.
Yeah, we still
Earthshaker
haven't really
just-
seen any
Bro, the
standout
Earthshaker
plays
has
from the
a glimmer
Rubik.
now.
Oh, okay. Okay, what do we
That's
at? 3 then? It's 2? I thought there was a third. Isn't Schofield building one? Oh no, he changed his mind. He's gonna build as a core. Oh, okay. They've caught Solo. Oh, just 2 seconds. Just let him take the rune, guys. You can't have anything
Nope.
in this world, man.
You can't take what does not belong to you, my friend.
And Yuma got the other one. They're TPing. They're going to the output. These are long TPs. King Jungles, he's caught someone, though. It's Serenata. He can blink away, but the fissure just in time. And now there is no escape here for the Tiny. Toss out buys him an extra second. The dead shot, 4-step away from Lupsy, but Analog, he predicted it. Blinks forward even. He's looking for more. Echo Slime onto 2. Nearly good for the kill onto the Rubik, but instead, Vatoon will jump inside and give him that extra HP and move speed
they
to
got the Doom
live.
off.
Doom over on the backside. That is going to be onto the Enigma. Hadn't dropped this black hole quite yet. Pipe of Insight is buying him valuable time as Analog is going to show back up. There's going to be the disruption to save him for a bit longer. Can they actually save his life? They cannot. He is going to drop. Vatoon picks up a nice meaty kill there. Gets a 4-staff away as Lupsy, that was his own dead shot, is going to prevent anyone from chasing further. Good sequence of events, all things considered. I mean, it's a 2-for-1, a heavy trade, but they at least get some action online here for Vatoon. Big kill.
I mean, Yuma's gonna make it another kill, you know, after the tower that's jumping in.
That guy, he just
and
disappeared.
telling them, you have no right coming to defend your tower. This is our
Disappeared.
tower, says Yuma. Destroys the Rubik.
Yeah. What was that? There's 5 auto attacks in a second. 1,000 damage. He is just gone. No chance.
Power of the furry swipes plus overpower. Just disappear.
Yeah.
And the Rubik is just not really doing much, you know, in this game, you know. Considering
No.
that it's the last pick, 24th pick.
Schofield. They don't. Okay, they do see him. No! The toss not in time. And the dead shot, it came out before the toss could. He's left tossing a Alpha Wolf. That is
So that's
not
1-1 right now.
good.
Schofield versus Team Radiant.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
He got away
Ole
this
Schofield.
time.
That was very nice.
How many times on average do you think Schofield escapes compared to him dying? You think he escapes more than he dies?
No, I think it's under 1, but I think that's the wrong stat to look at. I think it's what is the team doing while Schofield is creating space, because usually it's something very good. Yeah, sometimes you'll look at a winning game for Schofield and he'll have like 22 deaths, you know? And you look at a losing game and he's got like 2 deaths. What matters? Throne matters. Throne matters, okay?
Yeah.
Not KDA.
Bottom tower is under
KDA does not matter, you know. As long as you get the W at the end of the game, that's what counts.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. They're trying to go for a sneaky move here. They are quite split up. They tried to catch Analog there, but he gets the jump away in time. And now they are slightly awkwardly split here. Panda is able to get themselves back to their own high ground safely, however, as they've lost their second Tormentor of the game, which just sucks because honestly, I think they have pretty good Tormentor upgrades this game. The Pugnuz is not really anything to talk about this game. I guess increased cast. Oh, hold on. That's a toss back. Doesn't matter. Analog tosses himself back over. They will, however, put Yuma on the wrong side of the fissure, but he simply walks away. Man is so confident. He's got his BKB in his backpack right now on this Ursa Warrior. Still has that Aegis for another minute.
The man needs Battlefury to farm, Dagger to kill, MKB to kill, Basher to kill, you know. So very clearly he has no slot for BKB.
King Jungles finally manages to scout the enemy vision. He gets rid of it using his Gem of True Sight, which has made this game even more oppressive for 9Pandas at this stage when you're kind of in a bit of a chokehold, you know, left turtling your base, trying to find and make these moves.
And not much they can do here, you know. They're just trapped and they're just waiting for the next
Dire are
high ground attempt from Heroic. So you'd have to try to toss someone in and hope for the best, you know. Whereas for Heroic, I think the main thing is just to make sure that no one else but the Ursa can get tossed in. I think Ursa is the only one that can kind of hit the
Can
tower
survive a toss in.
and survive the toss back, yeah. The
This
rest
is a
are
good
just gonna
timing,
wait.
though. Aegis has just been reclaimed. We see it, 9Pandas smoking out Batoon. He's upgraded his arsenal. He's playing now with that full Ag Scepter, so he can jump inside of enemies,
Yeah,
which
he is very,
may or may
very
not
strong.
be good.
And he
Oh,
also
this
has
is
an
perfect. This is
armlet.
perfect. If they can catch Yuma, smoking breaks. They jump onto Yuma, but he does get off that Enrage and BKB.
Oh,
he's
he's
doomed
keeping
up.
up.
They have no way to cancel the TP. He's just gone. Oh, what a reaction
Oh,
time for him. Is
no.
it going to matter, though? Oh, no. Batoon, he jumped inside. Oh, it's like the world's worst Kinder Egg, and he's going to just go to the fountain. I didn't realize that he had jumped inside of Yuma.
Yeah, that is very, very unfortunate there. Very good heads-up play by Analog there. Coming back to help the Ursa.
Oh, Whisper. He outmaneuvers Serenata there. The blink. He's going to turn. He's got a black hole. I don't even think he needs it here. He's going to drop it anyway as soon as the BKB is completed now. Does need to try and get it back a bit here. Serenata living just barely by the skin of his teeth. Look, King Jungles is the one running him down. And in the meantime, Lei's doing decent damage now onto this Enigma as King Jungles does get the kill basically by himself there at the end onto the enemy mid laner. Lei just has to BKB and TP away. And this... I mean, it's just all falling apart here, Winter.
You have to be very, very careful how you use your infest, you know, when you have the axe on anything, because they can always BKB and TP out, and you can't really pop out, you know?
He jumped in at the very end. It was like a last-minute decision to jump in. He thought he could try and kill him in the fountain, and to be fair, I guess he was pretty close. Oh, that's brutal.
What would you rate the risk-reward factor of that infest?
Hard to say, man.
90% risk, 10% reward.
Oh, hard to say. Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes you gotta put it all in. You know, like you say, you gotta make risks. You gotta win big. Oh, that is just brutal. And again, another dead shot. At least he connects it there, but I don't know, man. It's just been such a tough game here for 9Pandas. Nothing's really been going their way. 35 minutes in, 6-26, nearly a 30 Kenworth lead now for Heroic. It's all worked out beautifully for them, hasn't it? How did we get here, Winter? It felt like, what, one good laning stage from Whisper and Schofield, and all of a sudden we're here?
Dire are scanning.
Pretty much. I think it got snowballed by also the fact that the top lane with the Rubik and Doom Rubik dying twice, it kind of allowed the Shadow Demon to make the early gate move at 4 minutes to kill the tower at 5 for the Enigma.
Bottom tower
Everything
is
just
under
kind of
attack.
felt like they were in full control, you know, as soon as the Enigma killed the tower, and they kind of 5-man top. Enigma, after killing his tower, I like the next move that he made. He killed the tower and he kind of repaired his team, you know. He gate and he went back top and helped them kill the tower on the top lane. And then
Yeah,
he was also
with
at
like
mid.
a one-man solo black hole, right? But
Yeah,
like
and
just
he also went
the
mid.
cause and effect.
It's just how you have to repay your team, right? Your team gives you the resource. You get a good heads-up start. They give you the gold and the XP, and then you have to kind of repay them, you know, at some point. And this is what is the result of the early game, you know, that was played by Heroic. They were able to snowball and kind of put 9Pandas in a situation where I felt like they were never really in a position where they felt like they could really contest, you know. Heroic, they tried,
Right.
they took a couple of very risky moves, but it just didn't really work out for them, you know. And now they're trying to make
Yeah.
a smoke move and hopefully trying to catch a hero before Roshan spawns, so maybe they can steal Rosh.
Just a
Because
touch
Roshan is
too
gonna
early, though.
spawn.
He hasn't even spawned yet. Yeah, unlucky.
Yeah, just looking for a pick off here. And Heroic is just 5 men together, you know. They have the gem, they're just trying to play around their vision, and now Enigma has Lincoln, so you don't even have the opportunity to Doom and you know,
Right.
stop the back
And
right now.
Heroic can just ring the doorbell and force him back at any moment. They could just start pushing bottom. In fact, mid and bot are both about to push in. However, Vitoon, he is underneath a ward here. Yuma knows there's an enemy lurking nearby in these woods, and these are his woods, but he also needs to play with his team. Roche is going to go to the victor of this next team fight.
It's a quick Roche. Let's see if 9 Pandas can actually sneak it. And
I don't think they can do it fast enough.
Way too slow.
This could be disastrous against an Earthshaker, against an Enigma. This is so risky. But what choice does 9 Pandas have as the wraparound nearly complete at this point from Heroic? Smokes are breaking Vitoon. He is going to not get silenced here. Does get that Enrage off at the very least. Serenata, though, not as lucky. Gets jumped into the Abyssal. The Doom, no, doesn't come out in time because of the Echo Slam. And he doesn't even get the Doom. No, he does at the end. But Analog, he has just destroyed this team fight. That's 2 down already. Solo, he can do nothing as he is black holed alongside the Rubik. And only Vitoon managing to escape into the jungle, but Solo will throw in the towel. That is GG, well played. Heroic, they will take game number 1.
Yeah, very, very well done, by Heroic from start to finish, very clean Dota game. Very, very clinical game. They didn't really give their opponents much of a chance, or even much of a peek in coming back into the game, They played the laning phase very, very well, especially the side lanes, and after that, they were able to take the towers with the Enigma, snowballing with the Enigma. They took towers, they took Roshan, and they just, choked 9 Pandas out of the map the whole time, and they just couldn't really find a move back into the game. And it's just a very well played game, by Heroics.
Yeah. I mean, I don't ever like really breaking down games this simply, but I think kind of Heroic just outclassed 9 Pandas a bit here, right, in this game. It was a stronger laning stage. I think a stronger draft. I'm not sure, really, unfortunately, that the Rubik ended up panning out as well as they thought.
That was kind of also another... But I guess the Rubik kind of had his purpose in the game, but because he was so poor, he was just so poor because the game didn't start well for him, man. Yeah, and that was pretty much it. They were playing catch up from the get-go, and it's tough, as a Rubik.
Yeah, no, not the kind of hero that wants to be playing catch up, especially when you can't steal
the other thing I would say is when they lost the early game, maybe one thing they can do is because the Lifesteal kind of naked rush the Radiance. Maybe what he could have done is bought an armlet to fight with the team instead. So maybe they have a small little chance to fight and come back during the dagger timing of the Tiny Serenade. So maybe they have armlet plus the dagger, and then they try to go for, because you can't expect that I am behind from the early game and then I'm just going to farm my way back into the game. Right? You have to eventually find a move. You kill a hero, you steal Roche, or you get a tower, and then you slowly claw yourself back into the game. So if you actually get the armlet, maybe you have a better chance of the game. If you try to go for the Radiance, it means that your team is going to be AFK for quite a long time before you can actually try to fight back.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, maybe that was going to make the difference. Maybe we're just also seeing kind of a newer 9 Pandas come together. I actually double-checked, and this is a different roster that played the qualifiers. So, maybe it's just a little bit of a learning curve for them here, as they only have, I think, a few games from the Wallachia quals together as a team. We'll see how they get going, as 9 Pandas continue to try and amend and build their team, as Heroic has taken them down in Game 1 over BO2 series. Do stick around, folks. It'll be about 5 minutes, and when we come back, we'll have game number 2 ready to go. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Dream League Season 25. We are now just getting underway with Group A. Thanks for joining us here over on the Earth stream, as it's me, So You Can Strike, and joining me is Winter to bring you to the start, anyway, of today's matches. Winter, let's maybe focus a little bit on Heroic here. I think, we kind of talked a lot about basically, things that were a little lacking on the side of Nine Pandas. But what about Heroic kind of stood out to you a little bit more about that game?
I think mostly just how they snowball their advantage that they kind of obtain from the lanes. I think that's pretty much it. It's a very straightforward game, very clean game. I think they didn't really have to do too many difficult things. They just won the lane, they snowball. They played really well, beautiful Dota. They connected their heroes very efficiently. And the first 3 tier 1 towers, I think those are the things that you want to emulate when you're trying to become a top team. You have to be able to do that, be able to connect all your players onto a location without really wasting too much time. So I think they did that really well. And after that, it was just a piece of cake, Not to take anything away from Nine Pandas, but they just couldn't really do anything, after that point. They have to wait for the Radiance, then they have to wait for his SNY, then he had to buy air games, then he bought an armlet, a lot of the lead that they gave away from the start, they just couldn't recover, so they kind of didn't really have much to, play around. And apart from solo, just doing solo things, he's trying to push out waves and buy time, for his teammates to catch up. But I think apart from that, they didn't really, connect on any of the, if I'm not mistaken, they didn't really get any ganks, right, off the dagger on the Tiny.
No,
they couldn't really find any moves, so that was kind of a problem. Sure, they lost the lane, but after they hit their dagger timing on Tiny, I think they couldn't really get anything done, And after that, your lifesteal just needed more time to farm. So you're just compounding the lead that your opponent has, and you have to try to find your way back into the game. And it just became really tough. They lost the Roche fight as well, so just nothing really going in their favor.
Yeah, I think that's very true. Yeah, it just didn't really feel like they had a move to make. What was it? No tells. Like, you always have to find moves, right? Like, you have to have a move to make in the game.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned maybe what they could have done is to
Armlet
not
first.
get the naked radiance on the lifesteal and try to get armlet and try to fight and use the armlet plus the dagger timing. Maybe that is why
some
we
infest
didn't
bomb,
really feel. Yeah, that's why we didn't really feel anything from the dagger, from the Tiny, because he felt like he couldn't really play with anyone. And the overwhelming team fight from Heroic was also quite evident, right? After Whisper got his drums plus pipe, just literally feel like it already blocks all the Tiny's magic damage with the toss, and then you have the doom, and then you have everything else is magic, the Rubik and the Pugna. So who's gonna kill the heroes, when they
You've got a good point. You've got a good point, especially because you look at the 5 individual heroes of Heroic: an Ursa, a Shaker, an Enigma, a Muerta, and a Shadow Demon, in case you forgot. All 5 of these heroes have a way where, if you give them a half a second, they're going to do something really annoying that's going to ruin the kill, individually, let alone if they're together, right? And when you're only expecting a Tiny to get that solo pickoff play with maybe a Rubik giving a zap from long range, or maybe a Pugna to assist with a toss back, it felt really difficult. I felt like you're right. It looks a lot easier if there's a lifestealer involved who's able to infest bomb and almost guarantee that first kill.
I think if we exclude the draft, we are just looking at, okay, how could they have played better? Let's just not talk about what they could have picked.
Sure.
I think that is probably the first thing I would talk about with the players. Maybe we could have gotten an armlet, and because you are in a different type of scenario, right? This is not an ordinary game, because you start the game and then it's just disaster, right? You lost the top lane so badly, so you kind of have to find a way to play the game, right? And I feel like going their naked radiance was just putting too much pressure on your team they're gonna need to do more for you, right? And remember before the game started, when we were kind of briefly discussing about carry roles, and I mentioned that as a carry player, you kind of expect everyone to just make space for you, right? And the modern way of playing carry is you have to give back to your team as well, or you have to help your team create the space, right? You create create space for your team, and then your team creates space for you. So I think with the armlet, he could have maybe not a 100% do it, but maybe he could have joined some
participated
fights. Participated with the dagger from the time, and maybe they get 1 or 2 pickouts, and the whole game would have been completely different. But instead, what happened was the Pipe Enigma literally snowballed and destroyed the whole map, and they couldn't fight at all. Yeah.
Yep. And we'll see what kind of heroes they're going to give themselves here to try and play a bit more of an active game as 9Pandas heading into draft of game number 2, down 1-0 to Heroic. As we have, I believe, our draft, yes, indeed, in front of us. We'll take a look at some of the players, how they're settling in for their second game. First early game, these gamers, what is it, 1 p.m. over there, I think, right, for them, assuming they're Central European time at the moment. First game, warm-up game. Warm-up game, Winter. This is the one that counts. This is the one that needs to count for 9Pandas. Anyway.
No excuses, Richie, No such thing as warm-up game. You think they just wake up and the first game they play is the official game? You don't think that they are responsible athletes, They wake up early, they get a pub or two before the official game, get warm-up,
It's okay. It was the nerves. It was the nerves. And actually, to be honest with you, I think maybe, look, I don't know if it was really nerves, but I think Serenata getting used to this elevated level of play, there he is himself.
That's actually true as well. Because in a game like what happened in the first round, it's very important that as the Tiny, you kind of, because everyone is going to be waiting for you, right? And you kind of have to, I think, play like an off lane. I think that's the easiest way to describe it. So the Tiny becomes an off lane in those sort of game, and you kind of have to just let the Doom and the Lifesteal farm. And maybe he wasn't really entirely comfortable with that scenario. So this is what was banned by Heroic in the first phase last game, because 9Pandas love this hero. And now the moment they have the opportunity to snag it up, they're gonna pick it. So let's see if Heroic responds with something to deal with the Clock's lane, or they pick. There's a lot of like Imba heroes in the pool, but they seem to really like their Shadow Demon, which I don't think it's like gonna be like the same for every team. I think Shadow Demon is not the standard of Imba heroes that you want to snatch up right away. It's just so many, We mentioned like the Bounty. We mentioned what else did we mention?
Well,
like
Nyx, right?
The Invis heroes, but then Nyx is banned here, so no Nyx. So that's Bounty. There is like also Phoenix. Some teams rate Phoenix really highly, which I also feel like Phoenix is very, very strong. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of heroes that could be really viable opening picks. SD is not like bad or anything. It's just not the most common one now. It used to be very common like a couple of months ago, but it kind of got demoted now. But KJ, kind of the man you see in the screen, he played really well on the SD the last game, having the crucial disrupt save on the top lane when he TP'd to save Yuma when Yuma got doomed.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that allowed Yuma to have a flawless game. I think he went 16-0 and something on the Ursa. So he is probably feeling pretty grand.
Yeah.
Whereas for 9Pandas, they're all sitting next to each other. They're got to get motivated, get ready to go. They play a second game later today, of course, after Group B plays. So this isn't all we're going to see from them. It's all you and I are going to cast of them. But, of course, we'll see them later. So it's important to still keep spirits up.
Ban out the Puck. Interesting. Usually when I see Puck bans, usually the team wants to pick Invoker because Puck kind of counters Invoker. But then 9Pandas have the 18 pick, right? So if you want Invoker, you can pick it on 18. So you don't have to worry about Puck. So other than that, I'm not really sure why they banned the Puck. I mean, the Berserker is kind of still okay, because Berserker is kind of like strong in the meta right now. Or maybe you want to pick Pango or something along those lines, That's why you ban the Berserker. But Puck is kind of like, maybe it's Pango, right? Because they ban Berserker and Puck. Even though Puck is like not very common in this phase ban. Usually you ban it if you're Heroic, because you second pick and you don't have the 18, right? You pick 16, 17.
Yeah.
So you don't want to deal with the Puck.
Well, Serenata is an Invoker player, just for the record. Again, new, very, very, very new player. His most played hero is now Tiny with 10 matches.
He's probably going to be looking for the Invoker here. Probably it's based on the Puck ban here. But we'll see, for Heroic right now. So they removed the Lycan in the second phase ban. SD, like we mentioned in the previous draft, doesn't really handle, Zoo heroes very well. And Shaman and SD. Not the most common duo. I think the trend is more towards a melee 4 and a range 5. So Shaman plus SD, I think they are kind of overlapping in a lot of ways because they're both very strong in the team fights. And you have a save, SD has a save, Shaman has a save, and they're both weak against Clockwork, so I can't say I'm the biggest fan of picking those heroes into Clock. So let's see if 9 Pandas can kind of disrupt these two backline heroes, Like immediately you're going to be thinking about the clockwork hook shot, so you need follow-up to kill them. So heroes like Spectre or heroes like Zeus, all these like global type of heroes come to mind, so you can eliminate all those pesky backline support heroes that can save. So the Pango is going to be here, so Pango kind of deals with them well. So that explains the Puck plus Berserker ban. And so they're going to pick the other support here, which is, Phoenix is still in the pool, so why not? One of the best position 5 heroes at the moment. This big team fight, big damage, good lane.
Yeah, you said he was even, what did you say earlier? You think he's one of the stronger heroes right now? You rate him very highly, I think is exactly what you said.
Even in win rates, the hero has a very high win rate. He's very strong as off lane, can be good mid, depending on the lane matchup.
Yeah.
If you ask Perivision, they're gonna pick off lane Phoenix in most cases.
How do you rate this hero in terms of like their draftability? You like, for example, we always say Doom's a nice hero to like blind pick. Are you like, how would you rate this hero like in a draft? Does he need to be like
as a
an
core
18?
Phoenix or a support?
No, just in general. Like, is this an easy hero to draft? Do you think that makes him any
Yeah.
better? Okay.
He doesn't really need too many things, Sure, you want to complement the Phoenix with like a carry which can enable the Phoenix at level 1, right? Something like Phoenix plus Gyro. I think an example, just trying to give an example, right? Because Gyro kind of flags the first wave. So you kind of help the support which is weak at level 1, and then you get past that, right? So this is kind of like an easy example to go to.
Okay.
So that's what you want. And
We'll have
right now,
reply with the Ember Abba.
yeah, Ember. Ember is a very, very strong hero now on offlane. One of the strongest offlane heroes at the moment. The non-Zoo offlaner, because he's just very strong in the lane with the passive, and he kind of counters certain heroes. He does kind of counter the Phoenix Sunray a little bit, and you can shield the Fire Spirits, so which is always nice. Yeah, very, very strong hero. A snowballing hero because he takes towers quickly. Kind of like an Enigma in a way, right? Because you can kill the towers. Like you use the gate, you help the Abaddon kill the lane one time, and then you take the tower, and then the game just feels very easy to play from there on.
Very easy. I don't know. Part of why he pushes so well, by the way, is of course Curse gives a little bit of attack speed to units also attacking the Curse target. I don't know if that works on Egg because it's like a ward type. Yeah, I don't know if it works on wards. So
probably not.
Yeah,
and they're gonna go for their lifestealer again. This time around the lane is going to be much better. Clockwork lifestealer or Phoenix lifestealer, depending on what they want, is going to be very good into the, I presume, Abaddon plus Shaman here. So I think he's going to have a much better start, V-Tune, this game, compared to the previous game. Oh, actually, they also opt to ban out the Enigma. So they think that the Abaddon could be a carry, which is true to a certain degree. Some teams do. Like, I think it was Falcons that put Skitter on Abaddon in a couple of their games recently. So yeah, so there's definitely that possibility. And if you do that against an offlane Pango, the Abaddon is going to destroy the Pango. Like, Pango cannot lane into the Abaddon. The Abaddon is just going to eat him alive. So there's going to be that in the back of their mind as well for 9 Pandas before they decide what is their 23rd pick here. So if I am them, I'm probably going to put the Pango in mid, even though Pango against Ember is Ember favorite lane. But you just do that and you pick another offlaner that can lane into Abaddon. I guess. What do they need? They need. I don't think they need more damage, but they just need someone that can sit in the lane against Abaddon. Is there any...
Some Timber hero, maybe?
Yeah, Timber hero. Timber is kind of good into Abaddon.
Yeah.
But
yeah, but just doesn't want to get
you
near
don't know
him.
if the Abaddon is going to be carry, right? So that's also the other issue.
Yeah, carrier
the
off.
Abaddon could go off lane. So that's the advantage of the heroic pick here with the Abaddon. 16 with Ember 16, 17. Abaddon is flex, so it makes it difficult for 9 Pandas to complete their draft with the 23rd pick here.
Right. Yeah,
unless they can come up with another hero that can flex also. But I don't think that's going to be likely.
Do you think 9 Pandas have a preference? We'll see. They've banned one of each. They've banned a Morph and an Enigma.
Preference. If I have a preference, I'll probably pick like some, maybe Centaur. I don't know. Like Centaur feels like it could work with the oral strategy. You can disengage, run away from the purge, the demonic purge, and reassess the situation. It's kind of decent with their heroes. And Lifestealer is going to, you know, if he's going to go Radiance and everything, so you have double offlaners to make space for you, so it's going to create a lot of time for you to farm. Oh, they go for the Lina, which is a way greedier pick, but it's going to punish.
Yeah.
So what they're doing to do here is going to punish the lane. They want to punish the Ember's lane and try to immobilize their draft, because Heroic is going to be, if you have Abaddon on your either of your side lanes, he doesn't have a stun, right? And you're going to be heavily reliant on your Ember to make moves. So they're trying to stop the Ember from making moves by giving him a hard lane with the Lina. But the downside is they're going to be very greedy with Lina, Lifestealer going Radiance, and then you have an offlane Pango, which I think is going to run into a Abaddon problem. If I'm Heroic, I'm going to put the Abaddon as a carry to destroy the Pango and then pick a new offlaner here, perhaps, if there is still any left.
They could use an egg hitter. I don't think they hit egg phenomenally well between these four heroes at the moment.
That is true.
Like,
I mean,
I just don't want them to have
hitter-
like a free team fight win on egg, but as an offlaner, I don't know.
I mean,
Not
there
come
is
to
still
mind.
Ursa, which could be okay here.
That's true.
But yeah, triple melee calls against egg.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, who comes to mind? I mean, Lina's an egg
I mean,
hitter.
the other
She's
hero
gone.
remaining is Terrorblade, I think. Terrorblade is okay into the egg and it's okay into Lifestealer.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that is the other hero. But their lineup is going to be also slower with the Terrorblade, I guess. You need to farm a lot
Yeah,
on the
'cause
hero,
the
but
morph's
you can kind
gone
of
as
push
well.
with the Abaddon if Abaddon gets to snowball on a lane. So Terrorblade could actually provide that for you.
Yeah.
I mean, apart from that, there's also TA. I think TA could be okay if they want to play
Okay.
faster pace.
I like the TA, actually. Okay, I was going to say Spectre, but I thought it was going to be too slow, too greedy.
He's not an egg hitter. He doesn't
Yeah.
deal with the egg at all, but he can kill the Lina. He can find her, shadow stab on her, try to focus her with the Ember. So basically what they're trying to do here is Abaddon is going to be pushing, pressuring towers, and then when Ember is ganking, the Spectre can kind of, you know, help the Ember get pick-offs so that they can slow the game down and eventually just try to break the map apart, right? Because you're forcing them to deal with the side lanes with the Spectre and Ember pushing the waves on even the Abaddon, and then after that you pick them up with the Shadow Step and the Ember rotations, whereas Lina is going to be vulnerable to this because Lina likes to play alone with Boost of Travel. So she's going to be vulnerable to this Ember plus Spectre ganking or even the Shaman ganking her with the Spectre. So she needs to be very careful. But on the other hand, if I look at both drafts as a unit, as a whole, I feel like 9 Pandas overall lineup feels a lot more balanced and easier to execute, whereas Heroic, they're going to be relying on a lot of things going their way, right? After the lane, say they're 50-50 the lane, they have to be able to set up the wards well from the side lanes to gank the Lina, because killing the Lina is going to be a very, very high priority task in this draft, you know, against this 9 Pandas draft. They need to be able to use the Ember and the Shadow Step to kill the Lina, to stop her from pushing and getting too much off the map. So it's going to be a lot of ifs for Heroic, whereas 9 Pandas, they have a much more straightforward path to victory. Do well in the lanes, which they look like they're going to be able to, at least on 2 lanes, you know, the Lifestealer and Lina are going to do well, and then after they get their items, they group up and play around the egg, you know, so and Lina is going to push out the waves.
I think it's a really interesting choice. I was still maybe preferring, like you suggested, keeping this Abba to lane into the Pango, because that's just a winning lane, that's just a winning hero. Drafting something to kind of deal with maybe this Phoenix Lina, some kind of jump hero, but they decide it's not worth it, right? Ultimately.
Choice. Yeah, maybe they felt like there's not much, because most of the offlaners were banned, so maybe they felt like there's not many other good options, you know, so they opted to go for the Spectre instead, which, I mean, it could work in theory still, but I would favor 9 Pandas lineup overall.
I see. Well, I think I'm going to have to agree with you here, and let's see how 9 Pandas can get things going as we get underway with game number 2 between Heroic and 9 Pandas. It was quite the wake-up call for 9 Pandas in game 1, if you missed it. 9 Pandas, what was it? It was something like 7-37. I mean, it was not a very close game, basically. We're hoping that this one will be a bit tighter, more team fight. Pretty good solo pickoff as well, this time from 9 Pandas. And I'm not talking about that position 5 player. I'm talking about that Lina, that new Serenata, that new talents that Solo is trying to bring onto the scene. We'll see how they get going here against this Heroic squad. Which, you know, I don't hate their draft either, but I do think, like you say, it's got problems. I think it's got problems.
Are you a fan of Schofield Shaman? You think this is a hero that is going to be suitable for him to play?
I don't know. I don't think it is, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's going to be blinking into the middle of fights, you know, hex shackling a bunch of people. The team's going to follow him in because it does seem like he needs to play not really that much of an initiating role, but he needs to be on scene
and set up kills for the Spectre.
Needs to be on scene and ready to go. If not the Ember, it's going to be him basically. What are we seeing here? What are we seeing? Some fights for this top rune here potentially. This is another sneaky move. Schofield managing to get around the side. It'll be 3 runes then at the start for Heroic as they do manage to outmaneuver 9 Pandas out of the gate.
Yeah, last game 9 Pandas tried to split their heroes up to take 3, but this time around they tried to do the same thing, but they lost out. They lost on the runes here, so unfortunate for them. So they're gonna have to just be contented with just 1 rune. It's not gonna be the end of the world. They still have like a pretty good mid matchup. Lina into Ember, they should be fine, and top lane Lifestealer into a balance should be okay as well. You know, so overall, I think they're gonna do good in the lane regardless of losing the bounty runes here.
If you are a Phoenix, you don't love the idea of trading into a Shaman because this is one of the highest attack range damages in the game. And you are still, I think, a 0 armor hero. And he's got 1 because of the sticks and the circlet. But, of course, it's a bit easier trading into with those fire spirits.
Yeah, also very nice that Whisper gave the Shaman the shield, so the Shaman can win the trade.
Where are they going?
Is he trying to put... What is he...
I have no idea. Oh, he might get the courier. He might get the courier.
I mean, if he's trying to pull the wave, he's late. So I'm not sure. I guess he just wants to drag. He thinks that it's okay to give Abaddon the 1v1 as long as the Phoenix is busy. So his plan is to keep the Phoenix busy and give Whisper a 1v1 against the Lifestealer.
Oh,
I mean,
you know what else is interesting? Lias has gone for double jump facet, as we've seen down bottom, over the Thunder roll. I'm not sure. I think for off lanes, this might be more popular.
Yeah, it's the better laning spell if you want to do well in your lane. I think we see a lot of like different facets based on the matchups. I think especially against Birdseeker, you see the double jump more. And then if you're not countered, usually a lot of players tend to favor the Thunderbolt. But we'll see, you know, the double jump definitely makes your laning phase a lot better.
Schofield reblocks the camp top. That's, I think, his main goal. He wants to keep that top lane locked down and blocked. That easy
so they
camp,
are playing like they feel like as long as they can 50-50 the lane, they're not trying to like pressure or win the lane. You know? As long as the Baron gets the wave, he can farm and they're happy. Looking at the CS score right now, Whisper is a little bit behind on the Baron, 8-3 against the 12-1. So he is still trying to keep up, and
just
Lotus
such a disgusting hero.
Respond.
I mean, look at this: 15% attack speed slow plus the Orb of Venom. It's just gross. I don't know if that's stacked additively or multiplicatively, but it's still a lot. It's Whisper's getting in basically 2 auto attacks per every 1 that Vatoon sneaks in.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage. You know, the DPS when you get the slow on him. And now the Lotus, Schofield is going to pick up the top Lotus, and Loopsy on 9 Pandas. Clockwork is going to pick up the bot, so 1 apiece on both sides.
Yep.
And how about our mid lane is Ember? Ember's actually not struggling.
No, he's not. I was going to say this when Heroic picked it, but Analog, I think he really made a name for himself on this Ember hero back during the Singapore TI. The team name escapes me, but I know that they did surprisingly well. I think they were in last chance qualifiers, if I'm not mistaken. That was the really long format TI we had. And I think they were really impressive, Heroic especially on mid-Ember.
I mean, this really doesn't really look like what I expected or in this lane matchup. I don't know if the matchup is supposed to be like this or Ember just kind of outclass, you know, the Lina here in this lane. Because Ember is, I feel like it's not supposed to do this spell, you know. And now, because of this good start, he is going to be able to do a lot in this game. And Schofield is already here to try and steal or secure runes. And Analog's going to get 1 rune, regardless.
Yeah, Whisper is just totally being chilling up top lane 2v1, honestly. He just doesn't care about the Phoenix at all, and Vatoon is getting whittled down by the curse. Schofield will return. I was going to say, I took a peek at Analog's Dota 2 Pro tracker. He has played 5 Ember games in the past, whatever, I think they do 13 or 14 days tracking. And he's won all 5 of them. He's played against Alina mid, he's played against a lot of other really annoying mids. And again, being a Grandmaster and being known for a hero, I think you have to end up going into these, poor matchups and get used to it.
Yeah,
I feel like there's like this learning curve to when you like start spamming a hero, where at first you know a lot and you're confident, and then there's that like valley of suck where you just have to get used to getting countered every game until you overcome that. Yeah. Where it's like you don't have any fun playing the hero anymore, and you just start losing more games because you're getting counterpicked. But then eventually you learn how to play into the counterpick. Solo, it's the Icarus dive away top lane. They had thrown the blood grenade at Whisper. It was a pretty eager attempt, as Whisper does get tagged by that last fire spirit. So just a lot of spells thrown at each other, but ultimately no one dying. Mid lane, though, there is action as King Jungles. He's come through, TP'd on in. He's got at least one more Shadow Poison ready to go for it, and does have the first blood. Lupsy is here in return, is going to get that kill onto the Shadow Demon, but it is going to be an earlier level 6 for Analog here, courtesy of his supports rotations.
Yep,
top lane, Solo. Oh, we get hit with a pause.
We're going to give you time, Solo, to think about your actions previously. And you're gonna die.
Screen black, I think is
black
what that
screen,
means.
I guess.
Okay, but we're good to go. And Solo, yeah, no chance to get out here. He did have the one, no chance to use it, though, sadly for him. So a 2-for-1 across the lanes.
It's going very well right now for Heroics. Early game once more. At least they're gonna get the bottom rune on the Lina. Shield rune.
Yeah.
So
Like
Analog
bully away Analog.
has to pick up the bounty here, or he could just go back to base, drop a remnant down, just get back to the lane. So he's gonna pick up both the bounty runes. Okay, so he has a remnant on top. This is how you know he's a Grandmaster Ember player.
Definitely. Yeah, you get 3 charges of the bottle, I get 4. How about that? Not bad. Schofield, he's really looking for an opportunity here. They will dive tower now. I mean, this is not a bad time with the wagon.
Just Schofield doing Schofield things, just shows himself.
Pretty much. It leaves Yuma completely alone down bottom, though, and 9 Pandas will completely take advantage of that. That's a very nice rotation from Solo, who now is going to go back top lane, where... Yeah, Vatoon, he does need a little bit of assistance. Schofield is the one currently in trouble, but simply walks away after the open wounds. What is that, level 1? Yeah, they don't really do too much there, do they? However, the wagon still assaulting this tier 1 tower. They're calling in more reinforcements. I believe that's the Clockwork joining the fray. It is. Scouted immediately by King Jungles, though. Trapped in the disruption. He is not going to be able to offer much. Another creep wave is almost kind of half cut. But the tower so far is still alive in the top lane. Now Serenata joining from the mid lane. A little cluster cluck action is not going to be able to save Schofield here.
Yeah, meanwhile Yuma is about to hit level 6, so he's about to be able to help his team from afar here. There's one more wave. Actually 2 more waves before he gets his level 6, so his team has to wait for that. Play for the AME runes. He's gonna even refill the bottle of Analog before they go for the runes. Yeah, once they have level 6 on the Spectre, the game is gonna get even more interesting for Heroic here. They can make more plays on the map.
Good job burning away that shield rune. 8-minute rune spawns in. It's an invis top. Analog's got the remnants. He's got the support nearby to make sure he gets that bottom.
Spectre bot.
Yeah, they're trying, at least before she can get level 6. Oh, she doesn't have a lot of regen left on. Over does hit level 6 here, but I don't think has a way out.
Wow.
As 4 heroes down bottom will bring her down.
He was trying to give vision on the Lina so the Spectre could shadow step over, because there's 4 heroes bot, right? So he couldn't shadow step bottom, so he needed to go like to the hero in the mid lane, the Lina. So the SD he was trying to give vision, but they couldn't get the vision, so he couldn't get out.
Nice moves from 9 Pandas early on, though. This time around, it's Yuma who's struggling more out of the gate, isn't he? That's his second death.
Yeah, because the Shaman abandoned him, or not abandoned, but left him to... I mean, not the Shaman, the Shadow Demon left him to make a move on the other side, and they were able to kill him. And now, again, Nine Pandas expecting that Heroic is going to try to play around the Shadow Step, and they went for the Spectre kill. Just a classic textbook play, right? You're playing into Dawn, Breaker, Spectre, those global heroes. You gank that hero instead of his team.
True. Yeah, true.
Now Whisper coming to the mid lane as well. We saw him making this move as Enigma the last game. Now making the same move as well when he's abandoned.
He's got the full orb of corrosion, he's got the phase boots, a lot of armor on this guy at the moment. And with the dispels, there's not much Solo can do about this tower going down. Won't be able to do much at all. So tower going down uncontested. It has given time for Serenata to finish farming the BOT, so bots online. As Schofield, again, he just loves tanking the tower here. Tower goes down to Analog. That is 2 towers again for Heroic, though, early on that go unanswered by Nine Pandas. Even if this laning stage is looking a lot more even, Winter, you can't deny that this is looking a little similar to Game 1.
You mean similar in terms of how they took the towers, right? Because
Yeah.
network-wise,
free?
it's not the same at all. Last game
Different
at
story
10
there, yeah.
Yeah, they were
Different
already
story
quite
there.
far behind.
My goodness, look at this. This damage. They're even trying to contest some of these runes. Whisper runs Vatoon out of the top lane. In the meantime, you can see Serenata getting some help defending the stacks, although Analog doing a pretty good job stealing as much as he can, basically just filling his arms with creeps and running away very quickly now with that haste rune, mind you.
Yeah,
No
it's
chance
slight
for this.
hurts, you know. Nina has no armor.
Look at him. There it is. He got okay. So annoying here, Solo. Just doing what he can, but not much to be done about that. Really, haste rune utilized decently well by Analog. Just runs around, steals a bunch of creeps. I don't think he's too unhappy there. Oh, they're going to look for a solo kill onto Solo. I say Solo until really Yuma joins in, but the Icarus dive was available. Lupsy gets blocked there by his wagon. Bit unlucky there. And so
And that's a good poke overall by Heroic. They force rotations, got a TP at mid, and yeah, I mean, this is space, you know, this is non-committal type of playstyle that Spectre has right now. It's very annoying. They have to try to make something now on Nine Pandas. Shadow Step is down, so they should try to take a tower.
it's interesting seeing like the Whisper versus Vatoon. They have like little slap fights where one of them will just hit each other a few times and then the other one will run away.
And then
But it's never
realize
consistent.
They can't
Yeah,
kill one
pretty
another.
much. Cogs will stop Whisper from getting any slows immediately, but he does actually still eventually find himself. Look at this, 217 move speed is, it just feels criminal. Another Rolling Thunder is ready. Lupsy still alive, but eventually goes down to the DOTs of Whisper. Serenata, he jumps in hoping for a kill, but unfortunately Whisper's rung his bell, and now he's ringing Serenata's bell. It doesn't last too long. Another Aphotic Shield, not good enough for the kill though. Serenata walks away, low on HP, but otherwise happy to have participated in the kill against the Abaddon.
Yeah, they have to be very careful. Solo's level 6, you know. They're going in, they're trying to kill the Phoenix. They have to kill the Phoenix before he pops the 8. They're going to succeed.
Yep,
and
nice job.
Another kill there, and another tower possibly here. Shaman's level 6.
Could be.
He's going to have
Could
his
be.
wards up. And Amber is, I guess, picking up all the runes here. Showing up with the Arcane rune as well this time. Yet
Yeah,
the
they will
haste,
go straight for the
last
tower.
time.
I can't tell you a lie though, Winter. Anytime I play Shaman, I still love going for the massive Serpent Ward. It's just so funny.
Oh, you told me this
Just-
2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago.
Big snake. Oh, it's so funny.
And I tried to argue that cluster, cluster clock is the better.
Cluster
facet,
clock,
and you're like,
it is
"No,
better.
no,
It is
no,
better."
no." And you're like, no, but I love having fun. You know, I have more fun with the other facet.
Big snake. Okay, I will say the only thing that's good about Big Snake is that everyone underestimates how tanky it is and how much damage it does. You need to click it like 20 times to kill it, which is ridiculous. And
I got,
it
you know,
also,
I got a snake visitor.
oh yeah.
Yeah, during Chinese New Year, something slid into my home.
Well, that's good, isn't it? Isn't that
Year of the snake.
auspicious? Yeah, right. I'd say that's probably auspicious. Batoon, I don't know if he wins these, but there is support coming from Lupsi. Whisper on the run now, has another ulti ready to go, so he'll be basically back to full HP here. Is going to eat a second Laguna Blade and just simply goes down again. Whisper slightly overestimating how strong he is here. Lies now, he's going to be the one in trouble. Gets hexed up, there's a Supernova behind to try and offer some support. They think they can take it down. King Jungles, he just runs in there. Okay, the rest of the team not on the same page.
I like the spirit, you know. He's
Yeah.
on Shadow Demon and like, guys, let's just hit the egg, and he's the only one doing it.
1-for-1 trade though against the offlaners. Solo also uses the egg in that fight. So a lot of poke and harass with some non-traditional poke and harass abilities.
Yeah, so now Analog has the Mage Slayer up. This is a huge timing on the hero. He's very, very strong and durable against the Lina. I think this is also the other reason why Ember kind of can deal with the Lina, because he buys the Mage Slayer, kind of limits the damage the Lina does in the team fights.
Oh, he's just murdering the Phoenix as well. If he gets up another Sleight of Fist, he might kill him here. I don't think he will. Illusions giving chase. Yeah, they have vision. Yuma, he gets
This
it.
is the Spectre Ember, you know, hunting around the map, you know. It's putting a lot of pressure on 9 Pandas at the moment. They kind of have to find a way to push out the lanes without, you know, showing on the map. And then
King
group up
Jungles.
and smoke, you know.
Oh, he hit him with the Demonic Purge. It's not going to stop this Rolling Thunder, of course, and it's
Nope,
not going to
it's
save the
not.
life of King Jungles either. Lies. Pardon me, finds another stun here, but only an additional, as that'll be the end of the Rolling Thunder. Misses big on that Swashbuckle. Solo does not have ults for 30 seconds. There's a Laguna Blade as Serenata offering support from behind. Batoon joining the fight. Still no Radiance to his name quite yet, but as damage. Serpent Warren's planted in the middle of his fight. Yuma now running on in as Solo. He realizes he needs to get out, cannot follow through there. Batoon, he is trapped on the wrong side of this fight. He dies completely by himself. As Analog, he is just too tanky with all these aphotic shields. Speaking of shields, Lays gets another off of that shield crash. They're trying to still survive in this fight, but it is just not going their way, Winter. 9 Pandas kited out and completely punished as Heroic basically break them over their knee. That was a brutal fight to watch.
That was like a perfect usage of their 3-cost item timing. So the Spectre on Yuma, he got a Orchid, and he's going to get another Shadow Step. He's going to get another pick up with the Orchid. And
Solo.
Whisper got a Dagger. So Dagger, Orchid plus the Mage Slayer, you know, on all 3 cores, you know, just utilizing that timing, you know, whereas if you compare that to 9 Pandas, they don't really have a timing, you know, in that fight, you know. Lina has the Travels, which doesn't really help.
Right.
Pango, okay, Echo Saber helps. And then Lifestealer is like, he has a Sacred Relic, you know, so he doesn't even
just
have
didn't add much.
an item completer, so he's not that useful in a team fight. So
They just get kited so bad. They should get kited so bad as well, because the biggest sense of control, the Rolling Thunder, was used so early for not really much gain. There was no Supernova because it was still on cooldown from when Solo did
they
it.
got the first kill. They killed, who was it? They killed the, I think, was it the Shadow Demon? They killed the Shadow Demon or the Shaman first. And after that, I think they should have been contented, right? They kill one hero and then they just need to back and farm, you know, instead of chasing. Because they are not that strong, you know. You need to realize you're not that strong. And I think I also mentioned this to you before, you know, in Dota, one of the hardest skills to master is knowing when you need to just back off and farm, you know, when you get a kill. And they just needed to be less greedy, but yeah, they couldn't do it, you know, and they paid the price.
Oh, Serenata. He sees a big stack he wants to try and steal here.
Whisper
Can
daggers out of
decide
the
if he wants to
cogs.
go for the kill. He's got to be a little careful here. They're going to go right back on in. Good damage onto 2. Self-disruption. There's going to be the haunt in. They're looking for Solo. Solo this time has an egg. Could look to potentially use this in the river as they stop that Rolling Thunder. Schofield, he's going to find himself with an egg on top of him. That's a very strong egg in the middle of the fight with the cogs as well. Going on through, completely zones Heroic out of the river. But now 9 Pandas on cleanup duty. Will find both supports first. Yuma does TP on in as Analog able to get through Lupsi. Yuma finds Serenata, in the fight as well. Solo running for his life. He's on the wrong side of the map, though. No TP for 4 seconds. I don't believe he makes it out alive here, Winter. He will be the last casualty of this fight. So Heroic,
the tree
happier with
cost.
that one.
The 3 costs from Heroic just, you know, proving to be much stronger. I mean, Spectre went out and he came back to the fight with a TP. He initiated with a Shadow Step. He got out, relayed it, and then he TP'd back into the fight, you know, after that, you know. So that was a very, very nice play there by Yuma, just kiting them. And with 9 pandas, I think you've already seen what they need to do. You know, they dropped an egg, it was a good egg. They fought under the egg, but after the egg ended, they needed to reset.
Oh no. Oh, you can't show. This is not your territory anymore, Lina.
Yeah,
Huge kill there.
The Spectre against the Lina matchup, you know, and the dagger on Whisper just means that they are able to abuse the Shadow Step even more, you know.
Are scanning.
This Lina has to respect the fact that he can actually die so easily. You have to just push from the hiding behind the trees and not show in the lane at all.
Here's that last fight again here on our replay, and you can just see once the two supports go down, look for the Spectre TP and back in here, right? That's the biggest difference maker. He just gets right on top of the Lina basically for free, doesn't he?
Yeah, they just needed to back, you know, like very similar to the previous fight. They got kills, they used the egg, and they had to back.
Nice hex there, just in the nick of time. They even actually got him right as he started casting Icarus Dive, so he can't really do much. He's actually still alive. Does manage to turn. Clustercluck saves Schofield for a second, but Solo Schofield goes down as well, as it seems like trapped inside of the snakes. Oh, very good infest to save the life there. Okay, but they're still like skirmishing. I mean, Analog's at an amplified damage, and he's happy to continue fighting here. At least throwing in these big damage sleight of fist.
Yeah, they're gonna have another Shadow Step up in 25 seconds, you know, so probably best to wait for that and play with that. Just go back, chill a little bit, be disciplined, just wait for your cooldowns. And now Analog has another rune, Illusion Rune. So that's going to, I guess, be... What can he dispel? I guess use it to dispel the Phoenix.
Yep.
Fire Spirit.
It's also
Open
good against Clock.
Yeah, I guess. 20 minutes, so Tormentor is up. Heroic is here again, like the previous game, to steal the enemy Tormentor.
Can they do it this fast, though? There's a Supernova ready. Let's see what Solo wants to do.
Oh, he's jumping
Solo's going to get jumped. Whisper is just a madman. Hook shot in. They've interrupted this. They're lower on HP now. Lights with a huge double jump on in. Schofield, he's going to be the first to go. King Jungles, he is surrounded by enemies as this is a step too far from Heroic. 9 Pandas do successfully defend. That's being said, Analog is still kind of styling on him, but he is eventually going to be ran out of this area. Yeah, that's the...
Illusion Rune. Now he gets to save his remnant, so that's pretty important. So
tried to deny the
by 9
wisdom too.
Pandas. They punish the over aggressiveness from Heroic. Defended their Tormentor. They killed 2 supports. And who gets the shot? Oh, Phoenix. Perfect.
Solo got it. Nice one.
But he has only 1 point in the sun right now. He actually has 3 points in the dive. Okay. So I guess he feels like in this sort of game where the enemy has a lot of ways to stop the Sunray. Shaman, Shadow Demon, Spectre with the Orchid. So he doesn't really want to play around the Sunray as much. But now he's given the shot. So I don't think he has the choice now.
That's true.
So he has to put more points on it.
Yeah, these slows, the slow on Icarus dive so nice though, isn't it? Especially
you
when you get
actually
that 25.
don't really see a lot of Phoenix players, especially on support maxing slow. Usually you do this when you're a core, when you max the slow.
Okay, careful. Another jump on in. It's Solo again, unfortunately. He will go down as the silence outlasting that duration of the Ghost Scepter. Sanjin Yasha. First Sanjin Yasha for us of the tournament, Winter. Best item in the game? Or is it still Glimmer, you think?
Yeah, SMY is definitely up there in terms of what it gives you. It's just very, very nice to have a SMY. Gives you a lot. Health regen, heal amp, status resist.
Yeah. Boost speed. Just feels good. It's a nice feel-good item.
Yeah, it's a feel-good item. Yeah, it's definitely a feel-good item. Glimmer is more of like, okay, you want to win, you buy Glimmer, you know.
There's no way Analog gets a solo kill here, right? Like, this just seems impossible. Oh, he's waiting for the Spectre, of course. It's not really a solo kill. Spectre down bottom doing Roche as Analog almost actually kills this poor Phoenix. So okay. Well, that didn't really work out how Solo thought after he dusted.
He jumped out. Spectre also jumped out. They got the kill and they all jumped out.
And gone into the night like a whisper. Solo left scratching his head, unfortunately. These young kids, he says, no respect.
It's rough. It's rough, you know. If you've been playing your pubs recently, you're gonna know how it feels to be hunted down by bounty hunter Spectre, you know. Just come play the
double stun with the double shadow walk,
you have
right?
to like constantly group up, you know. It can be very hard to do, and you have to try to not show which is also another thing that's very hard. You have to group up and you have to make sure you're not under vision so they can't jump you right away. As he has the Ghost Scepter
lines
to
being
save
done on
him
that.
for now, but SD can purge it all the time.
Looking like a big fight here. Analog giving chase. His smoke's the only one to break. He's going to be the one jumped in immediately, hexed up. He can contribute nothing to the fight, but that's a good Supernova behind. They've trapped only Whisper, though, inside the cogs. He simply walks away. The rest of the team just too darn mobile. Analog and Spectre, he's going to get out. All of a sudden, 9Pandas, what do you have left to fight with? Batoon being ran down. Schofield just jumps in, finds a Hex on a Serenata. Can they even save him? And Infest buys him a little bit of time, but the silence as well, just slowing this Lina to a crawl. Without the fiery soul stack, she goes down. They cannot protect the backliners. They get jumped immediately. They only get Schofield for their trouble, and it seems like they're going to lose another. Lepsy, he is going to be the last to go. Analog still poking and prodding, running Batoon out of the fight. But a beautiful 3-for-1 exchange there in favor of Heroic.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they just realized without the egg, 9Pandas can't really fight, you know, in the engagement, you know, they have nothing. So that was a very ballsy but effective move there by Schofield, just blinking in as to initiate for his team there. It's winning them the team
Whoa,
fight.
whoa, and they're just going to go again? They're going to try? Yuma, I mean, I suppose you could just leave. It's not really much of a threat to him. What are they going to do, stun him? Not when you silence the only stun on the team.
Yeah. And now Whisper also has a nullifier, you know, so he can remove the Pavis.
Hook shot.
Hook shot.
Onto Whisper, speaking of. He's going to try and
He's
break
alone
out of
here.
cogs. He's going to be in some trouble. Does have,
So
yeah, I was going to say
Shadow
the
Step.
borrowed time. Wow, Batoon even turned off the Radiance for him. He's still back to full HP, but the team's now coming on in. There's going to be the Cluster Cluck for the Dispel. Batoon already activated the Rage. He's going to have to get on the other side of the river now as Lupsy, Whoopsie is going to be left behind. That is 5 enemy heroes responding to the attempt on the Abaddon's life. Who, by the way, gets out alive.
Yeah, that was a tough hero to take down, you know. And he was also so near the tier 1 tower, so 9Pandas, they're definitely taking a very big risk there, trying to kill him after the borrowed time, you know. It's definitely tempting for them to chase him down, but ultimately they just didn't have enough in the tank to go for that
Did
kill.
9Pandas get a tower last game? Because they haven't gotten one this game.
Dire's bottom tower.
Pretty sure they
It's looking
did.
rough. This could be their opening. King Jungles, he's going to get caught. I say that, but it's actually Yuma who jumps back in on Elias. King Jungles eventually gets popped. Lina, this time, able to get off her spells. Lands another nice stun here onto Yuma. Solo, low on HP, has Egg, but didn't really look like a good chance to use it here. 2-for-2 trade so far, but Analog jumping on it. A buyback now from Solo. This is looking like a better opportunity for him, but he runs right into Yuma. Yuma, who cannot attack him through the Ghost Scepter, at least, so Solo able to reposition. No Icarus dive, though. He's going to have to just do this by walking in. That being said, Batoon, he has no problem simply walking down Analog, who used all of his remnants a bit too aggressively there. Thought he had the Axe. He didn't.
Good call there. He definitely thought he had the axe there. He used all the remnants to chase down the Lina. I mean, it was also probably because he had regen, right? He thought he could play a little bit more deep and get out with the regen, but just got ran down by the lifestealer there. It's good punish there by 9Pandas, you know. Making sure that Heroic can't get away with murder there, just chasing so deep.
Where do we stand now, Winter? It's a 6k net worth lead for Heroic. This Aegis is about to expire or be reclaimed in 30 seconds on Yuma. We finally see 9Pandas able to get a big kill onto the Emperor. That's his first death of the game. 6-1 and 12 now in the Ember Spirit. Where do we stand? How are you liking things for both teams?
I think in terms of like the team fight, 9Pandas definitely can still win the fights with a good egg plus Rolling Thunder. Whereas for Heroic, they're still looking for, you know, the constant pick-off potential on the map with the Shadow Step plus Ember running around. Even though they have like some 8k lead right now, but it does feel like if they lose one fight, game's gonna be back, you know, for 9Pandas.
Okay, Serenata Laguna bladed Spectre Illusion. It happens.
It's just a 60-second cooldown, you know, why not? You get the charge, you know.
It happens. What happens? Smoked up here are Heroic. He was on edge, I think, because they were missing off the map for so long. Now they will show bottom. And they've got good detection set up here in the triangle, making the path to defend this true tower basically impossible. Non-Pandas will have to let that tower go as they did commit snakes for it, but Solo, it's going to be a dieback for him actually with a timer. So he's dead for 70 seconds.
Yeah,
It's
they
going to
also
be a
lost
bit
a
of
tier
a
2, so that is pretty bad for 9Pandas here.
second smoke. Heroic, they're going to look for more as Yuma is going to make the jump in immediately, wanting to find Lays here. Lays gets up to the high ground, but they're giving chase. Oh, a nice blink away. Lays with the roll up, able to at least channel the Rolling Thunder away. Going to go for the TP. Yeah, he's safe and sound. Nice moves. Nice
Yeah,
moves.
good escape space created. More time to farm.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, definitely.
Lina's queuing a BKB. Okay. Not sure if I like that. He has BKB plus Ghost Scepter.
Plus Ghost Scepter. Yeah.
I feel like he needs to maybe buy a Shadow Blade so she can be more sneaky in the team fights to avoid...
Shadow Blade? Glimmer Cape. I think he meant Glimmer Cape.
Sure, Glimmer Cape.
I mean, it'd be good. He'd be so fast, right? Plus 50 move speed. How much do you get off this eggs again?
Yeah, but you want to hunt with the thing is with Lina, I think you want the Shadow Blade more because you want to be able to run around, get pickoffs. I think Shadow Blade helps you with that a lot more.
I guess. It's like a little bit more damage. I guess you got a point. We'll see. We'll see what he wants to go for. Schofield scouted.
Yeah, BKB Ghost Scepter just
breaks the
feels
smoke.
like
Olay!
Not
Another
gonna
Schofield
cut it.
outplay. Oh, and Yuma is going to jump in. It's time for him to do something. Infest to keep Lupsi alive and the Sunray behind. I think Heroic, they like their chances here in a fight, but they've just lost their vision. They're underneath actually 2 9-Panda wards, but the silence, they found Solo yet again, and this time they get the kill. No Supernova Egg is going to be ready this time. King Jungle's getting walked down by Vatoon as Lies also giving chase here with the Rolling Thunder. Okay, the 3 cores are going to go instead for the Lina, then they decide. Silence and hit with the Nullifier. Absolutely nothing that this poor Lina can do, as it's a better trade here simply for Heroic.
And that was very well played by King Jungles there. He wasted as much time as possible, got off the disrupt at the last moment after the Glimmer. So they had to use a lot of time to kill him, and they couldn't really go back to help Lina, so they traded the Lina for SD. That was not the best trade, for 9Pandas for sure.
No. Unfortunately, it wasn't.
Good play by King Jungles there.
I'm not sure even how they saw Solo there, but a frustrating moment for him as he gets jumped. Oh no, no way they kill Vatoon like this. Really good hook shot in, but that's going to be a big soul burn coming in. It's going to get the kill along with Analog. Just enough damage there. And the White Knight punished as well. Lupsi, he goes down.
That is
tough.
the axe for you, Richie. The Ember Axe.
That's
The
true.
range.
And another kill there
He's
to
a
boot
huge
onto
problem.
Lays, by the way. Onto Lies, sorry. Here's that
Alright,
last fight again.
There was Alina, and now she's not there.
Yep. I was busy watching the replay. Lina died down bottom. It's same combo basically. Ember, Disruption with the Spectre on top, and that is a deadly cocktail here for 9Pandas time and time again. It's kind of been falling apart here. The pickoffs, the vision. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but Heroic with this edge, with this very, very potent combo, have just been absolutely dominating so far. Well, for the past like 5 minutes, basically.
Yeah, they've been just making the first moves all the time. They see a hero, they jump with the Spectre, which is why I feel like 9Pandas, they have to be just grouping up together and been trying to make the plays themselves. They have Dagger on Pango, they have Clockwork Hookshot. I mean, I feel like there's no reason to say that you can't really find the moves, right? You just need to be in position to smoke and look for a fight aggressively instead of I feel like they were just playing too scared, right? I think that is the last thing you want to do when you're playing against a Spectre lineup. Being scared, and not afraid to do anything at all, and you just sit and try to hide. And Spectre is going to get you, one way or the other. You have to be proactive and go out on the map and be together and find a fight on your own terms.
It's true. She got haunt now, even. That's a shadow step in this instance. And, no kill this time, actually, on the Lupsi. Didn't have any way to stop him flying.
It's good that you brought the Horn. With the Horn now, the Lina has nowhere to hide, That's why you have to be together with your teammates. And
Oh,
They're gonna
Serenada
find her.
dying potentially for a courier. No, he TPs away in time, but a scary one moment for him
no
there.
basher on Abaddon, so he's safe.
Middle tower is under attack.
And this is looking really rough right now for 9 Pandas. They can't afford to go out on the map. There's an Aegis on Yuma, on the Spectre. You
For
have
4
to
minutes
find
still.
like, yeah, you have to find a way to win the team fights, which is I think trying to smoke and go behind, go to the back lines.
Yeah.
They have to kill the shaman.
I
and the
think-
Shadow Demon.
I mean, I'm going to make it sound so easy against this kind of. I mean, look at this. They can barely stop their heroes from dying in the base. So what I'm about to say just isn't going to make any sense, right? But they have to stop getting picked off. Like Solo dying at the start of the fight, or Lei starting at the start of a fight. They need the supernova. They need the spells. They need their spellcasters. Otherwise, Lina is just going to be minced meat. She just
Yeah,
can't
the thing
stand
is,
and fight versus these
when
heroes.
Abaddon sees someone, he has Nullifier and Orchid, right? He blinks in, he Nullifier, Orchid's one hero, and then you're dead.
He dooms
the
them.
support's dead.
They're doomed.
Yeah. It's just very hard to play around it. You have to just group up together and smoke and find the jump. You cannot let the Spectre see you first.
Scanning.
Oh no, they've scanned Serenada. Oh, yikes. The good attempt there on the side. It's just not going to make a difference. He gets killed trying to sneak out of the base. How'd they see him there? Oh, the Cliff Ward scouted him. Yeah, fair
and they use
enough.
Haunt.
Oh, and they're just in the... And Solo is just dead. He's got buyback at least, but this is just pain. Now, this is just pain incarnate for 9 Pandas. Schofield's letting him hear it.
You know, if this is a pub, you'll be saying, "And mid, please."
I think so. 20K now, the net worth lead. Winter, I wanted to say, like, what? I asked you at 27 minutes in when we only had a 6K net worth lead. It looked pretty even. And since then, 9 Pandas have just... I mean, they've just been crumbling, unfortunately. Tier 3 tower as well is in for some trouble. Vatoon doing what he can. He's got a full Satanic now. But he just really ends up struggling here too, doesn't he? Okay, Shackles, there's a jump in from Yuma. Okay, they break the stun. That's pretty good. Yuma still alive, and Vatoon still end up going down here, fighting through Whisper, but of course he's got borrowed time. The Sunrise pretty good this time around from Solo. They buy back on Lupsy to try and find something here, but Analog holding them down. Oh, look at the damage! They actually almost get through Whisper, but he just managed to escape the blink forward. A blink back now. Another blink from Schofield. They just can't get their hands on anyone, and Yuma running around this fight is just tearing them apart. Schofield, he finally gets caught and killed. Whisper, he will at last pay for his sins, but look at the damage. What will it cost him? That's going to be a dead Serenada. He's got buyback if he wants to use it. Yuma's still quite healthy in this fight. A 3 versus 3. There's going to be another Shadow Step. He's onto Solo again. He is going to die. This is looking like a team wipe then, as Vatoon being walked back into his base, but they have another Searing Chains. They have the illusions. Vatoon does a lot of life still here with that Satanic up. They're going to struggle to kill him here for a few more seconds. Open wounds, also making things easier. The triple buyback now trying to punish. They need to get something, but there's a disruption stopping the Lena Summer coming through. Lies, he's got to roll up in 3 more seconds, but look at the root on his Serenada. He is not going to be able to follow up and get that kill. King Jungles preventing potentially a disaster there as Heroic. They trigger 4 buybacks, 3 buybacks make it, and they won't get anything. They don't even save Vatoon.
Yeah, that was insane. They killed him with the poison stacks there at the end. You know, he thought he was out, and with the Satanic, he was fighting back, and then he just died to the poison stacks. It's well played there by King Jungles. The poison stacks at the end, and initially saving Schofield just with the disruption. Just a lot of good plays in the team fight there. They were able to somehow drag out the fights, and every time it's the same thing, right? You drag out the fights, and eventually the Ember and Spectre, they're gonna clean up everything. And sure, sometimes you kill the supports, but at what cost? You know, you're gonna lose a lot of heroes to kill the supports or even the Abaddon. Whisper there, he went in, he made the space, and here again, you know, another Shadow Step.
Another one, another jump in. Lies, this time he just manages to live, but it cost him his Rolling Thunder. Vatoon respawning in 13 seconds.
I mean, there's just no
The
life
siege-
stealer. They can just do whatever they want, you know.
Yep. Yeah, and Serenada after that, I mean, what's tragic is, I mean, he was pretty close to BKB, but now it's just miles away. It's just miles away. Snakes take down the mid-tier 3 tower. The Whisper is destroying your bottom racks. They're just gone already. Quick little nullifier. Jumping from Yuma. They're just poking. They're just prodding. That's going to be a haunt on in. The backliner's being scared away. Vatoon doing what he can to stop him, but he can do nothing. Solo and Lupsy, they're already dead. Serenada's TP'd back into the base, but it's a 2 versus 5, Winter. This is just, it's untenable. They can't do it. They call it. Vatoon will call the GG well played, and Heroic, they win the series 2-0.
Yeah, a very well played series. Second game definitely a lot more. They had a lot more trouble compared to the first game, but once again during the team fight stage, they were just able to outclass 9 Pandas. They knew what they had to do with the team fights. Who do they jump on? They countless time found the Phoenix. They found the Lina. They were able to initiate. I think most of the team fights, 9 Pandas, they could hardly find a way to start the fights on their own terms. So I think that was kind of the root of their downfall in this game, just not being able to find a way to start the team fights on their terms, and just gotten punished by the Spectre and the Ember time and time again until they just couldn't deal with it anymore.
Yeah, it was kind of slowly, and then just really went for it there towards the end as the game slipped just out of their control.
I feel like they had the tools, right, to just smoke up.
I agree.
Go with just sit behind the Lina or whatever, just sit behind someone. And then either you initiate, you see someone you initiate, or you bait them, because they're going to, the Ember is going to look for heroes that are seemingly alone and try to kill with the Spectre with the Shadow Step, right? So you could just bait that and try and play something around it. And instead they were all kind of always split up farming. And then with Lina, you kind of have to travel, so I get it. But the rest of the players, they have to try to sit behind the Lina and just be ready when something like this happens. They pounce on Heroic, but they just didn't really do anything at all in the team fights, and every fight just looks like this fight. They get jumped, they lose heroes left and right. The Phoenix is always going to be dying. Lina dies, and Lifestealer is the last hero going down, and he can't really do anything once his teammates are all dead.
Lifestealer is always one of those heroes that has kiting issues, right? And when they are just able to ignore your front lines and you're unable to do anything about it,
it's very reliant on his team to get the jump on the right hero. They needed to find, because they have a bunch of annoying saves, right? The Abaddon, the Shadow Demon, the Shaman. So he's very reliant on his team to find them with the Pang or the Cloud. Once they can't really do that, then he's just getting kited non-stop in the fights.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. And that's what we saw a lot. Vatoon, he had items, he had farm, he could 1v1 pretty well, as we saw with that Satanic, but just never really had the chance for a fair fight there. As Heroic, they will claim the series a clean 2-0 for them. Very well played to the start of their DreamLeague Season 25. We are going to be going to a short break, but when we come back, we're going to have an interview with a winning member from Heroic. We'll catch you soon.
Dream League Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Dream League Season 25. We are a quarter way through now, day one of Group Stage number 1. Thanks for joining us over on the Earth. Pardon me, on the Earth stream, not just on this Earth in general, but on the Earth stream. It's myself here, Seeking Strike, and joining me is Winter. Winter, how are we doing today?
Doing good. We are in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, so no earthquakes, no tsunami, no nothing. So we are definitely doing good here. We are safe
Yes,
from all
that's
natural
true.
disasters. That's the blessing of being in this location. Apart from the food, of course.
What do you mean apart from the food?
The food, apart from the food,
Are you saying it is another blessing, or are you putting it in the
Yeah, it
category
is
of
an
natural
additional
disasters?
blessing.
Okay.
Outside of food, outside of nasi lemak. If you want to get, if you want to gain weight, Malaysia is the place to be.
That's
easy.
that's true. A lot of good food to eat. But Winter, luckily, we have ourselves quite the snack upcoming. It is another Dota match here. We have Yakult Bros taking on Evolus. Very lovely to see Evolus back. And, of course, the Chinese representative team now, Yakult Bros, coming on through 1 of 2, of course, with XG. Focusing on the Yakult Bros, Winter, we did cover their path to victory here through the Chinese qualifiers. What stood out to you about them at the time?
Well, they definitely improved a lot. I think as a team, bringing in Tianming, and Ame, they look like they're a completely different team, compared to before. They made a lot of progress in terms of like playing their map plays, how they're moving as a team. I think they are quite a bit stronger, than before right now. So they're on the right track.
Yeah. Well, my king Ame is back under a different banner. You might not be used to seeing them, so we had our content geniuses sit down and produce a video for you to let you know what to know about this team.
Yakult Brothers is a newly formed Chinese stack who played their first event in Betboom Dacha Belgrade, where they got 6th. Other than that, they have mainly tried and failed to qualify for LAN events, only succeeding in qualifying for this season of Dream League.
And this time voluntarily in game 2 as they close it out in style with a bit of a dive.
They are one of only 2 Chinese teams in attendance this Dream League, and while they have solid players in Ame, Emo, Zeal, Baboka, and Tianming, I would be lying if I said they're coming into this event as favorites. All the players on Yakult Brothers have had success in the past. Hopefully they can manage to find it once again and reinvigorate the Chinese Dota scene. We miss the days of seeing Ame almost win TI time and time again, Emo question-marking RTZ in all chat, Tianming winning ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur with Azure. That wasn't even that long ago. Maybe the Year of the Snake will help Yakult Brothers slither their way to victory here at Dream League Season 25.
Welcome back, and that's a bit of a primer on this team. Of course, we'll get to talk more about them shortly here as our draft is set to begin, Winter. But first, let's focus a bit more towards Evolus, who are going to be their opponents, right? Qualifier out of Western Europe. This is a team that last Dream League is what I meant to say, Winter. They had a pretty good run through the first group stage, and then I think didn't really shine much after. Oh, hold on, am I wrong? I remember interviewing Stormstormer at the end.
Yeah, they did pretty well in the first phase, and after that, they kind of didn't do so good. People kind of figured out what heroes to ban against them, and yeah, I mean, they have I would say a smaller hero pool compared to the other teams. They are a very strong team, but the main difference between them and the top teams are like the hero pool. I think they don't really have as big of a hero pool as the player you're seeing on the screen here, Stormstormer. He's, I think, very reliant on 1 or 2 heroes, especially his Invoker. That's his biggest hero, and if you can somehow stop him from getting onto that hero, then you put him on some other hero. I think that would already itself, be a pretty good strategy going to the game playing against Evolus. Try to target out certain key heroes that some of their players love to play. There's also Eki, which he's really good on certain heroes like Bat Rider, Lion, and the Nyx. And if he's out of those heroes, then you see Evolus they struggle to tend to win their games. So I think going into this match, Jakob Brothers could look at some of the data and try to figure out what is the best approach against Alvos. And whereas for Alvos, we'll have to see whether they have already broadened their hero pool and whether they've already tried to improve on that matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think for me, Eki and similarly 9 class, they share a lot of the same hero pools, a lot of like very up aggressive, in your face, solo kill position 4 kind of heroes. So excited to see how they can string that together. I think hero composition, flexibility, the depth of that hero pool, I think is something that we can praise Avalos for. Winter turning back and looking back towards Jakob Brothers. Like Odie Pixel said in that video, the script kind of saying, this is a team that has won a lot. And as individuals, it's a very talented roster. I mean, where do you even start really with these guys, right? What are your expectations of a team like this, with the kind of background that we have casted them a bit, this team in specific just a few months ago, but overall as these players, what are your expectations for them?
My expectations, I don't think they'll go too far in this event because I feel like they're not stable enough. They're making the right, I think, progress in terms of like the way they are improving on how they're playing as a team. But there's still a lot of work to be done, right? They just lost. What did yesterday? They lost to, who did they lose to? Remember watching that game? They lost the finals to. Was some close qualifier yesterday? Was it the Fissure one or was it PGL one?
I think
it was yesterday. I was watching the game and now I don't remember the team.
It was the PGL one. They they lost. It says forfeit to Night Pulse. Huh? Is this Jakob Brothers?
Okay, maybe they couldn't play all the games because they had a lot of, I think, overlapping games because they were playing the Fissure and the PGL matches together.
Yeah, well, I guess 2 teams qualified through the. I'm not sure how they were allowed to play in Western Europe. Whatever. They played in Wallachia Season 4.
They didn't leave after Blast, so they played in Western Europe.
Okay. Well, they did very well there. They did lose technically, but
they lost to Gladiators yesterday. Okay, that was the team, the finals. It's unfortunate for them, but they're definitely making progress as a team. But when you're talking about the LAN events here, I mean, even though it's not LAN, it's still like an online event, but you're playing against the best teams. It's every small little detail that you struggle, at as a team is going to be taken full advantage by the teams of this caliber here. So I
see.
Don't expect them to do too well. Maybe somewhere if they end up in the middle of the bunch of the teams here, I think that would already itself be a really good result for Jakob Brothers. But otherwise, I'm expecting them to be like maybe the bottom 4 teams here.
Okay. Well, that's pretty harsh notes, but fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I see this now. Yeah, they could participate in Western European-based qualifiers. They did better in the Wallachia ones, but they had, I think, an easier journey in those Wallachia ones. You're right, the Fissure Universes, where they lost 3-0 to Gaming Gladiators in those finals just yesterday, like you said. So, yeah, I mean, maybe that's not a true power level for them. We'll see where they stand. Our first draft here, moments away from getting started. We're just settling a few issues here on the player cam side, and then we'll be getting started. Your predictions then overall for this series, Winter? It sounds like you don't place a lot of eggs in the Yakult basket.
And no, when I was young, I had a Yakult every day in the morning, but now I'm already old, so no more Yakult in my basket.
No more Yakult. Why is it no longer a staple in your diet? What's wrong?
Because I don't have breakfast. That's why. It's out in the window, right now. I just wake up.
What was little Winter having for breakfast? A Yakult half-boiled egg with kaya toast?
Yeah, Yakult, half-boiled egg, and bread. Yeah, just Yakult, kaya toast, whatever.
It's pretty good.
That's my go-to.
Pretty good guess.
My go-to breakfast, which you hate a lot because you can't seem to understand why are we eating watery eggs in Malaysia.
That's not exactly how I would say it. I just, I'm not really a big enjoyer of that kind of a texture. I definitely understand why people like it. It's just not for me. Before people try and crucify me for not liking Southeast Asian cuisine.
It's not for everybody, okay? It's not for everybody. But you know what's for everybody? Good Dota. And that's what we hope to see, in this series between Avalos and Jakob Brothers.
Our first draft here of this BO2 series for Group B is now just getting underway. We'll be live with that draft very, very shortly. Taking a look at the other teams in Group B just to kind of let you know where we stand at that Group B. A lot of other strong teams. Boom, Chimera Esports, Gaming Gladiators, Perryvision, Team Liquid, and Team Spirit are the 6 other teams. You need to be better than half of them, basically. Well, you need to be better than all of them, really, if you want to win the tournament. But to at least get to Group Stage 2, you got to be better than half of these teams, and that is maybe going to be a bit of a tall order here for these lads. We'll see as draft number 1 now getting underway. Thanks for joining us over on the Earth stream.
Yeah, so what do we have here? Arvalus is on the first pick side, Jakob Brothers second pick. So first ban Abaddon, up and coming hero. Some may say this is the best offlaner right now. I'm not sure if that is 100% true or 70% true or is team dependent. We'll have to see. But this game,
you call them the strongest laner.
Yeah, strongest or off laner or strong. I mean, okay. Lane wise, you can argue maybe Enigma if you compare the off laners. Maybe Enigma is the strongest one, but Abaddon can also be the strongest one in the laner depending on matchup. I think they're both dependent on matchup.
Okay, I wasn't trying to get you with a gotcha there. It was just an interesting way of comparing. As we can
Monkey
see
King is kind of like one of the few
Bros.
heroes that can maybe deal with Abaddon in the lane, but a lot of the times Monkey King is banned because this hero is just disgusting. It is one of the heroes that Arvalus really loves as well, so we'll see whether Jakob Brothers decide that they can deal with it or they have to just ban it, and I'm expecting more the ban coming out for that hero. I mean, they banned the bounty now, so one more ban. Let's see if Monkey King is going to be released. They love putting it on Smiling Knight, carry Monkey King, or even Stormer Monkey King. They do run it on both positions.
5 seconds remaining.
So it's a flex pick for them. So we'll see if Jakob Brothers let them have the flex pick. What other Imba heroes are available? Nyx. Nyx is still available. Do you take the trade and you give the Monkey King and Nyx, No, they banned the Monkey, so if they open with Nyx, you can pick Clockwork. Some teams like to pick Clockwork to counter Nyx in the lane. So you just follow him. So if Arvalus wants to pick the Nyx here, maybe they could consider banning out the Clockwork.
5 seconds remaining.
Or there's one more Imba hero. Phoenix is also still available. There's actually a lot more. Pretty sure I'm missing some other Imba hero. Some teams think.
Yeah, are we missing like one of the carries? I mean, I see the Elk. I think we're missing
DK has dropped off a little bit. That's DK. You're thinking of DK.
Oh, okay.
DK seems to be more favorable as a mid now. Okay, so they banned the Bristol, which also, it's kind of also a very strong hero, despite all the nerfs. Because there's a very different way of playing the Bristol now. You buy Glimmer and it becomes Imba. And so with Nyx, let's see if Jakob Brothers decide to go with the Clockwork route or they pick something else to trade for the Nyx. They go for the PA, which is arguably the most broken carry hero right now.
That's who's usually getting banned in the first phase, right?
Yeah, he's very strong in the lane and he's very strong throughout the game. Like mid-game, late game, has some very annoying timings, very sick timings with his items. And you get Roshan, you kill heroes, and you would love to pair Warlock with it, but Warlock is banned now, so very good ban for Arvalus in the second phase. I think Warlock plus PA is one of the best combinations, lane combination and game combinations heroes, Warlock PA, introduced by, if I'm not mistaken, was Tundra, popularized it.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, they ban out the Zeus as well, so Zeus is also a counter to Nyx, because you run out of sentries, guess what? Lightning Bolt. I see
That's true.
Nyx.
That's true.
Nyx.
Nyx in a way, I mean, the other popular Invis hero is already banned out, but he himself is a counter to other Invis heroes with that Nyx sense.
You can sniff them out.
It's very funny. It's a very funny ability. Kind of throws you off guard.
It kind of makes sense, right? You're the Nyx assassin, right? So it makes sense that you can actually see if the enemy is Invis.
I guess it's just a little funny as well. And the Bloodseeker is going to go as well. One of the more popular carries according to Dota 2 Pro Tracker. I'd love to get into that with you, but maybe when he's picked.
Counter, Richie. You rupture the PA cannot blink, Richie.
Talk to me about this Elder Titan pick, though. Is this something you expect to see a lot more? Is this a Jakob Bros specialty? Do you think this hero's in a good place?
Not every position 5 player plays this hero, but Tianming loves this hero. Tianming, Miposhka, just a couple of them that love playing this hero. It's very player dependent. And you can definitely secure the lane. It's good with PA. Because if you think about how this lane is gonna go, ET gets damage from the spirit returns, PA just daggers and helps the ET chase down the hero. So there's a lot of kill potential in this lane. So they have gone for the Dawnbreaker, which is kind of, I think, decent into this lane because you can always reposition yourself with the slow or run away or slow them when they're chasing you with the spirit. So I think this pick makes a lot of sense here. Because when you're playing with Nyx, the Dawn is going to be alone, right? So you kind of need a hero that can be self-sustainable, you know, in the lane. You don't die easily. So Dawn is one of them. And also the fact that you can combo your heroes together later. Vendetta with the Solar Guardian to gank, which is also another added bonus with the heroes. And on top of that, the Phoenix kind of abuses the Dawnbreaker's innate, you know, the Break of Dawn, so you get the vision on the map once you Supernova's down. Yeah, so this is a very good, I think overall very good opening, very logical, very reasonable opening by both teams.
A lot of good vision.
Let's see if Jakub Brothers find a solution here. So they don't really have the best egg hitter. PA doesn't kill the egg very well, so I think this is a very good response to PA. And let's see if they actually have like some hero like Lina that can kill the egg, or Sniper, you know, for example. Sniper has kind of also fallen off quite a bit, you know. It used to be quite popular a month ago, but now you don't really see the hero as much. So what other egg hitters? I mean, we definitely don't see Snapfire anymore, but Snapfire with ET is a thing of the past. You put the spirit there, so on top of the egg killer, you can also combine your hero with the aura from the ET to burst heroes with your Multimus Kiss.
Right. I don't know. Maybe some puck, some kind of puck into Nyx though is really annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, I think DK is actually nice here. DK can kill the egg. DK is pretty good into Nyx. I think DK could be okay, they go for Magnus here instead. So the Magnus here is going to give them a lot of team fight with the Earth Splitter, so that's a very scary combo, and it gives you PA and power, you know. So Magnus PA, also another very classic combination. So Jakub Brothers definitely going for all the traditional and classic strategies here, which is still very, very good right now. And they pair up with a Lion, which is going to give them some catch, some magic damage with the ET aura. So I think all in all, they have a very well balanced lineup. So the Magnus here is going to be like kind of like a flex, you know, can go mid, can go off lane, but I think I'm leaning more towards it going to off lane being Zeus hero here instead of Emo's hero. But we'll see. So, and Alvarez goes for the DK, which is one of the combos as well with the Dawn. DK or Puck, you just stun, dagger coil, and then Dawn comes down. You know? So the Dawn has a lot of ways to gank heroes here with the DK or with the Nyx. And
Join
the DK
the fights
has
is
high
gonna
armor, so he's very good into the PA Magnus combo.
Very true. Good point. It's going to look maybe similar to last game. Not as deadly with Yuma's Spectre here, but with the global kind of setup, this DK to blink stun, the Nyx with, you know,
Too much global
Vendetta.
though, if they go for Spec Dawn. I feel like they don't really
No,
have enough
I
heroes
agree.
to play around. Yeah.
It's just reminding me of it.
I mean,
you know, the
guess
way
you
they can
could.
jump in.
I mean, I guess you could do it if you want to, but then you're gonna run into problems with your lane as well. Okay, so they ban out the Puck. That leads me to think that the DK is not mid, so it's carry DK. They want carry DK, because otherwise they wouldn't ban out the Puck, because mid DK kind of counters Puck in the lane. So if they want DK as carry, they want another mid, so what is Emo gonna play? So it's a blind pick, right? They have no idea what's the mid hero, so maybe a hero like Invoker would make sense. So they ban the Puck and pick Invoker. I guess that's one of the plans that Alvarez
Can ban
have
Lina
right
now as
and
well,
it's
if you want.
Stormstormer Invoker, you know, so he definitely wants Invoker.
Yeah, that's true. He still likes his Invoker.
I mean, has the guy ever hate his Invoker? If the patch allows Invoker, he's gonna play him. I mean, he's been playing Invoker when it's not an Invoker patch, right?
He's been playing Invoker since he was on Hellbear Smashers, man. That's he loves his Invoker, that's for sure. We'll see if the team will let him run with it. I don't think it's bad in this kind of a game.
Invoker and
not
then
a
last
bad
pick. And then for Jakub Brothers, they go for Lina. So they have ET plus Lina.
So that's what I think you want to ban here, personally, because that's an Egg Slayer for sure.
Yeah, Lina
Isn't
makes
she?
a lot of sense. It counters your DK's tank ability in the early game, works with the ET aura, and it's very good against the egg. I mean, it's kind of bad with the Nyx, against the Nyx, but I think it's still a good hero to round up Jakub Brothers lineup, so you would consider banning it. At least, you know, consider. Unless you have something more important to ban, which I'm not really seeing. I mean, the other hero maybe, I don't know, if Timber, because they have 3 strength heroes. But yeah, but Nyx is also good against Timber, so
Yeah.
Dire team pick. Radiant team
so they
pick.
ban
Yeah.
Ember. They go for, okay, so they go for Pango mid, so DK is carry, like expected already with the Puck ban, Ember ban. So right now it is up to Jakob brothers to decide where they want to put this Magnus. Do we put the Magnus mid against Pango, or we pick
10
something like
seconds
a
remaining.
Corp, you know? Or actually even
Don't you just pick Storm?
5
Storm?
seconds
Yeah, Storm is not
remaining.
bad too, but it's against the Nyx, so you have to be
Yeah,
mindful
that's
of that.
true.
Storm ET strong. I mean, it could work. It could work.
That's just traditional of being like a really good matchup into Pango, you know, the Storm. I don't know, maybe that's different now though. I feel like I've seen that a few times and somehow it's gone Pango's way, where normally it's supposed to be a Storm favorite lane. Anything else for Emo that comes to
I mean,
mind?
Invoker. I think Invoker is still fine.
Okay, yeah. Lena's still in the pool.
Yeah, Lina, Invoker. I mean, Storm is
Storm.
like I think third or fourth option. It's not as
Yeah.
high up.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. That's all about Emo's played in the last 7 days in his pubs. Yeah, it's
Okay.
gonna be Storm then.
High up for Emo apparently. He likes the Storm more. Because it allows them to, I guess, the one thing the Storm has over the Invoker is like you can abuse the ET aura a lot more with your magic damage. So again, I think, and also obviously, like you already mentioned, right, the Lion plus Storm, so you have the mana battery.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Do you like it though? Do you like this as a lineup?
It's
Do you
okay.
like it into this
Overall, I
Phoenix?
think overall it makes a lot of sense. I think both drafts are very, very solid. You know, you don't really see an apparent weakness. They have catch, they have team fight, they have scaling. But I think overall, if I have to choose one side, I'll probably lean with Arbalest with the Nyx, the Phoenix Dawn, like the global ganking combo with the team fight, you know, and with the Pango catching as well, and the DK to scale into against the PA because you have high armor. I mean, the PA is going to, I think, not have a good time against DK until you have shot, right? So you can break, right? So I think usually you get it after you get better for your SMI, then maybe you can get the shot, maybe third or fourth, you know. And you're gonna get it very fast because you have Empower to farm. So this is gonna be like a game of timing again, you know. I think Arbalest has the better early game, but when it goes to very late or mid-late game, Jakob brothers with the RP plus your Storm with the Aura, ET Aura plus PA with Empower, that is going to overwhelm them eventually. But in the early game, I think Arbalest is going to have a very, very big edge with their heroes, with the Nyx running around, global presence of Solar Guardian, and the spell damage, you know, from Phoenix.
Yeah, team fights I think are going to be pretty explosive this game as well. And how do you stop this Ame guy? I mean, just look at those headphones, Winter. Does that look like a guy who's going to be merciful at all? I don't think so. He's gonna beat
On
you
PA?
down.
Let me ask you a question, right? How can
Okay.
a merciful person play a hero like PA? PA is like the most ruthless killing hero in the game, you know? Name another hero that kills a hero more ruthless than PA, you know, in the
Huskar.
game. You know? No, man.
Look, I hear you. Yeah, it's a
Like,
little,
PA
it's a little
is like
crazy
the-
for sure.
For battle.
PA is like really the most ruthless killer in the game. Like kills you and like 4 shots you, and then you just disappear, you know, with the crit.
That's true. Well, we'll see how Jakob brothers are going to fare against Avalos, if it'll be a one-hit crit game for Ame, or if Avalos have some more tricks up their sleeves here with their early timings. Storm's smoke will break early. I think he pretended to put down a ward. That's an interesting move. Well, he put it down on his side of the river, I suppose.
Was it convincing? Did the enemy fall for it? Probably
Do you
not,
think
right?
Oscar nominee Stormer?
best actor, best male actor, Stormer.
Best. Yeah, we'll see if he wants to be a lead or a supporting actor this game. What's his role this game? Is he more of a lead or a supporting character here?
He's a lead. He has to lead the gangs,
Oh.
my friend.
Okay.
Solar Guardian.
He's
on
gone-
the Pango.
He's gone for Thunderbolt as well, by the way. So
Okay.
he should have a lot of early impact here.
Yeah, this game he's not getting counted, so why not Thunderbolt? Run around, get your jumps, lock down heroes.
The
And
battle
Rune's going to
begins.
be 2 apiece here, it seems.
There's the Break of Dawn. A lot of vision. In trouble here is Eki. He's holding on to this Impale, though, and it's got Boots of Speed. Instead, they turn back for Shibe. He's going to take a bit more damage. Nice double stun. Tianming, he still has a little bit of bonus move speed duration, burning down to the Fire Spirits. He will live. A secondary stun from Baboka is good for the kill onto Eki before Seneko puts him down, but joining it is now Ame, and this is not the headphones of Mercy. He's going to be able to put down Seneko. Shibe, I think we're done now. Are we done? I think we're done. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
well,
finally. Finally, so who actually came out on top? Who got the first blood? Was
Radiant, Yakult, I don't know if they got first blood, but if you just toggle net worth real quick, they are off to a much better start here in terms of net worth.
Yeah, 2 kills, so you get level 2 faster. Usually you can snowball the lane. Very easily, you know, you get level 2 faster than your opponents. Yeah. So let's see how can they abuse this pre-lane advantage, you know. Like ET is getting his damage from the aura, and now Ame is playing very aggressive with the Orb of Venom, slowing heroes down, and Zibe is just taking a beating here.
Yeah. But Ame's here to throw in a dagger anytime he needs, and once again guarantees those 2 buffs on the Astral Spirit. It's just a pretty brutal lane. Luckily, Eki started with boots at least, but this lane's not going to be looking too fun.
It is very tough. ET with PA is so scary. And now he has a salve, so he's going to heal back up, and he's going to be very aggressive. And Xiaoming has opted to go for his aura as well, level 2.
Yeah.
Ame.
Yeah, that's true. Natural order. Getting aggressive here. Shibe. Oh, he touched that attack. Is it going to really matter at the end of the day? It looks like he's going to be fine.
He's losing a lot of armor.
Yeah, he is. He is losing a lot of armor. The attacks coming through. Another dagger thrown. Another slow. Shibe. He's going to go down. Eki couldn't save him in top. Baboka assisted by Zeal. I think Zeal just throwing in that shockwave at the end as they take down the Phoenix, who just got level 2. I assume could not Icarus dive away in time.
Yeah, this is the
I think Eki's dead again down bottom. He is dead.
He is just dead. Just stacking up. Yeah, another kill bot lane, you know. I mean, Yakult Brothers is just running away with the laning phase, you know, starting from the first bird, and now 2 kills on both side lanes.
Wait, look, when
How about
you start off
Emperor Emo? Is he having as good of a time?
The Emperor. We need to clarify, Winter, because sometimes people don't understand this joke that we do. We say it because he's the king of this team.
Like, is it a joke? It's just like a respectful, you know, we are being respectful for the king.
I agree. I agree, of course. The Emperor, even.
The Dragon Emperor, right?
Is he the Dragon Emperor? Isn't that Ferrari? 430 or whatever?
And what, Ame is the Jade Emperor?
He would be the Jade Emperor. Is Jade, what's purple? Jade, is it? Amethyst? Because he's, I mean, he's the Void Spirit play, right? Has to be.
We're going into unknown territory here. And bot lane Tianming is getting chased down. He's playing very aggressive here. Just, oh my god,
he wants to turn. Oh my goodness, and look at the damage!
That actually was insane.
They will not underestimate Natural Order any further. I think that is going to be, what, death number 3 in this bot lane for them? 4?
Man,
it is 4.
Yeah. I don't think this lane is supposed to be that difficult. It's, a lot of it has to do with like the 2 kills, you know, that happened before the lane started. You know, so they were able to snowball.
Where Chipin? Baboka's just gone mid. They're going to try for a kill on a Stormstormer here. No mana. Gets a bottle refill. It's not half bad, but Emo will secure himself the bottom
4
water
minutes.
rune.
They're here to get all the runes.
This is, I mean, it's just madness. Baboka does deny the rune. Good effort there by Seneko, just trying to stand on top of the rune and block it.
I'm pretty sure this is only happening because they're dying so frequently on the side lanes. Normally you don't see like 4 minutes, 4 heroes from the supports coming.
For the water runes, guys, I mean, calm down.
If it's for a regen rune, you know, for the mid laners, yeah, I get it, right? Water runes? This early?
I'll see if it
so
stacks
far,
up and
the
makes a
carries
difference.
are doing well. The DK is doing well. I mean, the Phoenix is dying, but the DK is farming. Same for the PA, but PA has 3 kills.
Stun there down bottom. They're going to try and burst through Tianming, but they actually missed that last Starbreaker hit. It's going to allow Tianming to turn.
Look
And
at the damage.
once again, just does business. I mean, he's so restrained as well, Tianming here. That's the second time I've seen him stop an auto attack to ensure that Ame gets the kill.
Yeah, that's how you know who's the boss in the lane, man.
Absolutely. You won't like Ame once he takes off that headset, okay? It's what keeps him calm. And Soneko, he's going to have to go through the twin gate. There's really no kill for him down bottom any longer. Eki, he's going to then come back mid.
He's died 4 times on the Nyx.
Yes, he has. It's a rough start for him. And does he's got points. Okay, he's got points in Mind Flare. It's, you know, it's not like completely disastrous. It's pretty bad, but could be worse.
It's one of those games, you know, you die 4 times in 6 minutes.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this guy. Forces out the Impale just so he can leave. And Tianming's not, I mean, he's fast now. He's got boots. He's faster than you. Well, actually,
They both have boots.
they're the same speed. Yeah, the same speed.
Yeah, but the Nyx
Okay,
has
Rolling
more
Thunder
legs.
mid. This is, of course, with the Thunder Roll Facet Thunderbolt. Sorry. So it's a very easy kill here onto Baboka.
At least Eki got the rune bot, so Emo doesn't get the regen rune. I think that was okay, you know, losing a support for that. That's okay. Now the 7-minute
Yeah.
runes. The wisdom runes are about to spawn and see if anyone. I think if you're an ET, you definitely try to steal the runes, you know. On some heroes. And here comes PA mid as well. Ame is coming to the gank.
Oh my god,
6
Ame?
minutes.
What? Okay, Stormer, he tried for a kill mid. He pays the price. Kill goes
Wow.
to Ame as well. 5-0-1.
He just casually walked though. He didn't even TP, you know, he walked.
He
you know.
didn't.
He walked.
Yeah, you said gate and you confused me, but he just walked the old-fashioned. Look, he's not even. He's going to continue top. Got scouted on the Watcher. That maybe will change his mind about things here.
Dude, the PA has like 4k now. 7 minutes.
Wants the stack? There's
5
no way you
kills.
can she? I don't know if she can take the stack. Oh, it
Soneko
doesn't matter. They're
in
going to go
trouble.
for a kill first on Soneko. Soneko, okay. He dies to the camp.
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's
Longer death
bottom
time.
is under attack.
And PA is just going with the Magnus there. So he just wants to go with the Magnus. Because Zio has Empower for him and just farm around the Magnus. Very
Down
interesting.
bottom. I think they're going to look for
And he's
Baboka
giving the
now.
lane to the Lion. Baboka,
Stun on stun
He is in
action.
trouble.
Two very similar stuns.
he needs help.
Impale.
Is there help? Oh, PA is coming to help him. I mean, I don't know if one PA is enough to save him. Okay, that was a good stun there by Lion. Saves the day. So PA is able to finish off the Nyx and he finishes off the Phoenix. 2 kills into Ame's pocket.
Very nice for Ame. Sorry about that. Had a issue.
Do not worry, my friend. I am here to back you up.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
That is what
And,
friends are for, right? And you owe me
how are
some
things-
roti canai.
Okay. Very, very good. Roti Chanai Biasa for you, my friend. The finest. Ame.
Still Biasa?
gonna-
I told you like 20 times, right?
Is under attack.
I like the bomb.
Smiling
Roti
Knight.
bomb,
Oh,
please.
he is just getting absolutely surrounded. He's got no Elder Dragon form either. He's fairly tanky with the Helm of the Iron Will, but against 4 heroes, no man nor dragon is tanky enough this early to
And
outlive
this is just some
that.
active PA. Huh? This is like the most active PA I've ever seen, you know, in a while. Like, he's been everywhere. He's been bot, he went mid, and he's top. He's ganking every lane.
Dire are scanning.
Ame's a bit of an artist on PA. Don't you remember him going for the Revenant's Brooch rush on this hero?
Yeah, that was when the brooch was Imba, right? It was, what was it?
Yes.
Before they changed it or something.
But he was the one that showed it was him. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure I remember that. I doubted him, by the way. In fact, it didn't work in our game because he went for Parasma and Revenant's Brooch. And then as soon as you cut out the Parasma,
Terror Blade, right? It was
yeah,
morphing,
we
right?
casted the game. I remember. Eki, he is just simply dead in the mid lane. There's just too much control between the Lion and the Storm.
6 death before 10 minutes. Man.
Yeah.
That is
It's
a
just
lot
tough.
of death.
It's just he's been busy, man. He's been busy. Okay.
He's been busy, right? So the next time I'm feeding like 10 times in 15 minutes, I'll tell you I'm busy. Don't blame me, I'm just busy in the game. Good
Yeah,
excuse,
I mean, I
right?
guess that's kind of true, honestly. Wouldn't be wrong. Obviously, I would disagree on your business. I think you should invest in other activities, but wouldn't be too far disconnected from reality, I'd say. How are we looking, though? How are we looking? Out of the lane stage, 10 minutes in, Winter.
The Jade
Next
Emperor
power rune
is
spawning in.
super fat right now, Richie, with the PA. And he's like just very, very active with his team. So they are kind of like
Yes.
playing around the PA a lot. And bot lane, Emo is here.
Oh,
trying to
yeah,
go for a
he's going to
solo
avoid
kill.
that stun.
Uh-oh.
It's a bit rich, but he does have Soul Ring, and he has the reach with that last zip to get the kill. Arcane
Look at
Ring a
Ame.
little bit more.
Look at this, Ame.
Ame just killing on the other side. Zeal, he's come through the gate. Oh my goodness, they're going to try and turn this down bottom. I thought Evo was dead for sure before Zeal, the royal bodyguard, busts into the Emperor's quarters and saves his life. What a play.
Yeah, that's what they pay the royal guards for, to save the Dragon Emperor.
He's the Jade Emperor.
No, the Jade Emperor is Ame.
Oh, that's... Wait, Ame is the Jade Emperor? I thought it was Emo because he was the void. Whatever, it's fine.
Okay, they are all emperors, right? From different dynasties.
Now it's
Doing all
getting too
dynasty
confusing.
warriors now.
Yeah, I guess so. Welcome to Chinese History Lessons 101, everyone.
And they're just playing so well, as a team. Like using the
They are.
twin gates, using each other, the empower, the storm, getting the runes.
Yep. The twin gate plays have been phenomenal. I've got to agree with you there. I think that was Zeal's first RP of the game, and the way he uses that to shut down Stormstormer there and get him his core another kill. I mean, now Stormstormer is still building up this diffusal blade, by the way, and I don't know the Pango timings off the top of my head, but I have to assume losing his tier 1 tower and dying twice has put him behind the 8-ball in terms of this timing.
Yeah, he's gonna have an arcane rune, so they need to make use of it as soon as possible. He needs another one wave of creeps before he can buy the recipe for diffusal, but they have to try to stop the bleeding as soon as possible. These
supports, they
getting out
need
of
some
hand.
experience.
He has Battle Fury out of Corrosion, power trades at 12 minutes. This is
He's
as fat as
real
you-
big.
Yeah, as fat as you can get on a PA. 10 minutes in the game. 8 kills.
Yeah,
0 death.
8-0-2. I mean, that's just that's ridiculous. Not only that, he's also got level 3 empower to work with now. Zeal making sure to keep his liege nice and buffed.
Yeah, this DK is gonna have a hard time keeping up, I mean, by no means, he's poor, He is actually doing well, but just...
This is not a bad move from Eki, by the way. He's going to kind of disrupt this smoke play. Could have been more dangerous. But that is the 9th kill for Ame in 13 minutes, by the way.
So he must have been the one that has been feeding
Under
the PA
roll,
the most.
Zeal. Okay, Zeal is going to end up dying here. Although Izzy, RP does not manage to escape. Sonoki's
stun
got him
by
dead to rights, but the follow-up. Baboka with the Earth Spike and Emo jumping in. Even Ame, he's in there just for kicks, really. He's just finished off another item. It's a Yasha. Man's got a full Yasha at 14 minutes on top of Treads and Orb Corrosion and the Battle
On
Fury.
a
Sometimes
PA,
this is like... This
Not
is
the
like a
fastest
decent
farmer.
PA Battle Fury timing.
My man has a Battle Fury and a Yasha on top of it.
Ame's
they gonna stop him?
he's got a vendetta against these Western European teams that have been beating him in quals. What a performance here so far.
Yeah, they have to try to use their team fights on upper side. And Phoenix 8, the roll, and Solar Gun. They have to use everything together to try to accomplish something, It's not enough to be alone with the Knicks. I think they're just way too far behind right now to play the map and just rely on the Knicks to catch heroes. They don't have enough damage. He's nowhere near his Dagon timing. None of the cores are rich.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix just had Egg in that last fight for the first time. That was the first time that this hero has been able to even consider an ultimate. I think they've scouted Eki here. Trying to escape. Okay, there's a blink initiation first onto Eki.
Oh my god. That's
Stormstormer is like,
15
yeah.
15 galvanized stacks now.
Wow. 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 Yeah, I mean, it's just
Storm
brutal.
and
This
PA,
one.
you know, they are probably two of the few craziest heroes when they get a snowball like this, you know. And the start has been so perfect for those heroes. You get to really be very oppressive against your opponents.
Yeah.
You see someone and
Yeah.
you just kill them instantly. And now you have a shield rune on Emo, so he's looking for more kills.
Oh, that was a
Wait, they use egg?
supernova.
Huh?
Yes, I'm not sure why.
They wanted
I
to
didn't
use
see it.
the Dawn in it.
No, sir. Come on. I don't know
I'm
why. I
trying
wasn't
to
looking.
figure out why, right? I don't know.
I was like, wait, it's daytime, but it's 15 minutes. It broke my brain first. I have not a clue, unfortunately. Not a single clue.
Unfortunately for Jakob Brothers, that is a welcome party to the Roche Pit.
Yeah. I think I just missed it. I must have just missed it. I didn't see anyone poke at him mid lane.
No, he
I
was
can't be
just
sure what
farming
happened.
creeps, and maybe he just wanted to use the Dawn in it, you know, to see where the opponents are. I don't know.
To see if they were like doing Roche. Okay, sure. Okay. It's a pretty long cooldown, but it's, you know, his choice. I won't question Seneko.
Please don't do what he did just now. Don't go into your games. Guys, I want to abuse the Dawn in it using my ulti.
Yeah, it did save Shibe there, but, you know, it's a pretty heavy cost. Mid lane, Baboka, he's playing with a haste rune. There are enemies coming his way as Jakob Bros. The 4 other heroes have smoked, and they're going through the twin gate, trying to probably connect mid onto Baboka.
Is waiting in the wings with his dagger. He wants a kill here.
He does.
Oh my god, please
Seneko.
spare Eki. He has died 8 times in this game already.
Oh no, he's gonna run right into them. Do they have detection? They do,
Wait,
but they didn't use it.
okay, because Eki died so many times, they forgot he was in the game.
They said, no, that's a bug. He's not actually here. Okay.
Be careful, Richie,
Radiant are scanning.
when you're talking about bugs.
He is a bug, though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, I can't
You know,
believe it.
sometimes
How
when the
dare
game
they
is
let
just
a bug?
going so smooth for you, you just forgot that there is a Nyx in the game. Because the Nyx hasn't done it. I mean, he literally hasn't done anything in the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's 0-8-2. He's not been having the easiest time. That's very true.
Dire's bottom
That is very
tower
true.
has fallen.
My goodness, I can't get over how big this
Dire's
PA
bottom
is.
tower is under
It's
attack.
just frankly terrifying.
Yeah, but
It's
when are they gonna be able to do something to this PA? You have Dagger Diffusal on Pango now. DK SNY Armlet. He's going for a dagger on the DK, so this has to. They have to make this. They have to make this dagger count for something, you know. Like, if they don't do anything, the Phoenix, they're just gonna die again on the map against this Storm. You know, the Storm is just way too strong right now with so many stacks. They have to kill him one
Oh
time,
my
you know, with the dagger.
goodness.
Dire's
Basically, man just died to
I mean,
finger poor
oh my
guy.
god, he has BKB on the Storm now. Soon after this wave,
Oh
if he
my
wants
gosh.
to.
I mean, why not? I mean, it's getting so hard now. And like normally you're like, oh, it's okay. Like the position 4 is just dying for space. And like, yeah, that's not true in this game. But also Emo, he has 16 galvanized stacks now. He's got a full BKB.
Oh, they see Storm.
Okay, hold on.
Nyx.
Hold on.
Oh,
yeah,
they
yeah,
does.
but they see the Nyx. They see the Nyx as well. And they even see a bigger fish. Oh, the RP onto 2 perfectly timing it with the Earth Spike. Ame, he jumps in and says, yeah, actually, these are mine. Everything that the sun and the moon touches is my domain this game. 11-0-4.
Richie, that was a dagger to the heart of Avalus right there, you know. They killed the Nyx and they have the DK in the RP as well. That was the worst possible outcome.
Yeah, I think Emo had did he have the gem on him? I saw like the gem thing. I don't even know. I don't know, man. And look, now they're onto the other side of the map. They're hunting.
Did he have the gem when the Nyx approached? Or he
I
got the
think
gem
he-
when the courier came? Maybe he got
Yeah.
the gem with the courier. Then he saw him last moment.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. Because I saw like the little gem. You know, when you pick up gem off the ground, it gives you that little like image. Oh man. Oh,
The glow, you
Stormstormer.
know, the
Okay.
is under attack.
The glow when you
Okay,
pick
yeah,
up
he
the
gets
gem.
out. He gets out. That was scary. That was scary. Okay, Tormentor time from Avalos. They're not keen to lose out on too many more of their objectives, they decide. Slowly but surely, they do get themselves a shard on Seneko. Not bad. He did go for the Sunray build as well. This is, I mean, it's hard to oversell how scary of a game this is.
Okay, so DK changed his mind, so he's going BKB first. I mean, the game is scary, but they have to figure out when are they going to fight back, right? With which items. And so if you're going BKB on the DK, it means that you're only praying to try to hold high ground right now, because he's still quite far away from BKB. So they won't be fighting for another like 5, 6, 7 minutes, you know. So they're just
Bro, he just killed Baboka's Tranquil Boots with Vendetta.
Huh? He killed the boots?
Yeah, he killed the boots, but it was just like the Tranquil upgrades. What is going on here? 21-minute rune. Stormstormer trying to snag the wisdom.
Oh my
He won't
God.
get it, and he might not be able to escape. Okay, very good job. Wow, BKB active from Emo. Really wants to get this kill. Is going to force out the roll-up. Baboka makes the jump in. Finger of Death. Yeah, that'll be a 19th Galvanized stack for Stormstormer.
Yeah, and don't forget the stacks you get from Lion Finger.
Oh, true.
He's also getting stacks. Yeah, you get a
He's
couple
up
of
to
stacks
3
and
now.
you get your 15 talent, then you're going to get a bunch of health.
Yeah, that's very true.
Dire's bottom tower.
Just
Snowball
it's just
is
not
out of control.
just not a game to remember
Shibe.
here for
Zeus
Avalos
gonna
so
find
far.
him again.
Yeah,
Okay,
looks
he
that
has
way.
the
Okay, there's an
Orchid
Orchid
TP.
this time around.
Nice.
Yeah, not bad. That hammer left quite the trail. Now just returning to Shibe. Seneko putting down some vision. Just trying to give his team the best fighting chance here. I mean, we have to say the single target's pretty darn good, but against double BKBs now, will they really be able to do much about it, especially when there's an RP to turn these fights?
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, look how scared Eki is. He's been hit by this dust, by the way. Fortunately, he's able to evade them. A little bit of space created.
Korea? Nope. Nope. Where is he heading?
Oh, okay. Ame's BKB'd as well. He made the jump onto, I think, the Dragon Knight. You can see Seneko using a lot of his HP there.
Can you believe it, Richie? 0 Glimmer Capes this game.
That's what Avalos need, right? I mean, a Glimmer Cape, and they'll turn this game right around. I mean, it's not a bad item. Against PA, yeah. When you already have a Nyx on your team.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah. Dude, this game is it's just hard, man. It's just really hard. But I mean, they've kept the net worth lead like not as ridiculous as I thought it would be. I mean, don't get me wrong, 9K in 23 minutes is certainly not where they want to be, but you know, with a PA with Empower, I thought maybe we were going to start seeing some truly ridiculous numbers. They've been doing a decent job at...
They have Axe on Dawn, so it is time. The Axe on Dawn is going to counter the PA.
Oh,
Oh, no, but
Ame
they're
scouts
stealing.
Shibe. Shibe kills a courier before he gets dropped. It was eggs completed there.
Yeah, this is a huge counter to RP and the PA. So this is definitely going to be a huge timing. I think they have to fight, you know? Okay, he responds, and maybe you wait for the BKB on DK. He needs... it's going to take like another 2 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, he'll have it soon. The issue is, I think Yakult Brothers, Roche is going to be next on the menu. Unfortunately for Yakult Brothers, unfortunately for Avalos, it is a long Roche timer, 1 minute 45 seconds. Neither team knows this though, so it could already be online. So you can see them kind of jostling for position over the Roche pit. Oimo too fast on the BKB, turns, finds a stun onto the DK. Baboka waiting for a stun behind. Oh my God, the DK almost blown up, but the Sunray keeps him just barely alive. They've managed to cliff Tian Ming as out from the Supernova comes Seneko. Baboka's gone down. Second ago is Tian Ming, but here's Ame, the true king, with the RP. It's onto 3 of them. Shibe does what he can with the ultimate, but it's just not going to make enough of a difference here. Winter Stormstormer left alive behind. Actually gets a blink away. And they thought they got him a little bit too quickly there. It's not going to matter too much, unfortunately. Ame still cleans house. 2 kills for him in this fight. It's a 4-0. They only get the 2 supports. Ame is now 13-0-7. Involved in 20 of 28 kills as a Phantom Assassin.
That was a pretty good start, you know, by Alvis. They somehow kept the DK alive long enough for them to get the spells off with the Sunray and the Egg. And they still couldn't win the fight, you know. I mean, I think if the game wasn't so bad, you know, they would have maybe won that fight, you know. And they started it well, you know. Just too far behind, you know. Just couldn't deal with the
Yeah. Yeah. It's just kind of tragic. Honestly, the DK living as long as he did there, but eventually reinforcements show up, and I mean, they just have no business continuing to fight. Very funny how Stormstormer lives, not gonna lie. They all just went on to the next hero a bit too quickly. But it didn't really matter at the end of the day, did it? Very nice fight there. Another one by the Colt brothers as they continue to wait for Roche to respawn. Does give another opening here potentially for another fight. Ulti's coming off cooldown here. Next one, 25 seconds on that Supernova as Solar Guardian is ready. Roche has just respawned.
They have to go and take the fight. The Roche is going to be the last fight. They can't just give the PA the Roche in. They have to try to get the jump and hope for the best, you know. Pangoro in, get a Dawnbreaker or the next start the fight and try to kill a hero from full to 0 right away. Just drop all your spells.
This is it. Could be
they need to choose a good place to fight. They're pinging in front of the Lotus, yeah. I think this is a good spot.
Ward planted in the lane. Okay, smoke breaks. It's Ame actually. Yeah, Soneko doesn't want any of that smoke. He's going to go ahead and Icarus dive away behind the ward. They've split slightly here, Winter. You can see Shibe. For him, it makes sense. He's ready to counter-initiate with the ultimate. Okay, smoke's breaking here. Baboka kind of cutting them out. They've actually caught Ame one time, but they didn't realize. They didn't follow up on the stun. The egg focused down, taken out immediately. Shibe waiting to pop this ultimate, but maybe too long. RP connects onto 2. That's a pretty good turn, though. Trying to push them outside of the Solar Guardian. Not good enough here. The stun onto 2, but the sleep, even better. They managed to turn around Tianming, setting up Ame for greatness. The triple kill now for this Phantom Assassin. DK, he has TP'd out of the fight. Winter didn't like the way that one was heading. It's only a Lion in exchange for 4. Ame doing 5,400 damage in that team fight, up to 16-0-7. A PA game for the books for him.
Yeah, just PA things, you know, when you have a perfect start, you know, like this on this hero with Empower, she just can't be killed, you know, and she kills everyone.
Yeah,
Jamming has
really
been
good effort here.
amazing on this ET. Like,
well, hold on,
the
they're killing DK. I think they're gonna kill DK. Huh? Not quite. But maybe. Yeah, they're just going for it. Okay, quick hex there onto Eki. Ame lucky he didn't crit himself to death there on the Spike Carapace at the very least. I don't know if he's critting for that much at the moment, to be honest. Smiling Knight, he's going to be caught here. Oh, goodness, the break. Trying his best to live. Throws the stun back, but Soneko tanking as much as he can. Soneko killed off here. Doesn't allow Smiling Knight to live. Doing whatever they can now. Avalos on the high ground to keep out the invaders, but Ame, he is relentless. Picks up another kill, another assist. They're straight up to the tier 3 towers. They can't even get this tier 3 tower. They don't have the tier 2. We'll go to mid instead. I think this one, it just might be over, Winter.
Yeah, I mean, this is just way too much, you know, of a lead for PA to have in this game. And DK just really can't really stand up to the PA, you know. It's not just the PA, you know, like the Storm is also 9-0 and 15, you know, with 31 galvanized stack.
Yeah. He's got 30 mana regen a second. It's pretty brutal. Mid barracks down for the count. I see Smiling Knight farming, by the way. So underneath the ward. Ame's got bigger fish to fry, but Emo doesn't. Emo's going to zip all the way out. He's going to cancel that TP of the DK. That leaves him extremely isolated, very alone. I don't know if Emo really has the damage to kill him, though. Zeal drops that RP. Pretty darn good. And yeah, with Ame and the rest of the squad showing up, that is going to be another feather in the cap of Ame. 18-0-9. Just an absolutely ridiculous game, honestly, for him.
Yeah, I can't wait for PA to get a rapier. Oh no, he's not getting rapier.
No, he got an MKB. Yeah.
I want to see the supports dying.
There's no way. Emo? How did he just find Storm? There's just no way. That's illegal. Stormstormer, he's got Rolling Thunder TP, so he should be fine. And yeah, okay, he is fine. All right, he's not gonna die there, but just insult to injury, really. They just can't find it. They can't find space anywhere.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Yep, I'm afraid for them it's just trying to recompose themselves for the next game, you know. I mean, when the game has gone this bad, there's just no point, you know, trying to dwell in this game. They have to try to recover and think about the next game, you know. This game is... I mean, they're going to try for one last hurrah in a smoke, go behind.
One more fight for the boys.
Yeah, if they don't do it, they're just going to call the game.
It's not a... Oh, well, it was a decent opportunity. Zeal's going to manage to escape. Okay, Eki has managed to find Tian Ming. Just doesn't have enough damage by himself, though, for the kill. Good stun there. Does find Ame, but they've managed to avoid that first supernova. The second jump on in. Ame trying to crit through Smiley Knight. That'll at least get the Solar Guardian out. That's a nice stun as well on Ame with the BKB out, though. Turns, jumps back on in, looks for another fight. They've got Tian Ming down. It's a 5 versus 4 in favor of Avalus, this one. But Ame, he can just not be stopped. Eki, nice two-man stun here, but all he's doing is buying a bit of space and time before Ame jumps in and seals the deal himself. Ame now, I think that's his 19th only kill this game. Emo actually out of mana, still has BKB ready to use. Smiley Knight's got some damage, but look at the damage. Better from Ame. Buyback instantly from Shibe as Ame set to at least lose the Aegis. Can they actually kill him a second time? It'd be worth a pretty penny. Stormstormer puts down Emo. RP at least is going to put a stop to Shibe trying to kill him as Smiley Knight losing the 1v1. A good stun underneath that tower though. Ame making another jump in, another break. Soneko doing what he can, doesn't have that many spells to offer, but Smiley Knight makes it back alive into the fountain. Stormstormer finishes off a second by himself. All of a sudden, Ame does not have a lot of support here, but Boca doing what he can, throws a stun that finds the Nyx assassin who's under the cover of Vendetta. They're continuing to give chase as Stormstormer picks up a third. That's Baboka down, and that's Eki back into the game, Winter. His second kill after 14 deaths, but he caught a big fish. Ame feeds, what, 2,000 gold? Almost 3,000 gold to the enemy team.
Yeah, he almost doubled his net worth. Just kidding. Yeah, he was at like, what, 4K, 5K net worth. Now he's like at 8K, you know. And that was like some just, you know, just things when you do, you know, when you're very far ahead, you know, but they, you know, they have an excuse to do it, but they just have to recompose themselves and just wait for everyone to...
But you gotta lock in.
Probably, you know, also happy that the PA didn't go for my CA idea, getting a rapier, you know, would have fed that over to the opponent. And that was like, what, 4 buybacks? 3 or 4 buybacks? Was 3.
Eki, bought back.
Yeah, Dawn and the Nyx.
Shibe, bought back. Yeah.
Dawn and the Nyx, 2 buybacks.
Okay. Well, I mean, maybe they can continue to try and snowball this. Yakult Bros playing a bit more cautiously now, waiting for Ame to respawn. Oh, well, I mean, we'll take a free snack, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah,
he's gonna go down to Emo.
It's a long death.
That's true, it is. Yeah, that's true. Storm, I mean, how many galvanized stacks does he lose when he dies? Loses 3 charges per death. Okay, I mean, that's not so bad. He's still at 32. I mean, they no longer have flawless games, it should be said. Stormstormer got like 3,500 gold out of that fight, so he's got like a full basher Ags. And maybe even buyback. Yeah, and he's got buyback. MKB for Smiley Knight now. I mean, there's some serious items that have come through. It's still a 15k net worth lead, though. Let's be serious. That's a nice stun, though, to initiate this fight. Ame, he's actually in a lot of trouble here. They connect another stun, and he's down for the count. 100 seconds. Yakult Bros, they come rocking up to the high ground, all casual, like, and get sent packing.
Oh, boy. I may have spoken too soon, you know, when I said that they have to be thinking about the next game. Maybe is somehow dead again. I think he can't be actually hitting the towers. I think he didn't really expect to die there from the Rolling Thunder Soul Guardian stuns, you know. Just couldn't really...
Yeah, it looked great.
He couldn't really get out, you know, with the BKB. And even with the SNY, he just couldn't really get out.
It's worth another 1,700-ish gold, 800-ish gold for the kill.
A lot of gold, like more than half, I think, of the lead gone back towards ours.
Yeah, can we take a look at this net worth graph? We're about to see an almighty mountain, as my favorite artist would say. The graph, please, net worth graph. Lovely little chart looking thing. Yeah, there it is. There it is. 99. Yakult Bros like those odds, bro. We're back. I mean, it's still like 96-4. Let's be, how would you say? Let's be restrained, right? I mean, there's still a chance Yakult Bros can lose this, but I think they're still very comfortably in control of this game. Again, they just gotta lock in.
Yeah, they have to try to get Roche. Roche is about to spawn anytime.
That'd be big. Third Roche, right? This one.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Avlos is definitely not gonna let it go for free. They're gonna go and fight it. I mean, like you said, in the last fight, DK has MKB, so they can actually kill the PA now.
MKB, he's bought another item. Oh, he's got the Reaver now. Okay. Yeah, I mean, he's real tanky too. You got this AC as well for that, aura armor. Makes a little bit of a difference versus this PA's crits. This is Ame got here, so he's got his own MKB. So in theory, Ame can fight through a Solar Guardian. Of course, he just has to make sure he's not permanent. What is happening here? Okay, RP onto 2. Supernova is actually very well placed in this fight, but they just get deleted. Emo and Ame rip apart the Nyx Assassin as well as the DK. Shibe is next to fall. That is likely the game. None of these heroes with buyback.
I mean, all of a sudden the game's over.
And I think it's just over, yeah. I mean, so it's over. Doing what he can. He's going to try.
He's going back with the
He's going to cut another wave, right? Heck, oh, they fortified. Oh, no. Well, he's got to leave now, unfortunately. Does manage to kite the creeps out just a bit, but he's going to have to be waiting. I mean, it's still a whole minute until this DK will respawn. And this time, surely Yakult Bros cannot throw this. Surely they do not throw this one. I mean, it would just be ridiculous. Last barracks will go down. Still 35 seconds until this DK respawns. Another 30 after that until Shibe, makes them back at full strength here on this dire side. That's the last glyph they have. Yakult Bros, are they going to go in Roche?
Time to go for Roche. They've learned their lesson, Richie.
Very well.
Very well. It is still possible to throw the game.
It is still possible. I don't know how likely it is anymore, though. I mean, now,
I feel like the only reason why the PA could die there was just because they couldn't really get an RP off. Because if they go on him with the DK stun or the Pangoro and the Solar Guardian to pull off, as long as he has RP to stop some of the heroes, in theory, he should be able to get his BKB setting off.
Just back him up.
Another Hex, another kill.
Yeah, that's fine. That hero has buyback. That was Soneko dying. 3-10 and 7 on the Phoenix this game. Just a hard game, honestly. Again, it's no insult to the players, but when you start Ame off with a first blood and an assist, and then you die 4 or 5 times in the lane, things they don't end up going too well for you from there. Ame's up to level 25 now.
Where we started 2 minutes ago, 26k lead now for Yakult.
Yeah, we're pretty close. You can see this pit of despair, the pit of suck, basically, and in that graph. But we're right back to where we started, with a few more items online for Avalos, though. Phoenix does manage to save buyback. A stun there onto Zeal's a pretty good target, to be honest, but they lack the burst to take him down, and that's the BKB of the Dragon Knight utilized, as well as this Elder Dragon form. Yakult Bros really want to be patient. They can... well, they're not going to be patient. That is a beautiful stun onto 2. The sleep. No way. They caught 2 cores, and they're both dead. Neither with buyback. Only Baboka is going to pay the price there. Eki with a nice stun onto 2. Supernova stun does go off before Zeal pops that RP. That's only a second support down. Ame still alive and fighting like he's just been this entire game, and that has to be the game now. Just call it. 2 heroes for 5 at the end. Yakult Bros. It took them a little bit longer than they expected, but they will take the win in game 1.
All that matters is they got there, right? The journey is whatever, They hit a bump right towards the end, got too confident, overconfident, and paid the price, but they steered the ship back towards its original course and entered the game. After one fight, got the Roshan and just pushed high ground. So just well played, for Yakult. Steadying the ship.
Yeah. Steady as she goes, boys. I mean, otherwise it would have been. Look, Ame wouldn't have gotten up to 24 kills, right? But it sure probably would have been a little bit more violent for them. I mean, tough game there for Avalus. I think you know, kind of having moments of greatness in there, it probably makes it feel a little bit better. But yeah, I mean, Yakult Bros. I don't know, Winter. I mean, what do you have to say about this? You said that this team was going to be bottom 4. This didn't really look like a bottom 4 kind of a team.
I eat my words, but it's also just one game, right? It's the first game.
Yeah.
Still very early.
And you know, Avalus not off to the best start this game, right? Let's be fair to both teams.
Yeah,
so I don't think this is the best
games.
showing from Avalus.
You feed like a couple of kills before the the game starts, and it kind of just snowballs, right? And I mean, not to take anything away from Yakult Brothers, you know, the PA made some crazy, insane rotations. After the lane, he just walked towards mid, killed a couple of heroes, went top. You know, those are not things that you expect the enemy carry to do, right? And they got away with it because they had a couple of kills before the game started, so everything was just going so well, you know, for the PA. I think apart from
it's
that,
just a little
Tianming played an absolute, you know, game, you know, on the ET, like perfect laning phase. He was so aggressive, but it actually ended up paying dividends. It allowed the PA to finish off a couple of kills and just snowball the game, you know, and then in the team fights landing a couple of really crucial storms, splitters, and just, you know, amazing ET play, you know, this game from Tianming.
I agree, actually. I think that's a really good shout. I think Ame, obviously he played very well. I think his aggression was very noteworthy on this kind of a hero. You don't really usually think of PA as that kind of hero that shows up like that, but really made it look good and really made a big difference here in Game 1, leading Yakult Bros to a victory in their BO2 series. We're going to be going to a break, folks, but when we resume, we are going to have Game 2 of Yakult Bros versus Avalus. We'll see you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Dream League Season 25, the main event for Group Stage number 1. Thanks for joining us. It's Seek and Strike and Winter bringing you the last game of the first half of the day for Group B. Winter, for those that missed it, can you please summarize our first game?
Okay, the game was kind of over from the start, from after the lane, and then I guess the PA kind of snowballed too hard. Jakob Brothers kind of took control of the game until I think towards the end. They kind of threw away the game with some botched team fight in the high ground, and then made it look like Alvalos had the chance to come back. They gave them some hope, and then right after that fight, they just squashed them like a bug and removed all that hope again. That's so cruel. You gave them hope. They were like trailing the whole game. You give them some hope. You play with their feelings a little, and then you take that all away. Just to break their spirits. For the next game, so you get an easy 2-0. That is the strat right there.
Yeah. Seemed a bit rude. I mean, I was impressed that Avalos still stuck through it, through that kind of difficult part of that game, and credit to them for fighting through that. But we'll see here. Hopefully it put them in better spirits for this second game, which is going to be starting here in just a moment. I believe last time we had last pick for Jakob Brothers, right? It was last pick. Was it last pick PA? Hold on, I have the drafts open here.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Oh, it didn't show up here. Okay, here it is. That's because it wasn't completed.
Because I restarted Dota, so everything's gone.
It was a 24 Storm. That's right, for emo.
Oh yeah, it was the last fake Storm. Yeah. So this time, who is going to have the?
Well, they should swap. So Avalos should have.
No,
what?
Jakob
No,
Brothers
actually.
chose Radiant, so Avalos is second pick.
Second
so
pick.
Jakob Brothers
Okay.
first pick Radiant. Okay. So
Yeah,
first
that's true.
pick
They
was-
had Radiant last time as well. That's interesting.
planning some
bit.
Nyx openings.
You think so? Is like the pathing better for
that's-
next on Radiant side or something?
Yeah, but I feel like it's not his type of hero, not Bobocast type of hero. He's a very greedy position for. He likes like the Zeus, Zeus, Lion,
Medusa.
terribly.
You don't remember? The terrible.
Yeah, I remember all
God.
his carry heroes, So
Oh,
now
yeah,
what
yeah.
is the hero that is closest to his playstyle that's viable? A lot of it, they are melee heroes. I think range heroes, there's Muerta, which I think fits him. Like Nyx, Bounty, Ricky kind of fits him because Ricky can scale, you be greedy and then you scale. Nyx and Bounty is like very different. They play like a very different role. They're just there to disrupt your opponents and give vision. And you don't really prioritize your own farm as much. But as Bounty, you're going to get rich no matter what because of the track. As long as you're not losing the game, winning some team fights, some trades, you're going to get gold.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that could be something, right? It makes those trades more advantageous for your side and all that. Yeah, I'm not sure. What they're going to want to do, because you're right. He is traditionally a little bit more of like a funkier position forward, which is why he's sometimes one of my favorites to watch. Thankfully for us, Winter, we don't have to wait too much longer to get started with our second draft, as that is starting any moment now here, fortunately. For Avalos, though, like, honestly, I'm... It's hard to like really talk about games like that when they go so poorly from the beginning, because we kind of liked their draft from, like as soon as the draft finished, we're like, oh, it's a pretty good draft. Jakob Bros, they're going to scale really hard late. And then obviously they, there was like a 9-minute or something Battle Fury on Phantom Assassin. And from there, there's not much of a game to be played.
8-0, right? At 10 minutes or something.
Yeah.
8-0 P.
Team ban.
And the game is definitely gone wrong for you, and the enemy PA is 8-0 at 10-11 minutes.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
Yeah,
really
'cause
just like a terrifying
actually,
start.
I think they planned to pull the wave because Nyx started with boots, right? But because of what happened before the creeps spawned, it kind of made it so difficult because the PA, they got 2 kills, so the PA went to the lane. He got a couple of creeps and they got level 2 right away. So he couldn't go to pull the second wave because he just died. I think after that, the lane was like kind of ruined. Because if the lane started out as normal, they go to the lane, they pull the second wave. I think, sure, it's a hard lane, ETPA, but eventually you're going to be able to stabilize and farm in that lane, But because they didn't get the opportunity to pull the wave, they just got bullied from the start till the end, The wave was always in front of the PA's tower, and when the wave is there, the PA daggers you, the ET has spirit damage going and move speed chasing you with momentum. Oh no, not momentum. The other facet, deconstruction. He just kills everything. So that was it. After that, you have no lane, and the ET just kind of destroyed them. PA rotated to kill that. So they just rate this PA so high right now. I've heard about this PA being the best carry, but I'm not sure if first pick material. But right now, seems like it might be first pick material because in the previous series it was first phase ban. So what is the counter to PA here? And if they ban Berserker last in the first phase ban and the overall first pick PA, so they still think the Dawnbreaker is a solution with the axe,
Yeah, we're almost repeating the last draft. Of course, the difference being it was a 9th pick PA, not an 8th pick. And, the Nyx was not banned last time. So it was a opening Nyx by Avalus into the PA.
So what is good? What is going to be like a good carry matchup? I think obviously what comes to my mind is the Terrorblade, high armor hero. Terrorblade, I mean, DK didn't really fare so well because of, I think, other factors. DK, I think in theory could maybe work, but also you have to worry about the shard, the fan of knives from the PA that will break you.
I even think if you go TB, Ame is going to break out the Revenant's Brooch again or something, honestly.
I mean, or you just play something like fast pace, like TA. I mean, I think late game is either Terrorblade or Morphling. But even Morphling, I feel like you can't really out carry the PA with your time.
Some like Enigma hero, like ball early, like take her farm space, play more of like a macro game around her.
Yeah, you have to try to end the game early, I think, which is not the easiest task in the current meta. I mean, we'll see what they go for. I mean, with the Dawnbreaker, they certainly can try the DK again.
5 seconds remaining.
DK, there is the TA that I mentioned that could maybe potentially work, Like TA is more of like a faster pace, so you try to outpace the PA. You get your timings, you get Roshan, you push with your Desolator. So it's a lot more early game centric with if it's a TA plus Dawn. But if it's a Terrorblade plus Dawn, then you're trying to play like a slower game as well. You try to match him in the late game. Yeah, so they take away the Warlock, so they don't ban the Warlock, but they pick it away. So they have this insane team fight for Avalus, the Rock, with the Solar Guardian. But on top outside of that, I actually feel like Warlock doesn't really do well against PA. Because you die so easy, you cannot do anything. There's no way. You have to rush Ghost Scepter as Warlock or something to help you survive the PA.
Yeah, what's your concern with the Warlock PA lane? Is it just like the making soup on them?
It's more like they're just picking. They don't want to give the Warlock with the PA.
Right. I understand that. You said it last time. They banned it even last time. But what I don't understand is why is that lane so good, Warlock PA?
Because Warlock wants kills to abuse the Black Grimoire. So you get your levels quickly. PA is one of the strongest laners right now as a carry. It's insane, that I'm saying that. And now they go for the banner, which was banned a lot, a couple of weeks ago. Was it? I think it was during Blast or the Fissure event. It was one of those events. Then after that, it got ignored for a bit, and now I don't know if it's back or again or what. It's
10 seconds remaining.
It's very, very strong in some games, and some games it can be like. Sometimes people will say it's griefing, but I think Venor is meant to go to the jungle. Maybe not right away. I think you play the lane until level 2, level 3. You get a couple of levels, you sit with your carry, and then when the carry is self-sustainable, then you go jungle. And they go for the Tusk. Tusk is one of the better heroes at killing off, like Tusk like clockwork. You can kill the Venor, you catch him with the shards and you kill him easily. And Tusk plus the Dawnbreaker as well. Tag team with the with his nuke, so there's a lot of damage. Starbreaker. I mean, Yakult brothers have the exact same lane now, the ET. I think what they're gonna do is position for Venor, and he's gonna jungle. They're gonna pick some Enigma or something, to let him solo, and the Venor's gonna be jungling.
Okay, I'd love to see that personally. But the Monkey King might kind of disrupt things here. What are you thinking? Is that like a strong enough laner where you can't really get away with that?
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
because the most ideal situation is you have an Enigma. I think with the Venor position for jungle. Without Enigma, because I mean you can pick Enigma, but it's not so good into the Monkey. So now I'm not sure if. I guess you can still go Enigma. You put the Venom in the lane. You don't leave him alone. You help him for the first couple of waves, get his levels. I mean, I haven't really seen this or played this matchup. Venom position 4 into the Monkey King. I mean, Venom in lane is good against Monkey with the gear and your Poison Sting. So I think maybe that should be the plan. You go to the lane and just play into the the Monkey King. I mean, they've gone for the Invoker and they banned the Puck this time, so Invoker is really good against the Tars. It's very good into the Dawn as well. You burn their mana. And the Tornado, you can stop the Starbreaker, the Cold Snap as well. It does give you what you're lacking, which is catch, because ET, Venom, and PA, they don't really have a lot of reliable catch. So Invoker provides a lot of that for you. And you don't have overall last pick as well, right? So Invoker is one of the better blind pick mids. You don't really have a very bad matchup, except for Puck. Puck is the only thing that I think usually they are afraid of.
Oh, and it's been banned out here just now. Yeah, I mean, other than that, you sometimes see Alina into Invokers just because it's like they just push waves and farm.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. He's not
good magic burst into a PA.
Yeah, he's not gonna be too worried about that. So now, to finish that draft, what is going to be their offlaner that can lane into this Monkey? I mean, it depends whether the Venom's gonna start jungle. If he's gonna play in the lane, I think a lot of the offlaners will be fine. Like Beast is available. Beast is gonna be okay with their lineup. Like you stack the auras with ET aura, Beast aura, then Venom, you push down towers, then you have Alacrity. It's like crazy, this PA is gonna be killing everything again.
Okay, here's a strat, right? Hear me out on this. You go Lycan, you go Ags, and then you bite Ame and you send him into the fights.
It is definitely a strat. It's very good into... Look at their support, right? They can't kill the wolf. It's Warlock and...
That's what I'm thinking. Honestly, that's what I'm thinking. Yes! Yes!
Is he going to be abandoned in the lane with the Venom? I don't
think you can. I mean, Lycan's a good laner, a lot of armor, a lot of damage, but I think Monkey just beats the crap out of you.
The thing is, I feel like you should jungle as Venom. Like you have to choose the precise one because you jungle so quickly. I think it's okay to sacrifice in certain situations, sacrifice your core, but you need to know when to do it. So that is the tricky one. You have to play enough games to know when you should do it. And now Alvis is going to be seeing this and then, okay, what do we do now? Do we put the Monkey mid or do we put the Monkey as a carry? I think the Monkey is going to be carry most likely. You don't want Monkey mid against Invoker.
Yeah,
so
Dota 2 Pro Tracker is showing Monkey does very good against an offlane Lycan, as I think that's going to be Storm's mid or Spirits. Indeed, it is.
It doesn't really matter, I think, for the Lycan, because the Lycan nowadays, right, you just, even if you have a bad start, then you just go into jungle, you buy your Midas, you get your Alpha Wolves, and you just... The Wolf is the hero, right? So it's whatever.
Dude, this jungle's going to be busy, though. You're going to have Baboka in there, you're going to have Ame and Zeal in there with his wolves.
You have to take turns, right? That's the schedule. So who's taking the first shift? Baboka's taking the first shift.
Baboka's taking, he's clocking in first.
Zeal, Lycan wants to go jungle at night, he wants to return home to his jungle. And then PA wants
is he going to go pack leader? Really? I thought for sure it was going to be Alpha Wolves.
Pack leader. Why this game he's going pack leader? I mean, try to understand. I mean, the support
enemy heroes killed by Lycan.
They can't do anything. So he wants to play more with his
his ult,
his shapeshift, and with his hero. No, pack leader means you play more with his hero because you extend the.
You extend the shapeshift duration with kills. Yeah, by like 5 seconds. It's like not crazy, not bad, not too bad.
I feel like I fear the Alpha Wolf a lot more. If I'm a Warlock or Tars, because they can't kill the wolf. I mean, Tars you can maybe sort of survive it with Snowball, but Warlock, you see the wolf coming, you just Shadow Word yourself and you hope for the best.
Yeah, I mean, especially if they're shapeshifted, then it's just kind of a GG. If they're not, you can make soup on them, but...
yeah, this is a Ghost Scepter game, You have to buy Ghost Scepter.
We'll see how things are going here.
You buy Ghost Scepter.
Yeah, that's true. It is a very good Ghost Scepter game, but lots of slows, good Lotus game as well. It's going to be a little bit tough here as we get underway with this game.
Baboka is going jungle.
No, how do you know?
Dude, he has Blightstone.
He does.
Blightstone.
He's got Blightstone and Clarity. He is absolutely jungling. Here we go into game 2. They've nice deny on the Wolf, actually. Stormstormer with a quick tip onto Zeal. can respect that that was pretty well done.
Spicy start, right? Last time they lost 2 heroes before the creep spawn, so let's see this time can Alvaros do something about it. Oh.
30 seconds to battle.
And also, I want to point out something interesting. So Soneko has a Ring of Basilisk as his starting item as well. Find that rather interesting. Because this hero has a lot of mana problems, so your spells cost
He
a lot of
does.
mana.
His spells are very expensive, yeah. Huh. That is a really
I've seen
interesting
some
point.
players like they go for normal starting items, then they get the Ring of Basilisk later, you know. Before the boots, you know, but this is certainly a first for me. So let's see, Boboka with the Plague Carriers
Plague
running in.
Wards.
Fatal Ball.
Oh no. Zeal, yeah, he's just going to be in some trouble here. Cold Snap used. It's not going to make a difference, though. Smiling Knight
Oh my God,
secures
he
it
stole
from
the kill.
range.
He's
Secured the kill. Is that worth, though? Does he really want to start with Boundless Strike?
It's okay. I think it's okay.
Okay.
You can help kill the wolves in the lane with the stun. So I think it's okay. I guess he just really
Sounds
wanted
good.
the kill there. Maybe he
Okay.
felt like Earth Spirit might not be able to finish the kill. So he just
Oh, right.
sorry bro, I'm securing the kill now. Okay, let's see what Boboka is doing. So he...
Okay, whoa, hold on. Down
keeping-
bottom, Tian Ming. Oh, he was fighting into that level 1 tag team. This time, even with the Astral Spirit buff, it didn't really work out as well as he was hoping.
No, so he went to the... So what he did was he went to the lane, he did some right clicks, and then he TP'd back to base on the Venom.
Oh, Boboka's already, he's starting a jungle already.
He already... So I thought he was gonna... So I guess he was just there to make sure that the Lycan could pull the wave. So once the Lycan got the wave pulled, then he just left him.
He says, well, my work here is done. I have 7 Plague Wards on top of myself now. I will see you later.
Yeah, he's gonna farm really
He's-
quickly. I think I've seen like the normal time if you go jungle right away is around minute 4.5, 5. You get level 6 if you do everything correctly with the Blightstone. This is the
Oh.
fastest farming items
Okay.
with the Blightstone and the Sage Mask.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing that. We got to keep our eyes mid as well. Emo and Stormstorm are really going at it. As are both low on HP. Stormstorm really had a lead here in CS early on. But it is really entertaining to see this Plague Carrier Boboka. I mean, you're right. This is a very fast jungler, though. Honestly, I wasn't really expecting
It's
it.
the fastest jungler. No one jungles as quickly as the Venom with this facet.
And he farms with here with the Well Wishes buff, right? Additional mana. Wow. Yeah, it looks real good, honestly. Okay, how is Zeal going to manage in response? Right, he's skipped
creeps.
1 wave.
Full crazy with the wolves. That's it.
That's it. I guess you're right. It's just
I think it's
such
worth
a
it
wild
to
thing to see.
sacrifice one of the costs. If you know what you're doing and if you think the Venom is going to be able to have a huge impact in this game, you know. So let's see.
I mean, he's up to level 3 already. He's higher level than Zeal. He's
Yeah, the one key thing about the Venom jungle is when you get level 6, you have to go to a lane and use it ASAP.
right.
Right away. You have
Otherwise,
to
you're
do
just
something
griefing,
for your
right?
team. Yeah, you can't just farm all the way and do nothing. You have to help your team.
Wow. I mean, honestly, it looks pretty convincing. They're going to go again now down bottom on a Tian Ming. Oh, gate gank early. Soneko drops the Fatal Bond. That will condemn Tian Ming.
He's not needed on the top lane.
That's so true, actually. Yeah,
He's doing the right thing.
is he going to stay? It's a pretty, I mean, this is a good try lane, actually, isn't it? He might not make it out. Doesn't have anything to jump to on the Phantom Strike. Avoids at least a death to Shibe, but still goes down to Eki. Tian Ming, he's got a full creep wave here. He's also a really good tri-laning hero, though. And yeah, he's going to get 2 hero buff on the...
Invoker's TPing.
on the Astral
What?
Spirit. Invoker TPing in. That TP gets canceled by a rolling boulder mid. That leaves Tian Ming completely alone
Oh,
down
no.
bottom. He
Is he
dies
gonna
again.
complete
What is
TP?
going on? What? No way. Ame TP'd in.
But he has to,
Ame.
right?
What do you mean he has to?
What is he going to do? He already
He's
started
going
his
to walk
TP.
to lane, brother. He's walking to lane anyway.
Okay, this Venom jungle suddenly feels bad, right? After the 4 deaths in a row.
Dude, it's Cuckoo's fault. This Cuckoo-mancer, man. Get it out of my game.
No, the thing is, after the first 2 deaths, right, I think they have to wait for each other to TP together. They can't just TP, because the ET TP first, and he landed alone. If they have 2 heroes there, I think maybe they would have been okay. But because they TP'd 1 by 1, and they both died. And then the Invoker TP, and then he made the other TP longer, you know?
I think the funny... Zeal's dying top lane as well. Hold on. They don't have a Boundless Strike. I think he just gets walked down there. There's an Orb Corrosion here. Zeal trying to do some magic with the Wolves blocking. It's just not going to happen. 6-0 lead from Avalis here.
It's okay. Venom's level 5.
Okay, look at this. Okay, look at this. So Tianming, because that's the TP for Invoker getting canceled. Tianming dies, and then look how much time he has to consider canceling this TP. They literally all stand on top of him. Even Soneko stands on top of him.
If he doesn't cancel his TP, what can he do? Like he's not gonna. He can't walk back to the lane. Like he wants to get some XP here. That's why he just competed. Like he
didn't get any XP.
Really bad spot. Yeah, but
I agree.
If he cancels the TP, he's not getting anything.
But he didn't get anything. None of the creeps died.
He tried, right? He tried. You know. In his defense, that's what he did there. He tried.
Yeah, he did. I see the effort was made. Yes, I'm not going to disagree with my lying eyes. He made the effort, but my goodness. All right, Baboka. He's getting there. He's pretty close to level 6. I can't click on this hero. I keep clicking on Plague Wards.
Yeah, he's going to get level 6 in after this wave. I need this camp. And 1 more camp. I think he needs 1 more camp. Yeah, 1 more camp. And he needs to gank 1 lane as soon as possible. Right away.
What is he? You go for Shibe here? What do you go for the mid? You free up an emo?
He just needs to kill 1 lane. He's level 6 now. He needs to kill 1 lane right now.
Okay. Oh, and he goes, okay, well, Shibe just actually used Celestial Hammer. This is maybe a bit of an opening. They're going to go for it. There's level 6. Yeah, he is simply dead. Timing with
the tip right away.
The tip on the Shibe? Bro.
The dude, he's... I can't believe he still wants to tip him. The game is actually still so bad for him. But it was a big kill. Okay, to be fair, it's a very big kill. So look at the Venos. Look at the Venos net worth right now. The Venom is the fattest hero on the Radiant team.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, look, I mean, it's looking better for him. Zeal's on the road to recovery. I think this is not the first time I have seen Zeal get absolutely hard sacrificed though. Like, this is like like your chess openings, right? You have like the Gambit. This is like the Zeal Gambit, basically, right now for Jakub Bros. This is like a very common opening I see for them.
Well, let's see if it's going to work. 7 minutes, you know. Smiling Knight is coming in for the Wisdom Rune. And guess what?
Here's Baboka, dude. Baboka, 8 Plague Wards on him. Ame's here! Okay, but Stormstormer, he's going to join the fray. They lose the Wisdom Rune. Can they still win the fight? Magnetized doing a lot of work here. Zeal still trying to fight into this one as the Wukong's command ends. 7 heroes here. 7 heroes at the Radiant side of the Wisdom Rune here early on. I think they're just gonna get away with it too.
Rune, they got out and they killed Baboka.
And they got the kill. They got the kill on the Baboka. Yeah,
he's the richest hero. That's a big kill.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, Venom has
that's unlucky.
He needs to kill a lane now. He's smoking. He's coming top.
They're gonna look. I think they're gonna kill mid though. Emo, he could be in trouble. Okay, good reaction. Yeah. Shibe, he was ready for that one. They're gonna go top lane on a Smiling Knight instead. Ame jumping on in. No way. There's already a rock to drop. It's not gonna make too big of a difference, but they need to get the heck out of here before they all die to the fatal bonds.
Yeah,
oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Eki. Oh. He missed on the shards. Careful here, Ame. He might drop here, but Baboka tanking too much damage. Ame, he's going to die as Shibe runs him down. Tianming, it's a nice sleep. Good enough for the kill here, potentially onto Eki with that Sunstrike coming in clutch. Okay, it is an absolute clown fiesta in this game.
That was a big kill. Bro, I love it. That was 600 gold on the Tusk kill, and that was also another 700 gold on the Monkey King kill. That is like 1300 gold for 2 kills. And Baboka didn't die, right? Yeah, he survived.
What's the pause reason? Oh, my problem. Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say we just have to take a second here. I mean, it's too much. It's too rich.
Allowed to pause without any reason, you know. Relax, Richard.
Yeah, I know.
There's always gonna be a good reason for the pause.
It was just it's just such a silly game right now. Emo's lost his tower in mid there, by the way.
Silly?
Okay, like
it's a fancy game. Come on, bro.
Yes, you're right. And it's a non-standard game, and I'm loving it. But let's focus, right? Like, who's come out on top? Who are the playmakers? What moves? I mean, it's pretty obvious. Obelisk have come out on top. But what moves do Yako Bros have to make a difference here? How do they come back? Or is it just cooked?
Noxious Plague. Every time the ulti is up, they have to make a gank. They have so far gotten 2 key kills already. So the next one's coming up in 20 seconds. They have to kill an important hero, either the monkey or the Earth Spirit again. They need to kill them. And the Veno has... he is very rich.
Can Stormstormer get this kill? Guess he can. He's just got too much damage. Ame jumps to the wave. Stormstormer, eager to dive here, extends that Magnetize again. Oh, he guessed incorrectly, though. 3 more Remnants, but he's got no vision. And with Emo chasing him down, who also just missed out on him.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Stormstormer fails to get the kill.
Veno is looking for a play now. He's going top. They don't have a stun with these 2 heroes, so he could just technically TP out once the Noxious Plague lands on him.
Right, yeah, that's true. Where's their stun? I guess Cold Snap, right? So they need Emo nearby?
Yeah, or the Lycan getting Helm. He's about to get Helm.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot Zeal was in the game, poor guy. He's actually having a better game than Ame. Ame has just... I mean, he destroyed his game by completing that TP bottom. I don't know what else to say, dude. I don't know what else to say.
Well, unfortunately, that is a factual thing, you know. that was indeed what happened. And now he has to,
it's just...
he has to live with that. Yeah.
You know, carry players when they see a wave under tower.
The graph looks so weird with the Veno on top of the network.
Yeah, I mean, it's Baboka's time to shine here. Get the Shadow Blade, brother. This is when you listen to Darth Baboka.
Shadow Blade? I mean, I think if he kills Shadow Blade, his teammates are just gonna leave the game right away. He's the only person with net worth and he's killing Shadow Blade now.
Not Shadow Amulet, Shadow Blade. Ame. Ship is going to find him. Eki nearby as well. Starbreaker is going to hit. No way out for him. Death number 4 for Ame in the bot lane. And Baboka's farming Ancients. Baboka's taking the safe farm right now, by the way. I mean, he's level 9, I guess. I mean, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's as rich as the enemy mid laner.
Okay, and that's going to be the first shapeshift of the game. Zeal finally hits up to level 6. Okay, they dispelled the Wukong, the Jingu Mastery from Smiling Knight. Still has time to channel the ulti. Stormstormer is going to miss big on this first roll. Ame showed up to fight. There's Baboka. They're going to try to get this kill. Ame, he's going to go in, finds the kill. So Neko drops the rock, but the Fatal Bonds have already been used, so it's rather ineffective. In fact, Tian Ming just picks up the darn thing. All of a sudden, the team fight, it looks terrible for them. Ame, considering making the jump onto Seneko onto the tower, he will do so. He does cut the tree down as well onto Smiley Knight. Smiley Knight trying to dodge as much damage as he can. He still drops, and there's no follow-up to make use of that 4-man Fatal Bonds. What a turnaround from the Yako brothers.
That was a terrible initiation from Avalanche. They rolled in with the Earth Spirit, and then he got focused by the Noxious Plague, and then he died, and he spread it to his whole team. And then they all died. You know, how much damage did the Veno do? The Veno did 1.4k damage.
1,400.
Yeah, ET also did a bunch, 1.7. That was insane.
Here it is again. Here it is again, right?
I mean, they totally overplayed their hand here. He died. Okay, she didn't really spray on the other heroes. They just died to the Noxious Plague, and then the PA just killed everyone else later.
I think the biggest problem there was, unfortunately for Seneko, he used Fatal Bonds when they tried to kill Zeal. And if he had it when he dropped the Golem, maybe they can keep this fight going. But it's not an option, really. Yeah. Like, he Fatal Bonds at the end before he dies. But it's too late. It's too late.
Game is back to even now.
Unbelievable. Baboka, he's done it. Ame's back. And you know what? Look at Ame's atomization. He adjusted pretty well. Treads Orbital Corrosion to show up for these early fights. Make the difference, right? In fights in games like this.
Yeah, when you're behind, you're not gonna recover by farming. You need to kill the enemy. The kills are what matter. I mean, Avalos is going to be very, very cautious now moving forward. They need, like, BKB's pipe or whatever, you know, this Venom is going to be killing them with the magic damage.
Honestly, they need the spells.
The ET splitter and the invoker spells, they all do a lot.
I see 2 BKBs queued up right now, one for the Earth Spirit, one for the Monkey. Smoke play top lane. Stormstormer trying to set up a gank here.
I mean, on the other hand, they do have like a big combo. Fatal Bomb with the Magnetize.
Dust. Yeah, in they go. Emo doing what he can. Tornado is pretty darn good onto 2, but the stuns, I think they're going to be overpowering. Emo still alive, gets the solar buff with the Pavis Mare, but he ends up dropping. How much will it make a difference, though? Veno ulti only on, I think that was onto Shibe. Just tanks through it. Heroes. Yeah, that's true. Okay, nice micro here on that Centaur Conqueror. Stormstormer, oh, he gets another roll away, and it costs the life of Tian Ming. Baboka doing a lot of damage here. Oh no, the Ice Shards are off the mark. It allows Baboka to turn for another Gale. Snowball buying a little bit of time here from Eki. Zeal, oh, he doesn't have the attack speed to kill him, actually, thanks to the innate. And it turns into only Smiling Knight going down, as well as what, the... I mean, this is not a bad fight, actually, for Yakult Bros. Am I crazy?
Yeah, it's decent. They traded a support for a carry. I mean, you take it, you know. I think Avalos kind of rushed a little bit because the rock was like almost ready, you know. They didn't have the rock initially. When they spoke to him with the Earth Spirit, he ran in. I mean, they killed the Invoker initially, but they just overcommitted. They needed to chase so far, right? Because they didn't have rock to get the kill. And then it gave Yakult Brothers time to respond, you know, with the other heroes. With the Venom coming in, the PA, the Lycan, he was like killing the backlines.
Yeah. That's just
a chaotic game, you know, because of how the game started with the jungling Venom. Everything
I think like the chaos factor really helps these kinds of heroes, like these the PAs and the Lycans, right?
If you look
think
at
they
the
thrive in games like this.
It's like even among all the cores and all the heroes already.
Yeah.
The game has,
including Baboka.
Game has gone back to even, but the only main difference is the Venom being so fat, you know, like a core now.
I mean, it's just a little funny to see.
Once he gets the pipe on Baboka, that is going to block out all the Earth Spirit and the Warlock damage, all the magic.
That's true. Yeah, that's very true. And I think it'll help a little bit against the Solar Guardian damage, right? What is that, 50 DPS?
The main,
not bad.
Okay, bot lane.
Oh. Yeah, this is the main one. You're right. Tian Ming, yeah, you can't really channel anything against an Earth Spirit.
I think the main damage is the Fatal Bonds with Magnetize. That is going to eventually kill your whole team, right? So you need the pipe to block that out.
Ame has Battle Fury, dude. 16-minute Battle Fury.
Not too bad,
After what, going 1 and 3? I mean, I agree.
I mean, he was 2k net worth at like 6-7 minutes, bro.
Look, you put the clip of Ame TPing in for 5 seconds when literally 3 enemy heroes stood on top of his TP portrait in vision. And you put it right here with 16-minute Battle Fury. I never would have ever thought he was even going to get a Battle Fury this game. I thought they were just going to lose at that point. But the jungle Venom, man. Baboka, he needed to make those ults count, and honestly, they did. And here he goes. He's got level 2 Noxious Plague now, as he's up to level 13. He's the highest level on his team by 3.
He's the carry, man.
It's not even close.
Yeah, I'm glad we had that discussion about what Baboka is playing, right? What hero can actually allow him to carry.
Okay, here we go. Earth Spirit. In trouble. Okay, Blade Mail. That's going to stop Ame here just for a second. Just for a second, though, as Zeal puts him down with all the units there.
Big kill on Stormstormer there. Can they actually get any objectives here? Seems like probably not. I mean, if they could actually get 1 kill into Roche, that would be perfect.
Well, they want to fight this. Smiling Knight, they're heading in for more. We got a ward here. They see Zeal, and Zeal, yeah, he's going to eat 2 ultimates. Holy moly.
He's toast. What? I mean, they needed to make sure he can't get the shapeshift and run away. So that was totally understandable.
Dude, this pipe's going to be online for... Oh, no. But yeah, actually, pretty soon.
He's going to have it. He's going to have it. He already has the most expensive piece, the Ring of Tarask.
Yeah, very true. And these BKBs aren't online quite yet for Smiling Knight or for Stormstormer. It's so weird to say. I think Avalos are going to be behind here just a bit longer. This is going to be a nice kill on Tian Ming. Died trying to get the ward. It's going to tank another spell. That's another unlucky Ice Shards, unfortunately, from Eki. He hasn't been too on the money with those this game, it has to be said. It's like his 3rd or 4th missed one.
He has Dagger now, so he's probably going to have a better time initiating. on the task after this. So his job, I feel like, is basically to find the Veno and kill the Veno.
Just punch the Veno.
Yeah, they need to actually kill the Veno first before the Veno gets his spells off, you know.
Yeah, man.
It's gonna be hard.
He's the highest
but
level. He's
I mean,
Look,
they're gonna need to
Emo and
commit
Baboka walk into the triangle, and Baboka says, "Dude, don't take my farm." He says, "Go take the garbage farm in the mid lane."
audacity to say, "Don't take my farm" to Ame.
To Emo.
Oh, okay, by the way, so the Dawn has gone for a Crimson Guard. So a bit of a change up in his build, you know. So the Crimson is gonna help against the Lycan and the PA. I don't know if it blocks the Veno wards.
Interesting. Why wouldn't it? Do you think because it's like a different unit damage type?
Yeah, because it doesn't block. I
Interesting.
think it doesn't block like the Death Ward damage.
Bottom tower is under
Oh, yeah,
I
that's
don't know
a
if
good
the Plague
point.
Wards are under the same.
Yeah. That's a really
If
good
it does
point.
block, then the Crimson is gonna be. We'll see in the team fights.
Yeah.
And the Crimson is gonna be doing a lot against
Wow,
the
they
Veno.
they roached fast.
I mean,
They
it's
roached
PA
real
like that, you know.
fast. Yeah, I guess so.
The
A little
PA
bit
is going to
minus
be
on the
very
howl.
scary with Alacrity, Wolf Bite. and
That's
ETR.
true. Is Zeal going? Is Zeal going for it? I hope he is. Not
Later.
yet. He's gonna go
Not
for
yet,
Vlad's
yeah.
first.
Just wants to
Fair
buff the PA. Oh, here we go. Big fight incoming.
Oh. Yep, big wrap around here. Stormstormer, he's going to get scouted first, though. Tornado. Okay, the initiation from Eki's onto the Invoker. That's not a bad jump. Pipe of Insight buying him a little bit of time. In goes Ame now. That's a huge Earth Splitter ulti. Rockets dropped onto nothing. Zeal just outran it. Emo, still alive, finally goes down. As Shippe also using his ulti in the midst of things here. Stormstormer still alive, but with all these debuffs, it's only a matter of time before he ticks down. Zeal continuing to kite around in the fight, but Ame still alive. He's taken down Sedenko. He's fighting into Smiley Knight. Even Smiley Knight with the Jingu Mastery does at least remove the Aegis before he loses his life.
Baboka's
But it's a
killing all of
1 for
them.
4. What a fight. What a fight. Zeal absolutely kited them beautifully there.
Yeah, it's surprised they actually decided to still run in. I feel like with that combo, with the Warlock Rock plus the Magnetized Fatal Bonds, they could have taken the fight. You know, the Monkey King didn't have BKB, so he was like he just ran in and he just died to all the spell damage. It's quite a decent start to the fight. You know, the Tusk went in.
Here it is again.
Punched the Invoker. I think the Invoker died first. Yeah, we're gonna see
Yeah,
here.
he did die first.
He's gonna be the first one down. They had a pretty decent Fatal Bonds with the Rock combo, but just ran out of damage. I could see why they tried to take the fight here, you know. It seemed like they could maybe win the fight. But just couldn't. They couldn't really kill them fast enough in the initial go. And then when the fights get dragged out, the Veno, the Lycan Wolves and everything else is just gonna kite you to death, and you're gonna lose the fight.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's the Crimson Guard active and the Wukong's command ending, right? All that physical HP block suddenly disappears and Yaakov Bros go right back on in. I was wondering where Ame winning the fight, and he was just waiting. He was honestly just waiting for the Wukong's command and Crimson to end. Nicely done. It's just so good.
And
This
Veno is also
just-
queuing up. Okay, never mind. He changed his mind. He was queuing up a Crimson, and then now he's like, nah, I'm gonna get a Hurricane Pike. I'm gonna be killing
Yeah.
the enemy.
He's just not a good Crimson carrier. Now that you just want more HP.
I like the Hurricane Pike more than the Crimson for sure on the Veno.
And then he gets the Shadow Blade.
Just can't stop with the Shadow Blade Veno. What is
Yeah,
that?
maybe
build, you know,
Glimmer
Shadow
Cape.
Blade and Veno. Okay, Glimmer is fine. Glimmer is fine. But he has Pipe already, so probably not.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. Ame's pretty scary still. He's got a BKB showing up to this next engagement. What else do we have BKBs online?
Yeah,
we do.
by the
Stormstormer
way,
just bought his.
Speaking of army, you know, normally the normal talents is most players get the Phantom Strike duration at level 10 on PA, and only right now only Daracho and Army gets the -2 seconds for dagger cooldown. Everyone
That's
else
a really
gets
interesting
the,
observation.
Is under attack.
Yeah, Phantom Strike and I mean 15. I guess it's more or less the same. You get the cast range.
Radiant's
Yeah.
top tower is
Why do you think that is? Because Phantom Strike is the farming mechanism for PA early, usually, right? And it's, not
I
bad
mean, it helps with the
damage in
damage too.
fights.
The burst, yeah, the half a second.
But why specifically dagger then? That's really curious.
I think it helps you.
Oh,
Okay,
hold
never
on.
mind. He's
They're
gonna
on
get
to
punched.
Ame. Good stuns, but they've actually run out of damage here. Didn't pop the BKB. Just manages to simply walk away.
I think it allows you to play the poke and proc game a lot better with the lower cooldown on the dagger. And the dagger also helps to proc your coup de grace, right? Because it counts as 2.
Yep. That's true, actually. Yeah, with the facet. With methodical. Okay, that's a really good point. Do you think it's better to poke and prod in games where you're behind or games where you're winning? Probably
No, I think in
games
general this
behind.
hero, I feel like that's how you should play this hero. You need to be poking and prodding. I don't think you should be committing to fights early on. You know, you need to see and just wait, be patient on the side.
Okay.
It's,
Wait
so
for
it's
the
more
jump
of
to
how
blow
you're
someone
gonna-
up.
Yeah, so it's more about how you play this hero, not just about whether you're winning or you're losing in the game. You know.
I understand. You got to be methodical with your engagements. I see that. Ame has finally overtaken Baboka in terms of net worth. Emo and Zeal are just finally about to have that honor. 25 minutes in, nearly.
Yeah, finally the Boboka farm train has slowed down.
And how would you rate your experience? Oh, hold on. Ame's fighting versus
going
Smiling
in.
Knight. Gets punched up into the air.
Ame in
Ame
trouble.
BKB active. Still gets stunned, though, but a beautiful sleep saves the life of him. Golem's going to get dropped here onto the back lines as Ame being chased down by Stormstormer and out of the fight, but otherwise still healthy. Eki, the first loss of this fight now, as Avalos on the retreat. Eki, he's going to go down. Shibe manages to TP away, and the Golem is going to be the last to fall here. As Avalos go hunting deep into the triangle and come out.
I mean, that
licking
was
their
almost
wounds.
perfect stun layering with the punch, the Solar Guardian, stun everything through BKB, you know, and then the rock, and they somehow still couldn't kill the PA. He might have got saved by the Solar Crash, you know, I don't know, something must have saved him in the end, you know. Like he was able to walk out. Just didn't do enough damage to kill him.
Yeah, tough sequence of events there. BKB revealed by only Smiling Knight there. Seems like Stormstormer. He's had his, but he
They're
didn't
looking
use
for
it yet.
Emo?
Oh, Emo in trouble. Deafening Blast, not bad, but can't do much other than drop a meatball on his killers.
Yeah, take that.
Officer, I've been killed. Look for the person with spaghetti stains on them. I've hit them with a meatball.
You're leaving a trail of tomato sauce, right?
That delicious marinara.
Yeah, that is the base of Italian cooking, right? Can't make anything in Italian cuisine if you don't have the base. The marinara
I always,
sauce.
sometimes I forget that you actually have culinary training. What are the 4 mother sauces? Quick Winter.
Don't do it to me. What, bechamel?
Uh-huh.
I don't remember.
It's okay. It's okay. It's because your mind is refined and focusing on the higher quality things in life.
Yeah,
Food,
the other-
Dota.
the other
How
thing I
about Dota
remember is
instead?
The maripoa. They taught us how to make the base of the soup, you know, the stock.
Where are we looking in this game, Winter? I like to ask you always around this point. It feels like a very transitional point where heroes are starting to get their 3rd items online, you know? For Ame, that is going to be just a casual, was it SNY, right? Of course it's SNY.
He needs
Into
SNY
Satanic.
for all the rock stun, the punch, the Dawnbreaker stun. Everything goes through BKB. I think as long as he actually doesn't die in a stun lock duration, you know, and for Yakult Brothers, it's the rest of the hero's job to just make sure that he doesn't die during that. Because they're gonna try to lock him down through the BKB. That's the only way they can kill him. So I think if they can actually prevent him from dying, so Lycan's sacking all the auras, and I feel like eventually he's going to be getting the wolf bite to help him in the 5v5s. Venom has Frost Staff, Pipe, you know. Oh, he's getting Agatims?
Yeah, I saw that. I was wondering what you
What?
thought. Septic
Why
shock.
can't he just get like some saving item, some Lotus or something, you know, like he's going
Dude, that's a support's job.
Bro,
he's
he doesn't
jungle
need
Venom.
to hit anyone, do damage, you know. PA is gonna kill everyone if PA doesn't die. That's at least my logic, you know. If they can somehow keep him alive during the combo, PA is gonna kill everyone. With
There
alacrity
they
and
go.
wolf bite.
Avalos, a second time they'll go into the triangle. A second time they see Ame. This time they don't like what they see. Smiling Knight leading them out, using that Simeon Stride. Gets
They
into
have
the
a
lane
good ward
here, where they do. They have Shibe ready. He's continuing to push out this top lane. With an Axe Scepter now, by the way, on this Dawnbreaker. Look for that. This next Solar Guardian is going to be very problematic. Jackal Bros standing underneath Vision, but they are smoked up still. Hame, considering the jump, these wolves around here, they have given some vision. They know where Stormstormer's at. Jackal, they're going to try and at least advance to take this fight around the Lotus Pool. Smiling Knight from the side. Eki underneath the tree. Now they're going to be scouted here by...
Oh, they see them?
Yeah, the Spirit. They see Emo. Emo avoids at least the Tornado. Emo is tanking a lot of damage. He tanks the Golem even, and he's going to be killed off. Buys back instantly. It's a pretty nice Earth Splitter onto 3 heroes. Shibe also has used the Crimson Guard already. That was also going to be basically all the ultis used. All of a sudden, Ame, he feels unleashed in this fight. Shibe jumps away in the ultimate form to try and live here as Ame looks for the Vision to hunt him down, cuts down the tree for the Vision, and ends up putting him down. What a play there. I feel like Emo's buyback maybe not that worth, but it's still a team fight win that Jackal Bros feel a little bit more confident walking away from.
If they can get Roshan, the buyback will be fine. It's 40 seconds. It's going to move towards the bottom side.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, at this point, it'll probably spawn down there, won't it? Yeah, it will.
Yeah, Lycan almost has AC. This is going to be big into the Monkey King. AC done. Invoker's kind of stuck in a bad position after that buyback.
Yeah, he is. And it kind of sucks because, like, of all the heroes on his team, like, nobody really wants to tank the initiation.
Is under attack.
But someone's got to do it, right?
I think it's supposed to be Venom tanking everything because
You think?
he's supposed to be
I mean,
the
I
front line.
guess. Yeah, I
But
guess.
he's not playing as a front line now.
Do you think he needs to, like, transition into that role now to allow Emo to actually cast spells? I mean, I don't really know if he
X, it already means he's going to try to hit people and he doesn't want to be focused, right?
Okay, very well. When he is a universal hero, right? Okay, that's the Roar of Retribution. Abelis, they know that Roche is on and going. Sunstrike here to just make sure this thing goes down. Lickety split as Ame leaves the pit. Aegis in inventory. Abelis are simply not fast enough. I never would have thought in this game that Jackal Bros would even be in a position to contest second Roche. I have to be honest with you, and yet here we are. I mean, let's remind everyone where we started. This was like a
advice before
Yeah.
before you say anything.
yeah. Okay.
Please don't try Venom jungle in your games, please.
Why not?
I know you're gonna be like, oh, this looks like a fun way to play my games here.
Well, let's set the stage first, right? For people that are just joining us now. This was a 0-3 Ame. This guy, like, clicked TP in after 3 heroes dove his tower to kill his support, and he clicked TP for 5 seconds. He had 5 seconds. 5 seconds is a long time, Winter, you know? It's a long time. I rarely stay quiet for more than 5 seconds. Ame had all that time to think about something that he decided, no, I'm going in. Didn't go his way. He got killed, had to walk back to the farm. And yet, Baboka has gotten us to a stage in this game where they are up 4K, like just barely 20 minutes after that move. They are up 4K, 5K now with second Aegis.
Radiant's
I never thought we'd get here, and yet here we are.
So what does that
Well
tell
played.
you? Venom jungle.
It tells me, it's only Jungle Venom. Yeah, he's very legit. I have to agree.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is probably one of the worst examples, given the start, to say. I think they just messed up a lot. In the Warlock, sure, he came through the gate because he didn't have to be top. But after that, they just needed to go to the lane together instead of TPing one by one. They all died in the tower.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Oh, Ame, don't die. Oh, okay, he didn't die to Tormentor. Did scare me a little bit there for a second. Oh, Zeal is building up Wolfbite X, though.
Dire's middle tower
That's
Yeah,
going to be
actually,
really exciting. I can't
It's
wait.
it's not a bad boon game, No one's gonna die to Tormentor here.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I can't wait for Wolfbite, though. I mean, I think it's going to be really
Is he
crazy
getting
seeing
next?
Ame jump
he's
in
getting
now.
it next.
He's getting next. Yeah, he's getting next.
Alacrity, Wolfbite. Come on.
Oof. Good luck. Phantom
Solar
Strike,
Crest.
these wolves blinking on top of you. Yeah, true. Solar. Oh, not to mention Natural Order debuff. Oof.
Come on. That's probably not gonna be.
Okay, fine,
the
but,
ED is not gonna be able to stand in front.
Ame just jumps in. He's got 9 heavy damage, and you don't want any of that smoke right now, Eki. He's going to go ahead and back out to the high ground.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Middle tower.
Bro, look, you click on the banner. Look at what the banner is buying next. I admire this guy's ambition, you know. He's got.
I mean, this is why I'm telling you, Baboka is one of my favorite supports. I think. Hold on, I'm trying to think of more entertaining
No.
players
He
to
is
watch.
not your favorite support. Come on, you can't say he's a support. He's your favorite.
Well,
carry at this
come on, he is a position 4 player on the roster, on the sheet. You know, when they sign into the tournament,
I remember
he
his
says,
Terror game. Everyone's getting like support items like pipe, whatever, and then he's buying butterfly, what diffuser, manta butterfly or something.
Yeah, he just bought normal carry items. I'm telling you, one time he played a support Medusa game in qualifiers. You remember that game? Oh no, I think that was the quals I did with that you were out of commission for. Oh my goodness! So this guy is. He's amazing. He's one of my favorite support players to watch. He's always entertaining. Eki, he's been scouted. Ame makes the jump in. He's going to drag Eki out a bit further, but Ame not willing to pop the snowball to get that kill. Aegis in inventory here for another minute and 10 seconds as the siege has already gotten through that initial fortify. The Roche banner doing good work here to keep these creeps alive. The Smiley Knight will break smoke to take down the banner then. Eki has cut a wave top. Sorry, Shibe has cut a wave top. And so the Yakult brothers will have to move to another lane if they want to keep sieging.
And they won't have time to use it with Aegis. Aegis is gonna expire in 40 seconds. I think they don't need to rush. I feel like the longer the game goes, the better it is for Yakult brothers with their lineup. They have better scaling, so they don't need to be in a hurry.
Ame. On a Stormstormer, he makes sure to block the Rolling Boulder out. The sleep does actually catch Stormstormer. He's got BKB, just really doesn't want to use it here. And I guess he knew he did not have to. He gets he's going to be able to roll safely to his own side of the river. Nicely done.
Yeah, speaking of items, the Earth Spirit Axe is the axe that could potentially change the fight. So he could stop the PA from doing the damage and kick him far away.
What's his goal? Do you think he turns the PA into stone and kicks her, or does he stone his allies and save them?
I mean, both are fine. If the PA commits for one hero, PA has BKB, then you stone your teammate, kick the teammate out. If PA doesn't have BKB, then you stone her and you kick her elsewhere. Ideally in your fountain, you know.
Right, yeah, that's the best place to kick my PA. That's where I keep them, in my fountain. Okay, yeah, Baboka literally is just... No, of course not. I'm not really a PA gamer.
You remember those days, position 4 PA?
No.
No?
I don't actually.
You don't remember?
No.
There was a time where PS position 4. It was when the dagger had 1,200 cast range or 1,100 cast range at level 1. So you would just stand in the trees and you dagger.
I do remember position 4 Lifestealer when you would just buy Ags and then jump into your friends and dispel them every 10 seconds. Baboka. Oh, he's going to get caught here. Yeah. Well, actually, he's got a Hurricane Pike, but I mean, there's just no way out for him here, honestly. He's a valuable kill. Again, he's a very... Look, he fed 1,000 gold.
Good luck getting your Skadi.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, these ultimate orbs are expensive.
Look at where he was farming, right? It's crazy.
That's what I'm saying, man. Whatever, broke a smoke ink or something. He says space created. Space created is space one.
Not when you're this farmed, you know.
Yeah, that's true. Not when you're... Oh, yeah, he is still more farmed than Emo. Wow. Monkey. Able to jump away. Okay, initiation.
Dispels the Fatal Bonds.
Yeah, PA willing to jump back on in though. Stormstormer, he's got a PKB here at some point. Finally does. Turns around with another boulder smash to slow the pursuers. But Ame, he puts him into the grave. Smiling Knight, he doesn't want to set up the fight here anymore. Decides it's best to just fight another day. Zeal giving chase now with the shapeshift.
Here he comes.
Oh, it was the wolf bite. Ame. There are 2 wolves in town. There's a new alpha wolf in town. Look at him. He's looking for the supports. And he jumps onto Soneko. Soneko quick on the pull, though, with that Ghost Scepter. And Ame unwilling to die. He's got that nullifier, but just didn't really want to throw the game there. Well played.
That was so scary. And the Warlock was like running away, kicking his Ghost Scepter.
Yeah, right. Oh, my goodness.
Bro, they did that 4v5, you know, the Venom was dead the whole time, you know.
That's true. Yeah. And this is not just like a position 5 Veno. This is Baboka jungle Veno. Gale creates Plague Wards now. Okay. He's coming along, dude. He can't wait. He's not saving for buyback either. He could not wait to get this Scotty online. He's got the point booster at the ready. Emo. Yeah, Tornado. He's actually found the Monkey King. Jump down to farm the easy camp. He could be in some trouble. Solar Guardian is going to try and shut down Ame here. They're going to stun him through the BKB here, but they just can't get on top of him for any damage. Zeal, he has regular Shapeshift ready to fight through this one as Ame, he's cut the backliners already. Golem has been just useless, and look at him go on to Smiley Knight next. A double kill for Ame. Eki has just been divided and conquered. Basically all of Avalos here have. That's 3 down just like that. Yakult Bros, they're going to go up to high ground.
This is it. They are going to force a bunch of buybacks. I mean, could they even hit the throne? Just force the buybacks?
They did so much damage. They did so much damage. Emo, I mean, he's got to feel so much better about himself now after starting a fight like that. Beautiful initiation here from the Invoker, who has been struggling this game.
Well, to be fair, Richie, when you have a teammate jungling at level 1, everyone else is going to be struggling in the game. Oh, but like what we say, you know, what matters is the result of the game, you know. How you get there does not really matter as long as you get the W. A win is a win, and Stormstormer is coming in. Buyback.
He wants to try and change things here. Buyback out on the Monkey King. Stormstormer, a second stun, looking for Tian Ming. Smiling Knight from the trees does a burst amount of damage. Tian Ming still fighting. Zeal turns back in. He eats Stormstormer alive the entire time. Ame in Wolfbite forms continuing to fight Soneko. Dodges at least the Sunstrike, but the Ghost Scepter's only going to last another second before Ame rips out his jugular. Ame jumping in a second time. Shibe, he's been stopped from ulting as well as Zeal. The two wolves fighting through this one. Double buybacks now from Avalos. Shibe's already down. The tornado sweeping on through. Ame, worse for wear, but with the Satanic, he's right onto killing supports. That's the godlike streak for him now as Ame fighting versus 4 alongside Baboka, finally taken down. Another stun onto 2. The snowball on through. Baboka, the true carry, the last man standing for Yakult Bros, is finally going to fall. It cost 4 buybacks here, but Avalos, they will defend, very similar to game 1 against the Megas here for Yakult Brothers.
This wasn't so bad because that was way worse in the first game. Yeah, this wasn't as bad because they were stuck in the middle. They couldn't really run with the buybacks coming in, so they had to fight it out somehow with the PA. I mean, the only way Army gets out of that is if he kills the enemy team. That's like no way out. They stunned him through his BKB, he couldn't really move, and so yeah.
Here's a replay of how that went. Great initiation by Stormstormer. I mean, just recognizing someone just needs to start this party.
I still feel like the Venom should be the one in the middle. Like, he needs to be the front line, you know. Like the other heroes are not the greatest heroes in front, you know. If the ET dies, I feel like the team fight is kind of hard, you know, because ET provides a lot of like control and the auras, you know, so he doesn't want to be the first hero to go down in a team fight. So after he dies, they buy back on Earth Spirit Warlock and the fight's like immediately turn around, right? Because you don't have a lot of like control if your ET is dead in the team fight.
Right. And in the picture, by the way, getting 3rd Aegis here is Avalos. There's an Aegis now online for the Monkey King, which is necessary.
We still have a game, for sure.
We have a game.
Right after that. We
have a game. Refresher Shard for Stormstormer being 3rd Roche. He's also currently the one holding on to the Roshan banner. We still have a game. I mean, that's for sure. Again, a big advantage for Yakult Brothers. Like, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about it, but again, a good hold from Avalos at the 11th hour, right before things really become, you know, untenable for them. They give themselves a position to be able to fight from. Now, they're still on the back foot. Let's make that clear. But impressive that they're able to kind of still stand strong 2 games in a row like this, I have to say.
Yeah, Smiling Knight on the Monkey King, now having an Aegis, an Ancient Guardian. So he's going to pack a punch, and he has 25 right now, level 25.
Did go for the Wukong's command ring.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting fight here coming up. Like Arvelus is in a very, very strong position. They have a lot of their key items. And they have the axe on the tusk, so he can kick someone back.
Oh, that's really good. Okay, good calls here. We have all the ultis ready to go on both teams. Emo TP's back to fight with the team. Courier. Oh my god, it literally has, Boboka has an Ayaskati on the Veno. He's the tankiest here on his team by a country mile. Wow.
Well, he's not exactly tanking Richie in the fights. He's like standing behind. Right.
No, I mean he's not, but he could. He's the tankiest.
He should be in front to be the bait.
Yeah, you're right about that. Shibe, he's off farming the other side of the map. He can always ult in, remember. Wolves have now scouted the side of Yakult Brothers, though. Sentry's going to give him vision. They walrus punch that wolf back to Ice Rack. As in goes Ame in the wolf bite form, just wants Seneko. He only wants one thing. Seneko does get saved, though, and drops the rock. They kick away the PA, though. I'm not sure they wanted to do that. Smiley Knight jumped over to it. Snowball saves pretty good. Can they continue this fight? No, is the question. Smiley Knight is in no fighting condition. He's bound to lose this Aegis at any moment as the Wukong's command finally goes down. The Earth Splitter does huge damage to Eki and Stormstormer. Buyback coming out now, at least from Eki. Seneko has gone down. Stormstormer has been murdered by Ame as Smiley Knight does take down Baboka. A fighting chance now. Well, maybe not. Snowball save again. Avoids at least a stomp. There's going to be a punch, but it doesn't matter. Even if you stop Ame, they have another carry. His name is Zeal, and they will win the game. Yakult Bros with the 2-0 victory here over Avalos. Very well
look
done.
At what happened, Rishi. If Venom's the one tanking and he's dying, they are winning the team fights. When he's trying to stand behind and right click and do damage, they're losing the team fights. Man, just classic Boboka things, right? I mean, you saw how much impact that the ET had in the last fight. You know, he wasn't focused down, so he was standing behind. He was able to get a big Earth Splitter and a couple of storms off, and that actually just made the fight so difficult for Arvelus, right? He's stopping the combos from the Warlock Earth Spirit. He's just basically just being a very big nuisance in the team fight. And once everything clears, the dust clears, your BKB is down, he just runs in. He's standing next to you with the auras, and you're just dying, to the PA.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. And then it became really difficult, I think, as well for Avalos, because I think like they were basically playing against 3 cores. Like you had Ame, you had Zeal, who by that stage of the game. Well, no. Yeah, okay. I was going to make the joke that Emo wasn't much of a core, but I think that's being a little disingenuous. I think he did have a lot of impact in these later game fights. I think I'd be wrong to kind of dismiss that. But I was trying to make the joke that the 3rd core is unexpectedly Baboka. But you're right. I mean, he was
to defend Emo. So he dealt the 2nd highest hero damage in his team.
Okay, you're right. That's valuable.
Emo is 32,000. And guess who's number 3? Bando, 27,000.
Yeah, I mean, just a phenomenal game. This was the team fight I was, I think, especially shocked that went so well for... I guess they were fighting without the Earth Spirit, really. That'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it.
Was this the... Which item timing they had here? Did they have the Wolf Bite in this fight? They did, right?
I think they did, but it might have been on cooldown. Just kind of a fun game, right? It's games like these fun. Of Dota that are very fun.
I mean, one
I have
huge
to say,
thing to take away is there are repercussions with this Benno jungle. You have to be very, very careful not to, let the enemy punish you too much, because you're kind of anticipating that the enemy is going to do something because they can't find the Benno, right? Because it's too far away. You're jungling too far away. So the only thing they could do is to punish the other side lanes, right? So that's what I think Soneko did really well. He immediately at level 2, he gated and he pressured the other lane. So I felt like he did the right thing, right? So you when you're running this Benno jungle, you have to be careful of things like this,
Yep. No, definitely. And I have to give a lot of credit to Yakult Brothers. I never thought they were going to win that game with the way we stood there at minute 7. But they turn it around. They make every single ulti from the jungle Venno work. And they win game 2. They make it another 2-0 here for us on the day, Winter. That will take us to a quick break, as we do have a quick interview coming up, though. It's going to be with Emo from Team Yakult Brothers. So do stick around. After a short 3-minute break, we're back with Emo from Yakult Brothers. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to DreamLeague Season 25. We are moments away from an interview with a winning member of the team, Emo, from Yakult Brothers. They are doing their best this year to make it through a lot of qualifiers. They were struggling at the end of last year, but have been doing a lot better this year and open up their DreamLeague Season 25 debut with 2-0. So very well played to them. I'm Seek and Strike. Joining me is Winter. Winter, we're about to go through that interview. We were just talking now about what to talk about with Emo. You were particularly interested in a lot of the tempo and who's making those play calls to rotate so early, in particular game one, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's something interesting to know, You're basically trying to find out who's the boss of the team, Is it people would assume Ame is the boss, right? But maybe he could be Emo, He could be the one pulling the strings.
No, that's true, right? Winter just always wanting to see who's behind the curtain, as we don't know who's behind the curtain, but we do know who's behind that phone ringing, and I believe we can welcome our interviewee. It's Emo of Yakult Brothers, and we do have, of course, Jin here to help translate and interpret for us. So Jin, thanks for your time. Emo, thank you for your time, and congrats on your 2-0 win.
首先，Emo，恭喜你们2-0战胜了 Everless 战队。
Quick question, Emo. We wanted to ask, in game one, you had a very strong start to game one, but we also saw something unusual, and that was Ame on PA ganking mid at 6 minutes. Who makes that call? Is it you, or is it Ame, or someone else?
就是第一把的时候，当时你们也是前期打得比较顺，但是解说呢，他们注意到了一个比较少见的一件事情，就是萧瑟在6分钟的时候，他作为 PA 1号位，他主动就是踢到中路来帮你们来参团，就想问当时是谁的指挥呢？就是为什么开始看到萧瑟前期做出这样的一种调整呢？
这个就是他自己独特的理解吧，然后他就是也不需要指挥什么的，就是可以把事情都做得很好。
Ame is just a naturally very strong player who's very aware of what's going on in the game. We didn't really have anyone commanding or anything. It's just his own individual understanding of the game. So he was the one that made the adjustment proactively.
Winter, anything for Emo?
For me, I want to ask about the team. I think in general, when they last couple of months they made the roster change, bringing in Ame, bringing in Tamming, and for him, how does the team's progress been so far? This last couple of months, does he feel like they've already improved on a lot of things, or the team is still has a long way to go right now?
就像我问你，就是有关你们的战队，因为相当于这2个月你们做出了一定的这个阵容的调整，就是新加了这个萧瑟以及天命，就想问你个人认为你们现在战队的一个调整状态怎么样呢？就是感觉是进步了很多呢，还是比方说还有很多有待进步的地方，以及后面的展望是怎么样的？
就是我们5个人都能一条心好好打的话，就是肯定成绩会很好啊。但现状就是感觉快解散了已经。
Well, when we're united as one, when everyone is kind of on the same page and in sync with each other, then we can play really well. But right now, it feels like we're almost gonna disband.
Oh, wow.
I'm not entirely sure whether that's a joke or not, but yeah.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. Let me think here. That was a kind of a shock. I wanted to ask something about their recent journey in qualifiers. They played a lot of qualifiers in Western Europe compared to China. Maybe we can ask Emo what he thought about that level of competition and that experience.
就是因为终于能采访到你，也想问你，就是前段时间前几天你们打了很多的预选赛，然后而且这次呢是在西欧赛区打的预选赛，就是比方说中国赛区，就是你整体体验下来的这个感受是怎么样？能不能给我们大家分享一下？
简单体验就是，其实我们打这些队和打中国赛区其实都一样，就好好打，随便打，但我们不要。
I feel like playing the qualifiers in the Western Europe region is actually kind of the same as playing it in China. It feels like as long as we are as long as everyone wants to win and actually plays properly, then we are able to beat most of these teams quite handily as well. But right now, it feels like not everyone wants to do that. So yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Winter, any last questions before we let
one
you
more
go?
last question. So I just want to ask him, how does he feel about having a jungling banner on his team? Does he like it, or are we gonna see more of it?
最后一个问题就想问你，就是当阵容里面有一个纯打野的一个剧组术师，感觉怎么样呢？就是你觉得还好吗？还是再也不想见到？
挺好的呀，我之前天 TG 打4号位，我就一直玩打野剧毒的呀，然后又打到沃洛克，就打野剧毒是无敌的呀。但这个也要感谢 Zell 吧，就是他想到这个东西，虽然他自己平时游戏的内容比较 suck， 但这个很关键。
I think that the jungling Venom is actually completely fine, especially comboed with some heroes like Warlock, where where it feels like a pretty solid pick actually, and we feel like it was actually a clutch part of the draft that allowed us to win. And this idea was actually contributed by Zeal, so big props to him. Even though he kind of sucks in other aspects of the game, but that suggestion was actually very useful.
I see here. Emo, please give Emo our regards. Winter and I have casted a lot of Yakult Bros qualifier games, and we always really like watching them, and we're rooting for them as they continue their run in DreamLeague Season 25.
所以这战位结束呢，他们也说之前预选赛他们也解说了很多场你们的比赛，也是你们的粉丝也非常喜欢看你们就是一起打，然后就也再次祝贺你这次成功的拿下了这场胜利，也希望你们后面成绩越来越好。谢谢。
好，谢谢。
Yep. Thanks to Emo, and thank you, Jin, as well, for helping us bridge the language gap here between us and the Chinese region. He's a gem, and thank you again so much for Emo and for Jin for their time for that. Very cool stuff. I think he was being a little bit of a memer there. He said a lot of explosive stuff otherwise, but who's to know, right? You just have to watch and see what happens with the Yakult brothers after this tournament. But that's going to do it already for us here, Winter. We don't have a whole lot of time. We got to move on to our next match. Winter and I, we're going to retire for the night, not to worry. We've got some wonderful casters coming up next and an even better match, Heroic, taking on Mudeng Warriors. We'll see you soon.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, and 1xBet.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Dream League Season 25. It's Group Stage 1. I'm excited here in Misery. First time on the Dream League cast, I believe. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. Excited to watch some Dota here. Interesting to
and
see,
we already saw some of the games today, right? You're already checking them out?
Yeah, I was just checking the Dota buff. I didn't get to watch all the games because, I mean, there has been so many so far. But I have been watching some of it, and yeah, it's nice with how it works now. There's so much Dota going on all the time. So yeah, I like the new format.
Yeah, a staunch difference. Some people were saying, I think there was even a thread about Puppy yesterday saying like, we don't need all these games like super spread out. Now it's just, they were rapid firing these best of twos away. And for our series here, first up that we're going to be looking at, of course, the Mundane Warriors and Heroic. Well, Heroic, they already have their 2-0. Beat 9 Pandas. Unfortunately, though, on the other side for the Mundane Warriors, they are 0-2. They dropped to Shopify. It was a near 60-minute game in their game 2, so I'm not going to say that one was, pure domination or anything. I'm sure that we have hope that we could see ourselves a very close series in this one.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I saw the game, and it did look like Shopify was winning that game pretty hard, and they made some big mistakes on the high ground that dragged on the game, but that's why it's so long. But it looked like Shopify was in the driver's seat the entire time.
But Mundane forced those mistakes. It was pure skill and ability. There's no such thing as mistakes.
Both of these teams also had recent roster changes a little bit, right? With Whisper coming in. They also had Yuma, I guess, a little bit before that. Whereas Mundane Warriors got 4-2-3, JT, and also changed their name, I believe. From Aurora.
From Aurora. You can see here first the Heroic 2 games, 1 easy for them. And as you said, Whisper coming in here, gotta be one of my favorites South American offlaners. I mean, he is very creative and definitely does not want to play your standard offlaner. And of course, Yuma, I'm a huge fan of his as well, coming mostly from NA as of late, and now of course back in the South American Heroic. And I gotta say, I'm very happy with the heroes that he plays right now. He's obviously a huge Alchemist player as well, so I think they've got a lot of good stuff for them maybe in this draft. And we got a team spotlight here for Heroic.
Team Heroic has in recent times been by far the strongest team to come out of South America, with results including winning PGL Wallachia, taking down Team Falcons in the grand finals, something that came as a shock to pretty much everyone. Immediately afterwards, they went on to rapidly nosedive, with the 14th place at Dream League Season 24 only a few weeks after their win.
Oh, what the fuck?
Clearly, something had to change, and change they did. They replaced Parker with Yuma, formerly of Team Nouns, and Davai Lama was replaced with Whisper, finally returning to South America after spending more than a year on OG. The team is now an interesting mix of South and Central American players in Yuma, Analog, Whisper, Schofield, and KJ. So far, the new roster has paid off, managing to qualify both this season of Dream League and ESL 1 Rally with relative ease.
This team can't be stopped, its names.
Dream League Season 25 will be the first real test for this new Team Heroic. Will they manage to live up to the expectations?
All right. No, that was very informative. I tell you what, to see players show that much emotion in these games is really cool to see behind the scenes. But of course, one of those players, Defying, he's no longer on the team, replaced with Whisper, who played a lot on OG, has a much, I'd say, probably different outlook on the game than maybe whenever he was back on South American teams. So I also have to wonder, when you make those region swaps back, I wonder if Heroic is also benefiting from that maybe different perspective as they get into these games and drafts.
Maybe. I mean, I think that Whisper didn't look too good on OG. I had really high hopes for him coming to Europe, but I think maybe his spot is just in South America, right?
True.
Where there's no language barrier or anything like that. So I think Heroic has gotten a lot stronger with this edition. Or like,
yes.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see, right? But I think they have looked really strong.
I think so too. And we have the Mudane Warriors, of course, here. 4-2-3 coming from Jiglin. And, coming back to some SEA pride. Abed, of course, also on this team. But you can see here, we're pulling up both the carries. And I think that it is definitely a carry patch right now. It used to be very heavy on the offlaners, but there's so many carries now that you can play very aggressively in your lane that almost makes these offlaners feel weak again, which, boy, I am ready to get back to that time.
Yeah, I remember when I was coaching in C that he was playing for IHC. And he was playing a lot of Naga Siren and a lot of Meepo. So I think he's been really good at these type of niche heroes and kind of almost winning the game alone. So I think when we played against them, we would always target ban him in the first phase just because we didn't want to deal with this annoying like micro heroes.
Well, speaking of the target ban, I do believe that we have ourselves a draft on the way. And it's interesting you bring up the Meepo because that's also something that Yuma likes to play. I wonder if we're going to see some Meepo bans in this draft.
10 seconds remaining.
Probably maybe later on, like last phase. I don't think we're going to see because the hero is just not that strong, right? So I think it doesn't matter how good you are on that hero. It has to be picked later on.
No, that's fair. That's definitely not something you pull out on an 8 or 9 pick. That's maybe you could see it on 18 since you have 2 bans after it, but even then it feels like one of those maybe you just last pick of heroes.
One hero that we've been seeing all day and last month basically all the time is Phantom Assassin. So I wonder if that hero is going to be left through. It seems like people just start first picking this hero now because people don't really know how to deal with it. It seems ridiculously strong both in lane, in any phase of the game, really. He can join fights early. Like most carriers just like to farm creeps, right? But PA can do whatever. We see Duracho just joining fights at minute 5, minute 10, going through gates, doing all types of stuff. So I think this hero looks to be, for now at least, the hero of the tournament. It's pretty early, but see if people can start dealing with this hero or they're just going to ban it out.
It feels like people are valuing, especially at the carry role, heroes that are able to show up with their ult and actually make some sort of waves in the fight. And, you look at heroes like Gyrocopter and Luna before the nerf, and like those heroes made sense that you could just like show up to a tower fight, press R, and your team is actually in a pretty good spot. PA didn't feel like she was at all good that way, but people have like forced her into that role with this Battle Fury SNY build where you actually do have a good amount of impact, even just with your ult and making even, portal rotations.
Yeah, I mean, the hero just seems strong even with parts of the Battle Fury and a Blightstone. She can make TP. She's hard. She's hard to kill in general because she has such a low cooldown Blink Strike and the evasion. So, but I mean, it's not being picked yet, and they choose to go for Magnus instead.
Interesting. I could see a Ricky here. I could see a Rubik as well. I think both heroes really shut down the Magnus well, but probably more Ricky.
Yeah, Rubik seems to be almost a dead hero. I think we saw it once or something the other day, but it's been gone for quite a while now. Just doesn't
Rubik's another hero that's kind of like suffering, I think, from these carries showing up early because now it feels like there are 4 heroes on the map always trying to jump on you and kill you.
Yeah, that could definitely be part of it. I also think the hero just doesn't offer as much as other +4s do nowadays.
True. Yeah.
It's kind of unreliable to be able to steal RP, right? Because that's the whole idea of picking the hero, and this doesn't really work in practice as often.
I wonder if we end up seeing a resurgence of like Centaur or Slardar, something like that is like a very natural, like good lane combo for the Rubik. I wonder if that's something that could get him back into the meta, but until then, I agree with you. He just doesn't feel like he does enough right now.
interesting to see the SD. It's a hero that Heroic has been playing a lot in the last 2 games. Out of kind of nowhere. Nobody has been really been picking this hero the last few weeks, and but it was first picked quite a lot, you know, a month ago. So they're just kind of bringing it back, and we see Mudeng banging it out here.
Yeah, he kind of got replaced by Lion. Because it was like, okay, we have 2 like reliable stuns, nukes, mana drain is annoying as hell, and Shadow Demon kind of just like fell out of practice a bit. But yeah, maybe it's something that can come back. We're getting into still a little bit of like, you know, burst in your off lane. You want, you know, Doom or Magnus or something like that. So who knows? Maybe he'll come back a bit.
So PA gets banned out. Obviously, when you see a Magnus, yeah, you either have to take the PA or ban it out, I would say. So that makes sense as well.
Ooh, a little bit of an early monkey pick. I mean, you do have the Phoenix. That's one of the worst counters I think you can, you know, push into the monkey. So feels like they have control of it there. But I imagine this is going to, I want to see it mid for now. Do you actually want to see this laned into the Magnus if this is Magnus offlane?
It could, but I think Monkey King carry is a little bit fragile overall. Right. But I mean, it's still able to, you can play it in that lane, of course, but I think for now they just keep making it open. It's also the fact that they're second pick, right? Which means that they kind of need to pick a hero, ideally, that can be flexible, or at least appear to be flexible, right? So it's hard for Heroic to draft from there. Lina
and, you know, easy counter into the Lina. Just press Jinku Shift, right? Or the, oh, what is it? Mischief? Dodge Laguna Blade.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I don't know if, how reliable that is as well, but I suppose that could come out at some point, yeah.
I feel like everybody, whenever you're a carry player and you really want to get a hero, you do make those points to kind of like cope up your team. Like, guys, what are they going to do? Damage me? I just press Mischief. They can't do any damage.
Yeah. I think we also could see a Monkey King +4 this game, potentially. That's the strength of the hero as well.
Yeah. But hey, I mean, you have the Phoenix. Phoenix has actually been mostly played as a 5, so they definitely could keep it open for a while. They do have second pick on the Mudane Warriors, so they'll have overall last to really decide where that Monkey King is going.
Radiant team pick.
Oh, okay. So it's not going into the mid lane unless something very weird is happening.
No, it's definitely just Puck mid. I think Heroic has an option here to do some kind of shenanigans where they put Lina on. I mean, at least that's something that I see here, that you can put Lina support as a +4 and pick a different mid that destroys Puck completely. But I think you don't necessarily have to care that much about the Puck. You can just pick something, like make your lineup as strong as possible. But the cheese is definitely an option. Like, if this was, for example, that seemed like Falcons, you might consider picking something like Huska here and just destroy the Puck completely.
Yeah. I mean, right now, Muerta already has a fantastic game against these guys. The calling versus the Puck is always super good. You even have a dead shot to maybe force the Monkey King either away from trees or even out of his ulti sometimes if you're good enough at it. So I don't know if the Muerta has to go into a core role, but if you shove the Lina into the 4 role, then it's Muerta carry, right?
No, then you just play Muerta 5.
Oh,
that was the idea.
Okay.
Yeah, that some people started to do that as well, like Chandra did it and a bunch of other teams, I think. But I don't think we're gonna see that. There's just something that, at least normally you don't pick Puck on this spot, right? Just because of these type of things can be so punishing. Like Puck is such a hero that needs his lane to go, you know, at least, you know, he needs 40, 60 type of matchups for this hero to be good. If he ends up in this Huska or Sniper matchup, can be really bad for him.
I mean, there's also a world where we go way back, get into some Lina carry, right-click versus the Phoenix to get that egg kill, you know? That would be another way, because, you know, it's Sniper, right? Like, we're thinking, how do you put Sniper in this lineup versus the Puck in the mid lane?
Yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking I mean, even something like Magnus mid is also a decent choice, I think. Yeah. But I think we're probably not going to see that anyways.
It's so weird, because, like, you look at the calling and dead shot, and then you have, like, RP, LSA. Like, you think you have enough lockdown in this lineup, but you still want a Hex versus Puck. You still want to, like, try to toss in some sort of, like, Lion Shaman if you can. But I don't even know if that fixed. I think they had to get some other frontliner pause 5, maybe an Ogre.
I think Lifestealer also looks pretty good for Heroic right now. I think you need to consider that this Venomancer and Phoenix, these heroes are very good against certain things and kind of bad against other things, right? Like Enigma, that's interesting. Maybe it's Mag Carridan or what?
Yeah, right. If we Occam's
be-
Razor this one out, should be Enigma off lane, Muerta 4, Lina mid, and Mag carry, which does leave open our pause 5. Unless what you said, maybe they put the Muerta 5.
Yeah, I mean, I could also see them doing some Magnus plus 4 with the Enigma maybe, and then last picking another carry.
Yeah,
but
I love that.
I think it's pretty open still a little bit for Heroic. But anyways, to finish my point about this Phoenix and Venomancer, like these heroes are really good against stuff like Dragon Knight, right? I would say they're also pretty good against Magnus, like just these tanky heroes that don't like getting slowed, attack speed slowed, this type of things. So that's why I think Lifestealer is pretty good here, but it's also going to be interesting to see what kind of heroes Mudang Warriors choose to ban out, because what do they see here? Do they see Heroic needing a carry or a 5 or a 4 or what actually is going on? Heroic heroes are pretty flexible.
Yeah, I mean, I still like the gyro ban. It feels weird because you look at this Mudane lineup and it's like you have Coil and Boundless and Egg, and those are your stuns. Those are not great stuns at all, especially knowing that like your team could maybe even disengage from some of those. So you need some lockdown, but at the same time, if you do shove in a carry that dominates the Enigma, this Heroic lineup can still be pushed pretty far back. I mean, Lina needs a good amount of items. Magnus, to kidnap, kind of needs some other friends with him, so I still like what they're doing, but at the end of the day, I think we need to see a tanky stunner come out from Mudane. I feel like they're really missing that right now.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. I think it's probably gonna be Phoenix offlane with a Monkey 4 would be my guess here.
Ooh, yo!
Right?
I'd be excited to watch that.
Maybe you pick some hero that can almost self-sustain. I mean, it's hard against Enigma, I guess, to self-sustain yourself. It's gonna be a rough lane, but if Venomancer going jungle kind of early is very good if you can get away with it. If you don't do that, then you kind of fall behind like really fast on Venom. You need to you become kind of useless, right? So you need to actually farm and greed up a bit, I think.
Oh, they definitely need it, but so many of those heroes are already gone, right? Bristle, Alk, and now the Gyrocopter, all kind of away from that one.
5 seconds remaining.
And Heroic, it feels like they need a pause 5. Again, I'm still kind of on Ogre. I don't think it's the worst in the world for them, but they go for a Bounty Hunter. It's melee. It's not usually a 5, but people have been trying it out.
It could be that they're running the Muerta with the Mag in the safe lane and then Bounty with the Enigma. I think that's probably more likely. But it doesn't really matter who's 4 and 5 in this case, right? It's just whoever fits the lane matches better, I guess.
I agree with that one. I think at the end of the day, it's going to be Bounty Hunter. You know, going all over the map, probably not getting much gold anyways, unless they're getting kills. So, change much. I feel like DK could maybe come out here. It needs to be something that has some sort of hope of laning into the Enigma. Able to farm up. I feel like he's the only hero that really sticks out in my mind.
That's gonna be rough, I think, yeah. I mean, I think it's ideal to either pick a hero that can win the lane, which is not that many, because the gyros, bans, things like that, or you pick a hero that can at least catch up in the jungle and like who does not mind this tower getting taken at some point, you know, and kind of has the ability to drag on the game scale and win the game later on.
Wow, a
So
Tide Hunter, so...
Oh, maybe it's Tide
they are
Carry.
committing.
No, it's Monkey King Carry.
That would have been cool.
We saw Ame play Tide Carry the other day. That looked not bad, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting Tide game. RP doesn't feel as good, of course, versus him, knowing that he's able to dispel that, but Black Hole don't care, so still not the greatest one in the world. I feel like this Monkey King could get just rocked by this Enigma in the offlane. I feel like that is not a favorable matchup for you.
Yeah, I agree. I also think but it is... Who even plays 4 and 5 in Mudang now? Is it Ollie playing 5 and then Jazz 4? Because then it's Venomancer probably gonna be in the offlane. with the Tide. I like that more. And then the Phoenix can actually help the Monkey out, right? Because if it was Venomancer 5 with Monkey, I think their lane has almost no chance against Enigma.
Yeah.
But with the Phoenix, I think it's a lot better.
I mean, a lot is riding on the Phoenix right now. You got to hit some good fire spirits. Make sure that you're getting the kills on those Eidolons, because that's the crux of this lane. That's why they even banned out a Gyrocopter when it didn't feel like you really needed to carry. Because anytime that you're able to clear these Eidolons for the Enigma, you really just completely hinder his game until 20 minutes maybe. He just doesn't have any items. He's not able to farm, and plus you usually have a good game. So if Ollie can get that gold, open some time up for 4-2-3. Do you like what the Mudane Warriors are trying to do here?
Yeah, I kind of like the draft. I think the puck game is pretty free overall. It's only the Muerta that can be a bit annoying. Unlikely you're gonna get caught by anything else. If the game is going well for Heroic, you could see the bounty pick up an early Orchid perhaps. But I think apart from that, I think there's not much threatening the puck. I also think that even though the Monkey lane might not be the best, I think he has the potential to go through the gate pretty early on and play really aggressively, right? If he joins the Tide and the Venomancer, they can put a lot of pressure on the top lane. But
that's the fun part about matchups right now. It doesn't feel like we're looking at straight up matches anymore. In the mid lane, you already have these support rotations at 6 minutes, 8 minutes. In the side lanes, you just have carries going through the portals. Those are clearly meant for supports. You're not supposed to do that, and I hate it when I die to it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it gets more and more difficult to predict games nowadays because there's so many items, there's so many talents, facets, different things that impact different timings in the game, right? Like you might see a hero a lineup go, you think they're gonna win late game, but then there's some 25 talents that come into play later on. Like, for example, we saw the TA Melt Bash not that long ago. Completely changed the matchup against certain heroes like Terrorblade, right? So yeah, it's kind of interesting how Dota develops like that way.
That is KJ, of course, on the bounty. Who knows? Maybe he'll be trying to find some couriers for his team. That's something that South America has done very well. If we remember the old days of Matthew, literally like a level 2 hero just sniping couriers at 10 minutes. That's exactly what people like to do so far.
Oh, look at Jab's items. That means he's gonna go jungle level 1, I believe, with this type of item build.
Holy moly.
Yeah, he even
level
has
1.
snakes pre-skilled, so he's committed to the jungling. And you're playing against Bounty Hunter, which is definitely a hero that don't mind running after a Venomancer, right, in the jungle. So this is gonna be interesting to see how this plays out. The Bounty Hunter has also placed really sneaky wards, so he has an easy time to track the Veno.
It's just double obs tower, so Jabs honestly has to farm like very far back, which, level 1 maybe isn't the worst in the world. It's not like you're going to be clearing multitudes of camps early on anyways.
It ramps up pretty quickly if you let this guy farm in the jungle for free, so...
He's all the way back at base.
Yeah, he really is. I think he might even wait completely to the bounty shows himself.
Really?
Or actually,
he's just trying to escape the bounty?
Got the Tango's clarity, and then he's putting snakes on himself, so he has full mana going out, right?
Yeah, JT's pausing. He's like, guys, something's wrong. My Venomancer is still on the base.
Yeah. Perhaps. But maximizing the efficiency here, right? Running back to base, getting the 4 snakes on top of himself, and then coming out with full mana.
Dude. So that's what it is. He was kind of like going out to help out with runes, then did the snakes, then came back.
But yeah, exactly. But I think if you let this Venomancer farm jungle just for a couple of minutes with no contest, it gets really problematic, I think, because then suddenly the Bounty Hunter cannot run over there anymore and contest. There's just too much damage coming out of the Veno, right? So you have to track him level 1 and annoy him from the get-go.
It's interesting. So he went back to the base, slapped all the wards on him, but they only last 40 seconds, right? So he's still got to get out here. It feels like, what, 15 seconds of added efficiency that we're getting there?
Yeah, I mean, you anyways don't really want to show yourself to the bounty, so I guess it's not the biggest deal, but something, I guess. But yeah, I think, see here what ends up happening. I haven't actually seen this matchup play out that much, the jungle Veno against the Invis hero.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like even just getting the XP would be really good, right? It doesn't matter if you actually do anything to the Venom.
Look how fast he's killing this Hakem. It's so crazy, right?
Yeah.
So if you let this,
It is quite fast.
there's the bounty. Sees them.
Okay, he's here. Does he steal a big creep? Oh! He sees him! He sees KJ! And he's just clicking him down. He's actually battling back. At this point, your bounty hunter is paid for himself. You're stopping this Venom from actually getting the CS that he wants. KJ got some of that XP. He's actually halfway to level 1 or level 2.
Yeah, but look at Tidehunter. Tide is rotating top. I guess that's something we haven't talked about. The fact that they're actually putting the Enigma in the safe lane and the Mag in the off lane, right?
Yeah.
Because so they're actually trying to dodge the lanes here. They don't want the
Interesting.
Mag against the Monkey.
I'm a little surprised. I didn't think that they would be the ones wanting to dodge. I thought their lanes looked pretty okay. But Yuma is a very, very good mag player. So I'm imagining that he's going to be able to use his skewer back as a way to keep himself alive versus 4-2-3.
Yeah, it might also be why they put him in the off lane, just so that the Mag has a better time, because Monkey King can't do much here.
Yeah, and hey, Yuma, another thing that monkeys don't always love to play against, he's got a ton of nuke damage with that shockwave. So sometimes this lane can turn around for a mag in a way you don't expect.
Oh, for sure. Mag is surprisingly strong in lane.
Yeah. Ollie is back, which means the top side should be Enigma versus Tide, which also feels like it would be Enigma favored. Of course, you do have a good amount of armor thanks to your passive, but still should be able to run that lane.
Tide is pretty happy here, I think. They can't really do much to him. And he can even solo, right? So, and they have a jungle Venomancer, so I think it's a nice lane setup for Mudeng at the moment. Good King jungle. So low. Might suicide himself.
All right, so...
Oh, Jabs gets the first blood. Because,
oh, interesting.
All right.
The Poison Sting?
I think it was just that he took some damage. Like, I don't know how long you need to be without having taken damage before it resets, but I guess he just took damage like 30 seconds or whatever ago.
He gets the XP for that as well, right? Because he got the kill. It wasn't like he got the kill for it.
Nah, I don't think he gets XP, but...
You don't think so? Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't think he did. I think he would be level 3 if he did.
That's fair. That's fair. He's almost there. And now KJ just continuing to wreak havoc on the map right now. I feel like he's played every lane except for his own. And so far, it's working out for him.
I feel like this is a very good, very good situation for Mudeng at the moment. Like, telling you, this Venomancer, he's gonna be a problem soon.
It probably will. It just means this bounty hunter needs to stay on him, I'd hope. He can get some of that XP as well. But the sentry is actually really good, just right in the middle of that crystalline structure. And this is exactly where Jabs is wanting to farm. 3 camps right around. You can make this your home for a while.
They kind of built their entire draft around having this jungle Venomancer too, right? Which is cool. Which is something that you kind of have to do if you want to play the zero in jungle. Because normally you are sagging one lane completely, right?
Yeah.
By having a jungle hero. But in this case, they have a Tidehunter completely fine against Enigma. And they have the Monkey King Phoenix lane, which is also very solid. So
yeah,
they're getting away with it.
I honestly thought that Whisper would be having a little bit of a better time, but the Eidolons are just getting way too close to JT. He's clearing them out. And not only is this Ty going to have a good time, but honestly, if the Enigma doesn't start to get a lot more CS, he's not going to have many of these early items that I think you really want to have to face up on this early Venomancer coming out of the jungle.
Yeah, I actually wonder what the reasoning for them to put the Enigma safely in this game was. Because I would say that it would be more beneficial for them to have normal lanes in this game, but
yeah.
Well, if we can maybe ask about that later on.
That's true. Got to root for them to figure out what their secret is, because it's a little rough right now, it feels. They are starting to block camps on this Venomancer. Jabs, he'll find that out soon, but he's already, I don't know, I feel like the damage has already been done. He's gotten so much out of this. His side lanes are starting to stabilize, and he could even maybe get the kill on KJ here. He's forced to TP away in the puck. The nuke damage isn't in time.
But
There's only one kill, and it was Bounty Hunter going down to a tower.
Right. I think one thing to consider is the fact that Lina is absolutely destroying this puck in mid lane. Look at the net worth difference here.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like that Laguna did no damage, but I was actually just basically getting rid of the shield rune. And Abed, yeah, very low net worth right now. I'd guess partially because of the Bounty Hunter spending so much time in here, but hey, now the Muerta is in too. The calling is one hell of a drug. Already silent stump, but more just forced down to the tower range.
Oh, there's the... Whisper. There's the 4-2-3 gate move we talked about earlier coming into play here.
Yep. And I don't even think that they have to do that. That's just cherry on top. Already doing so well in these side lanes. This could be really nice, though. If they do manage to steal both Wisdom Runes, this could be a way back, maybe.
Looks like they will, unless Phoenix has no Firebirds right now, so I think there's no chance, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Really well done from KJ. I feel like, you know, even though we did say this, Benno getting a lot of job done in the jungle, KJ is doing a lot on his own. And with this double XP, he may even go down here. Who cares? You got the double.
Yeah, it's okay. You forced the Puck TP, right? Puck is still
I mean,
lowest net worth, you know, of all the cores.
Right after getting a coil kill on that bounty, you were still under the net worth of your jungle Venno.
Yeah. I think if he continues to farm, a lot of heroes will be soon.
Yeah. Good news, bad news. Good news. Jabs is more farmed than your mid laner. Bad news. Your mid laner is not farmed. Thankfully, JT is having one hell of a time, and he didn't even skip the Ravage. Some people will actually do that if they're really farming it up, but not JT. He's using that to get kills.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a chance to use it, you're gonna skill it, right?
Yeah.
But just following the Enigma around, actually, this seems like a very good counter to Enigma if you look at it. Even just following him around, I don't think this feels good for Enigma at all. Just your Eidolons die in one anchor.
Yeah, I didn't think that it could be this good, because like, look at his skill build in order to make this happen, right? Obviously, you need a lot of points in the anchor smash to keep on killing the Eidolons, and then you need 2 points in your Kraken Shell, making sure that, you know, Whisper can't just stun you, and you no longer get close. But Schofield, there's a lot of heroes on top of him here. Should go down. Looks like Abed gonna help out with Ollie, but the Laguna Blade gonna take down Jabs in return. He'll stand in the coil on Ollie. He's in danger. Stunned up the Dragon Slave. More than enough. That's a double kill for Analog in the mid lane here.
Yeah, man. Oh my god, he has 5,000 net worth against the 2.7 of Puck. This Lina is kind of out of control right now. And yeah, you have a really farmed Tidehunter, but there's a limit to what a Tidehunter can do, right? Like, he is kind of just this tanky blob, right? And one Ravage.
Yeah.
So it's not really the hero you want to be snowballing. You would much rather have Puck or Monkey King up there in that type of net worth range.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's really good versus the Mag, of course, but thankfully his one-to-one matchup, the Enigma, Enigma eventually should be able to deal with the Tide, right? Black Hole does not care about Kraken Shell.
Yeah, or you just kill everybody else, right, and kill the Tide last. Plus, you also get the Axe on Lina, and I think then you can shoot the Tidehunter pretty easily.
True. You see this here. Already a ton of damage done, but poor Venno is just instantly nuked out. That is a farmed Venomancer. That kill actually means a lot to Analog.
Mm.
And KJ is bold, honestly. Okay. You know, sometimes you have a notion, you're like, man, I really feel like he shouldn't be allowed to walk there. I'm glad I'm vindicated.
They do get the rune, though, for the Lina.
Word. That's what you pinged the rune in the bottle, be like, I did that. Oh no, the sentry down as well. See, this is what I feel. You know, whenever you're a bounty hunter, eventually they get tired of it. Even if they waste 150 gold to sentry up the entire mid lane, they'll do it. And so far, I mean, the game is slowing down a good bit. Not that it was really heating up to begin with, but it's just been these kind of mid engagements getting anybody else some gold. But Puck really needs this. Very behind in the net worth. She needs some time to catch up. But at the same time, as Puck is just getting back to normal net worth, Analog is getting closer and closer to Ags, which could dominate this game.
Yeah, for sure. At the same time, though, you can kind of see the strength of the jungle Veno, right? Like he's on par with Puck, closing in on Monkey King. Like you are gonna have pretty much full course in terms of net worth on Muting Warriors, whereas the Enigma has kind of been slowed down by the Tidehunter. They do kill the Monkey King top,
4-2-3. Used the mischief to dodge one spell, but didn't save it for the Laguna. I'm sure he lives there if he saved it. So there's 4 heroes. He was dead.
So I think, but basically, I think it's very important for Heroic to keep getting these type of kills, because otherwise they might get out-farmed by Muting. Then the question becomes, what can you actually get in terms of items to make this kind of make or break the game, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you have like 4 or 3 very greedy cores, honestly. And like Analog's still looking for the Ags. Magnus isn't really going to go like the kidnap build and just like try to drag people in. Like he wants to make sure that he is also scaling. The Enigma with a little bit of a rough time to start. He's still trying to get his net worth. So like Heroic really wants to farm, but at what point are you regretting it? Because as you said, this Veno is getting huge. Puck is eventually going to have the Witchblade, which, you know, will be good for killing people maybe. Like, who's going to have the stronger timing earlier if we just keep farming like this?
It seems like Muting will have it, right? It's going to be hard for Heroic to fight into Ravage, the Vlads, the Egg, and you're going to have support items on Venomancer racking up as well. But I mean, if they start winning some fights or getting some kills on Heroic, and you do have the track, right, which can offset some of the net worth difference.
Using it now. Whisper has the drums, so he'll get out of there. Feels like he still needs a little bit of focus from his team, maybe, to help make sure that he's still getting that net worth. But at the same time, Lina could dominate the game once she gets this Ag. So maybe they're just going to toss the baton, right? Give Lina the Aghanim Scepter, then they'll start focusing more on letting Enigma get that safe farm.
Yeah, I also think Enigma doesn't need that many items potentially this game. He's so annoying, this bounty.
Oh, very, but he's right next to the ancient stack. He gets the deny.
Yeah, nice.
You know, Divine may be gone, but they're using his voice line anyways.
We see Enigma going for the blink earlier as well. Usually we see them buy auras nowadays, but I think given the state of his game, I think he just decided that it's better to get blink BKB perhaps in this game. Oh, they might get the puck here.
They could. Silenced up with the calling here. LSA connects as well. So much nuke damage. And that's going to be another kill for Analog. And with that one, he might have that Ags very, very soon. In fact, I think it's on the way.
No, he needs, what, 250 gold?
Oh, like 200.
And then he'll have it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this is so early. Imagine having that at 15 minutes. It's just so much damage, yeah.
Is he going to have it actually before the Witchblade is out on Puck? I think so.
Yeah, it looks like it. Puck has like no game at all.
Yeah, it's a 4,000 net worth difference. You don't usually see that from the mid lane. And also when you see a 4,000 difference between mid laners, you usually see a bigger net worth lead. But this Venomancer honestly has enough net worth that you're kind of coping it up. Like, you know, it's not so bad. Between Jabs and Abed, we have one full mid laner.
It's kind of interesting to think about them picking Puck into Lina, us theory crafting about them putting Lina somewhere else and punishing the Puck. They didn't need to do that. That Lina did it all by herself, right?
Right.
So, yeah, maybe that's also a bit questionable, picking the Puck into Lina. I guess the Puck can counter Lina in the game, right? If you coil her and catch her, but if the lane goes this badly, I don't know if it's the best choice.
Right. I think honestly KJ was helping that out, right? Being in the mid lane, stealing some of that XP, making Abed really question whenever he was able to move forward, thanks to this bounty just being in his lane constantly. And as you said, he wanted to go for the Orchid. His net worth isn't crazy. They're not getting a lot of kills off the back of him, but I feel like once this Ags is out and Lina really wants to start making some better moves, this Orchid is going to come online faster than you think.
Yeah, and even if it's a bit late, it's still like a good Orchid game. It's very annoying for Venomancer, Phoenix, even Tidehunter to get Orchided.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, wow. Analog, I don't That's interesting. Actually, I went for the shard first, and now we'll finish out the Aghanim Scepter. So what do you think was the thought on that? Just like damage is cool, that's it?
I don't know, that's a good question. Maybe he feels like it's almost like too early for the Aghanims to have much value.
It feels wrong. Nobody should have an Aghanim Scepter this early.
I actually don't know. I don't play that much Lina.
Oh,
so
Schofield, it's a nice calling. I don't know if you get out of this one. Oh, never mind. He's pressed to R, and he gone. Still should get the tower, though. I think. If you're analog or in your team, like
you're
close to your items, do you want to fight this?
No. You don't want to fight into this tide right now.
Okay.
You can't really surpass him, right? Yeah, he's too beefy. So you just dodge, keep farming. You also saw Heroic. They're all just staying in their positions. Nobody was even thinking about it, I think.
It does have Blink on Enigma. You know, Blink BKB Black Hole feels uncounterable this game. I mean, sure, maybe if you time an egg really well, but otherwise, it should just be Whisper's game.
Oh, the egg is kind of annoying to play around because if it's down, you can't really black hole, and Monkey King ring as well. But yeah,
does he get it?
Nice.
Oh, now that is some teamwork. KJ leading in with the stun, setting up for analog. It may not be a hex, but it's doing pretty well so far.
Yeah, I mean, very well done, right? You basically set up the kill on a puck with an Invis Bounty Hunter. That's it, right?
Yeah.
So, pretty clutch.
He doesn't even need the Orchid.
Nope, not right now at least. But he will have it soon. I mean, the thing about these track kills is it gives Bounty Hunter himself so much gold.
Yep. He's really smart about it, right? He's getting the stun, then he's stunning out the track. He's not, telegraphing what he's going to do to this puck first.
But even though the Venomancer has a lot of net worth and has been uncontested, more or less, he hasn't really been able to have much impact in the game.
That hurts. That hurts a lot.
What did he kill there?
It was going to be close.
Did he kill the pipe?
He did. He killed the headdress and the recipe, and now KJ, he should just die here. Yeah, 4-2-3 has the stun. So it looks like Jazz actually, he can't even control it. It's just the wards hitting. 4-2-3 unable to get that last hit, so even more gold to the Venomancer.
Yeah, but I think you don't mind that as King Jungles. Your whole team is farming. It's it's definitely fine.
That's a space death. I'll give him that one. Whenever you're dying on the Wisdom Rune, there ain't even a Wisdom Rune there. Yeah, that's probably fine. What is Yuma got? All right, so he's got Harpoon. He's got the BKB. He's had a lot of free time with that Empower. And so far, I feel like his items doesn't need to be Blink Initiation, right? He kind of just has to be a body for his team, as he is going to be the frontliner for this one, waiting for the Enigma counter initiation.
Yeah, I was just about to say, with this BKB on Mag and the Blink Dagger on Enigma, Axe on Lina, I think it's gotten to the point where you can actually start team fighting Mudang. I don't think
they will. Analog didn't even think it was worth the Laguna, huh?
No, you don't need it, I guess. But it doesn't feel like it's... Mudang really has a lot of damage right now, right? If Monkey King doesn't get like a sick Wukong off, it feels like Heroic can just kite the fight.
Yeah. It's kind of a symptom of the puck lane, right? I think they would have expected this puck to be a little bit more farmed, as did we from that lane, but they see somebody coming through the portal. Who is going to await? Oh, looks like nobody. Just pump faking.
Roche is going through though, but doesn't really seem like Mudang can really kill it at this point, so...
So far, still stagnant. Only 12 kills here so far, but once this first Roche goes down, I'm sure it'll be good. It's a weird spot because I think Heroic, they really value where they are on the map right now. They don't want to leave and take Roche and lose this map control that they've gotten so far.
Yeah, I think also they pretty much see everything, right? With the walls that they have. They kind of know exactly where Mudang is, and I think they feel really comfortable in this game. Now, there is a Wisdom Rune coming up that we might see.
He didn't steal the 14-minute one, right? They've gotten one wisdom in this game. Yeah, okay, they've gotten one. So hopefully, okay, it looks like they will battle him back here using the ulti from Jabs. He's trying to silence and TP away. Is it enough? He gets back into the base, and I think he's alive.
He's fine. Nice. I mean, I did think that it was a bit optimistic to go for that 21-minute rune, but I mean, he gets out alive and forces 3 heroes over there, so it's still very annoying.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised. I feel like sometimes you're able to take a few heroes and just like, well, we can protect this Wisdom Rune and kill whoever shows up on Mudane to try to kill him. But, you know, it's fine even if you drag all those heroes away. Sure, they get the Wisdom, but your team is getting so much net worth out of this one.
Yeah.
They may even get themselves a shard. I think this one will end up going to Schofield, but there it is.
That's it. Kind of underwhelming.
Right, yeah, it's like Schofield or KJ, right? I don't think either of their shards are really great.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The bouncy shard is quite nice. But
I suppose it could be nice actually giving that one to Yuma, right? He gets to show up, invis, maybe get a nice initiation.
yeah, also when you get level 15 talent, right? Then you get damage reduction.
Yeah, wow. That's crazy. 30%?
Yeah, it is.
That's a lot of damage.
It's quite crazy. Also just like, it's almost like a pseudo save, right? It's like a glimmer.
Yeah.
You just use it on your ally who's in trouble or whatever, and they
Right.
get damage reduction to buy dusts, not only for bounty, but just in general.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a smoke
he's-
coming up here.
And they want to get something. They feel strong. I'm with them.
They have
It
a
feels
ward.
like your team has been strong for a long, long time. And yeah, under the ward is this Tide. Oh no, I don't think that was how you wanted to do that. But on the other side, Lena still wanted to get a kill here. Has to pop the BKB and run away. I'll say, all in all, for a team that's up 4K net, a little disastrous, all in all. Because all you really get is the egg out of that.
What happened there with the skewer? Did this shockwave cancel it?
They
or?
dead-shotted the shockwave away. It's kind of like Danny DeVito with the plank, like, oh, no, you don't, and pushing him back. Because, you know, the skewer would have brought him back in. I think even into the calling they could have done. So I'm a little surprised.
I don't know.
I'm sure that won't happen again.
Yeah, but I also don't know how good of a goal that was. Like, you are skewering a Tidehunter with a pipe into all your team, and I mean, it could have been ugly for Heroic, honestly. So
sure,
it's hard to say.
I mean, they have the Atos and the calling. I guess they were hoping that they just keep him in there because it's not like you can crack and shell that.
Sure.
Glimmer.
You know, nice
the
wall.
patch really had annoyed me for a while until I'm queuing into games where there are 4 Glimmer capes on the enemy team. Now I'm starting to feel it. Oh, nice shard from JT.
Yeah, Phoenix going Glimmer. Venomance already has his. Bertha going Glimmer.
It's a lot. Thankfully, I think you know when Glimmer is good if the bounty queues it up. Then we'll really feel it.
Yeah, kind of slow game. Neither team really wants to team fight each other. Also
I'm a
seems
little
a bit difficult, right? You're gonna fight into Tide. I don't know. It's not that easy to fight into this Tide. At the same time, it's kind of hard for Mudang to really catch Heroic off guard because of the bounty on the scouting and yeah.
I think it's especially weird because, like, I feel like Mudane could actually take Roche if they really wanted to. Like, now or any time, they just don't think they're strong enough. And you grew up into this, tight Roche pit with a RP and a black hole. It's a little bit hard. So if they were the ones that were definitely ahead, I think this game would be getting out of control. But Heroic, I don't think they have the lead anymore that they think they do, especially after that missed go in the Tide Hunter.
I think the problem for Mudang is their Roshan is quite slow. It's not that they can kill it that fast, so that if they could have killed it fast with a TA or something, they would have definitely done it behind the Tide, but the smoke might lead to something here.
Mine, they're trying to find Ollie. Does get seen in the trees, silence connects, and the track, meaning bad Glimmer Cape, because there's too much to see him. I just want people to stop building that in. It's a really good purchase, I just hate it. Ooh! Almost had the trees broken there on Whisper.
this could be bad for...
It could be. They fear up the Venom. See him here. This is a very tight area to fight around. 4-2-3. He's gonna get the Wukongs, but there's the RP. Yuma, he just doesn't have the mana to take him out of it. They don't need to, though. They'll kill him in the rain with all that armor. And now JT forced to use the Ravage. But can they catch up to him? There it is, the black hole. Do they have the damage? Pipe, it's getting worked through. And there it is. A kill there for Analog again. A double for him as his team takes a definite lead for the first time this game.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems hard for Mudeng to... I mean, once the Phoenix goes down, it's just rough, right? Your formation is completely broken at that point. It feels like you need, for Mudeng Warriors to play the game, they need the tide in front and kind of, you know, everybody in the right position behind. Once people starts getting tracked up and you know, caught by the Lina, it's like, it's very rough for them, I think. So, kind of hard to see how they take team fights. Now they do have a blink on Tide, so maybe they can be the one starting the fight next time, but...
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, the more you lose these fights, you know, the more items you get on Heroic, and like we have talked about, they lack a little bit of damage, I would say.
That only gets worse when you're behind, so... I think you're very right on, like, it's formation. You need this Tide to show first, and that's part of, like, a symptom of your lineup where you're playing into this Muerta and all of a sudden, like, Phoenix, Puck, they really don't want to be found at all because of that silence and the Atos. So
yeah,
more and more you need this Tide to show up.
Yeah, it's also, it's like any hero apart from Tide that shows can just die to Lina, right? And yeah, so that's really a problem. It's not easy to catch this Lina either. Now he has Aegis as well. So...
And Jabs is really trying. Honestly, we're seeing that this is a very greedy Veno, but so many of these items are genuinely going to help his team, right? Force, Glimmer, Pavis. It really doesn't get any more support than that.
No, it doesn't. I mean, this is the strength of the jungle Veno, like being able to get all these items, but I think it's just that it doesn't feel like they have the right course for him to support, right?
They had the laning course to do it, right? But now the game feels a little rough. And I'm going to keep going back. It feels like the mid lane was a really big issue with that. They just didn't expect it to be this way. Abed obviously has played a ton of Puck in his lifetime, and he's usually very dominant with it. So probably expected to be more aggressive on the map, where the Veno was really like taking aggressive farm rather than maybe trying to split it there with his monkey and with his Tide.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Puck losing mid definitely... I mean, losing mid to this extent definitely slowed their timings down and kind of ruined the idea of Veno, because I think had Puck had a better game, maybe that he could have teamed up with Veno and made something happen, right? And used the advantage they had.
They are playing pretty aggressive on the top side of the map, especially for being down in Aegis. They got to be careful, though. Immediately going for the portal if Monkey doesn't escape here. Could be a bit weird, because they're about to get sandwiched. And once again, I've seen this. If they kill this Phoenix, there's no fight to be had.
There
it is. Yeah. Track, silence, and analog. And it's about that simple.
It's also like you're kind of just dodging on Mudeng, and that will continue for at least until Aegis runs out, I would say. But it also feels like it's... What kind of timings are you really playing for? You're still playing the Black Hole and RP. It's not obvious how you can win late game either, right?
Yeah. So what's the item wish list then? Like, what are you genuinely looking for on Mudeng Esports in order to take the next fight? Is it Parasma? Because I feel like that's not... I mean, they're missing damage, but I don't think that's a one-all solution.
Oh, I mean, assuming Aegis runs out, I think you can potentially take a fight with a smoke and a Blink Ravage. Right? Blink Ravage onto a target, take it down. Ideally, Mag or Lina, and then you can chase from there. I think so. It's not impossible, but I think they have to start the fight with Ravage, because otherwise there's BKBs, right? There's BKB on Enigma, BKB Lina, BKB Mag, right? By the way,
we have BKB game.
We have a Whisper Midas, by the way, a late Midas. I think he sold his drums and bought a Midas.
Absolutely based. I mean, I guess I can't be too mad about it, because you and I are both looking at this lineup like Enigma wins. You know, his items are definitely going to win the game. So whatever you got to do to get there, I'm about it.
Yep. I think it's kind of cool idea.
Definitely interesting. Oh no, Abed, he's there. I think the calling, it could land on him. No, he gets out. That was another smoke kind of wasted from Heroic. It's got to feel rough because even if one of those lands, I think the game feels a lot different. But instead, going back to fight in the mid lane, it seems they want to face up on Heroic. Oh, they want it.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage. There it is, the Blink Ravage, as you said, to start it off. Can they get a good fight? Ulti already off in the Muerta, trying to protect from the physical damage, but there's so much magic on this team. It might not matter. They're going to leave the supports to die. And that means Heroic. That was the last of their Aegis timing, and they kind of get to get to the end. Maybe even more. Yuma getting clicked on down. Abed on top of him, but if you kite further and further, there could be a team waiting on the edge. And he's forced to BKB TP away.
Yeah, I mean, they saw the Lina TP top, and immediately they went for the fight. You can also just see how kind of annoying Mooding warriors are on the map, right? It's so hard to catch the Puck. It's so hard to catch the Monkey King. Like, catching Tide is also like, you're not really gonna go for the Tide. So they can't really take advantage of the superior, what could you say?
Dude, they lost 3K net.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, they lost 3,000 net worth on the Aegis power play. That's, I don't know, Mudane. I didn't think that their items were that good, but it's the TP top, right? Lina showed on the map, and immediately Mudane really took advantage of that one. Got to be a lot more careful with your map movements, I think, on Heroic.
Yeah, it's like now that you have the Lincolns on Puck, he doesn't care about Orchid anymore. It's not that easy to catch him. Same with Monkey King. Like,
as Glim showed us, man, going for the Aghanim Scepter there on the Enigma, just looking for more and more damage out of that black hole.
Aghanim Scepter. I don't even know what that does. I don't see it. So just it puts What is this? Okay.
It gets even if you miss people, and you might hit them.
And also pulls people in. Yeah. Okay. I don't know what that.
Pretty good. I think you usually don't see it because so many Enigmas are going like, you know, Vlads, drums, bongo boots. You know, Ags is so far down on the list. But Whisper is completely skipping like all of those and is going for more of the Enigma of old.
It feels weird to me to buy an item that buffs a 170 second cooldown spell, right? Instead of getting Octarine or getting Refresher or, I don't know, something else. But let's see if it has nice impact here. Maybe if you get the big black hole, everybody gets pulled in, then, you know, can't complain at that point.
Right. I think there's maybe like a little bit of goodness to it just because we're so late in the game now. You know, 35 minutes in, these death timers are getting longer and longer. One black hole for 170 seconds, yes, is like a lot, but at the end of the day, we're getting closer to it just being like once every fight, and it'll be up by the time you fight again.
Sure, I suppose.
As long as you win, right? If you lose the fight, then you're
we have a smoke from Mudang. Finally, they've been dodging all game. Here we go.
Yeah, but then
they see the bounty.
KJ, yeah, they see him under the sentry, but he did break the smoke. He's trying to survive here thanks to the glimmer and the magic damage. Oh, he could actually get away from this one. I think he does. And now the kidnap taking him all the way away. Still in the calling now. The damage, it might be enough. He's silenced up, broken even, but now under the egg. They have to back out of this one. That was BKB from Whisper. He wanted to drop the black hole, but the circles from Mudane were too much for him, and he's got to back away.
Yeah, nobody dies. Oh my god. Okay. And everybody kind of used their spells,
one or the other?
Probably Mudang, because like all the BKBs were clicked on Heroic.
Yeah.
But Monkey BKB was also used. They still have Ravage, still have Black Hole, still have RP. I don't know. Not many spells were actually used. It was just the BKBs.
Yeah.
So
no, that's really weird.
I guess Mudang still needs to watch out for the potential Lina on the map, right? But that was almost a fight there.
Yeah, they almost hit each other.
Yeah.
We were so close. It's just they didn't really want to commit on that coil, right? Like they wanted that bounty kill so badly, and they may still get the Schofield kill. Doesn't have the ulti to use, but once again,
oh my god, that's so
he's
scary.
alone here. Okay, there we go.
Thank God they killed him.
I know that we have more vision than them, but it is crazy to see him Muerta like in the river, completely alone. They're like, I don't know if I want to kill him. It's kind of scary over there.
Maybe it's kind of hard for Heroic to play the game overall because it's so hard for them to burst any hero. Like they don't have a. I mean, Mag is going Blink Dagger now, so that's a good way to start the fight. But before he got the Blink, it was almost impossible for them to start a fight, right? Most of the time in this game, we've seen Bounty Hunter catch people with Invis, but I mean, as long as the game moving on, like, you can't expect him to catch people at 36 minutes into the game, right? So. They have to blink Black Hole as well still, but it's not easy against Phoenix Monkey King, like we talked about before. Here is the Roshan.
Very difficult, bro. 36 minutes for first Rosh. That's a long time. A lot of people will even try to take Roshan like, 20 minutes. And it typically takes like 30 to 45 seconds to take it. This one feels like it might take a whole minute, but they're playing so far back. Not everybody's in the pit. They're literally letting JT do this basically by himself.
The big wrap around here.
It is.
Aurora is kind of exposed in this area here, but...
Yeah, but they've already taken the Aegis. Aegis to the Monkey King means you can't really all in him for the kill. Boudin, I think they're about to take control of this game.
Possibly. It's fragile though if you lose your Monkey King. If you're playing Black Hole, RP, like all these things, right? So that's probably also why we see them be so conservative in their way of playing.
Huh?
Yeah, so you get an Aegis, but is it gonna lead to a fight? Maybe Heroic is gonna start.
They immediately TP'd away. They had a
maybe
wave
Heroic
bottom.
is gonna start dodging now, right? Like we saw, like Aurora do.
I don't know. I mean, you are a team that has RP and Black Hole, so technically you do have the ability to take this Monkey King down twice if you play it right, but at the same time, it's, I don't know. You don't want to make that move into the enemy team with Aegis when you have all of your tier 2 towers up and lose the fight, right? Because then the map gets really hard to play. Then they might actually be able to go high ground. A little hard. But right now, I mean, hey, Aegis on their shoulders. We'll see what kind of net worth they can get. Still plenty of time to split the map for Heroic. Do we still think that Heroic, they have the scaling in this game? I'm still about it. Are you?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's kind of hard to say now because both teams have so much team fight. I think it really comes down to who clicks their spells better and first, realistically. I do think that Bounty Hunter does fall off a little bit in this game compared to... I don't think Mudeng has a hero like that. I don't think Venomancer doesn't really stop scaling, right? Because look at his net worth. He's going to continue to gain it.
Yeah.
Whereas Bounty is kind of just a little bit of vision, perhaps, a little bit of an orchid and stuff, but doesn't offer that much overall.
I mean, both of their ags, like, this could be good. There it is. Save the E-Blade for last, and they'll get a kill on Abed. And then on the other side, they killed the Phoenix.
Yeah, talking about Bounty Hunter having no impact later on, but right now he definitely does. That was massive. A nice pick on the puck there.
Yeah, threw the Lincolns as well. Did a really good job. I believe he stunned, then broke with the Orchid so that he could still get the track gold.
Yep. Been trying to kill this puck for the last 20 minutes. Finally, they get him. Maybe we're going to see Heroic go look to hit some buildings here.
Yeah, maybe. I didn't really think about it until I saw him queue it up, but the Monkey King could also make his Wukons the no-play zone. He's going for a Basher, which means his soldier's pretty strong, even versus a Black Hole, if they do fight into it. So,
yeah.
And yeah, going for the Ags as well to drop the soldiers down. He could make himself a bit impervious.
True. I mean, the Monkey King used to be a counter to Enigma back in the day, just because of that reasoning. Because you just Wukong and then... Yeah, just all this AoE damage, right? Enigma can't really Black Hole. He might just die in the process, so...
Yeah. So then Whisper's going to have to get a Butterfly then, right? So that way he has the evasion for the Monkey Soldiers.
Yeah, perhaps.
That's good. I need someone who will agree with me on those sort of things.
Went for this Axe. We haven't seen the Black Hole yet.
Right? Since we've gotten the Ags, we haven't seen it. The last time we saw him almost use it was in the mid lane where he was forced to pop the BKB and run away from the egg, which I think that Mudeng, they're starting to find kind of their groove for these fights. Like, okay, we send out a feeler coil, see how that goes. We put our Tidehunter first, and if they ever try to initiate on us, we toss an egg on the backline because you're damn well sure they're not going to toss a Black Hole down as the egg is falling.
Fight waiting room. Am I right?
Move over patch waiting room. We have another one we're waiting for. I mean, they just keep getting items on items. I feel like I'm looking at this Tide and like I haven't seen much change, but it's been 30
bottom
minutes.
lane. They might try it for this.
Okay.
They scanned. So they saw that there was people behind, so they did.
There might be someone around. We can't fight. You'd think this is like lower finals, waiting for elimination. These guys are playing so safe. You can feel that everybody is taking these group stage games very seriously.
For sure. It could also be just a nature of... Oh, Phoenix might go down here. Oh, he glimmers. He kind of smells it. He kind of smells the... Yeah, the potential. But it could also just be the nature of the heroes a little bit. Like, you have the Lina on one side, Bounty Hunter, right? You have to be very careful you don't feed to this hero, as we've seen multiple times. And then also just the Tide Hunter on the other side, right?
Yeah. There's so many long cooldown abilities. I think that's... Oh, the bash! And the Aegis actually gets taken out. Are they going to turn this around at all?
Oh my.
Oh, Analog getting the kill, getting the wisdom as well. And now on the other side, they're still fighting. Yuma trying to get away from this one, has the BKB, but the Shadow Blade should get him away. It's a pretty valued dust. But they're actually going to just keep on popping all over. KJ wants to chase someone down. He's actually separating this one from his team. 4 steps forward.
RP'd the ground, by the way. We don't have that.
No. Oh, well, they get the kill on one. So KJ falls, but their team still trying to aggress here. And yeah, I genuinely thought I saw the RP and then I saw the Phoenix down. I was like, oh, he RP'd to kill Phoenix.
I thought so too, but no, it was different.
It's just Lina. Just Lina killing her. This is almost akin to like a Volker build, honestly. Blink Hex into your combos. I mean, Analog. He's a great Volker player too, but it feels very similar. And it's hard to survive that sort of stuff, especially with these relatively low HP heroes, right? I think Tide is the only one that genuinely has a lot of HP on him right now.
I mean, kind of. Both Puck and Monkey King are getting close to his level of tankiness at this point. But Tide is going for Satanic, by the way. It's kind of interesting item choice.
Oh, wow.
Does not necessarily have to have a lot of impact. Like, it's good if they try to burst him and then he kind of anchor smashes and heals up, but it's not going to give them that second Ravage. It's not going to give them a Hex or anything like that. So
does he... So he's already got the Reaver. Do you think there's a world where he disassembles... Or I don't know, actually. Is Vlad's disassemble still?
Don't think so.
Oh, well, he's just going to have 2 lifesteal items.
You can disassemble, yeah. I mean, at some point you gotta. At some point you sell the Vlads, right, for more items.
Okay, yeah.
I guess that's the potential.
That's what I figured. Until next patch, where they make an item that actually combines Vlads and Blade Mail, because neither of them have build up, right?
Yeah, I mean it doesn't. It's also not a big deal to have 2 life items, I suppose. Just lifesteal more at that point.
Yeah, I can cook for a patch, you know. Get me in there. We'll have a wild game of Dota 2. Let me press a few buttons. Oh no, dude, the strength blink? That's actually huge to lose. I don't even know if the active was that good for you, but just having that raw HP versus the Lina, you're gonna miss that.
For sure. I mean, actually, the game has been going on for 45 minutes, but Puck has managed to catch himself up to the almost critical mass of the Puck.
True.
And like we talked about at the draft, this is a pretty good Puck game overall. It's like not that many things that can catch you. There's also no Hex on the way, I think, from any hero. Oh, you have a Hex on Lina actually, but the Lincolns.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, it's getting better and better, and eventually, you know, Dream Coil piercing BKB, that could be the black hole cancel that we need in this game. Really making it hard for Whisper to play.
Alright, we have a smoke from Nudang. Let's see.
This is gonna be their timing, maybe.
Puck 25 as well. It's massive this game, right? We talked about BKB's impact earlier on, but now we actually have a way of dealing with that.
right? Black Hole is no longer free. They may have actually waited long enough that Whisper is not the end-all be-all anymore. We already have the Basher for the Monkey King. And I think we're even getting closer to his Aghanim Scepter as well. So yeah, only like 200 more gold if he wants to buy out for it. And next Roche will be up in a minute 20. These teams, like, there's been no high ground sieged. We've had only 26 kills. But there's such a net worth lead for Heroic. Does this net worth lead matter? Are they still advantaged in these fights?
Nah, I don't think it matters anymore. I think it used to matter 20 minutes ago, but now there's so many items on everybody that it's a lot more about
2,000 per hero is not a ton.
Who gets the spells off properly. Also, buybacks are important. So you have 4 on Dire, right?
Yeah.
And
Press
only 1.
I, Glim, press I. What are the buyback statuses? Okay, okay. So it feels like that's a little bit more helpful for Heroic then. That extra 2,000 gold is starting to mean a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely take the fight for the ages here with the buyback advantage. I mean, you don't know the buyback situation on Mudeng, right? But it's hard for Mudeng to actually get there. So.
They've got to position well. We've seen usually the fights that we end up losing on Mudane, it's because of positioning issues. And now they may face some base issues. Roshan still not up for another 20 seconds. 2 siege carts already in their mid lane. They're forced to fortify away from the base. But we're starting to get some vision maybe. These dead shots. All right, to poke and prod, see where Mudane are sitting. If you're Heroic, who are you trying to find first?
I think you're trying to find any hero you can. The thing is, you don't see anything, right? You only see these Venom wards. And they have the upper hand in the high ground position, so I think... I mean, if you catch any hero with RP or Lina, you're just gonna go for it.
That shot.
Really
They're gonna see Roshan soon. I think they see it. Yeah, they do.
Okay, there it is.
RP connects onto the Monkey King, but they do get the coil. They stop him in his tracks. Bombing the BKB though with the black hole. It's onto the Monkey. Do they have the damage? The Glimmer, is it enough to save him? He jumps forward into the dawn, but they still have too much damage. Whisper trying to back out of this one. They'll use the buyback on 4-2-3, but with the BKBs already popped from Heroic, I don't know if they want to keep fighting this.
They used everything on the Monkey, and then he buys back. They do have another black hole, but no, they're just gonna give it up. Because Tide didn't use Ravage. There's still Wukong.
And they're just gonna try to split push this one. Why fight Roche when you can push them back into the base? There is no fortification left.
So
as Aegis to 4-2-3 after his buyback. Oh, they're trying to cut them off as they run back to the base.
This would be cool actually, because Monkey, they know Monkey doesn't have TP. Actually, very clever by Heroic.
Are they allowed to do this? They're gonna skewer him out of the Wukongs. That's step 1, but he does get the jump forward thanks to his shard. Analog gonna kill him the first time. They have Black Hole. Can they kill him again? The team isn't around Aegis as quickly as it came to us as quickly. Will it go away? And now they have a 13,000 net worth lead. Die back on the Monkey King. Will somebody hit a high ground tower?
That was such a clever move by Heroic, right? You just killed the Monkey King. He buys back. You know he TP's bottom to take the gate to get to Roshan, right? Picks up the Aegis, and then they know he doesn't have TP, and it's unlikely for the Monkey King to go through the gate again, right? Seeing as Heroic is missing off the map. So they just beeline over towards Roshan again. I think that's very, very clutch play by them. I would love to see them hit something for sure here, because you know he doesn't have buyback, right?
Go hit a high ground.
It's time to go put some pressure, right? You still have BKB, Black Hole, Enigma.
Yeah.
Let's go, guys.
60 seconds. You know he's not coming back. Your team already has, no fortification to speak of. I feel like you've got to go.
Mag. Come on, man. Let's go, guys.
Oh, there's a good find. Does break the coil, but JT, he's trying to find his way into the base. RP connects again in the black hole. It's on 2. They will eliminate the Tide. Take out the Venom as well. There's still buyback on 1, but now the silence onto this Phoenix. He's in the air, but he'll land in an LSA again. 4 gone. Heroic, they have broken this game wide open.
Yep, Monkey's still dead for 30, guys. 3 dead.
They still haven't hit a high ground tower.
I feel like I don't know why they're not hitting the tower like right now. I guess maybe they're worried about buyback, and I don't know. But
and coil down, by the way. We know that one was down. Not for a few seconds still, but I think they get a tower. All right.
They get
done it, team.
And I think Tide will buy back probably. then they will have to buy.
Surely they
go
let
back.
one Rax go though, right? See what they do.
I think you don't care if nobody buys back here. I think you keep hitting, right? Monkey King alive is not enough, so you still have one more RP. You almost have one more black hole. You have it right now, so you keep going here.
That's rapid fire Dream Coil down. No refresher, so 50 seconds without that one. No way. Did they actually battle them back with just Puck? Abed, you are a god if you actually make them stop hitting this high ground without your Monkey King.
That seems like they get.
Oh my god, they did it.
Turret here from continuing.
Okay. That might... I mean, for losing 4 of your heroes on that low ground and it was dieback on the Monkey, that's probably best case scenario for Mudane.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Only one side is down. That's definitely
And
still
it's
have
mid.
you can still win this game from this position. So
Oh, yeah.
feels good for them.
I'm not going to say that it's worthless, but mid-Rax really is not a death sentence. Anytime that you're pushing a high ground, you're constantly cutting 2 waves. It's mid lane and whatever lane you're in. So mid, kind of low value.
It's also like we have talked about before now, as everybody is pretty much fully slotted. So it's not like the net worth lead matters that much. I guess some more items on heroes like Phoenix could be important, but I think it's gonna take. They're gonna have to start winning some fights at least for Phoenix to get items this game. He's not really hitting any creeps.
he's really not. Thankfully, we should have some time because, well, Aegis did get lost over that whole engagement. It got lost very quickly. So now, in 4 minutes before we even see Roche possibly come back up. So, plenty of time to hit some creeps.
All right, I guess the Midas paid off for Whisper as well. It's one thing to note. He has all the items that you want to see on Enigma.
Pretty much. Hasn't even gotten to his level 25. I don't think his 25 is too crazy anyways, so.
Yeah.
Honestly, his 27 is what's really cool, right? The 50 black hole damage.
Maybe at this point, yeah. All right.
That's
Moving on, kind of looking to move out a little bit, but Yuma.
Oh, they see him. Yuma. I think he might be too deep. He does get the RP on 2. Can they get the subsequent damage? Oh my god! The double RP. It does more than enough. Whisper's walking forward with the BKB. He wants to be part of the team, but they already killed 2.
Yeah.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
They just ignored the egg as well. Just killed. They thought they caught the mag, but no, they just don't have enough damage to burst him there. Also, no Ravage was used. Have we seen a Ravage this game? Oh my god.
Boy, that is a great question.
We actually have
It's
only
been a
seen
long
the
time.
initial Ravage from laning phase. I don't think we've seen a Ravage for 54 minutes. That's
I think
so
it
crazy.
was there was one top side where he was running away with his team. He used Ravage to get a kill on a Muerta. And since then,
Oh, did
I
he? Okay.
genuinely don't think that we've seen one. But thankfully, you know, I'm just happy we got some kills in this one. Even if they don't go high ground, I'm accepting you killing people as a good job for me. Mudane, they've had this before, right? As you said, they took a 56-minute game versus Shopify. Shopify made some mistakes. Do you think they can force those same mistakes on the high ground versus Heroic?
I mean, I think it's hard against. I mean, considering how Heroic is playing, it seems unlikely they're gonna throw this one, right? They've played so patiently all game. They have double Black Hole, double RP, not double Laguna yet, but I'm sure his next item is gonna be Refresher. Like there's just,
I feel like it's they're definitely playing not to lose. It's clearly worked out for them. They're 36,000 up. I don't think they feel too bad. But what about 60-minute items? Does that change maybe for Mudane? Is there some crazy Force Boots, Deso 2 kind of thing?
maybe I don't know. That's always such a hard question.
How do they win this one?
I mean, they can probably win if Heroic takes some really bad fights. But like looking how the last fight went, it just looks like they don't have enough damage to kill a target. They find the mag, they don't have enough damage.
To take fights.
I think they need a refresher on side. So they have the double Ravage. I think the way to win this game is you Ravage 4 heroes from smoke, something like that, 3-4 heroes, and then you have 2 of them, right, before their BKB. And then you can kill heroes. But if people click their BKBs, it seems like there's not enough damage.
Showing us the fight replay from a few minutes ago, just so we know what it's like to kill people again. Get really pepped up for the next one. Because Roche could spawn in 38 seconds. I believe the last one was actually like a little bit of a long spawn. So, you know, gambler's fallacy. This one is going to be a very short spawn for Roshan. They still are only down mid-racks. Like, at least in terms of the buildings, still winnable game. They do have the Ags and Basher here for the Monkey King. He's just buying out. Every item is like a must-have. He does manage to skewer away the Venomancer. Could open up a high ground push again. Jabs down, but he does have buyback.
He does. But, you know, how patient are you going to be? You could technically just wait RP and just keep doing this. Keep fishing.
Oh. And they're just going to send the Eidolons actually to take this one. Now, they do show the bounty giving away from the get the black hole on the Tide Hunter. It's more than enough damage to get the kill, but now it's 2 circles on the high ground and even leashed up in the both of them. They maybe get the kill on Yuma. No, he's able to get away out of the Egg's range. They still want to move forward for more, though. On their high ground, they bought back on 2. You do not want to let anyone get away from this one with how much you've invested for this fight. Schofield will finally burn on down, but it's still 45,000 net worth lead for Heroic and 2 buybacks on Mudane.
Yeah, that's kind of sad for Mudane. They finally got to take a fight with Wukong and everything, but just not enough damage. And again, no Ravage used. It's still up.
Yeah, no Ravage used, but Roshan is up now. Gambler's fallacy has never proved me wrong.
All right, Muerta is dead. Maybe you need to Hail Mary and go for this Roche. But
I think so.
You have no buybacks. I don't know. Maybe that's
you
some
don't,
play.
but that's not going to change. I think at some point you need to take the fight,
Tide
right?
Hunter, you're in trouble.
Oh no, yeah, he could get found here, right into the welcoming arms of Whisper, of Analog, and well, you're just gone.
Yeah, 2 minutes. 2 minutes out of the game.
It's hard now. I mean, somehow you need to formulate a fight around Wukong Rain, right? We have the extra rain from him. We've got some damage on the monkey. And we have a BKB piercing coil. Can they get some sort of fight that looks acceptable for Mudane?
Okay, so they do just send the Eidolons and the Lina.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of Eidolons here.
They are.
They're just going to start poking down.
Really fast.
They'll force you to take a fight. If you don't, you got to be comfortable fighting into the Megas. They'll fort, which makes me feel like they don't want to fight into the Megas. Oh no, they show on the bird. Laguna down, and they get the kill. Does have buyback. I think they might still lose the racks. Whoa! In with the Wukong's ring as well. They have the Basher, but the Force Staff away. Even an Egg down, but you're already out of the ring now. Schofield popping the BKB and the ult. You just can't touch him, and now they have to evacuate. But Yuma, he doesn't want to let you leave. Tries to get the connection on Monkey, doesn't manage to grab it. Wait, they actually stopped his jump, but they don't want to go in for any more.
Yeah, I mean, should just get the Megas here, right? They're still so scared. There's no Tide Hunter, guys.
I'll be honest, if there's a coil up,
Rush.
Revenant Spruce and Parasma, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I guess it is. The problem is there's Windbreakers on both Lina and Bounty. Even Nigma has one coming as well. The Magnus has queued one up as well.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah. And we have 60
guys,
minutes
10
coming in
seconds.
as well.
It's coming. Surely these items, I don't know how you get onto the map to farm these ones. Did Whisper save up any Midas charges for these?
I think he sold it a long time ago.
No. That's crazy. Yeah, he definitely did sell it. So still looking for those next items.
Scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Oh, the Muerta has it. The first one here. I mean, these items could definitely change a little bit of the game. It's a 60,000 net worth lead, guys. They've actually managed to get 1,000 net worth per minute of an advantage over Mudane. And oh, is this going to be something? Yuma He will skewer back this tide once again into the black hole. There's just no way he can fight this, I don't think. They're trying to take down Yuma here, but he does have the Aegis. It's gone now. Can you kill him again? They're going to try to fight him in this Wukon's with the blink away. It is just in time. They couldn't lay anything down to stop the blink away.
Yeah, no tide again. Must be very frustrating to play tide in this game, I think.
Yeah.
Haven't been able to click Ravage for, I don't know, I would say 45 minutes at this point.
It's been a long time. It's been a long time without Ravage. I feel like part of his game, he's like, I'm meant to get gone on. They RP, they score me back, and I look to my team and say, team save me, but a team doesn't save. At this point, I think you're talking about it, thinking it might be, oh no, Puck into the black hole as well. It feels like this is up all the time, and there's no way to save him. And now they've even locked onto the Venomancer here. Laguna connects with the LSA. They should have the damage. They'll even turn to the egg. Do they kill it? I think that's the first egg they've killed, and they'll call GG. Game number 1. Well enhanced for Heroic. I know it went 60 minutes, but I think it was about 30 minutes of just stomp and a half from the Heroic side.
Yeah, very slow game, but the skewer into a black hole seems to be the winning recipe in the end there.
Yeah, that seemed to just be the target. Just bring them away from any BKB piercing disables in the Puck or even in the Monkey King. And it feels at this point like we're looking at a bit of a lineup issue. Analog was 19-0, partially because, well, they didn't really take fights for a while, but also because they just didn't have a way to really get on top of him reliably, especially after losing that lane in the mid lane.
I mean, that was kind of a part of it, but I mean, the game just kept dragging on, right? I think both teams kind of got all the items that they wanted. It just really came down to maybe the Heroic just hero scaled a little bit better. But it did feel like Mudang Warriors had openings in this game, right? Due to the fact that it was such a slow game.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, there were options, I feel, but both teams waited so long, and eventually that went well for Heroic, partially because of their strong start, but also because we have, what, 2 different ways to stun people through BKB, and this Lina really benefited off of it, just having so much. Even though at this point, Mudang, they were actually controlling the Aegis. After this fight, they had an Aegis on them, just wasn't able to really make anything happen with it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the one good, like, you know, there was a lot of big team fight spells in the end there, but I think one really impressive play was the catch on the Monkey King that we just saw after he bought back there.
Yeah.
I think that was a nice play by Heroic. Apart from that, I think it was maybe a little bit too slow of a game overall. I would love to see a little bit more action next one.
Yeah, you got to get the kills per minute up here, all right? Whatever we can do in that draft to get some more fighting would be good. Because, I mean, Heroic, I feel like that is just kind of a testament to how they felt the game was going. They knew that at all points they were strong, and if Mudang wanted to keep on farming it out, then fine. We have BKB Black Hole, we have RP, like, we know that our heroes are still going to continue to scale, so I think they definitely felt good, and maybe there's going to be an adjustment some way. I think there's a lot that you kind of need to adjust here on Mudang, but they have plenty of time to think about it, because goodness, they got 60 minutes to think about it in that one, and now we're going to go to a 10-minute break, so stick around, guys. That was only game 1. There's another one on the way. We'll be right back.
We are having here the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Dream League Season 25, Group Stage 1. I'm Math, and that's Misery. And speaking of Misery, that was 60 minutes where absolutely nothing happened until the end. So what do you think you want to see change in that game number 2 for, well, even Mudane, or I guess either side even?
I think for Mudane, it feels like they need to play the win a bit more. Perhaps they seem a bit scared. I mean, both teams honestly did, but Mudane are the ones being down 0-3 now on day 1, so I think maybe they need to change their mentality a bit. Not play not to lose, but play to win.
I'd agree with that one. I think it did feel like they were kind of like, they didn't want to make that last throw that really made the game unplayable, but at the same time, it was just like a slow burn where nothing was gonna really happen for you anyways. I want to criticize Heroic genuinely. I want to be like, look, you guys had a 30,000 net worth lead. You weren't able to go high ground. You weren't able to end the game. But at the same time, I think they knew they could push it, and they probably could get that if they really wanted to. But they were so confident in their lineup. They've already had 2 games, and we've seen so many teams in these group stages start out with a 2-0 and just end up hemorrhaging series after series afterwards. So I feel like for them, they're just... They want to play it safe. They want to play the 100%. We're going to get that win because there's no way we want to end this day anything less than a 4-0.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. I don't think you can really blame them. Like we also talked about during the game, it feels like the Tide Venomancer combo is also kind of annoying to go into, right?
Yeah.
It's very easy to just say, yo, we just get Refresher on Enigma, Refresher on Mag, and then they can't, we just do the skewer play like we saw in the end there, and they can't do anything about it. Have this type of game plan. So yeah, can't blame them. I do feel like it was a little bit more on Mudane Warriors maybe to make something happen.
At some point, you got to take the risk, right? You got to go in for that Ravage, see if you blow somebody up. Dota is a game of burst right now. That's why we're seeing so many people actually try the Abaddon because it's good anti-burst. But we're into draft number 2 already. It is once again second pick here for Heroic, I believe. So, or no, sorry, it was second pick for Mudane. Shut up.
What was last pick? Game 1?
Oh, Tide, right?
Pick. Right. Okay, cool.
I think the Tide, they had and I think that's part of why I'm so disappointed in what Mudane ended up happening. Things didn't go the way that we expected. Mid lane was a lot more sided towards the Lina and the mid rotation that we thought. And then on the other side, this Enigma really had a hard time getting started thanks to that Tide. That looked really cool. And I thought the Tide could actually kind of make something happen with the team. But I think partially the Bounty Hunter from KJ kind of came out of nowhere, did a lot more work in the early game than I thought. Genuinely really helped to push away Mudane and not let them get anything going.
Yeah, Bounty was definitely a problem for them. It also has a lot of hidden impact in the sense that the vision that it gives, right? For Heroic to know where to go on the map and which fights not to take, and playing this dodging game, right? So the Tidehunter can't really utilize his timings. But we also talked about during the game, the Tide doesn't really have this, he doesn't transfer his net worth particularly well to the point where he can be the one carrying the game. At least, I mean, not in that game at least. But yeah, we do see the bounty on the ban for Mudane, so they feel the same way we did, that they don't want to play against this again.
Yeah. No, I mean, we're going to see a very cool graphic coming up, I'm sure, but Lina, Bounty, and Monkey all getting taken out right away. I will say, it does kind of open up another potential Enigma pick already. Whenever you think of carry heroes that lane very well into Enigma, it's Bristle, it's Alk, it's Gyrocopter. So it's already seeing those banned out pretty early. I actually wouldn't be surprised if we see an even earlier Enigma pick even for Whisper.
Yeah, perhaps. Again, the PA is in the pool. I mean, I'm surprised no one is picking PA because that's what everyone else are doing. It seems like the go-to hero.
Yeah, I mean, there's PA is definitely one of those. There's so many carries being banned out, but the PA is still very good. So once you get rid of all these ones that you think are quote unquote broken, PA is one of the only ones left in. But hey, they steal the Magnus actually. So Heroic, they won't be able to give that one over to Yuma anymore. I'm still down for Ricky. I feel like Ricky is a very good hero versus this one, but it also helps out that KJ already likes these, invis run around heroes. I think it really fits into what Heroic did well in game 1.
Sure, I wouldn't mind seeing Ricky. I think it's always annoying when you ban out Bounty Hunter. You think, oh, now let's play a normal game, and then you just pick up the other annoying invis hero, right? So Abaddon also pretty good count as a mag actually.
Hard dispo. You can actually save 2 people with that. You press R and get yourself out of there, and then you shield someone else.
Now it is a bit of a two-edged sword in a way, because like the new core Abaddon can end up in a situation where he gets skewered back and then has to pop his ultimate very early in the fight, which is not something that Abaddon really wants. So the idea of countering mag is just the fact that you can't get RP'd, but the skewer is very good against Abaddon.
Yeah, it's something that we see when we talk about like how the meta shifts and how these heroes start to get back into pool. Something that we used to see a lot of was, as a good example, was Oracle and Death Prophet. And it was like, oh my goodness, this save hero, how do we deal with this one? Instead of trying to jump on it like we do see with the Abby here, swap. I wonder if we start to see some some Vengeful Spirits versus the Abba and take people away from those saves. Do you think that the mag is enough for that one? That like just that relocation enough?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a nice tool. I think the support Abaddon is in some ways better against mag than the core Abaddon, just because of eventually, if Abaddon cannot frontline and be this unkillable guy, it loses a bit of its effect as a core, right? But when Magnus can change the position of Abaddon so easily, you can't frontline anymore.
I think we've just kind of doomed this guy to be a core Abba though, right? Unless it's for Clock or for Abba, but I don't think either of those guys usually play pots 4.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they could both be supports, but I wouldn't. I think it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to make double melee support like this with no damage really work. I think, but it can work. But then you need to really make up for it with the correct course.
Yep. See here. I like the idea of the support Abba though, because it's like, his whole goal is make sure that you save people from RP, but if you're the one getting RP'd, then like, congrats, you've done it. Your team is not getting hit. So, unfortunately, yeah, I don't know. I guess they have to go for like a Shaman or a Lion again on your pause 4, really enable this Abbott in the offlane to have that stun and just run people down.
Maybe. I think they could also be keeping it open for the carry Abaddon. I guess it's hard to say for now. Carry Abaddon's pretty strong, but he can't be the one, 4% 1 type of style carry. He's more like a 1 in 2 or 3 course. Yeah. Yeah, we have to.
He gets involved really early.
Combo. So I like this better for Mudang already.
And the Marta, obviously very good. Now they have the double-edged sword, right? With the Shard on PA, you can break the Abba, and with the Calling, you can silence him, so he's not able to press his ult. You could theoretically 100-0 this Abba now.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Again, we have the situation where it's going to be very annoying for Heroic to go into Mudang Warriors heroes. And the way Mudang played last game, might end up being a kind of similar game as we just saw, where Heroic doesn't feel like they can really take advantage of the map or at their advantage in general.
Sometimes whenever you see a lineup like this, you're like, okay, how do we outscale these guys? That's essentially what you want to do, right? You need to have a BKB hero, and it feels like you're not able to out-timing them, but at the same time, you do have Abba. As you said, he wants to have other cores drawn around him. Clock also has a pretty early timing decently with his BKB piercing disable. Do you want to see them try to out-tempo this Mudang Warriors draft, even if it is Mag PA?
I mean, I think there's 2 ways, I guess. One is like you said, to try to close out the game pretty early before they can get to that. A lot of items on PA and Mag and stuff like this. Or you could potentially try to outscale this with like a Bloodseeker. That's like the main hero I see here that could outcarry this. But it's kind of hard to go late game against these combos. So Timbersaw is kind of leads towards the pressure.
Yep.
The pressure way.
Very good Whisper hero as well.
Yeah, true.
He was the one, right? He was the one who started that Blink Timbersaw. Blink
Yeah,
Kai.
going like 4-4-0 and Blink. Yeah, that was him.
Clearly knows his way around the hero. It's weird though into the Muerta. I don't think that people love playing that one, but I think this could also be just like he's too good, right? You give the guy the Timbersaw, he'll cook no matter what. Those means I want to see some stuns. I mean, your ABBA theoretically core does not have stuns. Hey, there we go. And that could honestly be your pause 4.
Yeah, 4/5, I guess. But that's, yeah, it is for sure the support. But they have a lot of damage through these two heroes they picked, Timber and Zeus. But like you said, not much stuns right now.
I wouldn't even mind it being 1 ABBA and 5 Clock, because kind of like Darkseer, the ABBA does not mind having a melee pairing in his lane. You're able to shield him and let them both run around, so still good.
I guess they haven't necessarily decided yet where the supports are going. It's still kind of open, but Angle, yeah. A lot of team fight for Mudang. So also looks like a pretty good Pangolier game overall. Not much to stop the guy from rolling through. You don't have much damage against the ult as well.
Yeah.
Also a nice way to stun up the Timbersaw over and over and take him down.
Right. I think this is a game where generally your cores really want BKB. I think that's, again, where the failing maybe of the Timbersaw could be, that he doesn't really have that. He'll maybe only have a Yules or something. ABBA will probably really want a BKB in this one as well. They're very frontline heavy, right? I mean, you essentially have 3 frontline heroes already on Heroic. The Zeus, he'll play pretty far backline. You could get yourself a mid laner also that really, you know, kind of does his damage from behind. I'm thinking maybe Invoker could be a good one for Analog.
Possibly. I mean, I think you need a way to. I think you need a way to speed up the game. Right now, you don't have good ways of stunning people like we talked about, but you also don't really have much tower damage. So it's kind of hard to stop Mudang from getting the stuff that they want, I would say.
Oh boy, you're so right though on that tower damage. I mean, maybe the ABBA is enough that he walks up and is able to hit it.
Abaddon has a really good game, then he could be the guy who just front lines and takes towers. That is true.
Any added tempo in this lineup for Mudang feels so good, because I think your game is so strong at all points. I don't know if they're ever really weak, and I'm about it. That actually helps you take those towers. It's a little bit of save as well. I really like this Mudang draft.
Yeah, it's strong.
Makes me feel a lot happier with the Invoker though, because it's another nice dispel that you have versus the Pugna. Lanes very well into the Pangolier, and some sort of tornado disengage for the RP if there's no BKB on the board.
Maybe TA is good here.
I can see that.
Mid TA for Analog. I could be the Invoker, like you said, as well. 5 seconds. Primal Beast.
Oh, okay. So it's something that's gonna grab the Pango, take him out of the ball. Does also have that AoE stun as he's pulverizing, so it's a little bit harder for the Pugna to get the saves that he wants. But at the same time, I feel like PA eventually will really like playing into that one. Same with JT. This lineup feels like a win now, you know? You gotta get that maybe 20, 25 minute timing, really start to stomp the map again. Heroic took an early lead last time. You think they can replicate that with this lineup?
I think they can, but I also think they kind of have to, because if they don't, I think they're kind of on a timer here against the RP and with PA. So I think they need to be ahead. Need to get the Roshan, need to keep killing them and take over the map.
Oh, Roshan is huge. Do they take Roshan fast enough?
I think Abaddon kills it fairly quick with the Timber and stuff like this.
Oh.
But I think they definitely need to be ahead going into the mid game, like a substantial amount, I would say, or it gets very fragile for them.
Yeah, I mean, PA, one of the heroes, we said it starts to show up a lot earlier, and with the Magnus behind it, not only will it show up earlier, it also have some of that added amped damage for home killing and farming. So Mudang Warriors, I feel like there's so many positive parts about their lineup. This maybe Bango, maybe Pugna are the only things that are kind of a question, but it looks like they have really good games ahead of them.
Yeah, could be for sure. I mean, if they're not too sad about the last game and the other two games, I feel like they should be ahead in this draft a little bit. Now there is on a heroic some heroes that are pretty annoying to deal with, like the Timbersaw, Abaddon, Primal Beast as well to some extent, and then they have the Zeus damage backing them up. So I think there is going to be a lot of pressure coming Mudang's way early on, and if they slip up and feed a bunch of kills, I think it could potentially be a fast one as well. If heroic snowballs.
Yeah. Thankfully, Pugna Ward's got some pretty good use to it in this game. Both Whisper and KJ not gonna love fighting around that. Don't have the best attack speed to deal with it. So if they protect it, could be good. But this is game number 2. Mudane, unfortunately, they've had some rough starts this one. They lost their first series 0-2, and they're staring another one in the face unless they get a good turnaround in this game versus Heroic. I like their draft. They have the Phantom Assassin. They have the Magnus. I have a lot of respect for those heroes. And it seems like this Muerta really deals with the mobility of these Heroic cores. So take a hard stance, Misery. Are they going to get the 1-1 and find their first win of the group stage?
I am going to say no. I think they're going 0-4. I just don't. I mean, that draft is strong, but I don't really. I don't know. I don't really have faith after that first game. I think they can prove me wrong. I would love to give you proven wrong, but I think Heroic just looks a bit stronger. Perhaps this type of draft is also what realistically suits them a bit better. I mean, the Schofield clockwork is kind of legendary, so I think my money would be on Heroic.
I see what you mean. You know, game 1 was definitely in Heroic's hand, well, pretty much the entire time. That's another kind of downside of not really playing to make any mistakes or not taking any risks in a game like that, is you got beaten down for 60 minutes. That cannot feel good.
Yeah, true. I think that was a really rough loss, especially if you're somebody like JT, who was kind of just running around, didn't really have much going on that game. No Ravages, 40 plus minutes. I don't know if we have... I mean, I would love to see a stat on that, because I don't think that's something that happens very often. So I think that must be a little bit of a frustrating one for him. Gets the nice water out here without being spotted. That's kind of huge.
They've done this so often. He's not even a bounty hunter this time. They're actually just getting such good wards to start.
And there's even smoke on Pugna. They're going to see that. They're going to see that straight up. Yeah.
Now, you don't do anything about that, right? You kind of just let them do their own thing. You play on a high ground, or you run right into them. Schofield really wanted to break the smokes, and he'll do it.
I guess Schofield doesn't feel like he can really die. So, it's not like they have a point-blank stun that can catch him out or anything like that. So...
Oh my, yeah. I guess I didn't. We are very stun light just on everybody in this game, really. I think that Heroic ended up tapering it down, right? They ended up getting the Primal that has a pretty good stun on him. Zeus is a little bit of lockdown, but on the other side, if it's not RP and roll, I tell you what, your lockdown is very lacking on Mudane. Oh, instant cogs down. Looks like they could kill Schofield, though. They have plenty of damage for him. Do they give it to Abed? No, they're forced to give it over to Jabs, actually. The Fairy Fire. It doesn't feel like a lot, but making sure that Abed doesn't get that gold is pretty important.
Yeah, kind of cute play by him. In a way. When you have to die, I guess just pop that Fairy.
Yeah. Really well done. It doesn't feel like it's usually worth that 75 gold if you're going to die anyways, but I think in that one, it was very worth it. Now, I feel like this matchup should be favored for Analog, but my lord, Abed is denying everything.
The matchup mid is pretty even, I would say, right? Maybe Analog has a little bit too much damage.
Yeah, maybe. It is KJ5 Zeus. Means it's going to be pretty greedy on these supports from Heroic, but definitely could work out.
The Zeus is definitely very strong right now. It's being picked every game, and in high-level pubs. Just has so much damage and very strong laner as well, even though he doesn't look like it.
Yeah. It's a little weird. Sometimes it feels like you don't want to trade like super early since your W is a lot of mana and a whole lot of damage on level 1. But you just can't wait that long. You're not an ogre that gets some magical timing at level 2. You gotta start trading early.
It's still 140, right?
Oh, it's still a good bit.
Plus the static field.
Dude, Yuma! JT just skewered him back, was like, yeah, this is our kill, but instead they get turned around, and KJ, he might help him out with another one. The shield, it does too much damage. Yuma gets a double kill very early on.
Yeah, that's going to be a quick over corrosion. It's not going to make it easy to lane against for sure. I think it's not really the lane you want to start feeding kills against, I think, because that could snowball could be really ugly really quickly.
Oh, yeah. Especially Zeus. Zeus does so much damage with his levels. If you keep giving him stuff like that, he's going to be hurting you.
Now, the CS looks really good, though, for the other 2 lanes. PA complete free farm. He's even going to get all of these creeps on the tower right now.
Oh, and Abba going for an early Orb of Corrosion. I sometimes like the Orb of Corrosion, especially if you're going for a very big item later on. But he does look like he's going for that Radiance. Sometimes people will fiddle around with, maybe going for Manta Echo and just doing that. But the miss chance is really good. And even canceling Blinks from the Magnus also feels really good in this game. So I like the Radiance pickup if he goes for it.
The Radiance is interesting. It's not something that we've seen much recently, but I think it changes the... Like, if you're going to be carry Abaddon in a game like this, I like the Radiance more than the... Than the Echo Saber. Just you're gonna be able to farm a lot faster and be more of that hard carry.
He's definitely smelling blood in the water. He's like, I don't think this lane is gonna get any better for them. I'll just take that free gold, get myself a really big item, and then surely he still goes back for Manta Harpoon.
Oh yeah, for sure. You'll get it eventually, but so the Radiance is like a very nice farming tool for this hero. This lane is kind of disgusting, the Zeus Abaddon. Because, like, you can't fight the Zeus with the shield on as well. It's, like, too much damage.
It's weird. It doesn't feel like your usual, like, Abba combo, right? Because Zeus isn't typically fighting in these. But hey, with Heavenly Jump, all of a sudden his mobility really, really matters with the shield. They're very low on mana. Looks like they're still trying to go on jabs here. The calling gets tossed down. The damage, it could be enough, but KJ, he doesn't have the mana nor the range, doesn't want to get on top of him. They're just wearing out the region because that was already a salve popped from the Muerta. It might have to bring out another one.
Yeah, the bottom lane is looking pretty rough for sure.
At the same time, I think both carries are having a really good time. Already 12 denies sitting there on the PA, 8 denies on the Bengal as well. Hey, realistically, for every 10 denies, you're looking at 300 gold. So 600 gold away that this Mudane roster has just successfully denied against Heroic.
I do think that Timbersaw is a hero that does not necessarily need the best first 5 minutes. The hero can come back pretty easily, whereas the Mag... he can easily become a support, I think, if he doesn't have that good of a game.
I suppose so. I mean, you picked Mag PA. In reality, you probably just need, Empower and RP.
That's true.
So.
Yeah, you don't actually need to be a core this game. That's right. You just get the blink and the axe and stuff like this.
Then you'll turn it pretty fast, right? I mean, you have plenty of good supports around you, even to just, blink and skewer people back. Muerta does pretty well to lock them down. Pugna has plenty of damage to help out, too, so... As long as you're able to find good targets, I think that's all that really matters. I tell you what, this could definitely get out of control if the CS continues to look like this here. This Pugna Ward plus jump, it feels like a lot that you're investing for it, but it's doing so much damage to Whisper and really keeping him out of this lane.
Yeah, the Pugna Ward is actually what's dealing the most damage, it looks like.
That's one hell of a drug. Only 1 point in it as well.
But Timbersaw in this kind of game does kind of free up the Clockwork to do a little bit what he wants. Could see him start to rotate. And he's sticking around top for now. Not the easiest kills to get around the map at the clock though. Bottom lane with Abaddon getting jumped here.
Yeah, they won it. Only level 4 there on Yuma, and this should be a pretty good rotation. Pango even taking the long way around, seeing if he can catch out somebody else, but they'll take their kill on the carry, rotate back into the mid lane. So far, Mudane, they're doing a very good job in this laning stage.
Yeah, for sure. It's always also very scary to see this PA on the top of the board.
45 CS. I mean, 4-2-3 is getting everything that he wants. And we've seen, like, the Abbott feels like the pressure is on. He's making a lot of region to get spent in the spot lane. Got some kills as well, but it just isn't really getting the same CS. Oh, a huge find. Beautiful from Jabs. Almost lost another set of Wisdom Runes, and that's also something that snowballed last game. Speaking of snowballing here, they could get the kill on Whisper, really trying to chase him down, but he gets out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There you go. That's 20 gold. Good CS. Whisper is very low right now, and he's got to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because there comes Abed. Would have been a really nice rotation, honestly. Already getting a kill on one side core bottom. Could have gotten another, but a nice job to get
has
out
been
of there.
stacking up the jungle quite a bit here, so there are some stacks to fall back on for Timber later on, or Primal, depending on who.
Yeah.
I feel like Timbersaw kind of needs them to come back in this one.
Yeah, you want him to dominate. I think you got to do whatever you can. And that is going to be a haste on Yuma, allowing him to chase down this Muerta. Gets one. Looking at Abed as well. I think they should just get him over to his base, because Yuma, brother, you are only level 5.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still looking for this Radiance as well. I mean, right now, JT. Ooh. Like he may have
getting a bit of space now.
He needs it. I mean, he can farm this one up if he really gets the space here. Does get the skewer onto the high ground. Well done.
Now,
I think he does. Yeah, KJ, he's got plenty of damage. That is level 3 in lightning bolt, so it was cute, but it doesn't work out in the end.
I thought he could just skewer back towards the tower there.
Right?
I don't think he really thought that one through.
Yeah, I don't think so. But TP down, you know.
Oh, by the way, look at Aurora's smoke here. They're going to spot out the stacks, and they're also coming on a wrap here onto Timbersaw and Clock.
That's big. Whisper, we said he needs a good game. He's starting to come back a little bit. Schofield, I don't think, does he get it in time? Oh, he just barely cancels it out, and then he cancels another one.
Oh my God.
Can Whisper get away from this one? Oh my God, Schofield, you absolute monster.
How did I just watch? That was insane.
Dude. Air hockey master on Schofield.
Oh, this is so massive,
shooting the pucks away, and do they turn around and get a kill? This is insane. They do. Whisper from near death to getting a kill on the enemy carry who's just been bullying you in this lane. That is the best case scenario for Heroic. And yep, good tip, Schofield. You earned that one.
That's some
Radiant's bottom tower
some clockwork play right there.
That's crazy. We don't see this hero very much in the Pods 4 role anymore. Used to be the premier position for it. Been a 5 mostly, but Schofield definitely showing how good this can be. There it is. They're going to give the analog to kills. Hey, you know, Timber, he just got a P8 kill. He don't need those stacks anymore.
He's going to maybe get... they're just going to farm them together, I guess.
There we go. You know, split the difference. That is a lot of damage. I'll clear that really quick.
Yeah.
Overall, it looks like most of it did go to the Primal, but hey, we're still getting some valuable net worth. What's he going for next on that Timber?
I think the build usually is Kaya into Aghanims. Seems like also pretty good here. If you pop the axe, it seems like they can't really kill you. Bottom lane though.
They're trying to get something done here. Still only level 5 right now on Schofield. Doesn't have the benefit of 2 Wisdom Runes this time around. Abed gonna try to get the roll through. Oh, actually manages to skate through here and trying to connect back on this Abba, but he'll just TP away and Whisper. He'll TP down to help out, but not actually able to get any kills.
Yeah, that's a 5-man rotation from Heroic. So definitely a nice win there for Aurora.
Yeah.
Aurora. Mudang.
It looks like, oh, they're still
JT.
around. They actually find JT. He has the skewer here soon, but the pulverize just in time. They'll get the kill, and Analog once again showing just how strong he is. Doesn't matter the hero.
Yeah, it's kind of bad death because they rotated 5 heroes, right? Like we talked about, and then them getting that kill kind of makes up for that.
That's a defusal. He goes in, and he's pulverizing. I mean, he's just stomping around Ollie. Can't even save himself from it, and now they're onto Abed as well. That is just the easiest triple kill I've ever seen.
What a Giga chat on Primal there. Going into 3 heroes like that with a Zeus.
This is call an ambulance, but not for me, man. Just jumps right into all 3 of them. That's just completely unfair.
As we see also a little bit why they chose to pick the Primal this game. PA bottom. Is he gonna go down
no.
here?
Surely don't lose this one. KJ is just looking around like, okay, you've done a lot of work, but that's actually my kill.
Like we talked about doing the draft as well, or like in the post draft. Like these kills become such a big problem for Mudang. When they give away all these kills, it gives so much network and experience to Heroic that allows them to potentially snowball this game.
Dude, what an insane charge through. Look at how much damage they take thanks to also that Zeus ulti. Skillfield managed to snipe that one with the rocket flare. Otherwise, it would have been a triple kill for Analog.
Going straight into the Glimmer after Blade Mill. Very good Glimmer game, I guess, for Heroic too.
No, it's super good.
They're going to be pretty low on damage. You get a bunch of defensive items here.
I mean, a lot of spell damage there from both Analog and I mean, it is a magic barrier, right? So
yeah, even Schofield is rushing the Glimmer.
That's pretty good for you.
I like the pace Heroic is playing. They're just smoking up straight up again here. How are they getting out of this one?
Oh yeah, no. Too much magic there, and Ollie will end up just getting pulverized, but a nice scare away, actually. Can they turn this one around at all? They already lose 2, but they are in on the Primal. This is such a huge kill before 2-3. He's just not strong enough. I know who is. Whisper in with the Chakram, gets 1 kill. Looking at JT, they'll charge on through, getting another. A double kill for 2 heroes on your team, and Abed, can he get away? He just barely TPs out. Not before getting the Wisdom Rune, though, so a pretty good job for him at least to get some XP. Still a very good fight for Heroic.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, and what's gonna happen here? The rune seems like
did he? He
get
TP'd to the mid lane. Oh, this could be a bit of a disaster here. Does have the Invis rune, but they're just gonna stay on him. Gets the swash. Analog still chasing though. There is a defusal and there is jabs. I don't think he can chase any longer.
Yeah.
And Analog is a monster.
Yeah, they kind of have 3 cores that are almost impossible for Mudang to bring down at this moment. And if they continue to scale like they are right now, like getting Aghanims on Timbersaw, getting more tanky on Primal, and getting Radiance on Abaddon, it's just the nature of Abaddon's ultimate. Yeah. Maybe you're just never going to be able to kill these heroes.
Maybe. I mean, part of this lineup, especially when you look at
Abaddon right now, though.
They could. A lot of mana gone. He does not. He does have a point saved for his ulti. He can pop it if he wants. And he does, instantly getting so much HP. And it looks like that'll be it. So manages to get himself an extra life out of that one. Would have really loved that kill there on Mudang.
Yep, there it is. The Abaddon. So annoying to bring down.
This isn't even his final form. He does not have the Radiance complete yet. He's been trying to help out with his team. Just a little bit more gold, though, and he's going to be even stronger. I'm even going for the blink on this one for Timbersaw. I feel like they've really picked out that their heroes just do damage. Just by nature of their spells, they don't really need a whole lot.
Oh, they have so much damage for sure. It's just a matter of if Mudang can end up dodging the fights the next, I would say 10 to 15 minutes maybe. it's gonna be a long time before they can fight, right? They can potentially get some kind of picks or fight if Heroic overextend with the RP, the Pangolin roll, but I think for the most part you're gonna be dodging the fights, at least the 5-on-5s. Whisper is kind of alone down here right now against a lot of heroes, so.
Yeah, but it's probably some. I don't know. Can Whisper 1v3 like we saw in the mid lane? I'm not sure.
Not quite.
Oh, I think that is a scouting ulti. They see 423. 423 just now got that Battle Fury, by the way, so still pretty hard for him to play. They're not really like sitting JT. That's one of the issues when you have core mag and core PA is when you're behind like this, you both need to hit creeps. You can't just stick around your PA and give Empower over to her. You kind of still have to make your own game happen.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he is going for Echo Saber this game.
Oh, interesting.
So we'll see how this plays out.
And kind of the reason that we were liking the Magnus, I guess I kind of expected to see
Abed
Link Kayayasha, but instead we might just see a death here on Abed. Go ahead, pulverize him down. That's going to be another one, and Yuma with the Radiance. He's just going so far forward.
Yet he just swashbuckled pretty much right next to the Primal there. He had no idea he was there. Pretty brutal. Oh, the rocket saw him.
Good catch.
Yeah. This is, I mean, if you start bleeding kills like this, then it becomes very hard to play, right? I mean, you have to dodge the next long time like we talked about. But
another time, they just did not expect to be this far behind, right?
It's also kind of hard to dodge against Sussault and Clock, right? There's a lot of random vision going out that way, and just the nature of Heroics
might be the
heroes.
only hero that can split, right?
Yeah, I mean, also just the nature of Heroics tankiness, like we touched on before, makes them able to sort of just run across the map without fear of getting killed, right? For you to die on Primal or Abaddon, you need 5 heroes. You need to be so isolated, right? And Heroics heroes can easily move across the map together.
The triple tanky cores, it honestly does enable your tower pressure. There's just really difficult for you to like all in one of these guys, even under a tower, and fight them. If this was like a Drow that was trying to hit your tower at 18 minutes, it's fine. Just burst her, kill her. But man, you're looking at Abba, Primal, Simber.
Yeah.
Which one of these guys are you bursting down?
I mean, you saw it. You saw it right there, right? Abaddon just walks up the hill. He has no fears whatsoever.
Yeah.
And I think that's gonna continue for a while. They see the PA right now. They know exactly where he is.
Yeah.
The Watcher is seeing the Abaddon though.
Going for a BKB. You honestly don't see as much of this BKB build anymore on PA. A lot of times you do still see, oh no, knows that the stun is coming, pulverize, connecting. This BKB is pushed even further back now.
Yeah.
Oh, Zeus with the Pavis. Man. Even tankier.
Yep. Is he going full Solar Crest or just the Pavis? Just Pavis.
It looks like...
Interesting.
It is interesting. I feel like the Zeus, sometimes you see some like really greedy ones, but at the same time, I mean, look at your team. You don't really need to itemize for any more damage. I think your ulti and your Thunderbolt are doing more than enough.
Yeah, I mean, Pavis is actually surprisingly good as just a casual item, right, that you don't upgrade right away. There's quite a lot of HP and absorb that you can give. So I kind of like
so many shields, right?
Yeah.
You got Yuma's shield, you got Pavis now. I mean, whoever gets shielded up.
You also have the Aghanim's Timbersaw shield.
Oh, yeah. And that one is even harder to rip through. I mean, that one you basically need a Dispel, and you're not going to see one for a while, right? I don't think anyone's really building a Yules right away. PA certainly isn't going to have a Nullifier for a while, so this Ags is king. Once again, it feels like Whisper just has a hero that end all be all. He eventually is going to get items that feel unplayable against, and it's going to be a while for Mudane to kind of get the items that answer it, especially given that you're already so far behind.
Double Wisdom Rune again. Could see Ollie was looking to snatch it, but Scofield too quick, so Ollie ends up actually not dying here. Could have easily fed there.
18-2, 11,000 net worth lead. But it's Mag PA. What should we be expecting out of these two cores? Are they too far behind, or once we see the BKB, is it going to be a different fight entirely for Mudeng?
It looks like, now that you ask, they're going to smoke up right now and look for something.
Oh.
I don't think they can really fight 5-on-5, but they might look at... Could they be snatching Roche? Is that what they're doing? Or are they just looking for a single pick?
I mean, they know that the Tormentor was taken, so they have to know kind of where they are.
Also just to get out on the map, perhaps place a ward. I mean, unfortunately, it's right on top of the sentry, but probably nothing really going to come out of this. But like we did talk about in doing the draft, their heroic draft needs to be in this type of position, right? With this very significant lead. They can't really afford to slip up a lot in this game, in my opinion. Like we have seen Mag PA win come back from ridiculous setbacks before, so it's definitely not impossible. But I really like I really like the Radiance pickup for Yuma. I think that does allow him to flash farm.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. Like, it feels like you are already answering the only way that Mudeng can come back, right? Is that if somehow this PA gets really big and somehow gets more gold than your ABBA, but with this Radiance, he's gathering so much gold. It's so hard to try to get above him now in the net worth charts.
Also, Orchid. This is the new age Abbott on carry.
Interesting.
Not sure. A bit more focusing on damaging and utility.
Oh boy, that is just... It feels so sad to watch, but they do have an RP on the other side trying to stop them from getting top of 4-2-3. The Pugna not able to save him. It is a nice roll, but just not able to have any damage follow up. JT will barely get the blink away. Yuma is still chasing. But it looks like he will finally back out of that one. Only losing the PA, but she's really the only one that needs to live.
Pugna as well. Yeah, it's like every time you die a couple of heroes like this, you're just... I mean, naturally, you're getting further and further behind, but it also seems like a much taller mountain to climb, right? Especially when it's your PA dying. If your Pugna would die somewhere on the Wisdom, you know, you don't really care, but these deaths definitely add up. Now, Heroic are not actually taking any tier 2s yet, which is a plus for
Not again.
The map is still playable.
At least this time, they're murdering Heroic. The 21 kills, they're trying for 1 a minute. And they're also like doing really well playing individually on the lanes. They really understand how far ahead they are. Usually teams are still kind of scared, right? They don't want to show individually on all 3 lanes, but hey, Timber is alone top. Your whole team is making a move on the completely other side of the map. It looks like they may link up for a Roshan take though.
Yeah. That felt like a bit of a weird movement in a way, if you were to be criticizing Heroic at this moment. As we see Ollie dies once again. But what I was going to say is you kill the PA and the Pugna top, and actually you are in a position where you can potentially take the tier 2.
Yeah.
Unless I'm mistaken, maybe they didn't have creeps at all, but they basically pretty much ran all the way from top tier 2 to Roshan, right? With 4 heroes. Seems like not the most efficient way of doing it, but
yeah. No, I get that. It feels like the litmus test for like how strong your lineup really is, or how comfortable you feel on the map. After you take a team fight, do you actually get objectives? You actually get anything out of it? At least.
Caught here. Schofield again on the mark.
He doesn't even need the hook shot. He just goes ahead with the Yule Scepter, bouncing him around the cogs. Man, he just keeps on playing air hockey with this Pangolier.
Yeah. I really like the build as well, going for the 4 points rocket. We always see people go power cogs nowadays, but the rocket is kind of underrated in a game like this, right? Where the enemy is trying to dodge you, and rocket is also really strong aspect of clock.
Vision wins games, especially when the map is so damn large. And part of the reason why, we say Mudeng, they really need to split the map, but you've got 3 tanky cores and 2 vision-giving supports. It's almost impossible to be anywhere on the map. I mean, now with the Blink Dagger, I think usually, as you said, they have the Orchid there. typically that would have been a Manta. You blink, get the Manta off, and just kind of eviscerate whatever hero you get on top of. But this Orchid's still going to do more than enough. He's got the Orb of Corrosion still, even the Whip. So he'll still slow down anybody he jumps on top of.
Yeah, I like the Orchid pickup here, right? He's very good against both supports of Mudang. There's even Pengulia catching him off guard.
I think we're close to BKB watch on the PA, right? In fact, she might have it here soon.
Mag has it
nice,
as well.
Okay.
So potentially, I mean, you might have to fight Heroic soon, especially if they start hitting your high ground. But it's scary to go high ground against the Mag, obviously. I like this TP. I like the smoke a lot from Heroic. Abaddon with Aegis, the TP is top.
Oh, 4-2-3 jumped in to the Abba. Force about the BKB, not in a way you really want to. We'll try to TP away, but a nice hook shot from Schofield keeps him in. 4-2-3 will try to fight in the trees, but this is Whisper's territory. Gets the kill. Yuma the one to pick up the last hit. And that is not the BKB we wanted to see. Now even in the mid lane, pulverized through the BKB of JT. He'll brain Analog onto the high ground. There's no Aegis on this guy, but at the same time, I don't think there's any threat. In fact, he comes back in. He hasn't had enough just yet. He'll get rolled on. I want to say he's gone too far, but I just don't believe it. Can they actually kill him? Under the tower, it's a huge one if they can get it, but your PA is already dead. He walks onto the low ground, and Whisper comes up and punishes you even further. Yuma under your tier 4 is just more health results. And they get another 2 kills as they'll take it to a tier 3 tower.
Yeah, I mean, they're just way too far ahead, right? Like we have mentioned before, all 3 of their cores are so hard to kill. You see the Primal Beast living in the Dire base pretty much, and still not able to die. So, but I think the move they made before, where Abaddon TP's top and just starts running at them, and then they're smoking across, very fast play by them. And again, Schofield is just where he needs to be every time.
Every time. Just perfect positioning in the field. Now, I will say positioning is a lot easier when you have 3 heroes that are damn near unkillable. Still pretty perfect. It's insane that he goes out and he's like, oh, actually, I think I can kill more of them.
Yeah, true.
And honestly, really well done from Abed, keeping him in as much as he can, doing a lot of damage, but it's just him. Yeah. His team really wasn't able to offer much.
So we have a full Hex up on the Whisper with the Blink there already, so BKB is not necessarily going to save you now.
This is definitely a stomp and a half, and this time they're definitely making the most of this map presence here from Heroic. A 9,000 net worth lead in the power play. Last time they had an Aegis first in game 1, they actually lost net worth with it. I believe it was 3,000 that they lost. So this is just getting stronger and stronger, it seems, as this Heroic lineup seems to have figured out what they really want.
Yeah, I mean, this is also their draft is just so aggressive and punishing this game. Feels also more, maybe a bit more Heroic style. It's all-out aggression. It's not like their heroes don't scale as well. Ooh, barely misses.
Almost had him. Almost had him. Honestly, really nice TP away from the PA. That's the kind of stuff that like needs to happen, but it's weird. You've used your TP, and your TP is honestly so valuable as a PA that's behind like this because you want to go out to the side lanes, you want to farm again, but the portal is not too far away. If they want to find you, they will.
Yeah, true. See, Analog is already on the case. Does get spotted though, but
going for the nullifier here. Thankfully, you do have part of the components for nullifier, but you're still, you know, a good 2,400 gold behind or something like that. So
we have a smoke.
Probably looking at another 3 minutes.
Smoke by Mudang. See if they can catch something here. I don't even think they can kill this guy if nobody helps him.
Hard. And Heroic, they're just ready to go. They've already brought everybody top. I think at this point, you just need to let this PA get the nullifier. It's big for your team. I mean, Blink BKB nullifier on a PA. You don't take any more damage from this Timber, except for, I guess, maybe his flamethrower, but then you're able to nullifier and hopefully kill somebody on this team. You just need to gather this gold.
Yeah, they see Timber. They burst. Perhaps they could burst the Timber. They see Zeus. It's a good target. Oh, but the jump away.
Good jump away, yeah. And now silenced up on the Clockwork. Heal back out for just a second, but at least he didn't really give away too much for that.
Yeah, I mean, when Magan's up there in that spot, it looks like a bad fight, but luckily he gets away there.
Job escaping, once again taking an enemy Tormentor for this one. Who hasn't gotten the shard yet? Ah, it's Schofield. Okay.
He's just getting more and more annoying. Link Yules, Jetpack,
Oh,
Glimmer.
Lord. He's so much control. And they are walking on the ward, but, you know, cope it up here. You do have a Nullifier coming soon on the PA if she's allowed to farm like this.
Yeah, I mean, then you can potentially burst the Timber Saw. Even through the eggs.
So who else is doing damage though? Oh no, they found the Magnus, and there it is, an easy ult there. Whisper the one to pick up the last hit. Abed forced to roll away. Jabs likely would be a victim as well, but oh my god, they just ripped through Oli. Everybody's running back into the base. Only 2 are left here. Oh man, you need this mag to defend the high ground. Without him, I'm not sure what you can do.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, now that you look at it, they have so much tower damage from the shard and the Abaddon, right? Huh? The buildings do die fairly quickly here.
Yeah, they got more than enough. Yeah, I won't even look at this. You're right. There is no sense taking this fight until you got all the items you want. Oh no! She tried to TP away, but it was a huge find. Now Schofield, he can actually get this. They get this kill. Shirley on the PA, wanting to turn around and get anything in return, but she can't. What a beautiful job by these supports.
Schofield is just everywhere this game.
God, that is just... That's bullying, man. They're trying to just TP you back home and fight with an item, but they can't do it. They bring the Abba back. Unfortunately, that guy's got another life, and it's not even with the Aegis. They will pop the ulti here, but that was BKB from JT and the roll from Abed. So without that, oh, nope, they just... Yep, they've had enough. No, I can't blame them. That's GG. Feels like they didn't even take the last fight that they really needed, but I don't think this game was really going to change for them.
No, I don't think so either. It looked rough from, I don't know, minute 10 or something. The game looked almost impossible. I think after the Primal pretty much triple killed 3 heroes by himself, then it was looking rough.
That was an insane jump. I mean, they weren't even behind. Like, if you look at that, you know, when you're 30,000 net worth up, like, yeah, of course you turned on 3 heroes, but the game was still relatively even. The laning stage was looking kind of all right for the Mundane Warriors, but man, that turnaround with the onslaught into 3 heroes, getting the Zeus ult as well. You just have 3 heroes that literally did not die in this game, as only 2 kills came out from the Mundane Warriors.
Was nice display by them. Much faster and cleaner than the first game.
Yeah. And, you know, game 1, there was the jungle Veno that kind of like kept them. It seemed like in both games, there's just so much net worth on these heroic cores. And this time, you know, Muerta and Pugna, they don't really farm like the jungle Veno does to really make up that gap.
You also don't really have the space or time, right? There's people running at you constantly. It's a very hard game for them to play.
Yeah, it seems like they kind of just doubled down on heroic. It's like, I don't know if there's a lot of damage on this lineup. I thought there was. I thought that Muerta and Pugna, they were plenty to pair up, but it just didn't end up being enough, especially with the itemization there from heroic.
Yeah, I mean, a mag PA loss is not something you see every day, but
right.
Just too fast gameplay by heroic. I like the drafting this game, the execution. It felt like they knew what they were doing, how to punish the Mudang draft.
I mean, the laning stage wasn't crazy bad, but it was definitely rough for the Magnus. So what was supposed to happen with Mag PA? Was it supposed to be that the Mag had a better game and maybe then he's actually a threat on the map? Or was it just that they needed to bring the PA in a little bit earlier before things got crazy out of control?
I just think they need to, in a way, I think they just gave away way too many kills on the map. Too many mistakes overall. That gave Heroic the snowballing that their lineup needs, in a way. Not saying that it should be easy, but I think that was kind of what they needed to have a chance in this game, to not give away all these kills. Play a slower game.
There was a much slower game last time, but this one was very quick thanks to Heroic just completely dominating the map. Guys, we're going to go to a break, but do not go away because we have an interview with somebody from the Heroic side, so stick around. We'll be back with that interview just after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back here. We've got an interview coming for you guys very, very soon. But that was a 2-0 absolutely dominant from Heroic. Just 2 times in a row, even Analog didn't die in the game, in the series at all. So just really showing how strong they are. And we will have, I think that interview is actually coming now. Analog, are you on the phone? Hello, how are you doing today?
Hello.
Pretty well. We had some fun.
Yeah, had some fun. Dude, you didn't even die at all in either of these games. I know that this lineup, it's not totally new for you guys, but this seems like your second tournament where you've really played as this full lineup. Do you feel like you guys are gelling a lot more now? Because it seems like you guys just absolutely bullied these guys two times in a row.
I mean, we've been practicing for like a month at this point, and I think we have like nice ideas, and we're playing well together, and we're like having nice communication. So yeah, it was a good warm up for the tournament, and it was a good day as well. I think like right now it's just like resting for tomorrow and showing up even more things. That's it.
Hey, 4-0 start is very strong. I love to see it.
2 questions, one quick one. Where are you guys boot camping?
We're boot camping in Belgrade, Serbia right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And then the second question is, what were your thought process with the first game laning setup you guys had? You placed the Enigma in the safe lane and Magnus off lane?
You're asking for the worst guy in the team, Me,
okay.
I was like, how am I gonna destroy this Puck as
Right.
Fuck my side.
Yeah, makes sense.
I don't care
I mean,
I hope they have good lanes.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
In my lane, so I don't know. I think they swapped the lanes and it was like nice, right? Because Tide plays against the Enigma, he does pretty well. I don't know what they did with the portals. I just remember saying like, guys, we can swap the lanes with portals. And after this, I don't say anything for them. Just for
yeah. Cool, man. I mean, you did destroy the Lina completely. I mean, the Puck, sorry. So is that matchup always like that, or what's your feeling on that matchup?
I don't think it goes this way every time. I think the Puck can actually draw the lane, but I understand this matchup and I know like what I have to do, so I have the upper hand on it. So yeah, I focus on doing these things. I can't say it what are the things, but yeah.
That's fine.
It'll come out later. You said that the communication has felt a lot better. Obviously, Whisper coming in and Yuma coming in has been like the big changes for your team. Do you think that those guys are, just very, very excellent communicators, or is it more that they have already similar ideas for what your team likes to do?
I think it's a bit of both. I would say a bit more of the second thing. Like I think we think in the same way about the things, so it's like a way more natural, to do the macros, to do the smokes and stuff. Like if you're on the same page. But we also everyone speaks Spanish now, so it's or like everyone understands English, like. Bachala, but Schofield, but he understands like the basic things, like go is smoke, and he understands.
Okay. I was just about to ask, how do you guys communicate with language? But
yeah,
so it's primarily Spanish. Do you ever switch into something else?
No, I do actually switch a lot. Like Yuma, he likes to speak English sometimes. Even he's being Nicaraguan, he likes use more English last year, so he sometimes speak English. And when I talk to KJ directly, we speak Portuguese, or sometimes when like I need mana and I go and say in Portuguese like this is mana, like very like so just him to hear that. But yeah, we switch a bit. But the good thing is like everyone understands English, everyone understands Spanish. So if enough these languages, you can speak with each other. Yeah. Also, Mister probably speak Portuguese as well, right? I remember when I was like 13 years old. Mister was in Brazil playing with the old legends. So
I think I forgot most of it, unfortunately. No. But they would also speak Portuguese, and Riha and I would just be like, "That's cool,"
That's
I guess
cool.
we don't need to know this. I guess.
I see. Yeah.
It's funny. I have heard, especially down in South America, I know that Asini was talking about like some teams actually switch over to like English, even though it's like sometimes it's a second language, but it feels like things are so concise and you don't add a whole lot into it when you're speaking English. So it's like you get the point across and you go, and sometimes prioritize that.
like you play ranked games, you normally speak English in your ranked games and you practice like that. Then you have to switch to speak Spanish. Sometimes you have to, like normally your ranked is like you have to speak English and Russian, you know? You don't have to speak Spanish or Portuguese. So yeah, it's hard for a Dota player switch language.
True.
How's Whisper's English? I think there was a lot of talks about him not gelling that well in OG with the communication part, perhaps? Is that...
Like he understands everything, but he also speaks English, but he has like to take a bit of time. So normally like he understands English, but he answer faster in Spanish. So it works in both ways, right? If you understand the Spanish as well. So yeah.
Of course.
I have nothing but admiration. I've only known English and a little bit of Latin for my SAT, so I'm a very, small brain boy over here. I've got nothing but respect for you guys.
Yeah, I'm going for my fifth language now. I'm going to Russian. Half of it I can speak a bit.
Are you actually learning Russian, or is it just Dota Russian?
All this stuff, Sasao, all this stuff, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, every Dota player knows those words.
Okay, you know the last one? No way you know the last one.
What was the last one again?
Sasao. You know Sasao?
Safao.
Sasao.
Maybe I don't know this one.
It's like, I ask you, are you a good Dota player? And you're gonna say, yes, okay? Are you a good Dota player?
I say yes.
Sasao.
Okay.
Like that's how you use it.
What does it mean?
It's like if you're a good person or something like this,
Okay.
All right. Well, hey, thank you so much for joining us, Analog. You're very talkative. I would love to talk to you for a little bit more, but we have another series on the way. Congratulations on your 4-0. I hope you keep it up. Get some good rest today.
Thank you, guys. It was a nice game, nice fun. Enjoy the next game, I guess. That's it. Bye.
Thank you. See you. What a gentleman. What an absolute gentleman.
Yeah,
and, man, fifth language? They're going to have everything on that team. I mean, they definitely look like they're gelling. The communication, of course. Definitely, it makes a lot of difference, right? You're somebody who's jumped across a lot of teams. I think your page of teams that you've been on for Liquipedia is longer than most people. So that's got to feel good, right? You get two players in and they both already are kind of like in the mindset of what your team already wants to do. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, for sure. The South American mindset.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, we have a new game up coming.
Mm-hmm.
Another
Still SEA, but jumping over to the Occult Brothers as well. So that's going to be up, I believe, in about 5 minutes. So we're going to go to a very quick break, and then we'll be back with our next series.
Dream League Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Dream League Season 25 group stage. It's Math and Misery, and much like Wemby at the skills competition, we need to speed run this one because we had 2 pretty long games with our last series, and we've got another hype one on the way. It's Boom versus the Occult Brothers, and it's another 2-0 versus 0-2. Misery, you got a favorite in this one?
I feel like maybe Yakult are a bit more warm. They've been playing so much Dota the last week and a half.
True.
Last 2 weeks, whereas Boom are coming in maybe a little bit fresh. So I would maybe say Yakult slightly, but I would maybe root a little bit for Boom as Jackie is my boy.
There you go. Hey, bias casting is casting from the heart.
For a long time last year.
So what do you think his strengths are then?
I think he's just a very solid carry player.
Not going to feed a lot, gets good farm.
Yeah, very, very strong carry player overall, has a very deep hero pool, farms very fast, always top net worth kind of thing, kind of everything you want from a carry player. Yeah. But I mean,
Is this going to be another carry showcase then? Because that's kind of what we did last game. And, of course, on the Occult Brothers, the big name that everybody's going to see here, it is Ame and the carry role. And, of course, he's going to feel, as you said, a little bit more warm on these guys. Plus, they're already walking with the hype of that 2-0 victory. Of course, they already got under their belt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure how Boom plays. I haven't watched that many of their games, but we have seen a lot from Yakult. Obviously, have very big names like Ame. I also know Seal quite a bit, so I have a little bit of it's a hard choice for me in that way. But somebody has to win,
And it looks like in their last series, of course, it was versus Avila, so that's a pretty good win. And 2 times in a row, they had PA and Elder Titan. So the big question, are we seeing those heroes banned out in our next draft?
Yeah, I think we could be. Definitely highly contested heroes that are annoying to deal with. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the draft, which I think
I want to see even more of this one because, of course, he did go for Battle Fury and SNY for Ame in the last one. Second game, he actually got the BKB first, but Ame is very good at getting these heroes that you think they want to build their own items and go late, but he was doing Kaya Sans Medusa just so he could get involved with his team early. So it seems like those type of heroes are things that it doesn't feel like it's old Ame, but he's really transitioned into a very versatile carry.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's I think it's pretty cool when carry players allow themselves to also play this kind of position 3 style carries, like different type of things. Not a lot of carry players might be a bit more egoistic, wanting to play that anti-mage or Morphling or things like that, right? But we've seen him play Beastmaster. We've seen him play the Abaddon as well, I think. So a lot of different stuff.
There it is. The PA is banned. So do you think that they'll still go? I'm not sure a ton about the ET hero. I've honestly seen very few people play ET in my own games as of late, but what does he do well? Does he need a PA to succeed?
The ET?
Yeah.
No, I think ET is just a very solid 5. He has some weaknesses like very mobile cores like Ember Spirit, Storm Spirit, this type of stuff, but I think the hero offers a lot of damage and teamfight. He's a pretty strong laner against most stuff. I think he fares pretty well against with any carry really. It's nice when you have the ranged things or like the jumps that can pair up with the spirit to combo up the extra damage, but I think the hero is just very solid overall.
That's kind of where he started too, right? Like back, I'd honestly say like a month ago now, where we had like all you need is a ranged carry, and a melee pause 5. And people would honestly ban out, you know, Ogre and Tusk and Clockwork and all these heroes would already be banned. Like, what else do we do? And ET started to kind of be that option. And it kind of, you have an interesting 1-2 punch with him too, right? Because he does so well versus agility heroes. He strips your base armor, base magic resistance. So you kind of want to build, you want to get strength heroes with him. Instead, we're going for a different melee strength. Now that the PA is gone, they're going to go for the Bounty Hunter. And you want to see this as a pause 5 maybe?
No, I think the Bounty should usually be the plus 4, unless you're picking something very specific with the Bounty, because I think the Bounty 5 has a chance of griefing the lane, right? So if you're playing if you're playing Bounty 5, I think you also need to adjust your carry a little bit. Like, you can make it work with certain range carries, but most of the time it's going to be the 4.
This feels a little like a chicken or the egg, right? Like, Bounty Hunter will see the Nyx, but Nyx will also see the Bounty Hunter. So who's getting the advantage out of this?
In my opinion, the Bounty Hunter is, but I mean, I think it's the amount of times in a game where you can track the Nyx is higher than the amount of times the Nyx sense catches the Bounty Hunter. Well, that's how I look at it a little bit.
Yeah.
And also, I think it's a lot more expensive for the Nyx if he gets tracked up, and that's, if that makes sense, where, you know, like if Nyx gets tracked up as he casts his first Vendetta or second, you know, Vendetta has a long cooldown and it's kind of surprise factor.
True.
But of course, Nyx has other values, right? Like a lot of stun and a lot of burst damage, so it doesn't necessarily have to be that much of a, what do you say? They don't have to have that much interaction with each other.
At the end of the day, I think either team sees both of these, you know, kind of scouting heroes, especially the Nyx Assassin. You know, tanky cores are back on the menu. Dragon Knight feels like something that maybe we'll see a resurgence for, but so many of them are already banned out. Both Magnus and the Alchemist taken out, even Dawnbreaker. So these tanky cores are slowly whittling away.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Trying to look at Yakult Bros. Last time they had Bounty, they went for Primal Beasts and Puck and Lich. They like Puck when they have Bounty, also makes sense. It's very nice combo. I think in general, when you have the Bounty, it's nice to have heroes that can set up kills around the map, for obvious reasons. Also having a lineup that is kind of cohesive and can fight together around a certain timing to really maximize the value you get from track. Abaddon is actually very good against Bounty also, because I mean, the Aphotic Shield removing track is very annoying. Normally you have to run around, you track people, they are seen all the time, they feel scared, but Abaddon just removes it immediately. On the Warlock lifesteal.
It's another thing with the, you know, you love the quick dispel as Abaddon when you're playing into the Warlock. Dispelling that Fatal Bonds is always pretty important.
That could be a factor, yeah, as well. That matchup also goes both ways a little bit with the Upheaval. Like, Abaddon does not really like standing in that red fog and just unable to move.
Yeah, but Nyx does. Unless you're popping a BKB to channel your soup. I feel like the Nyx Assassin feels really strong this game.
Yeah, actually true. You can kind of cancel that, huh? You didn't used to deal damage, but...
Oh, that's true. Interesting.
Pengolia.
And another interesting one, I mean, there's a BKB Piercing Disable in the Warlock, and then you also have the Rage from Lifestealer. Doesn't feel like the easiest Penguin one, but it feels like, boom, they're already so confident in their first two heroes and how they match up with these guys. Already feels nice. To be honest, I'd almost want to see this as an Abba offlane right now. Pick up a Bloodseeker. Feels pretty nice, but looks like they just go ahead for the Zeus right now.
I think the Pengu pick maybe also makes them able to flex a lot, because now they can put the Pengulia mid and offlane, and Abaddon can both be offlane and carry, which leaves their absolute last pick very flexible. I think also the Zeus pick is really good. It's a little bit the same boat as we saw last game with Heroic, where they have these kind of heroes that are hard to kill, and then they have the Zeus to deal a lot of damage from the backline, right?
It's almost the exact same thing, right? Instead of the Nyx was the Bounty. But it's find them with Zeus and kill them with Nyx Assassin. You got two tanky cores. I'd love to see another one. And at this point, I feel like your lineup really rounds out well for Boom. Now, the Storm Spirit, Not a whole lot of lockdown for them, but there is a Nyx assassin in the pool. You think this is going to be a good Zeus or Storm game?
I don't know. I feel like this hero is very snowbally in general. It's not a hero we see that much. I think the only player who's actually playing it is Emo. But I think he has decent success with it. Yeah, I think I mean, maybe it's like I think he has a slightly 60%-ish win rate recently.
Okay.
So I think if somebody can make it work right now, it's certainly him. If it's a good game for Storm, I guess, but you can also easily die, right? If you get caught by the stuns and the Zeus damage, you're not really killing the Abaddon.
Yeah.
I guess they like
if
it.
If you ignore the Nyx, it's probably a great Zeus game because there's great Storm game because there's not a whole lot of stuns for you.
That's true. I think it's also maybe a matchup he likes mid against the Pangolier. Obviously, he doesn't really know if it's mid Pangolier yet, but
chances are high.
Yeah, they are banning out mids, so they are aware of the flex potential, of course.
So if it wasn't to be Pango mid, then it would be Pango offlane, Abba,
carry, Abaddon.
Carry, yeah.
And then you last pick some kind of Templar Assassin maybe, or some kind of semi-carry out of mid, I would say, would be an option.
Monkey King.
Yeah, could be. Monkey King would fit the style. Oh, we see the Primal Beast again. Monkey King would be fitting their lineup a little bit like we saw last game, where they have this heroes that match the same timings a little bit, that can potentially snowball the game. But
10 seconds remaining.
I also would not mind just throwing Pango mid,
5 seconds.
Abaddon off lane, and getting another hero for Jackie. What could that be?
Abed actually made that lane look pretty decent last game. The Pango into the Primal had a lot of good denies early. Pretty good nuke damage. But, you know, crumpling that Pango in the role, definitely not ever something that a lot of mid Pangos love.
What's good for Boom here?
Well, small brain, you know, caster here. There it is. Okay, never mind. Like, we've seen the Enigma before. It's like, it's there. They don't have the greatest wave clear for it, but at the same time, Fatal Bonds in the pool doesn't make it impossible to kill those Eidolons anymore. And it is also a BKB Piercing Disable. 2 of them now on your team versus the Black Hole. I mean, do you like that Enigma pick here?
Yeah, I think it's okay. I think it gives you a tool for the lifestealer in the lane. It allows you to group up early. It does a little bit the same as the Monkey in the sense that it's another hero that enables the rest of your draft to be like have synergy in a way and have the same similar timings. I think that's pretty important in Dota nowadays, that your draft has cohesiveness. But it's not what I expected, but I can see it working. They can get the pipe on the Enigma. They have like a very strong early mid game with Diffusal from Pangolier, 1 item on Abaddon, and then they're ready to go, right? Yakult Bros maybe need a little bit more time to get the lifesteal online. The Storm is quite fragile that early on. Yeah.
Did we see any sort of lane swapping like we did in the last one? They put their offlaner versus the Enigma. Looks pretty good. Zeal seems like that could happen, right? I mean, just bounce around on those Eidolons could kill them.
I mean, maybe, but I would say it's unlikely. I mean, and that's also mainly because we never see that type of thing. What we might see, though, is the Bounty Hunter look to potentially mess up with the Enigma, mess up that lane for the Enigma, and leaving the Primal Beast alone, because he can pretty much wave cut freely this game. So that's a way.
The Enigma here.
Yeah, that's a way you can punish the Enigma. But it's not necessarily easy to kill Enigma with Lifestealer and Warlock together, so also not the easiest.
See, I mean, it's going to be, you know, Eidolon's focus. Can the Eidolons give him a very good lane there, or will we get plenty of net worth on Ame? feels like to me we could actually see one of the more aggressive builds on this Lifestealer, maybe Armlet Deso, or do you still want to see a Radiance in this one, even if he is playing into the Nyx Assassin?
I think you go Radiance regardless, but I think maybe the Armlet first is necessary to be able to fight back a little bit, so you're not just running around with low HP and maybe griefing your team a little bit, because I think, like we talked about, the Radiant draft has this kind of early timings. If you're running around trying to get Radiance and it's too slow, then yeah, you might be in trouble.
I feel like in this one, the Enigma pick, it's just not as great as the one we saw before. Last time it was kind of like, yeah, they can itemize to, stun it through BKB if they get, Ags on the Monkey and his Basher. But now it's like, it's just there. Tian Min, who also should have the Black Grimoire, yeah, he do. So he's going to have that level 6 pretty early. This is one of those ones where I see him popping it really early just to get the level 6 and make sure there should be no black hole that really is a threat. This Enigma is going to have to go pretty much all auras, right?
The battle begins.
Yeah, I think the drum is definitely standard. Is the pipe good? I guess, yeah. I think the early pipe is also kind of good. There's not that much damage coming out of Yakult for a long time in this game, so... And then if you add Abaddon on top of that, I think it could be problematic for them to fight back in the first 20 minutes.
Pretty hard. Here comes Bounty Hunter. Earlier aggression again from him. This time not going to be chasing around a Venomancer in the jungle at least.
Actually skilled heal level 1. Now looking at this... Maybe it's kind of hard to actually do much as Enigma against this. You don't have any damage to really go through all this HP, and like both Warlock and Lifestealer have so much HP combined that maybe you can just do like this, like you just run at the Eidolons.
I've seen people do that more as of late, where they go like 4-4-0, maybe 1-3-1 or something like that, and they just go ahead and go all in for like the sustain in the lane and then a little bit of aggressive potential. But overall, carries right now are just so focused on just getting their CS in the lane. How they get it doesn't really matter. If it means you're just taking a bunch of damage and getting healed, who cares? All we care about is that CS.
Yeah, we also see all this creep pulling shenanigans here.
Definitely needed. I mean, this ABBA carry, saw how good it was. Looks like going to be another corrosion coming out for the ABBA early in this one. And of course, the extra slow always feels pretty good. And it's a double melee lane. Can't blame him.
Yeah, I think this item is pretty strong overall for what it does for the price. It's just not that many heroes that benefit from this item. But Abaddon definitely one of them. One of the few.
Yeah. We used to see it a ton on Pango, a ton on Ember. Kind of haven't seen it as much, but now whenever people want to double down on that slow, then the corrosion comes out.
I think when it had minus armor included and it was the old corrosion, then it was more useful on a lot of heroes, right? But now the attack speed, I think is what makes the difference. Like, you don't really want to buy it on Ember because you don't really care about the attack speed much.
Yeah.
Yeah, same for Pango. Seems better to just go one Blightstone and get the faster Tifu or whatever, right?
Right. Ooh. Really well done there. I mean, so far, Storm Spirit definitely having a good time in this mid lane. Mac is, he's getting his own CS. I think the Storm feels like the earlier that he comes online, the better it is for his team, because again, the lockdown just isn't really all there unless the Nyx Assassin is right on top of him. The CS overall feels kind of stagnant right now. Neither offlaner is having a great time. Both the carries are having an okay time. Mid's all getting their gold, and Daniel, nice job stunning away, getting that Lotus. The Lotus is so important as a Zeus.
Yeah, that is true. I guess the Enigma pick also, something we haven't touched on is that it allows the Nyx Assassin to be freed up, but look at the wards from Yakult. They actually block the hard camp and the medium camp in their own jungle to prevent the Nyx from getting a lot of gold early on. So that's very cool.
Yeah, really well done. That's how they get a lot of their gold, just pulling, and there it is. First blood going to the Abaddon. That's exactly what he wants as, once again, gonna see him going actually for a more aggressive build in that Echo Saber first. Oh, wow.
Yeah. I'm a bit worried for Seal, to be honest.
I'm a bit worried for Emo.
All right.
Wow. That's a lot of damage.
I've seen Seal have the worst game I've seen any core have, I think, on Primal Beast the other day. I think he was bottom 2 net worth in a long game. Not after lane, but in 40 minutes game, you know? So he needs to, you know, consider.
Don't do that again.
Yeah.
That's a hard one. Sometimes you can remember those games, and whenever somebody's like, hey, you know, you're playing against a Pango, you know, you take him out of roll, looks pretty good, you're just like, man, I really don't want to go through that again.
Oh, Emo. This time.
Oh, boy, those are 3 heroes in the mid lane. That is a lot of rotations. It's not even for a 6-minute rune. They just wanted to go over and kill that guy. And Mac having a really nice one, because that was just after the Storm had walked all the way back to base.
True. He has TP.
He doesn't have TP.
50-second cooldown TP. And the bounty hunter rotation coming in here, like we talked about. Can they get the Enigma? He has Lotus.
They could.
Oh, nice stun.
Fatal Bonds is one hell of a drug. Can they hit anybody else who's linked up right now? FBZ taking the damage, but it looks like he'll be okay.
No, they tried. They were pinging the Centaur, but it ran out. So that's a pretty big, like the fact that he survives there is pretty huge. I think one thing we haven't...
Lifestealer, you get so much more of like that extra HP from hero kills.
True. Oh, and Seal again dies. I think one thing we haven't touched on about the mid lane is that the dire supports cannot really help at all. Like Bounty Warlock. They don't really help the first 5 minutes. So these rotations from Nyx and Zeus early on are very devastating.
Zeus needs these, or not Zeus, Storm really needs these runes. I mean, his game feels so good if he gets online, but Emo just really feeling the pressure right now. And there's even at least some help bottom for him now. He loses the 50-50. That's going to be an illusion out for the Pangolier. And the CS difference is getting really hard. At least both carries are denying a ton, so the either offlane are having a rough time. But Jackboy's Courier, that's the full corrosion.
Oh no.
Oh.
That's unfortunate. But still, look at the towers of Yakult. The mid tower, the bottom tower, very bruised already, and it's only 630, and they can't stop the Pangolier from hitting it even. They have no real way of killing him.
I wonder if they're going to make any aggressive move for the Wisdoms here, because it feels like that could be the nail in the coffin for this early game so far.
I mean, we might actually see Boom go for the Wisdom right now. Yeah, look at Jackie. He's beelining straight for the Wisdom, and they have Pangolier running over as well. They might get double Wisdom here. Warlock team is over, but...
He's dying for it if he goes for it, right? No, they're trying so hard for it. Jackboy, he gets it. It's Abba for the Wisdom, and now there is a Pango rolling on through. Storm in as well. It's a nice link maybe, but Daniel, he's going to turn, stand his ground. No more mana on Ebo. He's trying to run away from this one. They'll trade 1 for 1, but the swatch through. Mac, has he gone too deep? He's getting bounced around, and the stomps. Zeal, he'll pick it up. Actually, Ame the one to get that kill. So, sure, they get 2 Wisdoms, but they do bleed away 2 very important kills.
Yeah, but they also lost... That was a lot of TPs. They lost the Warlock, they lost the Bounty.
Yeah.
I think still a big win for Boom in this case. Sometimes it's not worth bleeding kills for Wisdoms, but in this one, I think it's very bad for Yakult Bros. Bounty just hit level 4 now. And Nyx is gonna be 6 in... Yeah, any second now.
That's true. You did say like those level 6 matters so much for the Yakult Pros. So not having that on the Bounty nor the Warlock for a while, even though Ame did get that kill, that might not be worth.
Meanwhile, the towers are getting hit everywhere, right? Like mid tower is almost dead. The top tower took a beating and is gonna. I don't know how you defend against this Enigma now, right? So you're gonna potentially lose all 3 of your tier 1s pre 10 minutes.
Ooh, they really want it. Fatal Bonds maybe a little bit late. The wave is already gone. I mean, that's the stuff that really hurts. Emo does so much AoE damage. If the full wave was linked to Mac, I think he might actually die, but he had that shield ring anyways. Never mind.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
But yeah, I guess that's true. The Storm Warlock combo can be very strong.
It's big damn. Big damn. As you say, he is going for that Radiance build still on Ame. But he went for his own corrosion, which the safe lanes both have a really good time. Both of them already over 4K net. Abba especially trying to take it here. Oh yeah, just rage run away. Enigma. Does he turn this? He does have the black hole. And they have a really nice jump, but FBZ, he'll already go down. They even get the roll though on Max. Still got the shield rune to work with. Zeal, does he fall? He will. Now on the other side, they found Tianming. This could be a nice turnaround here for the Occult Bros. And I think Mac, never mind. He gets another kill for himself. It's 3 down, a 3,000 net worth lead for Boom. They're definitely exerting their dominance here early on.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, unfortunately, no mana for Golem there. If you had mana to all cast all his spells, it could have been. Maybe that could have been the turnaround Yakult needed, but he still has it now, and let's see if Yakult can turn something around in mid lane now. The rock is so powerful in his face.
Running right on through. Mac does get the swash away at the last second, but there's another big link. It's on all the Eidolons, but FBZ just won't let them take any damage. Oh, JK unless? No, he won't zip.
By the way, the Abaddon this game is going for the Echo Saber build, so not the Radiance that we saw last game. And
free kill for FBZ. Nice find.
It's a very rough game for Bounty. He's still level 4.
Boy. We're going to be feeling the effect of that Wisdom Rune for a while, huh?
Yeah, the Wisdom Rune, the fact that he didn't kill Enigma on the rotation top.
Yeah.
Toughness of that bottom lane in general.
Yeah.
The Zeus out scouts out the smoke as well, so they are aware that Storm and Warlock are smoked. Or somebody smoked.
There is
going on Mac here.
Attempt still, yeah, they really want it. And coming in, there's no infest. If he gets this roll off, it could be a good kill, but he's got to run away. The right click from Warlock at the last second. Tianming actually picking up that kill. Ame in danger. No infest for him to save himself. He's got to try to turn around on Jackboys, but the damage is too much. And Zeus will end up getting the kill. Jackboys will end up taking so much with his ulti. It's as if he'd never actually wasted anything. They'll even get the tower. No, Tianming. 2 very important right clicks in this fight.
Right. I mean, they do get the Pengo, but very big kill on the Lifestealer. They finish off the tower, and the Storm goes down to the Nyx. Nyx is level 8.5, by the way. Bounce is still level 4. This is kind of crazy.
I mean, with the way that this Primal has had a really rough lane, he could honestly still be a nuke target if Tims ends up getting a lot of gold here. Now, he is still going to try to TP in front of a bounty. It's a little bit rough here, but can they get this kill? Here comes the charge. Onslaught in from Zeal. He needs this kill. He'll get that kill. And now it's a bit better for his net worth.
Kind of crazy that the Nyx is so high level. He's high level, then he's Enigma.
Oh, wow.
He's high level than the Warlock that ate the Tome.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Solo killing
My
Storm,
player
I
is
guess.
one hell of a drug. You get a lot of gold out of that. I've seen Nyx assassins that have just dragged waves and just mind flared off cooldown, and they still have very good net worth exiting the laning stage.
Yep. Again, big stack for Boom.
Yeah.
Well, 4K net worth lead here. They're gonna try to kill the Jackie down bot lane, it looks like.
They're gonna try.
Circling on him, but there's no chance.
This is just at every stage in the game. This Abba is so difficult to kill, and he's going for an earlier build, right? He's going for the Echo. Then after he finishes his Harpoon, likely to go for the Manta style, right?
Oh no, Boboka.
Oh,
like
yeah, can't escape that one, and that's gonna be a big kill. Tims, man, the Wisdom Runes, the kills, and the Nyx Assassin just preys on all these heroes that are so far behind their timings right now. So you actually want to pressure this one. I mean, the Wisdoms are coming up. If you do keep a lot of people around here, you could make it so that the Occult Pros don't see a single Wisdom until maybe 21 minutes.
That would be kind of crazy here. But you do have Warlock Golem. And I don't think the Code Bros are interested in giving up this one. It does look like Storm is gonna take away the Radiant Wisdom Rune though.
They see the wards. I don't think they're doing anything about the wards though. I think they're gonna have to let this one go. You say they want to fight it, but they're not walking up there with only 5 seconds left. Storm, he'll just secure the other one, but the black hole immediately gets canceled out. It did stop a few. The roll through from Mac, trying to get something in return. They've already lost the Enigma, yes, but Mac, he gets himself another kill here. Emo's trying to get some sort of revenge on the Mac side, but the stun actually from the Nyx Assassin may keep him off the rest of Boom.
Right,
they still won it. That's the Infest Bomb jumping through again on the Storm. Mac goes down. Jack Boy's trying to get away from this one. Emo, he's skating around these fights, but he's taking so many stuns. He can't commit as much as he wants. Ame finally picks up another kill for himself. Onto the high ground is Januel. Is there enough mana to stop him on this portal? No! They get the kill. A 3-kill streak going to Emo, and that was a really nice re-engage from the Occult Bros.
Yeah, and they also took away the, like I mentioned, the Storm Spirit took the Wisdom Rune on the Radiant side, so very big win. The net worth lead that was 4k before is now going to go down to, pretty much 0 after this tower, so very big win. You see that the 5-manning might be a bit difficult actually against the Yakult Bros, Warlock, Storm Spirit, Lifestealer. Like, it's not necessarily that easy for them to teamfight. Maybe they lack a little bit of... do they lack a little bit of damage, perhaps? Like, Zeus kind of has to kill everyone, right? Pangolier, Zeus. Maybe it's also just because the Enigma died first. And speaking of Enigma, just dies again.
He does. That I think that's going to start to be a focal point where, you know, he's trying to still fight around this black hole. You either wait for this Warlock Rock to drop, or you don't use it. I don't think you can use it as early as he has been so far. And Tianming, what else are you going to use it on? I don't think there's any other world where you drop a rock in this game.
Yeah, pretty much his only job is to cancel Black Hole at this point. So his Enigma's game is sort of ruined now. Below the net worth of the Primal Beast after that laning phase. Still doesn't have pipe, and this is the problem with a little bit with the Harpoon, where we saw the Radiance before. I feel like Harpoon just looks more lackluster. It does make him tankier and stuff, but damage output is a little bit lower than the Radiance would be.
Yeah, and he's also going to have a harder time scaling out of this game with his team. Oh boy, that's a hard one for him. I feel like we've got to start getting online now. Maybe with the pipe that changes, and your team still like has the advantage of the supports. I feel like your Zeus, your Nyx, like they should still be able to get these picks, but Ame is just farming up a Storm, and nothing is really challenging him right now.
I mean, still a decent position for Boom for sure.
Oh yeah.
Like you see, Yakult are not really. I mean, they are farming a bit, but the map control is still heavily in Boom's favor. You see them all hogging the tier 2, right? I think maybe it was just a mistake in general to go for that 14-minute Wisdom Rune instead of just playing the map and getting your own one. I think when the enemy is investing so hard into defending it, perhaps it's better to
dodge.
Yeah, or like at least accept that. Okay.
Oh, big zip, another big zip, but sees everything he needs, gets way on out of there. Emo, yeah, really making some space for his team now as the Lifestealer is just farming up a Storm bottom.
Mid lane though, the bounty.
Ooh, yeah, good kill, good kill. That's Zeus ult to find it, but well worth it to keep Mac as an aggressor in this game.
Still very strong. Like the timing that we talked about for Boom is online now, right? You get the pipe coming in now for the Enigma. You have the core item on. By the way, let's just see what happens here with Ame. He's getting stopped by the Nyx. And they get him. They do have Black Hole.
Oh, didn't even use the Vendetta hit, actually. Just wanted to get the stun into the black hole. All they needed was a control, and it's more than enough. They get the kill on Ame before he can find that Radiance.
That was kind of brutal for Yakult a little bit. They were also smoking up top, looking to take the fight, the 5-on-5, and catching Lifestealer before the Radiance comes out as well. So sets him back quite a bit.
like one of the most demoralizing things, honestly, as a team. When you want to make that smoke up as 4, and as soon as you do it, your carry dies. And so you know where the enemy team is. They're not where you're smoking. They've already killed your guy. It just feels so awful.
But yeah, as I was saying, like they have a very strong timing right now on Boom, right? With the pipe, the core item on Abaddon, the diffusal, also double damage on Pangolier, so... The Primal Beast, due to the earlier fight, like, has gotten himself the BKB, so they're Yakult are also not that weak.
1,000 net worth lead, still plenty of opportunity for either side here. But they're still being very aggressive on the map, right, as Boom. They're not playing to, stay back. They really want to still push into Ame's face.
I like how they backed off here. I mean, Nyx was TPing top to catch the Storm, but I don't know, Storm sort of sniffed it out and TP, and they were gonna take the fight, but looks like Yakult Bros are again really looking for a fight.
Oh boy, that is a big zip. They find the Enigma here. No turnaround, I think, at all from FBZ. Does pop the pipe, protects him a little bit here, and here comes the roll, but they've already lost their Enigma. So Mac is putting on the handbrake, trying to find Tianmin, does get it. Zeal now pulverizing, but it's onto the Nyx Assassin only. He'll actually have to turn around from this one, but Ame really wants these kills. The Yule's up, will actually protect him for a second here. Mac already has a double kill, but your team getting aggressed on the other side. Ame finds 1 kill. He'll have to trade away Emo for it. Now he's locked in with 2 heroes around him. No Infest, he's just gone. Zeal having to get away. And once again, Boom, they take another fight advantage.
Yeah, what a bloodbath. This time they were more ready to help out the Enigma, because they used a lot of resources to take down the Enigma, so it ended up being a good fight for Boom this time around. It doesn't really matter if Enigma goes down first, as long as he creates enough space and time for his team to come and help.
Max rolls were so good here. I mean, and a nice dispel as well. Tim's able to get out of that thanks to Jack Boys. Then the Yule Scepter as well. I mean, he ends up dying, but he just creates so much space for his team.
Okay, another aggressive move by Boom here. Seal is just dead again.
Oh, yeah. This is a fight. They get the roll up from Mac here, trying to get out of this one. Baboka ends up dying. Jackboy's doing so much damage. They don't have the black hole just yet. It'll be up very soon. There's a Whisperroot still lying here. Jackboy's the first to get it, then turns around, gets the kill on Tianmin. He actually denied it on Tianmin before he died with the black hole. It's on 2. Ame dies, and it's a full team wipe going to Boom. They lose nothing.
Damn. The timing of Boom is online, and they just in time for Tormentor as well.
Man, that was an insane fight. I mean, the black hole came up in the middle of it, but with the Warlock already dead, it feels like that's going to start to be a focal point for Boom. Kill that guy, and FBZ, his game feels pretty free.
This is definitely the type of net worth lead that they need to snowball this game, like we did talk about in the draft as well. They also have a Solar Crest on Zeus. They're really amplifying the timings with their item choices. You also don't see the Nyx Assassin going for the Dagon to play the map. He just buys Yule Scepter to stay alive longer. Perhaps cancel some kind of item or just remove track. It's like a... Sims is... I mean, it's something that we see more and more on Nyx Assassin, instead of just going for the default.
Right, kill them all.
Barely spotted the bounty there.
Feels really good right now. A 9,000 net worth lead currently for Boom. How's the scaling looking this one? If Boom continue, do they have to end now, or can you Yakult Bros get outscaled even if you wait on this Aegis?
I think Yakult Bros draft is a little awkward going late compared to I think draft of Radiant is a lot more cohesive. They have lower cooldowns, low cooldown stuns, a lot of mixed damage, a lot of problems in general. Whereas Yakult has this, they really rely on their spells landing instant kills, if that makes sense. Like if they don't,
the burst.
The burst, if they don't burst targets immediately, I think the fight's really hard to take. And it's hard to burst targets, like Abaddon, right? Like Pangolier. So
right. They're all like anti-burst kind of coming through there from Boom. But I so far it's felt a little bit weird. They're trying to do these like infest plays early. It hasn't worked out. This time they tried to save the infest for a save. That one didn't work out. So it's so hard. Who should be the first target? It's clearly not the Abaddon, especially not with an Aegis. The Enigma has kind of felt okay, but they end up using a lot of spells. He's got the pipe. Eventually, you just don't have anything left for anybody else on the team. Who should you try to find on your Cult Pros to get that first burst?
Under attack.
I mean, so far it has kind of worked out that they got the Enigma, but maybe now it's better to get the Pangolier first, and then you save the rock for the black hole.
Yeah.
I mean, any of the targets except for Abaddon, realistically, is a good option. Like taking away the nukes fast is going to be good. Taking away the Zeus is going to be good for the lower damage output for Boom. So you'll take any kill you can get, I think, at this point.
Anything you can get here. Looks like it is the S and Y there from Jackboy, so making sure it's even harder to kill this Abaddon, just tanking up entirely.
You can start hitting high ground here.
Hey man, Abba, he's one of those heroes. He's already got the extra life. He's got the Aegis. Really good for him. And Ame, trying to kind of right-click him down here, push him off the high ground, and so far it's actually working.
You're not reacting at all on both Emo and Seal here.
I mean, Ame is allowed to do this, right? You can't black hole him. Where's the rock? Drop the rock, please! It's too late! He already dies on Ame! And now they're on top of the Warlock. It just... They had too much damage to dump in. It's a double kill for Jack Boys, and he could still hit this high ground after the fort.
I think that was... I mean, I don't think Warlock expected the black hole just because it's so... Like...
It's bold. It's really bold.
Yeah, it's kind of weird for them to go for the black hole. Obviously, Warlock is behind, right? But the nuke stun and just the amount of damage that comes out, it didn't even matter that the Warlock canceled the ult, so...
There was already too much down.
Nice
He had taken way
Boom.
too much damage to it.
Much more resolute than we saw last game from...
True.
Yeah, Boom definitely showing up here.
With that, I mean, they're just going to back out, knowing that the Lifestealer is up again. They've already gotten 7,000 gold for the power play. And they will continue to grow that lead. BKB coming next from the Enigma. Honestly, probably really surprised that he even got that black hole off the first time. Ame, I mean, he sees these guys, but what can you do? There is no black hole, but there's still an Aegis. And on the backside, Email, bombing to BKB, get it on top of the Enigma again. Kill that Aura bot and see what you can get next. Jack Boys, he's going to end up popping his ulti here. Still has the Aegis to use. It's a big kill on the Enigma, but how much more can you get?
Not much more than that. In fact, you're going to lose your bounty.
Swap around. Good lord, Baboka just dropped.
But they, like we talked about, they have no real cooldowns except for obviously the black hole, but they're always ready to fight on Boom.
Emo! That is a lone zip. Well, so far, I mean, they've got to find something. The Aegis is about to wear out. It hasn't been the worst. Only 4,000, 5,000. Hey, it definitely could be worse.
Abaddon build is looking really scary now, right? When he gets to this type of net worth.
Yeah.
He has a lot of damage now. Very strong.
Blink, Silence, and the Harpoon. I mean, nobody really escapes that one. Thankfully, I mean, we are getting items on these cores for the Occult Bros. But even so, they still want to test the high ground, maybe. I don't know why. They're still hanging around.
TP's top here to try to catch the storm.
Nice TP away on Zeal, kind of splitting the map right now. Oh, they found him! But it's not enough, alright. He's still able to get away.
But still very annoying for him, right? TP's cooldown now.
They lost another 2 wisdoms.
Yep. That's rough.
Oh no. I mean, the storm was away. I guess that's why they didn't feel comfortable doing it. But it's a smoke up from Boom now. Still feeling that they're super strong. They're on top of this Lifestealer. He's just gone. Now turning around on Zeal. He had the BKB ult, but easily dispelled by Jack Boys. And this is just one well-oiled machine. They know exactly when they can fight, exactly how to take these fights. And Yakult Bros, they've got to survive for 35 seconds without their Lifestealer.
Yeah, very nice Orchid pick up there. Pretty much solo kills the Lifestealer on the back of that.
Yeah, it's really difficult for them to fight right now. Even without the Aegis, it doesn't seem like they care. Now the Harpoon in, but a nice Echo maybe? But a huge stun afterwards from Tibbs, lining it up. Emo's got to get out of here. The damage is too much with the BKB. It does keep him away from this one. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any kills to show for it, and Zeal, oh man, he wants to defend this one, but the Eidolons are just chipping away this Rax. Jumping again, trying to get it here, but a nice stun. They immediately get on top of the storm. Is he able to get away? Yes, Ame with the Infest save, able to get Emo out of there, but Zeal, he may not be so lucky. It is a godlike streak already for the Abaddon, and the Occult Bros, they're just not able to stand on their own high ground.
Yeah, just so much damage coming out of the shield and just everything.
Oh,
Ame again.
They're looking to end it here. The Orchid, the damage. Ame can't survive. Now they've used up this bounty. He's not going to be able to escape that one with Invis. It is a third kill.
Call it.
And they're going to walk up the last set of high ground. They don't want to wait, though. GG, game number 1. The Occult Bros are dealt their first loss into this group stage 1. And Boom, certainly dominant in this game.
Oh, wait, that's Zeal.
That is insane game. As you said, Zeal, he had a rough primal game before, but not this one. Yeah. This one, they definitely had everything, I think, the tools in order to win this one. I don't know. I think his game was fine, but the Abba kind of made things really weird. He still had a net worth. I felt like he still had impact. At the end of the day, this Orchid pickup really, I think, is what doomed them maybe on the Occult Bros.
I just think the draft is a little awkward overall. I don't think they have great synergy within their heroes, and in comparison to Boom's, at least, I think their draft is just so strong.
Yeah,
like we talked about the timings, they played that almost to perfection, right, and really abused it. Yeah, Yakult Bros, they had one good fight, but that was next to that tier 2. Yeah. Got the perfect jump on the Enigma, a little bit of an overextension by Boom, but apart from that, every team fight just went in the way of them, and I think the Abaddon hero just looks so strong, right? In these games, with when you have this very strong 5-man timings, you just cannot fight into it. You can't kill him. The other series we watched, he also had 0 deaths, I think, on this Abaddon hero. So
yeah, it's been really hard, I feel like, to fight into this guy, and we know some of the classic counters, like, you know, Slark kind of feels pretty good, but in this one, it just doesn't feel like they had the answer to it. Laning stage, it was fine enough. I don't know. I feel like this lineup shouldn't have had this like insta loss, but you know, Primal had a rough lane. Storm Spirit wasn't really able to get the snowball going on the kills. It's hard for you Occult Bros, and I think they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board, because I don't think you can run back this draft and expect, you know, another win or another even game, really.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. I think they also need to mix it up a bit for the next game.
Now, they lost 2 Wizard Moons. I know that doesn't help either, so there's definitely like some gameplay improvements, but do you think that banning the ABBA and trying a different style of draft, is that enough to maybe kind of turn things around for the Occult Bros?
I mean, for me, I just think that if you pick Bounty Hunter, like, I just don't think Warlock Lifestealer has any synergy at all. I think that you might as well pick some other carry if you're going to pick Warlock. Lifestealer can afford to have a greedy 5. Warlock can kind of secure any hero's lane. I also think that between Bounty Hunter, Warlock, and Lifestealer, you have basically no damage, no real kill threat. Like we saw the Bounty rotation onto the Enigma. Yeah. He had to like body block him and everything, and they still couldn't kill him. So I think that's a big problem. If you end up picking Bounty Hunter, you need a lot of damage behind this hero so that you can kill heroes and abuse track, right?
And the ability for a lot of damage, right? You had track, as you said, something to seed them and pick out the ones that you want. You had the fatal bonds, which can enable people to do a lot of damage. It just felt like the oomph, the actual damage that started behind it, wasn't really there in this game.
That's also what I think. But nice game from Boom. They lost the other series to Gaming Gladiators earlier today, but definitely they're here to play.
Oh yeah. Weird rock, paper, scissors going. You know, Yakult Bros, they beat Avos, who I think is a very strong team. Boom, unfortunately, lost to Gaiman, but in this one, they looked a lot better than Yakult Bros. We'll see if we're going to see a series split or if we're going to see a first 2-0 here from Boom. We'll be back after the break with game number 2.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Dream League Season 25 group stage. It's Math and Misery, and boy, game one, a bit rough for the Occult Bros here. They did 2 of their first series. I had a lot of hope for them coming in, but things just didn't go their way. What adjustments do you want to see for game 2? Maybe get themselves a closer one.
I just think we need a draft that makes more sense together, perhaps. It looked like it was a very hard game for them to play overall. I think most of the time they were just kind of hiding behind their tier 2 towers. That's not really what you want, especially with Bounty Hunter.
I agree with that one. You got to get out on the map, got to get that gold. If he's not, really being aggressive and helping out your team, could be rough. And honestly, for FVZ to have such a great game on Enigma where it felt like they had the counters out for him, I don't know. I just feel like that was a little unacceptable and definitely enabled, though, by the Abaddon just being such a frontliner for his team.
Yeah, I think on the other hand, Boom drafted really well. I think the Enigma last pick was very strong. Was questioning it a bit in the beginning, but as the game played out, it looked like it was a very good choice.
Oh, yeah. The auras felt good. I like it. Of course, whenever you have something like the BKB Piercing Disable, you got to go more in for the bongo boots and the pipe, and that definitely worked out for him. Literally astonished the Black Hole lasted so long on the high ground. Ame, unfortunately, wasn't able to get the Infest afterwards, so I think this one, they're just going to be heroes they don't want to play against again. Like, PA is going to be banned because Ame had such a good game on that one in the first 2 games. I think they're also going to probably ban out the ABBA or pick it. I don't know. I feel like not a lot of people have figured out the real answers they need versus that hero yet.
Yeah, it's definitely problematic, especially from second pick when you're able to flex it onto multiple roles as well, right? So
it feels like it shouldn't even be allowed to get picked on second pick. First pick, snatch that up.
Yeah, potentially. It's definitely a hero we could see banned out. This time around, Boom has second pick.
Yep.
So I guess it's the same as last game. Was it 24 Enigma? It was, right?
Yes, it was. We'll see here. What they want to go for. I do want to see just like a staunch difference in the draft entirely. I don't really want to see them run it back. But of course, Boom, they want that. They want to get absolutely as much as they can as the previous.
I think the boom approach of banning out Seal's most comfortable heroes is pretty good here.
True.
Like, if you can force him onto this offlane Primal Beast, where you can abuse him a bit in lane, and then it's kind of hard to make this hero work if you're behind. So
it's true. I feel like into the ABBA was the rough part. Like, he had very good pulverizes. I think he was even like doing well with his tramples. Just ended up getting dispelled, and then like the game was kind of weird for him. He didn't like. I know you talked about he was like bottom 2 net worth in one of the previous games. It wasn't that bad. I think the game was like kind of acceptable, but definitely wasn't too bad.
10 seconds remaining.
it's just hard into Abaddon and Pipe, right? You're also not really gonna kill the Zeus. The nukes can carapace your damage away as well. So
yes. It was like a double-edged sword. The Nyx would get pulverized, he would get shielded, and then he would get the carapace off. So it's like, your hero can't really move after that. Ooh.
The Bloodseeker ban as well. Interesting.
Yeah. Now, Abba looked really good. Potentially hero of the day so far. Do you pick that one up versus the PA, or is the shard too important where all of a sudden you get into a position where you could get broken, you could get silenced, but oh no, they actually go in for the ET.
I mean, Abaddon looked strong, but I think overall the PA is still the hero of, you know, on everybody's mind right now. Maybe not everybody. I mean, there wasn't like that picked last series, but I think for most teams, this hero seems to be the highest priority carry.
Well, the fun part about second pick right now is that you get the last pick of this phase. You also get the first pick of the next phase. Only one ban, but that does mean if you do want to pick up that ABBA with the ET, you can go ahead and do that. Are there better answers that you'd like to see versus the PA? I mean, this hero feels like it's just God's gift to Earth. Once you pick it up, it feels really hard to counter at all.
I mean, you could go for the Abaddon just because it's a solid hero overall, but I don't really see a reason to pick it up right now. Answers for PA. I mean, the Bloodseekers banned already. We also see them banning out Morph and Terrorblade, so that's some of the heroes that they feel like are the best against PA. Let me see. I kind of want to see maybe some stunts for Yakult. I think a hero that could be interesting for them in this game could be Tiny. Very strong with Elder Titan overall.
Has additional armor as well that the PA has a little bit of a harder time with.
What else?
I've seen, I know Hanskin actually, I believe he was a big fan of the Spectre into the PA. I know that you have the break versus Spectre, but typically Spectre you don't miss with your W, so it's still a lot of damage into the PA that she doesn't love early.
Yeah, it can definitely work. Spectre can work in a lot of cases, honestly. It's just a bit fragile in the lane. Like it doesn't. Spectre is less about the one-to-one carry matchup, I think, and more about the map play and the haunt eventually coming in from Aghanims, things like that. But Bounty Hunter again for your calls.
Melee supports. Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, Elder Titan does make up for Bounty Hunter's lack of teamfight in a way, but again, you have two supports that in most scenarios don't deal that much damage, and you don't have a clear stun as well.
Yeah. Damage enabling. We'll see if they pick the damage up next. Thankfully, at least you have like lockdown and vision coming from these two, so like that's two areas that your draft you don't have to worry about with the next three. But you also have to do something that like kind of makes use of that vision, right? Storm is one of those that we know you Colts, they love to play. It's also into 3 very low stun heroes, so I could see them running it back.
Yeah, I would like to. I wouldn't mind Storm again here. That's Tiny.
Hey! Oh, whoa!
Oh, they're speed picking. Okay, so Daxia. We saw them actually play Daxia yesterday, I want to say, in the grand final of is it the Fisher qualifier? I think they lost. They lost pretty hard, but they had Tiny and Daxia in those games as well, and also 2 melee supports. But those supports were Reiki and Abaddon. I think this lineup of Yakult is a lot better. It has better synergy, more damage overall, and I think these heroes fit Bounty Hunter's playstyle a lot better.
It's 4 melee heroes. Do we see something like an Earthshaker or a Timber, or something that really makes use of all these heroes being clumped up together?
I don't know. I think you already have the Pangolier. Is there a support that's really good against this stuff? You also need to decide what you're gonna do with this Pangolier. Are you gonna put it off lane for your FBC, or are you gonna put it mid? You don't see
you
the
could
carry.
theoretically go for a Oracle on pause 5 if you wanted, but then it would be double range supports on the other side. Probably not the greatest.
I don't think so. I think that's he's gonna get ran at. It's gonna be hard.
Yeah.
Maybe just like a clock is pretty good here. I think.
Yeah.
But I mean, they have the absolute last pick, so I don't know if they have the 18 pick here. I don't know if you want to use that for just a clockwork, or you want to pick your core up now.
It's true. I mean, 18 and 23 are borderline the same pick. I think the only thing you really look for is if you can flex something, maybe confuse them with the next 2 bands. You already got your carry. Lion, okay. Hey, that AoE Shard, definitely looking pretty good versus the Illusions. Good lockdown, but you do kind of get nuked, right? If a bounty hunter finds you, Tiny can kill you.
For sure. There's definitely a scenario where this guy just dies to Tiny combo or vacuum spells, or is low level, gets ran at, But again, I can see why they pick it in a sense that they need the lockdown for their heroes. Just makes it a lot easier to play. I think they need some kind of frontline. Maybe like a Tidehunter wouldn't be bad for them. Some hero that doesn't die to all this Darkseer tiny stuff, that can sort of stay in front, I think is what they need in their drafts. Allowing the Lion and the Zeus to actually play Dota.
You versus the Elder Titan, you do want auras. I know the auras are somewhat out of style, but ET is going to strip your base resistance of everything. So having any additional one, even like a Crimson, even like a Pipe, like those are the sort of things that ET definitely still will struggle against.
For sure.
Crazy damage, right? Like Tiny is kind of their damage at the moment. ET, if you get a good Earth Splitter, maybe. Darkseer really needs to hit some huge vac walls, have a really good lane. There's a world where your Cold Predators are kind of stunted because they don't really have the damage to push through an Aura Builder on Boom.
Yeah, I agree. I also think that if they... I mean, that damage comes from snowballing early, right? With the shells and getting multiple kills with Tiny Surge, things like that. If they don't have that, then I agree. I think the damage is a little lackluster. They need some kind of either something that hard carries the game, something they can play around, or just some more damage.
Because we are looking for a carry, right? Or do you think it is Tiny carry?
Could be Tiny carry as well. Maybe they're gonna wait to see the last pick.
If we're looking for a carry hero, God, the list is overwhelming. All right, you got to lane into a Timber. You have to probably have a stun. Oh, okay. Is this hard enough of a carry for you?
Yeah, I like this pick. It gives them both the hard carry, at least in theory, that can match the PA, and then it also adds more damage, right? Even not just damage later on after he gets 4 or 5 items or whatever, but also damage early on with the rest of his lineup. So I think it's a better situation for your Colt. This is also a classic. The Gyrocopter Darkseer together is a combo that's been going on for a long time, been very successful. So better situation for them this game, but I don't know. Boom looked strong in last game. They played really well.
Good.
I like the Timbersaw pick as well. You did mention it. Again, it's a frontliner. It seems really hard for them to kill the Timber, right? It's like one Aghanim's.
Melee heroes.
Yeah.
Even Gyro isn't like... I mean, he's a ranged hero, but it's not crazy range. So, thankfully, I'm a huge Gyro fan. I love the hero in every way. And it's one of the heroes that has been picked up because it's strong versus these strong offlaners. And you can go, 3-1-1 if you really want to, 3-0-2. Whatever it may be, it pairs up really well with the ET, right? Rocket into sleep, into all of this damage that they can offer in. It can really be self-sustaining up in this, safe lane for them.
Yeah, I agree.
That's probably their hope, right? Like somehow shut down FBZ early. Make sure that he's got to try to find some farm or something to become really powerful. And then maybe your Darkseer is actually able to take over the map before the Timber can.
Yeah, so what's the other lane? It's Zeus, PA against Darkseer, Bounty. That could also potentially be a bit fragile for the Darkseer. We saw the Zeus go absolute ham last game. He just deals so much damage early on. And with the PA being able to follow up with the Blink Strike, I think it could be a lane where we see Seal suffer once again.
We could. You're not really able to focus down the Ion Shell creep, right? So instead, what if we focus down the Darkseer? So maybe if they can kill him. He is a Grandmaster Darkseer. This guy has played plenty of games on it. I don't know. I have to hope that the Ion Shell spam will be enough. I mean, damn, there's no bad Ion Shell target in this game. Everybody can get one. But specifically in the lane, of course, he loves those double melees into these guys. Zeus, it's going to take a lot of mana to try to beat down that Ion Shell creep. I have hope.
It's more like if you shell the creeps, then PA can deny them. If you step up, then you're going to get bolted. You're going to get hit. You're going to lose all your region, right? And then PA gets a bunch of denies. And that keeps happening, right? Of course, maybe you can play well early on, get to level 3, and then you have some sort of timing, but both of the Zeus and PA have a way of jumping away from the shells, and you don't have infinite mana as well, right, for Darkseer, so you have to pick your fights correctly, pick your shell usage correctly, so could be, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you own the level 3 timing as a Darkseer because you are playing against a Zeus. His level 3 timing is very good as well.
True, yeah. PA too, right? So...
It'd be hard, but I think at the end of the day, like, we saw just what Zeal getting set back really did for their game in last one. I have to hope that there's more rotations. And with a Gyro is a perfect rotational hero. Through the portal, use your ult, kind of open up that lane for the Darkseer. I hope that we see some sort of, 8-9 minute rotation through the portal from Ame. Emo's just getting clicked. They didn't even get the deny. Oh no. Okay. So far, so good. Double showing the wave.
Yeah. This was well done by them. They definitely had planned out what they were going to do.
Ooh, but they won
here
it.
Is Seal,
this is only level 1.
Oh no,
he's
not
away.
like this.
Oh no.
Oh, that's so rough.
God.
I mean, I guess Bounty Hunter is dragging the wave, so it could be worse, but not much worse than that, though. But I was
so bad.
I was just about telling how they actually planned out everything that well, and they skill Shuriken level 1 to push the wave even further with the double shell to get through the first wave, but then that happens.
It is not exaggerating to say that is kind of a disaster. I mean, just the TP portion, right? If he just died and there was no TP, then but the TP added onto it makes that really hard.
I mean, he actually doesn't lose anything. The Bounty Hunter did a really good job of dragging the creeps and keeping them alive, so...
He's going to lose most of this wave up top, right? He gets the one that is towards his tower, but this one up top, he's seeing none of. Thankfully, with this one getting solo, he'll be getting something still. His level 3 is still very important to everybody. And, bot side this time, Gyro having a pretty good start, of course, which, see, he did take the Rocket Barrage facets. I can't say that I'm against it. It's definitely good to have move speed versus a lot of these heroes try to, outmaneuver them.
Also tells you a bit that they want to play with the Gyrocopter early on, perhaps.
A
little bit more with the Rocket Barrage instead of just AFK farming.
I wonder if he goes like a early crit stick or something, because I feel like oftentimes I've watched Parker play this hero so often. When he wants to get involved, he'll go for like crit stick sometimes. Whenever he wants to just farm it up, it's like you go Falcon Blade, you go Eggs. So I wonder if they are trying to get something with a little bit more damage early.
We'll see.
So far, the CS is going pretty well overall, and PA, if she gets going really quick, it might not matter what heroes you have. She feels really strong right now.
Just realized how good Zeus is at snatching that rune as well. The Healing Lotus.
Yeah.
Just a quick bolt.
Any hero was done, right?
Yeah, but it's such a long range too, right? It's
Yeah.
actually-
You can't hide on the other side of the Lotus pool.
The thing about this Timber Saw against Charo in this kind of scenario is that I think Timber is very happy playing against Charo pushing in the lane like this.
Ah, yeah.
Right? There's no real pressure on him.
I feel like sometimes it feels really good, especially like with what support you have. Gyro can do a good job of like getting the stun on the Timber, pushing the wave so that it's only the Timber left, and then getting the Rocket Barrage, right? But it's a lot of mana to do that. That's why Crystal Maiden always feels like a really good combo with them, because you get all that lockdown, the wave goes away, and it's just so much damage. You can do it over and over again. The Elder Titan, it's oh,
nice
huge deny, but I believe
die
Tim
for
still falls here. Oh, actually, that Hex. Tianmin, he's got to have the move speed for it. Emo might actually fall, and he does. Daniel to pick it up, and Tim's, he's actually away.
And yes,
really well done from
too.
Boom here. No, do they get the
he'll
Boca
get it.
here under his tier 1 tower? Mac, does he fall though? It looks like he might want to. No.
Ming though, is he gonna get something in return here?
He wants Tim
Doesn't
so
look
badly,
like
but
it.
Tim's, he's just double stunning. That is a no mana drain lion.
Maybe that's also why they chose Lion specifically over like Shaman or some other hero. The fact that it's a pretty nice matchup against the ET. So I'm really try to, to get the kill there, but so much disable.
Ame really is kind of giving, maybe not a ton, but like a little bit more to FBZ than maybe what he would have expected in this one. But still, Ame getting his net is just very important to this team. If he does end up trying to get involved early, his game matters so much more than, taking away farm from the Timber.
I mean, yeah, it seems like he is just trying to maximize, right? He's going for the neutrals now, but I wonder if he had to do that, if he could just keep the lane static and...
Right? Yeah. It's weird. Trying to balance out, like, when do I want to just prioritize my own farm versus making sure that I'm taking away from the enemy. With the Gyrocopter who has such good items such as the Ags, Crit Stick, whatever it may be, it might just be worth getting that timing for yourself.
Top lane.
They're trying. Looks like a big roll up. They will get one kill, but what he really wants is that Darkseer going all the way behind. Looks like they should get both here. Mac picking up one, Jack Boy's getting the other, so pretty well done here by Boom. Again, 5 kills to nothing. Still waiting for their first one here on Your Pros.
Yeah. Oof. And Tiny's game is actually so ruined by what happened earlier in mid lane. His network is really suffering.
Oh, Lord, yeah. I mean, he and the Darkseer really are still having a rough time.
So Tiny is Tiny with a slow game like this is extraordinarily slow, right?
Yeah.
Because then your blink is delayed, like
Blink is
your
way too
levels are
important for the
delayed.
hero.
Yeah,
Oh, did that
and
vacuum miss?
wasn't looking at that.
Oh, no. I think they may have had a Zeus under the tower, but jumps away really nicely.
Again, the 7-minute wisdom. We have Boom coming over to the wisdom.
Oh wow!
And contesting
want
both
it.
of them. And okay, we have Army here, so that's something. But
They're just so aware of how strong they really are right now. Are on top of this Pango. That's a big kill for Ame, getting one. Daniel trying to TP away. Do they have any stuns for him? No, he does get out. They protect their wisdom as well. So much better than what we saw in the last trade in game 1.
sure, I mean, very important that Army has a good enough game and this type of skill build to make this rotation, right?
Yeah.
Imagine he had 1-1-3 in the scenario. They would not be able to kill the Pango there.
Really
So
rough. Yeah, he doesn't have a stun, which I kind of like. I like greeding up for more points in Rocket Barrage and Flak, but
But
does
look at
mean
bottom
they
now.
see him here. Yeah, has to toss out the call down. Jackboys does get sniped by one of them, and with the Avatos, this could be bigs. Do they get the damage? They do. Ame to pick it up again. I think he was trying to leave that to the Tiny, but kill's a kill.
they read that move, yeah, like an open book, pretty much. He was so ready to just throw the ult down there.
Really well done. More levels equals more farm for a Gyrocopter. It's really that simple. And on the other side, they are stacking up. FBZ kind of has to take this now. Soon we're going to see this tower taken by Ame, I'd feel. And if they catch a glimpse of these stacks, they got plenty of damage to take it down themselves. on your Culpros. But overall, I mean, the laning stage is still pretty even right now. Tiny is our big question. I mean, Darkseer is going to get whatever he needs. He can farm up pretty well, but Tiny, it feels like Blink is so much of what he needs.
Yeah, it can be really hard to get to that Blink when you have an early game like this. But, I mean, the last couple of minutes has been very good for Yakult. It was looking real rough at one point. Before the Wisdom spawned, it was looking real bad, but...
Well, not great, but definitely like a playable game for everybody still involved.
Also, them able to open top tower is very important, kicking out the PA.
The PA, we've actually seen PA lose already once today. Has a pretty good one, it seems, in front of him so far. Battle Fury shouldn't be too late. Just has to keep dodging these rotations, because Yakulpros, they're playing very aggressive on the map with these supports.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, the cool thing about Yakulpros lineup is that it's pretty much online already, right? We see them, instead of catching up on Darkseer, we are actually like running as 5 at 9:30, right? Really trying to abuse the shells.
A little bit of danger, really. The Ava, oh, it doesn't connect. They do get a connection on the stomp, but I don't think they have the damage. Yeah, he's just barely away. The toss isn't enough. They do get the kill. They'll end up losing Zeal on the other side. Ame is in to help out too, though. Should be forcing them away. It's in between the tier 1 and the tier 2. It should be boom area to fight, but this lineup is so strong so early. Right now, Yakulpros, it's their fight to take. The toss up, even to make sure it gets secured. They've killed 2, only trading away Zeal, and oh, poor guy, but your team is doing well. Whoa! I think he managed to dodge almost all that damage, actually.
Yeah, I like the playstyle with Bounty. Like, if you're playing Bounty Hunter, this is exactly how you want your team to play, right?
Yo! Stopped the move away. Baboka ends up getting the kill. I mean, this is a lot of gold for your team, and there it is. They see the stacks.
They do see the stacks. It's kind of crazy that I think they might just keep running as 5. Like, they could run over and contest the stacks as 5 right now, but I mean, they also need to be careful, perhaps, that they don't overextend.
No way. It looks like they might be trying to start it here, but
yeah, it's 10 minutes in, and we are running as 5 here.
And it's working. They're getting these stacks likely.
Well, yeah, with the
they
shells,
really want to
can
fight
take
this
them
on
pretty
boom,
easily.
can they?
But
pull through, finding the bounty first. That could be a big pick off here. Looks like they'll have the kill. And honestly, I don't think they got many of the stacks here on the Yakulpros. I think actually a lot of that damage is still done by FBZ.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
toss.
Ame? You want to be there? I don't think so, but they still get the kill. Oh, Emo in danger, taking a lot of damage. They are going to give him double Ion Shell. Again, Mac is taking so much damage, but I don't think they have the mana to keep dropping under the tower.
Another reason why this type of plays, 5-manning early, things like that, is so good for this in this particular game is because of Tiny's game was so bad.
Yeah.
If he had to just slowly farm every mid-wave coming in and get his blink that way, it would have taken forever, right? But this way, they got the mid-tower, they got a bunch of track kills, and now his game is suddenly much better. He's on par with the Pangolier. He's pretty high level too now.
Zeal has had to sacrifice for it, though. Zeal has sometimes even gotten killed first, enabling the Tiny. Yeah. He's not been able to farm waves like he's wanted to. So, like, he's doing this to help out his team. It feels like it's working. A lot of damage already. Earn complete. Giving Daniel the business and the toss up. Baboka, he'll help Emo get that kill. And with that, he should be very close, I think, to, I don't know, kind of dominating this map. Blink, yeah, very close. He might actually have it after that wave that he killed.
Dire's top tower is under
Yep.
attack.
So props to them for enabling their mid laner. Wonder who
Hard
called
decision
this. If it was himself calling that.
Yeah.
Yeah, could be.
It's difficult. Like, offlaners are heroes now. It's not quite like you're just, hey, you know, your job is to make space for everybody else on this team. Like, offlaners have purpose. It's really difficult right now to say, like, okay, I will move on around the map. I'll make space so that my mid can get this extra farm.
Yeah, we also see the strength of Bounty Hunter a lot more clearly this game compared to the last one. I think he was still around level 5 last game. You know?
That's true. The wisdom was really important.
Yeah, he had nothing going for him. This game, he's on the way to Vessel, level 7. Feels good.
Always feels good. Now they've kind of backed off. Now that they know that the Tiny is back to a good spot. You know, Darkseer's getting some farm. Tiny's still on the hunt, though. Looks like they see Baboka here. Blink away from the Tiny. Trying to just lock in on Bounty, but honestly, he's in the river. It's not so easy. The stomp connects. How much more do they want? Earthspit's going to connect here. Avatos, and that's more than enough damage. Getting themselves the first kill, forcing everybody else on Boom to run away because Ame, he's got the rocket locked in. This is their triangle now.
Yeah, them having a 1k lead suddenly.
Yeah.
A little bit of desperation maybe there for Mac, because like that roll was very optimistic, right?
Right? It was very far away.
Yeah.
On the other side, we do have the PA. No shot. Get me to the next patch. Take me away. Glimmer PA.
In his defense, I mean, if there's such a thing, it's pretty good this game.
It is good this game. That's why I hate it. Somebody delete this item.
Even second item.
That's crazy. I mean, you're playing against, you know, Tiny and ET. We said, like, any additional resist that you can get for your hero is very important whenever you're playing against this Elder Titan hero. So Glimmer makes perfect sense. Honestly, very funny that people literally aren't skilling E. PA will have invisibility from Glimmer before she has invisibility from her blur.
It looks...
Oh, yeah, she's dead,
dead,
though.
yeah.
Yeah, once the Glimmer is complete, you won't get that kill anymore. You see Ame, of course. He's running in under the tier 2. You want to kill him. There's so many trees. A lot of damage from the Timber here. With the wall, is it enough to save him here? Ame, he's still alive. They've already killed 2. The roll, it's not enough. Ame, he's actually running away from him. He needs one more swash. He'll finally get the revenge, but he will die for it on Mac. It is a team wipe. As the Occult Bros, they only trade away 1.
Damn. Mech coming in clutch there. Also the item choice from Ame having Aghanim Scepter. So early on in the game, it's only 16 minutes now, right? He has 2.3 thousand HP here, right? So it's just too much HP actually to chew through, even though it was all the timber damage, the Finger of Death, the Zeus. Yeah, it's just not enough. So,
it should have been good. I mean, that is in the trees. That's the most damage you can possibly do on a Timber Saw.
Yeah, true. Again, big props to the Colt. I feel like they're really playing their draft to the maximum this game.
Yeah.
And
really
it doesn't
good
stop.
ball up
Doesn't
lineup.
stop. Jackie looks dead again.
Uh-oh. Not another one. Jack Boys goes down once again before the Glimmer is completed. Ooh.
Tiny monster kill top note burst. That was not what we expected at like, what, 7 minutes?
It's rags to riches right there.
Lion.
And he's trying for more. Gets the avalanche tossed up, give a few hits, and that's it with the phylactery. I mean, he is absolutely exploded in net worth. The guy was actually just begging for a Blink Dagger earlier on. Now he has Blink plus some extra damage. It's a whole new game.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like the 5k net worth it doesn't even describe the whole story, I think. It feels much worse than that at this moment.
Does. But they are going for a lot of magic resist items. I mean, think of how much damage is magic still from the Occult Bros. Gyro isn't really pumping out the physical just yet. Maybe when Pipe is completed, is this going to look better for Boom?
Maybe the Pipe plus the Glimmer Cape. Yeah.
Glimmer's completed.
It is completed, yeah. But he has 1k HP though. It's not a lot.
It's not. It's okay. He'll go Heart next. That way he has all the magic resist and he has the HP, you know?
Yep, and smoke up again.
And S&Y, I feel like has to be really good for the PA in this one. Once you have that, the extra status resist, plus the Glimmer, you'll definitely be very strong. And this isn't methodical. You do plenty of damage with just your ult. And dude, Januel, I think he lost, what, 90% of his HP just in that combo from the Tiny. Plus the track gold. I mean, yeah, Cult Bros, they're just going to keep on getting stronger.
Okay, can they get the ET here? Nope, they're gonna run away. I think that's wise.
I don't want to overextend, especially whenever you're down like this one. You just need to get your items. Now the pipe is completed. Going for the Aghanim Scepter next.
Oh, this seems bold. Going on the ET here.
It is. Kind of locked up their stuns, but should still have the damage. Tims is going to get that one. How much do they trade away for it, though? Look at that. 50% HP gone. Few tree whacks. I mean, Mac. Oh, can he get the TP away? He does, just barely. Tims goes down. It was Wall on the other side, but honestly, I think that's still pretty good for Boom.
Yeah, it's a small win for sure.
Yeah. Need some more items. I mean, the Pango, it feels like the roll's a little lackluster thanks to all this HP that you have on the Occult Bros right now. It shouldn't. Like, they have a Tiny, or they have a Timber, they have a Pango. It feels like your early fights should be really good, but you just haven't been able to really string together a good fight yet.
They are getting pretty strong now with the pipe. I think there could be a scenario where Yakult Bros overextends, thinking that it's just the status quo hasn't changed, you could say.
Yeah.
But the pipe does mitigate a lot of damage, right? Same with the Glimmer.
And once we get, I like S&Y. Do you think it should be Yasha BKB or just S&Y into the BKB?
Seems like he's gonna go for the BKB. That's
Not
fine.
against it. As you said, the HP thing is kind of an issue, but at the same time, jumping on Ame is very difficult without BKB. His Rocket Barrage does so much damage.
Yep, exactly. But I think their lead is in a, what could you say? Now I think the lead is not as big as it was before, in my opinion. I think it's very easy for Yakult Bros to take a bad fight and then suddenly Boom is back in big fashion.
Paint it for me. What's the bad fight? How you take a good fight on Boom and expose the Colt Brothers right now?
You don't die on your supports first. You tank a bunch of spells on Timbersaw, for example, with the pipe. You survive, you kite, then comes the roll through, you know. You just don't die to the initial tiny Axia burst, and then you take out the ET. Yeah, it's stuff like that. It's just trying to survive on your heroes and then weather out the storm.
All right, good kite. Good vision. They do see one, but oh no, Emo!
Oh my God.
We didn't lose the support, but we did lose the PA, and that could be just as bad. Immediately trying to TP out of this one. The Tiny is just too dominant. FPZ, he wants to run away. A good chain away. There'll be a creep that follows him, but he's still good for now. So slowed up, though. Wanting to slow them all up with the Chakram. It looks like they only lose one, but boy, that one was pretty big. Oh no, they still could lose more, though. Toss up. FPZ has the pipe, trying to get out of this one, but the damage is overwhelming from Ame. And they get themselves another kill.
I mean, that was a Kanda Tiny instant kill in the PA there. From 100 to 0 with 1.8 key damage. And didn't even get Glimmer off. Did nothing for him. And realistically, the 25% magic resist, it doesn't give you that much, you know? Glimmer is not that OP.
I don't think the pipe was popped right away, right? I think that's kind of...
It's also an awkward way to start the fight, where the bouncy scouts and then shows everybody.
Yeah, theoretically, you knew where everybody was, right? Like, Januel did get an ult off, so you saw everything that you wanted to in that fight. I'm really surprised it went that way.
I mean, yeah, the PA just died instantly. Then you see the roll coming, you can kite it out. It's over straight away, I think. This one
you really
is,
need to combo up this pipe and the Glimmer. I don't think it's enough to just have one or the other to survive this burst. But at the same time, I think
now maybe
feels so important for Jack Boys.
I think now the Glimmer cave on PA looks really bad, right? Like imagine he had a full BKB, which would have been possible if you just bought BKB instead of the Glimmer and Yasha. Then maybe their timing could be different. I mean, realistically, he would have still died to Tiny there, so it doesn't actually matter. But
yeah, I get it. It's kind of like, in this case, the Glimmer is such a good item. Maybe you needed to trust your support to get it for you. and you can still get one later if you need it, but...
Yeah, usually you get the BKB first, or the SNY first, and then Glimmer, because your HP pool is so low, right? Like, you don't get much value out of
the fun part about this PA hero is that once he does get these items, it's still a possibility that they win this game. 7,000 net worth lead, though. Ame feeling super strong on this one. You don't fight into this Aegis, right?
Nope. Unless your Cool Bros goes a bit too ham, then I think your main objective is to dodge the next 5-ish minutes.
A long time. I do feel like we're seeing largely magic damage. That's something that doesn't scale as late into the game, right? With lots of HP items, it could get rough. Honestly, so far we're farming well, but the PA gets found on the other side of the map. Glimmer connects, but at the same time, Baboka, he's already gotten the silence, already gotten the stun, and here comes Emo. Oh, Lord. The damage is way too much. He gets another kill. That's a lot of gold going to Emo.
Meanwhile, bottom as well. Like, they're everywhere. Timbersaw is also going to get caught here, probably.
Yeah, he's got the play.
Right?
Oh, no. That was not very far away. Barely out. Oh, they're trying. They're really trying to split the map. Unfortunately, they did just get pushed out of both side lanes, so now it's up to the Zeus. It feels bad. He shouldn't be the one that's getting that farm, but he's the only one that's able to right now.
Yeah.
Had a BKB in sight for Ame. It's crazy. Playing into a Timber and a Pango, and you're in a game where you're like, I don't need it. On the other hand, as you're saying, like, if they do end up turning a good fight, if Ame catches himself without BKB, realizing that he really needs it, these one fights can genuinely change everything. All of a sudden, you're way down in the gold. You're not going to have that BKB for a while. Fights turn up on you pretty quick.
But Timbersaw, can you get out of this one?
He gets the pipe off, but he's already lost so much HP. Good Lord.
Too much damage from this Tiny, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the high ground push.
Already up on the other side. Pushing away from Boom's already set defense, but IPA is just going to let this drop.
Yeah, I actually
need more
think
items.
You can defend, like... It's so hard to defend this high ground, actually.
I mean, even with Timber, is there any way that you can do it into the Aegis?
No, it's... How do you start the fight, right? It seems so hard against Aegis, against the Daxia, counter initiation, the Greaves, the multiple Glimmer Capes. Just don't have damage, actually.
Multiple glimmers. Now there's the BKB. That's step one. I think we still need the SNY for that raw HP value. You get some of it with the BKB, but not much. Ooh, nice jump away.
Okay.
Have you gone too far? Is this the move? They have a BKB from the BKB, and she gets slapped. Now they're turning back onto her. Somebody save her if she takes too much damage. She does! Just eliminated! This is if the BA didn't exist. Now Ame's still on the high ground. They're going to buy back in the line, but Mac, he's already in so much danger. Gets himself a little bit of a barrier, but even the pipe can't save you from that one. Ame's going to keep on chasing and then realizes, I can probably just kill this guy instead. God.
Yeah, just too far ahead, right? It looked like Tiny could go down there, but he already has the BKB. And then the counter initiation comes from the Daxia, right? The Greaves and everything. There's still Aegis up on Ame and Satanic. Like, I don't know, there's just too much HP over on Yakult. There's no way you're gonna get through all of that.
Did he disassemble his crit stick to finish off the Satanic?
Oh, yeah.
That's good.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah. Hey, Chop Shop is one hell of a drug. I mean, I've seen some people also disassemble the Falcon Blade to finish the crit. It's like, like trading up.
Have you seen the drum?
Yes.
The fact that you can
drums is
have
crazy.
infinite charges. Yeah.
Some people live and die by the drums disassembly. I will say, hindsight is 20/20, but I think here you needed to pop the BKB. Like, the sleep is already hitting on you. There's a ton of stuff going on. I get why he didn't see it, but it just gets popped way too late.
Yeah.
And tossing Ame in has just been like Zero risk at all.
Boboka, you're gonna overextend here a little bit.
Oh, that is a nice wall. Jack Boys, he really wants this one. The Glimmer is already in, but here comes the Tiny. Might dish out too much damage. They do trade away Janiel for Boboka. You take that trade for now. How much more can you get, though? It's a smoke up. Trying to make sure that PA does get out of here. But they will.
A buyback on the Zeus, though. And BKB is used. Pipe used. Army feels like he can hit those Raxes.
You shouldn't be missing damage in this lineup. You've got Lion Zeus supports. That feels good. Timber just does damage. We saw that already today. But for some reason, it just feels like there's so much on you, Colt.
It's also, it's the 16k Goldie, right? Oh
That's
my
true.
god, the combo.
Oh no, the condo with the toss. Crash landing. Oh god, it does so much. GG is called. Can Ame get himself? No. Emo stole a kill. Unfortunate, but man, Emo is just an absolute dominant force in this game. The Tiny never let up. Even after a horrible laning stage to start, comes back and is just the king of the hill in game number 2.
Yeah, definitely redeemed themselves here. I think Seal had a great game on Darkseer. I think it was very impressive how Emo managed to come back from that horrible start of his and suddenly be beyond godlike and dominate. Really, really good call about the early 5-manning.
This is definitely trusting the lineup. I mean, the laning stage went so well for Boom Esports. Almost 3 lane wins entirely for them. But yeah, it didn't really let that bother them.
Would love to talk to Seal about this game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just like it's 2 completely different games, right? And game 1 felt just kind of rough in general. The Primal, again, like playing into the ABBA. It could be as simple, like that ABBA loss was their only one so far today. They got the 2-0, of course, to start, this one being a 1-1. So I think their team generally could look at this and be like, we lost to ABBA. Go back, play a fantastic game, and now they're just right back into the groove.
I like how they adjusted the Bounty Hunter game from a game with barely any synergy with Bounty to this game, which they just start 5-manning at 9 minutes, right? And getting a bunch of track kills, you know, doing something completely unorthodox. I think that's that's a very cool concept.
That is interesting. I wonder how much they had to talk about like how to play around the Bounty and maybe contributing to why we saw the 5-man. We were looking at it as like, dude, your Tiny doesn't have a game if you don't 5-man. Like, you got to get him involved somehow. But maybe their overall game plan already was like, once we hit 10 minutes, we run as 5 and we make sure Bounty does not have a bad game.
Well, we're gonna ask about it because I'm curious to know whose call that was because that was a super game-winning call.
That was really well, completely dominant there from the Occult Bros. That means that they are up to 3-1 here on the day. And we're going to be back, guys. Do not go anywhere. We're going to have an interview with someone from Occult Bros. I believe it is Zeal. So stick around. We'll be back with that interview. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're going to have an interview one way or the other. We are making it happen. We're still seeing if we're getting someone from the Yakult Bros side, but Misery, overall this game, you'd say the greatest change from game 1 to game 2 is how they played around the bounty.
Yep, I think the draft was better, more cohesive. I think they utilized the bounty more. I think I've said very good things about the 9-minute, 5-minute mid. I think that was good. I can say it again. Yeah, and then they just kept snowballing. I think that was nice. I like the item build on Arme too. We talked about going crit a bit and stuff like this, but actually just buying mass HP items like with the Aghanims seemed to be better, right? Than him surviving that one fight. So
it was an interesting item build overall. Now we saw the Glimmer on PA. Obviously, that was a reaction to like there's so much magic damage. You're maybe saying if we went for the BKB first instead, you still could have gotten the Glimmer later, but maybe the BKB was more necessary.
Yeah, but again, it wouldn't have changed the outcome because he did die instantly. I think to 1.8k damage, I think you still die before getting BKB off. So I think they just got a little outclassed this game. Like first game, it was Boom's outclassing, and this one, Yakult shows that they can still play as well.
Mm-hmm. And unfortunate for Boom because they obviously really wanted to have that 2-0 for themselves, get themselves back even. But instead, of course, they're not falling to 1 and 3. So a little bit harder as they get into the next few days. You at least want to start your day off even just to have a little bit of a buffer. And there's the interview, guys. We have the best surprise for you all. We have our interview with, is it please, Jin? Let's go! That's what we want.
Hey, Misery. Hello, Magician.
Of
Good to
course.
see you guys.
Happy to see
Super
you too.
hyped
Guys,
up.
we got radio silence from the Yakult Bros, so we got you something even better. Jin, what did you think of those games?
I mean, Yakult Brothers, they... I'm not sure if you guys were up to date yet with the most recent interview that they had in the past series, but yeah, Emo wasn't looking very. Even though they won, Emo wasn't looking too hyped, and he was talking about how the team were pretty much on the verge of disbanding. Not sure whether there was a joke or not. Honestly, it looked pretty serious. But yeah, I mean they have a few wonky performances, but Ame being Ame, I personally think that they definitely have the potential. They do need to brush up a little bit on some of their weaker areas, like their off lane generally. I feel like they That's my personal opinion. I just want to make doubly sure that I do not represent the team in any way.
That's what we want.
That's
what
just
we
my
got you
personal
for the
opinion.
interview here. A true expert. I mean, obviously, you spent a lot of time around these guys, right?
Not like on a face-to-face basis, but yes, I do keep in contact
Where
with
did you
them.
learn to translate so well?
I mean, I grew up in Singapore, and then later on, I moved to Australia. So I spent 25 years abroad. I'm pretty much as international as it
Fluent
gets.
Chinese or fluent Mandarin? Yes.
Sorry.
That's great.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, my Mandarin is much weaker than my English. So.
I mean, you've been a part of
English is
so
my
many of
first
these
language.
interviews. You've seen a lot of Dota tournaments. How do you feel like your Dota has improved by being a part of these interviews, talking to teams about what they think? Do you feel like you've gotten better as these interviews have gone on?
Funny you mentioned that because I actually only just hit the model
congratulations.
last month. Thank you. It was a pretty difficult climb.
Okay.
I was just spamming clockwork all day. It's a tier
So do
zero
you play a lot
support.
of support then? Is that what you do? And supporting the interviews,
Yeah,
supporting
pretty
the
much.
game.
I feel like I'm too old to play carries
Is
anymore.
that true, Misery? Is there an age cap on being able to play core?
It definitely gets harder. I think also if you play support for a while and you kind of avoid playing all the carry heroes and then you come back and have to play them and there's a million new items you never buy before. There's new talents. There's a bunch of stuff, right? I think you have to, you have to get used to all that again. It takes a lot of games and you're going to lose a lot of MMR and it's rough. That's kind of also what I've been dealing with coming back to playing a bit for fun.
Out.
Yeah, actually, for me, I feel like the main thing was, when you're playing support, you have a more sacrificial mindset, you're enabling your team. And then when I go back to play carry or even an off lane, suddenly I feel like I always find myself lagging behind on farm because I don't actively just soak up the map as how I should be doing. So yeah, you definitely lose that kind of farming pattern
Well,
mentality.
my last question for you, Jin. I appreciate you doing this so much with us, especially last minute. Who's your favorite player to translate for? You got any favorites out there?
Ooh, favorite player to translate for? I would say probably either Jingqiu or XM actually, because they give really clowny answers, but not in the intentionally clowny kind of way. They have a really solid sense of humor, and they are able to, especially XM, he can keep a straight face on while giving the most ridiculous answers, and that just makes it wow to just
Man,
translate.
I
for him.
appreciate you so much. We've talked to you often before, but this is the first time we've gotten to interview you specifically. We appreciate all the work that you do for DreamLeague 25. I know everybody appreciates the work that you do, and now you also hop in for the impromptu interview. Thank you so much for all that you do, man.
Thank you. I mean, it's all for the crowd. I hope everyone enjoys what they're watching, enjoys all the games. It's an awesome tournament, and I hope to
Here we go.
get more work
Keep
done.
getting those
here.
interviews out. Keep letting them work, Jin. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you. It's wonderful. We love to put these guys in front of the camera, and we get to show you guys our standings as well, because, well, we've got everything done today. This was our 4th series, so where did we end up for the day? Ooh. Oh, we're a little bottom heavy there on Group A.
Yeah, true. Looking pretty rough.
I mean, on the other side, of course, we just saw you Cole Brothers. They got the 3-1. On the flip side, Extreme, unfortunately, down there at 0-4 right now. For an NA fan myself, I'm pretty happy right now. Shopify Rebellion up at 4-0 at the moment. That's got to feel pretty good. Heroic, of course, they have Yuma, which means I'm able to cope it up and say they're North American too. And so far, my boys, they're having a good time.
Yeah, that's actually a bit surprising to me that they're 4-0 today. Not a team that I would expect to be 4-0 on day one, but well done by them.
I mean, we saw Heroic. They definitely had 2 very good games on our stream for sure.
Yeah.
Shopify's side, of course, they have a change, a wildly surprising change, actually. They went for Pakaz, used to be the premier South American carry, coming back for the offlane. I know he's been practicing a lot of that as of late. And it's wild because I thought Mangeki was a very good player in the offlane role, but they switch it up, and who knows? Maybe Shopify, they're going to find a new groove with that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they do.
And tomorrow, of course, join for the same time for some amazing games. Shopify and 9 Pandas, Boom Chimera, and then another 9 Pandas and another Chimera. Starting out with Liquid as well. Gonna be a great game on this channel. Which series are you excited for, Misery?
Maybe Chimera Liquid, perhaps. Out of those 4 games, I would say. Yeah.
TA 2000 and Dahawk, of course, showing up there. Now, Team Liquid, they've had an okay start, of course. They had the 1-1 earlier. Chimera, they've also gotten themselves their own 1-1 and an 0-2. So I don't think either of those teams, you'd usually think that Liquid, of course, are like not going to dominate, but haven't seen it quite yet. But it's only day 1. There's plenty of time to figure stuff out. Do you think anybody's like adjusting to the patch right now? Because we did kind of just now hit this Glimmer explosion where everybody wants to buy it.
Nah, I don't think they're adjusting to the patch as much. Perhaps some of the teams that hasn't been playing a lot of games in the latest tournaments are adjusting a bit to the perhaps level of play, things like that. But everyone should be aware of the meta in general.
You want to see a patch tomorrow? See it really like throw the tournament off kilter?
Sure, anytime.
As a talent, it's a lot easier to say that, right? When you were playing, it's absolutely not. But for us, it's awesome.
Yep, I'm down for a patch.
We all want it, but it might not come just yet. We'll have to wait, see how much of the tournament we get through before we see another one. Guys, thank you so much for watching. Remember, join back tomorrow, same time, to see even more games as we're going to a break. It's been Math and Misery. If you like the cast, let us know. If not, please don't tell us yet. I can't handle it. So thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.